Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? As we get deeper into the holiday season, I kind of have had the taste to get some holiday horror, you know? Maybe a little Jack Frost. Remember everybody saw that in the movie stores? Whenever you walk by, it'd make the scary face. I remember I would go down Hollywood Video and I'd walk by the aisle and I'd be like, and I'd like kind of run off. An instant classic is Krampus, and maybe even, what's the one with, it's not Hulk Hogan, is it Goldberg? Silent Night, Deadly Night? Or is it just Deadly Night? Whatever, he plays, it has one of the best intros ever, and the rest of the movie is, you know, whatever. But those all kind of came to mind until earlier this year I came across something called The Mean One. I think I saw this like maybe a month after the Winnie the Pooh movie came out, and it's a Grinch horror film. Ah, God, why? Earlier this year, we were doing a lot of horror movie reviews and stuff, but I could not find it, to save the life of me. Wasn't on any streaming platforms, couldn't find it anywhere online, but luckily, I was able to receive a copy from a source. I don't know which source it was. I won't tell on the person that gave me said video, but I was able to see it. Finally, we were able to watch The Mean One, which is essentially, if I had to give you an upfront idea of what The Mean One is, I would say it's like they tried to do Jim Carrey's Grinch as a horror film, but they also wanted to just kind of do the plot of Willy's Wonderland. Is kind of the idea. It's the worst movie I've seen this year, I'll say that. It's not the worst movie ever. We're not gonna go that far, but it is by far the worst movie this year, which this year has been stacked. Right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
This is one of the worst horror films I've personally ever seen. This, unironically, might be one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
It's also one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
This year has been fucking stacked. I mean, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, the Paul Bunyan horror film, Children of the Corn remake. Holy shit. The Little Mermaid. I would honestly say that the AI-generated Little Mermaid movie was more enjoyable than this. But without further ado, obviously spoiler warnings in case any of you are deranged enough to put this on during your holiday festivities. Don't want to ruin this one for you. But without further ado, I had to watch it, so now you have to listen about it. Let's chat about The Mean One. Okay. This movie starts off, and throughout the whole movie, there's like a narrator, which I'm pretty sure they're taking that from the cartoon. Well, I guess it's also in the Jim Carrey Grinch movie too, right? There's a narrator the whole time. It's in this context, it doesn't work at all. It's always kind of random, and you're like, oh shit, why the fuck are we doing that? But I digress, whatever. It starts off, and we get the classic scene of Sidney Lou Who, but in this movie, they call it Sidney You Know Who.
Remember that story about Cindy You Know Who?
And you're like, okay, I immediately know what kind of fucking movie this is gonna be. As soon as they start introducing, like, I mean, it's the name, but it's slightly different, okay? So it's like trying to be cute. And that's another thing with this movie, before I go too much into it, is I don't know how intentional the comedy's supposed to be. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, it's like, obviously they're trying to treat it as serious as they can with a horror movie, and it feels like they're doing that here too, but there's so many intentional, haha, this is supposed to be cute funny, that I didn't know if like, oh, are other parts of this movie supposed to be a comedy or a horror? I don't know, but it was bad. It wasn't funny and it wasn't scary, so I don't know. So it starts off with Sidney meeting the Grinch at the beginning, and they kind of establish that this is going to be a different version of the classic tale. It starts off with Sidney giving the Grinch or as she calls him, Santa, like a Santa Claus necklace, and his heart grew 3 sizes too big. But time stops, and then the narrator's like, well, that's probably the story you remember, but it's actually far darker.
But what if I said that's not how it went down?
And we get a nice cut of the mom immediately coming in and just being like, Sidney, watch out, that's a monster! The mom and the Grinch get into a scuffle, a scaff as you were. The mom trips, falls onto a spike. The actress they had for Sidney lets out a very monotone, monster!
Monster! Monster! Monster!
That's the beginning of our movie. Until we cut to the future, apparently, and Sidney and her dad are driving back to town to just enjoy the holiday season, even though it's like your mom was grisly murdered during the holiday. It's very odd. And we get a lot of weird dynamics between Sidney and her dad. I mean, he's like really, really over the top, and there is a funny line where as they're driving up, Sidney and her dad are singing, and like they're laughing because they finished a song, because apparently that's funny. And she lets out a sigh, and the dad immediately says, are you okay? Because I can turn around right now.
You gonna be okay? because we can turn around right now.
Which don't really know what elicited that response, but she's like, nah, it's fine, it's whatever. And then this is where we start getting, okay, now we're getting into extremely schlocky, low budget, new like bad director kind of filmmaker vibes when there's some shots that are snowy and then there's some shots that are like, this is just Southern California or Northern California. I want to say that their home is probably in Northern California. That's kind of what it feels like. But while they're driving, they get pulled over by a cop who is absolutely rock hard for Sydney. He is flustered. He's like, what's your name? And she's like, oh God, Dad. And the dad's like, I wish you would get in here and fuck my daughter. Would you climb through this window and fuck my daughter? She's like, Dad. She looks at the cop and she's like, if I skinned my dad alive and cut off his cock and killed him and shot him in the back of the head, would you help me with that? And he's like, well, I'm sorry, I gotta go. And the cop just leaves. We started to notice that during this interaction, the movie is like extremely quiet.
I'm Cindy.
Abnormally quiet. Like there's no real score behind it. There's no sound effects. No, like let's take this right here. If you had this be absolutely quiet, it wouldn't feel like a live room versus if I wanted to make it feel more cinematic, I might put in room noise like this. And now it feels kind of like a full space. It doesn't feel like I'm just like staring into the void and my ears are just like,
Are we dying? Is this what death is? Is this what it feels like to die?
because that's how it felt watching this movie a bit. It was so silent, I felt like I could hear my brain just fossilizing inside of my head. But Sydney and her dad arrive back to the house. This is the place that her mom got killed. It's a very sensitive subject. She immediately walks inside. We get an obvious jump scare of some bats coming out of a chimney. The dad immediately comes in. He's like, what's wrong? The next scene, Sydney has a nightmare of her getting choked for a split second. She screams again. The dad immediately sprints in. What's wrong? Except this time he's holding a bat. And in this part where he's like trying to like console her and he's like, oh, it's okay. The actor to the actress was just extremely kissy. Like to the point where I'm like, maybe if it was like your younger daughter and you're trying to be affectionate, you'd be like, it's okay. And like kiss her head, and do whatever. He kisses her head, her hand, and then her shoulder. At what point I'm like, am I on the hub? I feel like this is the beginning of like an intro to the hub, if you know what I'm talking about. They go into the coffee shop the next day where they're sitting down. We get introduced to the mayor, who her name is Mayor McBean, which is coincidental because I was like, isn't that the name of a Dr. Seuss character? And we were like, oh yeah, well that's probably a coincidence, but it gets so much worse. Essentially, the handsome sheriff that Sydney wants to fuck is there as well. He comes up. There's a guy that they've obviously, like a younger actor that they've tried to age. He kind of looks like Negan from The Walking Dead. He comes up and she's like, oh, hi, Sheriff. And he's like, you remember me. And we get a nice quick flashback of Sydney as a little girl trying to show the sheriff a drawing she did, which is just a picture of the Grinch. And he's like, well, we found this outside and it's a green ski mask. And he's like, so I'm going to need you to be a brave girl and draw what he actually looked like under the mask because monsters aren't real, right? And she's like, sure. He's like, okay, sweetheart, I'm going to really need you to say monsters aren't real. Can you do that? Are you a big girl? Can you do that? And she's like, yeah. Yes. He's like, no, sweetie, please, I need you to say it. Please say monsters aren't real. Okay, monsters aren't real. Okay, sweetheart, now go ahead and draw that perp. I know you're 6 years old. Go ahead and draw that perp again to perfect detail so we can catch this guy. We cut back. The dad is obviously still pissed at the sheriff. So as they're leaving, they have a flashback. Turns out also the guy's Jewish, and there's like a really weird anti-Semitic joke about him being like, what is it, my nose?
Oh, I light the candles 8 nights a year.
You're Jewish.
Was it the nose?
Could you tell that I'm Jewish from these big fucking schnoz of mine? I thought that was a bit weird. Where it's just like, no, I just, I don't know. I just put two and two together. He's like, I bet it's this big fucking nose of mine. Hey, follow your nose. Am I Toucan Sam? I might be. I don't know. I don't know if any of these are landing. Okay. And as the scenes transition, we get one shot of an old man taking a swig from a whiskey glass, which I think they're trying to set up that somebody is watching them, but there's no other previous shot to show that like Sydney is being watched. So it just cuts to the interior of this man's truck and he's just drinking and then we just leave. So we're like, what? Who is that? But it doesn't matter because now we're having fun. Sydney and her dad are doing probably one of the cringiest montages of people faking having fun and putting up decorations, and it's so painfully quiet. We'll have to play some of the clips here, but just them kind of like being like, oh, cool. Oh, here, come here, give me that, give me that. It feels like I think you should leave sketch in real time. That's kind of what it feels like, which immediately they do rock, paper, scissors to see who has to take out the trash. Uh-oh, Sydney has to take out the trash, and oops, her dad dies. And we have one of the most jarring edits where I couldn't really tell if it was a dream because she finds her dad and then we cut and she's in a hospital with blood on her hands and she's screaming. And the narrator's like, Sydney had horrible nightmares of blood on her hands.
Cindy's nightmares continued about the blood and the beast. If she hadn't lost her mind, she's misplaced it at least.
And you're like, oh, so this is her like thinking that she's gone crazy. And it's like, oh no, literally the next day she's just still in the hospital. And it's like, so was she, how long she been in there? Because they kind of just let her out, which is weird because if every character in the movie so far has been like, yeah, Sydney, she's fucking crazy. It's like Michael Myers. It's like a young kid kills a family member, comes back and kills more people. It kind of reads like that to where I feel like they would be more alarmed, like, oh, well, this person has been around, their mom died, now they coincidentally come back, and then now their dad is dead. I guess we'll just let her go. Mayor McBean shows up and she gives Sydney some flowers and she's like, hey, nice to see you're awake, psycho. She's like, I'm not a psychopath, the monster's out there, please. And then basically the Christmas killer's back. You know, we get some of that stuff. The voice narrator says something again. I can't fucking remember. It's like, it's just so fucking bad.
The last of her love had been stolen away.
Gooning with the boys does not make you gay.
Sydney is taken home by the deputy, and you can definitely tell that the deputy, I mean, his dick is rubbing against the zipper of those pants real bad. I mean, he is bricked the fuck up. She's like, I'm not crazy, I saw a green monster had fur, okay? He's also like, I think he's super new to the Force too, and he's just like, I don't care. I want some crazy head. I want some crazy lady pussy, like, bad. Did I mention I'm Jewish?
Proudly Jewish.
The mayor goes to the sheriff to tell him that they can't go through another Christmas killer thing again. It's bad for the MO in this small town. We can't keep having all these Christmas killers, sheriff. I'm a 33 millennial mayor, all right? I have to get reelected my entire life. I get paid $12,000 a year to be mayor of this town. And she does like a very sassy Karen thing as she walks away. She's like, okay, sweetie, all right. You can tell that, I don't know. She's a bitch. We cut to Sydney's house where she's inside cleaning her dad's blood off the floor, which we'll do a fact check now, but I'm almost positive that like the forensics keeps it there to take photos, but I'm pretty sure someone like cleans it up. Like they get someone to come and clean it up for you. I don't think they're like, that's a bummer. There's the blood. We shouldn't have left it that long, but we did. Sorry, man, for real. But Sydney luckily says, I'm tired of cleaning daddy's blood. I want to go for a hike. She goes up the hike of the mountain and she starts drinking some of the Jewish tea that the deputy gave her, and she looks like she's really content. It kind of almost, she's like has the composure that she's just like, I'm totally fine with my dad being dead. But luckily enough, while she's taking some pictures of people kissing under a mistletoe on the mountain, like, that's a weird place to do it, but okay. There's the Grinch, and he starts attacking them with his claws. And we get one of the funniest scenes of the movie where Sydney runs up the hill, turns around, and there's the Grinch's face. They're definitely doing a Jim Carrey Grinch. It's becoming very, very clear. And then we get probably the funniest scene in the movie where she takes a bunch of rocks, and she's throwing it at the Grinch, and she's hitting him every time in the face. And she just keeps screaming, "You're real." And I don't know if this is supposed to be funny. You would think like maybe after one you kind of cut it quits, maybe two. So many rocks are thrown. It's an obnoxious amount of rocks. So the Grinch runs off. The paramedics are there now. Sydney's in a big hissy because she saw the thing she saw when she was 6 years old. She's definitely not insane. She definitely didn't go up to the hills and assault these people. I promise you. But you know, the paramedics are like, who did this to you? She's like, well, I don't know. My glasses fell off. I couldn't get a good look at them. Which is like, I'm pretty sure even if you had your glasses off, you could see a giant green furred man in a red Santa Claus suit. It might be blurry, but you'd probably be like, it was like a red Santa Claus suit with a fur guy. Whatever. That's just what I would think. Sydney shows the sheriff some blur pictures of the Grinch's cock, and the sheriff says, this is a federal land, so it's out of our jurisdiction, which it's pretty funny. He's like, what the heck is this? What is this, Sasquatch? What is this? He says something else. He's like, is this a cowboy?
Hellboy? Bigfoot?
Pretty sure he says this is a cowboy. And I'm like, what? No, it's just monster. Look at it. Sydney puts up flyers of blurry images, which is just stupid. I mean, like when you look at the flyers, it's like, have you seen this man? Green fur and claws. And it's the blurriest compressed fucking JPEG you've ever seen in your life. And that's when we cut to, which once again, the edit makes it look like we're cutting back, or like it's like a flashback, but no, we're just cutting to a group of Santa Clauses on a party bus who are driving into town. But the edit makes it look like a flashback. It's so fucking weird. The group of Santa Clauses that are in something something called SantaCon. Jesus Christ. Roll up to a bar and they're all gonna, get sloshed up. And it's cute and hilarious when one of them tries assaulting the waitress. Really funny. Because usually when horror movies do this, they're setting it up to where the bad guy gets his comeuppings. He slips off to the back while all of his friends are laughing. And I think that he's gonna go grape the waitress. And she just elbows him in the face and she just, sorry. And it's like, wasn't he about to just assault you? I feel like you should probably be a little more, I don't know, not as I'm a bad bitch. I would be like, I'm gonna kill you with a fucking frying pan. But luckily the Grinch comes in and we really get to see this guy, whoever the Grinch actor is. He has a little candy cane, he's doing a twirl and he bashes one of the Santa's heads in. He's very Jim Carrey here. And all hell breaks loose. I mean, he's beating people up. It's total pandemonium in the bar, which you wouldn't really know because there's no music really at all. So it feels very silent and I feel like they just forgot to add sound effects in. It feels so empty. There is a funny part though where it's once again a terrible edit, but the Grinch jumps up and he immediately lands down and it's just a wig that has some cherry pie filling on the floor. That was pretty funny. He stabs an inflatable tree, puts someone in a meat grinder, and he just beats the shit out of people. So the waitress who hit the guy on the head, the Grinch drug his body into the freezer and she went in after him and got locked in the whole time. But after the whole Grinch murder fest, the freezer door just randomly opens and she's able to walk out and see how crazy this bad SantaCon, which also I don't know why they had to make the SantaCon people just I don't know, it's it felt like a biker gang, like a movie, you know what I mean? When it's the biker gang comes in, they're like, we're not paid for anything, fucker. Go get us a beer. You sweet tits. Yeah. Let me see that pussy. I want to see that Cyclops eye between your legs. They were just people dressed up as Santa. Just felt weird. Whatever. Also in this movie, they reused the same B-roll of clouds passing by the moon, but it's on 12 frames a second. It looks really maybe even 8 frames. I mean, it looks really jagged. Almost the render got fucked up, but they keep reusing it. It's gotta make me laugh a little bit. At Sydney's house, the Grinch comes and turns her lights off. Someone breaks in and it turns out it's not the Grinch. It's the old man who was drinking the whiskey in the truck. Remember him from a while ago? You don't? I barely did too. Sydney punches him in the face and he does a creepy line. He's like, you gotta punch harder than that if you're gonna beat up the Grinch.
You're gonna have to learn to hit harder than that.
It's okay, what? They go to Horton's to get a drink. You just kind of see what's happening. By now we're oh god, he's gonna keep putting in all of these Dr. Seuss references. McBean, Hortons, it gets so much worse. The local whiskey fat old man drunk shows a drawing to Sydney, which looks like a pencil drawing that a third grader would do at school, which is fine because it's not, he's a professional artist, but it's just funny because he just carries it around with him. What does that monster look like? Well, let me show you. And he pulls out this drawing. And then she's like, well, what am I seeing? What's his name? And he's like, they call him the Grinch. And as he says it, the waitress or the bartender is like,
Finch! Order from Mike Finch!
It's a really clever way to get around copyright. But then the drunk guy is like,
but to me, he's just the mean one.
Wink! Wink! It's the name of the movie! We get exposition about the lumberjack, how the mean one hates anything Christmas, how he doesn't like the mean one because his wife was mailing... This is kind of funny. This is just such a stupid backstory. He's like, my wife was mailing Christmas packages to our cousin in Florida. It's okay. I feel... Our cousin in Florida. So we had to mail him the gifts because he lives in Florida. And when she was doing that, the Grinch cut off her head. So I hate that mean old Grinch. I hate him. Which, yeah, I don't blame him. I'd hate him too, but... Yeah. But now she's like, we should go and tell the police officer about this. They go back to the police station and basically the sheriff is like, listen, Sydney, you dumb bitch. That's a local drunk. Please, for the love of God, leave me alone. She's like, I'm not going to. And even the deputy who wants to fuck her real bad, he's like, I mean, come on, sheriff. She has another eyewitness here. So Sydney keeps manipulating and gaslighting him, really promising her strange to him. She's like, so I guess you're not going to do anything, I guess. He's like, well, I mean, it's out of my jurisdiction, but I'll see what I can do. So we cut to the next scene of him going up into the hills. house, and he just very easily finds the Grinch's cave, and there's just wallets everywhere on the ground. Like he's picking them up like a little bread trail or something like that. There's a sheet over something. He lifts it up. It's a dead body. The Grinch comes in. He has a really mishap with this little toy, and it's a big spooky scene. He leaves the cave after seeing this dead body, the Grinch doing his Jim Carrey impressions, and he runs into the drunk guy who has a gun, or he's getting ready to go into the cave and I guess kill the Grinch, and he's like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And he doesn't immediately just say, oh my god, I just saw a dead body. They have like a weird back and forth, and then the drunk guy's just like, well, I guess you just saw what the mean one's about. And he just gets in his car, and a bunch of like very clearly like recycled bottles just kind of fall out of his car to once again reassure you that he's a drunk. It's like, we already have that. But they don't go in and do anything. They both have guns. Go shoot him. He's right there. Whatever. Oh yeah, and that's also when we find out that his name, the drunk guy's name, is Zeus. But people just call him Doc. People just call him Doc. Dr. Seuss, do you get it?
Matthias Zeus.
Zeus?
Well, everybody calls me Doc.
Holy shit, it's so stupid. Oh my god. So the deputy and Sydney meet up, and he tells her that I think something is going on. Even though you saw a dead body. Yeah, no shit, you know something's going on. I think something weird's going on. It's like, didn't you just see a decaying body and a bunch of fucking weird wallets in a cave? Yeah, no shit, dude. Go back to your boss. Holy shit. Sydney takes a shower, and the deputy comes in and starts fucking her, but they both get hit by the Grinch again, or get attacked by him. Once again, just propping up another like dream sequence. It's like, it feels like it's doing a callback to like Nightmare on Elm Street or something. It's giving that vibe. And also just to say this as well, it feels like the Grinch is trying to do like an Art the Clown thing from Terrifier, but without any of the actual gore or any of the charisma from the actor and like the ambiance of music. It falls so flat, and it just seems like somebody doing like a Hollywood Walk of Fame Jim Carrey Grinch impression, and it's really fucking stupid. And that's another problem too with this film. It's just like, no, so far all of these kills, you don't see any of it. It just cuts to like off screen, bam, and then like the result of the death afterwards, which is just the worst. It's the worst when you do that in a slasher, dude. But luckily it was just a dream. She wakes up and the narrator starts being like, she can't tell the dreams from reality.
Nightmares made it hard to know what's real and what's fake.
And it just feels like, no shit, dude, I just saw that. Like, are you trying to say us? Are you trying to say that, like, we can't start to discern that from reality? Are we doing, like, a weird dream sequence? Like, is this real? I don't know. It was just confusing. We get a cringe montage of she's gonna train to beat the Grinch, like a fighting sequence, like a Rocky training sequence, which it all goes along with, like, remember those, like, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, like, rock? They put that in the background, kind of, but to not use copyright either. They only use, like, a couple of the chord progressions, and then they're just like, this kind of sounds like holiday music. As she learns kung fu and how to shoot a gun really well in this montage, which there's no perception of time, so you have to assume that it's all in one day, so she did this in about like probably 4 to 6 hours. Pretty sweet training session. Doc grabs a bottle of Geisel whiskey and really is sure to turn the bottle around so you know what it is, which if you don't know, that's Dr. Seuss's actual last name. These Easter eggs are so sick! Oh god. Doc leaves and he gets arrested for drunk driving, but we cut to a diner, and at the diner, it's called Egg Heaven. It's in green font, green eggs and ham. Have you ever heard of that? Inside, the diner owner is mad because he got Jingle Bells in the mail and not the bell peppers that he ordered, which why a food company would get that mixed up, I don't really know, but it happened. And because of that, you know, the Grinch gets mad because there's some Christmas stuff and we get another death. He hacks away at his body, but it's like Spirit Halloween prosthetics and they're already cut, so he's just like slamming down on already cut objects and it just looks very obvious. It was bad. I don't know. I'm just telling you. Which also, they're trying to incorporate some of Jim Carreyisms from the Grinch. They keep trying to do that in there, and it just doesn't work. One, because like he's so quiet. The only thing that you ever hear from the Grinch is he just does.
So you can get one giggle for $10. There you go.
Which I guess the Grinch does that in the original film. I don't know. We cut back to the doc getting thrown in the drunk tank, and he starts spatting at the sheriff. He's like, I'm trying to help you get rid of a monster. The sheriff walks away, and he gets in an argument with the mayor, which that's when you find out that the mayor was once her deputy. She was a deputy to him at one point, and they know some kind of dark secret, and I think that this is when they reveal that they know there's a monster in town, which is very parallel to Willy's Wonderland and that sheriff too. So it feels like just kind of like, oh, well, they did that, so I guess we will too. But at least in this movie, the mayor says an extremely cringy line. She says,
if I burn, I'm pulling you into the pyre.
Sick. Sydney's sitting there contemplating how she's gonna beat the Grinch from the drawing she got from the doc, looking at his chest, and she's like, are his shoes too tight? His heart is probably 2 times too small. By this point in the film, they are really committing extremely hard to making Sydney look like prime Ronda Rousey. Looks just like her. They're like, that's how the viewer knows that she's a fucking bad bitch now, for real. And the deputy comes in with his laptop talking to Ronda Rousey, and he's just like, listen, I cross-checked these walls I found in the cave, and all of them are hikers, which it's all like photoshopped images, and he looks on their Facebooks, and there's just the Grinch photoshopped in the background of each one of them. And it's like, because this town, which is called Newsville instead of Whoville, oh god, has a website that's like, come hike here, and the domain is owned by the mayor. And he's like, the mayor's in on it. She wants people to go up to the mountains to get killed by the Grinch so he doesn't come down here, I guess. Which, I thought that he only prized on people who do Christmas stuff, so she's saying in the website, like, go do Christmas stuff up in the mountains or whatever. It once again feels like a parallel between Willy's Wonderland, where it's like, oh, go clean up the pizzeria. But at least in Willy's Wonderland, it's like, it's to feed them so they don't break out and kill other people. It doesn't have like a Christmas correlation thing of whatever. The deputy, who still wants to have sex with Sydney, extremely bad, finds out that she has some guns upstairs, and it's a full-on assault rifle, and he grabs like this like red ornament, and she's like, oh, don't touch that. So you have to assume that's a bomb, and there's like an extremely childish like red thread connection like conspiracy board on the wall, and he's like, I don't want you getting hurt. I was trying to impress you. Please, I want to eat your pussy so bad. And she's like, maybe. Go kill the Grinch and we'll talk. We cut to the mayor, her car breaks down. Uh-oh, the Grinch is there, and he strangles her with some of her sticker ribbons, which it's like, if you've ever had one of the sticker ribbons, the paper is so thin that I was like, how is it that strong to pull the whole body back? But anyways, he props up her head in the trunk of the car. I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's gonna be like a head smash scene. But instead, this like Toyota Prius trunk door just cuts off her head, and then we get a headless prop with one of her stickers on her mouth. It's so boring. Where are we even at, dude? The sheriff, or the deputy confronts the sheriff that, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. And the sheriff basically is like, you know, oh, these killings happen every time, every Christmas. We get a really stupid fucking flashback of the sheriff like walking up and seeing somebody named Stephanie. He's like, Stephanie. Kind of sounds like Chris Chan when he's beating off saying Julie, whatever, in that one video. Julie! Don't put that on the screen.
Julie!
We found out that the sheriff and mayor have been trying to save the town by feeding people to it. It's once again, it's Willy's Wonderland! It's exactly Willy's Wonderland. It's so stupid. Cut to Sydney, and she does like 12 different poses in front of the window. It's actually pretty funny. She's like looking at the window. She does another pose. She does one more. She does a fucking roll to get her knife. It's like, dude, just walk to the fucking knife, you extra bitch. Good lord. Turns out that one of her traps that she set off went off, and it's Doc. Uh-oh, he's hanging upside down. He's like, I saw your boyfriend up there going to the mountain to kill the Grinch. And then it has like this weird moment where she's like, oh my god, did he say that we were boyfriend and girlfriend? It's one of those things where I'm like, what is this movie? Are you trying to be cutesy and funny, or are you trying to be a horror film? Stay in your lane! My god! The deputy goes up to kill the Grinch. The deputy is singing like Christmas songs but doesn't know him because he's Jewish. And he does, you know, some funny renditions of that until he just sings the dreidel song, which that's when we hear the Grinch. And if we can ever hear the Grinch in this movie, I'm pretty sure they just use stock bear sounds. So it just sounds like It'd be really scary if it was just Jim Carrey sound bites.
Somebody stop me!
But the deputy gets his leg stuck in the bear trap. Ooh! The Grinch has a mistletoe and does a kissy face to him. Very, very funny. And then he gets lit up by the sheriff and then runs off. The sheriff like shoots him like 4 times and he's just like, "Rrr!" And it looks like it doesn't really affect him, but the amount of blood that comes out of his mouth, I'm like, this creature is dying right now. But no, he just runs off. The sheriff basically opens up the bear trap. He's just like, "You'll be fine, kid. I'm gonna go kill this Grinch." He starts singing Christmas carols as well, and they tried doing a Saw shout out. Kind of like the scene in the first Saw movie where the guy takes a picture to illuminate the dark room. He does that with a gun, except it's just like, it looks like I'm doing a lot of references right now because I really want to piece together how I'm absorbing this film. So he's shooting in this cave to light up the room like in Saw, but the Grinch is dodging the bullets, kind of like the Emperor fight scene at the end of Chronicles of the Riddick, if you've ever seen that movie before in your life. The way he's moving. Needless to say, the sheriff dies. Uh-oh. And once again, they meet right outside the cave. Every time we go outside the cave, they're always just right out front, which makes me think that like they could only shoot in a certain vicinity outside. They couldn't show too much of the forest because there was like, I don't know, corporate buildings or something like right there. They're immediately right there and they're just like, "We gotta get the hell out of here." So they drop off the Jewish guy who basically tells Sydney, he's like, "It has to be you, baby. Please, for the love of God, let me lick the tip. Please, Rhonda. Take me to prom, Rhonda." Sydney goes back and she is luring the Grinch in. She turns on all of her Christmas lights and now it's real, dude. She says, "It's time to roast this beast."
Time to roast this beast.
The Grinch carved the roast beast.
We cut to her in her house. She's sleeping. The Grinch sneaks in. She says some fucking cringe line and kicks him in the chest. And then that's when the Grinch like turns around and there's 2 laser pointers and he's getting sniped and the doc is shooting him, but there's no laser sight on his gun. He just is just shooting him. They can't find him, and Sydney has all of her guns are Christmas themed. Like she has like a candy cane shotgun, which if this was like a cheesy, fun, schlocky action movie, maybe that could be fun. But here it's just like, he took time to paint that. It just feels weird. The doc ends up getting attacked. Also, the Grinch gets shot like 6 times again. He's been just getting lit the fuck up. I mean, he's borderline immortal, invincible here, okay? The Grinch attacks Doc, which is kind of funny. He does like, "Please, no! Please don't do this, no!
Julie!
Sydney tries to attack him again, tries shooting him, but the Grinch just meh and runs off. Doc scolds Sydney. He's like, "Rhonda, get your ass back inside and stick to the fucking plan." We go back inside. The Grinch and Sydney have the douchiest action scene of all time. They do like a little punching scuffle, like it's like a weird whatever. She takes that globe that we saw earlier and throws it in his face and it explodes. She then lifts up a rug in our living room and then lights, I'm guessing like Christmas decorations that lead to the Christmas tree, and it explodes. She had her tree rigged to explode. I don't know. I was like, what? Basically, after this, Sydney jumps on top of the Grinch. She's getting ready to stab him until she sees that he still has the necklace that she gave him at the beginning of the movie. And she's like, "You kept this?" And he's like, and then she forgives him because towards the middle of the movie, or whenever the Jewish guy meets up with him, or whenever the deputy is talking to her the first time, he's like, "You gotta learn to forgive." So then she just lets him forgive, but by doing so, his heart gets 2 sizes too big and it explodes. And he says, "Go away! Run!" Go! He does like a scene from the Hurt Locker and rolls himself over and fucking explodes. So she won't die. So then the Grinch dies. And then it cuts to like some weird stock footage commercials where it's like, "Oh, is this creature real? Like the world knows about the Grinch now." And it brings all this tourist traffic to Newsville. Basically, the movie ends where it's like, "Oh, you brought all this infrastructure even though the Grinch is dead. People want to go hiking and hopefully see the Grinch." And then the deputy and Ronda Rousey make out. And then the narrator's like, "Oh, all is well until next year." But it's like, is there more than one Grinch?
And so ends our story with holiday cheer, and they all lived happily ever after, at least till next year.
So I'm guessing they're gonna set up for multiple Grinches, or did the Grinch survive, but he's still mad even though he tried saving Sydney there? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And also, if I was Doc, I'd be fucking mad that Sydney didn't stab him in the fucking face 3 times. And also, just because the Grinch, like, people were mean to him or called him a monster, it doesn't give him the right to go and murder, like, I mean, how many fucking people? Like, over 20 people? Oh, someone called you ugly, dude. Big fucking deal. It's like trying to be like, "Oh, well, you know, people were rude to him first." It's like, no. No, it doesn't justify anything. They should have just fucking put this animal down because it's rabid. It's absolutely fucking rabid. But lo and behold, this movie, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would not recommend it. I would, not even as a funny watch. This is a warning to anybody. Please do not watch this movie. It wasn't even like, oh God, it's so boring. So unbelievably boring. If you're gonna watch a Christmas horror movie, watch Krampus. Krampus fucking rules. Can we say that? I'm gonna say that. I want to put that out there. Krampus fucking rules. So does, Jack Frost is kind of shitty, but at least it's fun. That's a fun Christmas horror film. The beginning scene to Silent Night, Deadly Night is awesome. We should play a little bit of it here. That's the peak of the movie, though. So if you think the whole thing is like that, it's not. I'm just gonna put that out there. But anyways, that's The Mean One, the new Christmas horror movie for this year. So just wanted to sit down and talk about it and let you know to please avoid it if you can. Run away from it. It's not good. Watch Krampus. Krampus is a good one. I'd even recommend Ginger Dead Man over this movie. I don't think that movie's like awesome, but you know, Gary Busey voices the cookie. Do I need to say more, right? But that's all I got for you today. See you in the next one.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? And happy holidays to everybody. Even if you're not, maybe you're one of those people who's like, I don't like the holidays because me and my dad don't get along. AKA every art school girl I've ever talked to, that's their story. Oh, you going home for Christmas break? Yeah, but I don't really know why. Me and my parents still get along. And it's like, well, you're so fucking jolly. That's kind of odd. But today I thought that we would go through basically the evolution of Santa, starting from what we know of him today, this beautiful... Oh, come here. Oh my God, Santa, stop. Oh my God. All the way back to his earliest conception, because when doing some research on this, you kind of find out that it's just as horrifying as anything else that we talk about on this channel. So let's talk about Santa Claus. Where'd he come from? Where's he going? Probably want to talk about where he's going. He's probably pretty much, this guy here is probably, that's probably it. Actually, that's not true. There could be something where Santa himself takes over Christ's image and he becomes a god. When I was a kid, Christmas was a big deal. Christmas was a big deal because it was another act of faith in your life in a weird way as a child. You have the allure that people are going to give you things, but not only just give you things, but everyone's a lot nicer. Everyone's more chipper. People are wearing kind of the same thing, green and red clothing. It's just a time to be jolly. And I feel like that's lost. At least maybe I'm just too old now and I don't experience it like I used to, but I miss those times. And I love the big man. I love the idea of having like a vigilante magic man that it's like everyone just universally agrees it's okay for him to break into your house and eat cookies and drink milk because he just leaves you presents. It's just like, we have a child in this house and you're gonna break in and just, he's just, I see you when you're sleeping and I know when you're awake, so don't shut those eyes. Needless to say, it's a big deal. So I just want to talk about all the different kinds of Santas because there's not just one, there's a lot of them, which starts off in the 2020s, the now. This is where we're at now. We, as a society and as a human race, we are starting to do virtual Santa experiences where you can get on Zoom calls because of COVID. People now go on Zoom calls with Santa, and that's the new sitting on Santa's lap. And for people who are so, not from this planet, you would go to a mall, maybe? You would go somewhere and there'd be a Santa, and you'd sit on his lap and you would ask for a gift. And he'd be like, oh, well, I'll see what yeah, okay, fine, you'll get it. But no longer. Now it's all just adopting older traditions to new day circumstances. Everything's online, everything's digital, and even Santa's big, soft, hot, sexy knee is divided between a computer screen, which also increasingly Santa is used in context for promoting sustainability, social justice, and other contemporary issues. Depictions have appeared featuring African-American Santas as well as Santas in wheelchairs. We have a Santa for everybody now, because back in the day, let me tell you, Santa didn't talk about any of that shit. It was just kind of like, this is the Santa, tough shit, all right? Which looking back on it now, I feel kind of guilty. That's just what he is. Are we sure? Yeah. Yes. No room for discussion. I will say the wheelchair one, come on. He's magical. Like, I get the wheelchair inclusion of, like, disabled people and stuff like that, but who the fuck, like, what? Maybe he fucking asked for some legs, dude. It's horrible. Don't leave that in. But let's reverse the clock back just like a decade. Turn it back. The 2010s. High-tech Santa with advancements in technology around this time on Earth. We got Santa depicted in more high-tech scenarios, reflecting the modern world's technological progress. I mean, Santa with phones. Santa's on his sleigh no longer has stupid-ass fucking reindeer. It's like powered by jets and all kinds of shit. This is an era where everything's moving at the speed of light. Internet's getting faster. iPhone just came out. The BlackBerries, were fucked. The amount of people probably asking Santa for an iPhone was probably astronomical. I never did because my family was poor. But Santa could Let me tell you something. In poverty, you realize Santa is not real very quickly, okay? Are you tired of having the same old browser time and time again? I wanted to talk about the Opera browser. Opera browser is faster, safer, and smarter than the default browsers. Fully focused on privacy, and I want you to experience distraction-free browsing with ad blocking with our friends at Opera. Some of the distinguishable features that I love with Opera are their tab islands, which the tab islands make it super easy to keep things organized. And I'm somebody who does not like having too many tabs open. It stresses me the f*** out. For real, ask my buddy Nick. But if I'm researching something, whether it's for a video or reference images for a background or character design, I can group these different tabs into groups based on context, which makes things condensed and easy to find so that you always know where things are and you never get overwhelmed, like I do, very easily. I have panic attacks. Another thing that is great about Opera is the private browsing. It's got a VPN built into the browser that's free and unlimited and keeps things secure. Nice and tidy. It helps keep things running fast and ads get blocked with one click. Plus, with Opera, all of my messages are in one place on the sidebar. All of the messages from Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, and Telegram are all integrated into quick access, beautiful little side tabs. Easy peasy. Also, Opera's new AI tool, Aria, is great at helping me summarize information, giving me convenient and comprehensive results in seconds. So download Opera today and head into the new year with the best browser for all of your needs. Be sure to check them out in the link in the description below. Back to the video. But I will say, I did ask my mom for a Rhapsody. I couldn't afford an iPod because the iPods used to have were those big brick ones, and I was really fucking jealous because my buddy Anthony, if you're watching this video, Anthony, you know who you are. He had one of those giant brick fucking iPods, but he had every Lord of the Rings movie on it, and he'd be watching that in school, and I'd be like, I want to fucking kill myself.
I did that with my Zune.
Fuck you, Nick. You know what I had? I had the Rhapsody, dude. My mom got me a Rhapsody and didn't play videos, and it came with 3 All-American Reject songs, I'm pretty sure. It's that one song where it's like, when darkness turns to light, it ends tonight. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's go back another 10 years. In the early 2000s, Santa becomes a global icon, recognized in many countries around the world, even those without strong Christmas traditions, all right? So that's when he found out that people are just like, even if you don't like Christmas, too fucking bad, dude. He's here. He's like Ronald McDonald. Like it or not, that motherfucker's here to stay. The rise of digital and social media leads to new interpretations of Santa, including online games, apps, and digital storytellings. It's still the same old Santa that we know and love, but he's getting introduced to all the new kids via online. And this is back in the day when people were like, well, I don't even know what the internet is. MySpace, what is that? You had those kind of conversations, and you had a cool ass Santa on a MySpace page that's just like, let me finger fuck you. Probably that guy impersonating him. I don't think the real Saint Nick would do that, because Saint Nick's got a boo. Mrs. Claus.
Did you ever play Neopets?
I never played Neopets. Nick, don't interrupt me again, okay? In the 1990s, the early stages of the internet era see Santa image being used in digital advertisements and early online content. In the 90s, it was a more hip time. Sure, you know, the internet was just coming out. The technological boom hadn't quite happened yet. Also, Tim Allen was like, I am Santa, and I'm gonna be him multiple times. And if anything, the Santa Claus movie is kind of fucking scary because a man died on his roof, fell off, and then they're just like, you're cursed now. Did you want this? And he's like, well, I guess I did. You know what I mean? How fucked is that? In the movie, is there a way for him to even not be Santa? He's just Santa.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want this.
Yeah, he's like, I don't
put it on. You put the coat on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
God forbid you. Which also at the same time, if a man died there, well, to be fair, his body, Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? It just fucking was gone.
And he was cold.
Okay, I'd put on the jacket. All right, I was trying to find some plot holes, but it seems good. I will say the first Tim Allen Santa Claus movie is pretty good. The other 2 I would skip, or the other 5. I think there's a show now. I don't know. First one's pretty good. We go back to when America was on top in the 80s. In the 1980s, see a rise in Santa's image being used for commercial purposes with a focus on gift giving and shopping. Reaganomics, baby. Capitalism at its finest. Santa's just like, I don't know. Why do I have to do it? Why don't you just buy it? Why do I have to be the one to fucking make stuff? It'd be kind of funny if it was like a really aggressive ad campaign.
Why do I have to do it? You have money in your pocket. Why don't you fucking buy it, dude?
Different cultures start adapting Santa to their own traditions. Through the core imagery of the red suit and white beard remains largely consistent. So now it just becomes a thing where it's just like, you know, the 80s, you got people doing Blow. Top Gun probably just came out. Motley Crue is somehow the most popular band in the world. And then Santa is just showing up in different cultures because it's just so iconic. This thing right here that we see, he's been looking like this forever. You got nice big old beard on him, you know, the red jacket. It's impossible. No one can wear a red jacket again without without being like, what is it, Christmas? Isn't that fucked up? And if you're like, oh, I don't care, you're probably like an incel guy who's doing like anime poses in his room. You look like fucking like a doofus Santa, dude. Pack it up. We go to the 70s, in which Santa starts appearing in various forms of media, including animated series, comic strips, and advertisements, often with slight variations, but keeping the core image consistent. The 70s, yeah, sure. We're into disco, we're doing even more coke, we're dancing, we're not hippies anymore, but still we like to have sex and dance. But our Santa is still pretty conservative. You know, now this is where we start to see Santa doesn't really change too much. He's showing up in other stuff, but Santa's he's staying right where he's at. Which in the 60s, now you have all the classic animated movies. Rudolph, Red-Nosed Reindeer, pretty sure that's where the Abominable Snowman's from. All that crazy, creepy stop motion shit. That was all 60s stuff. You have the now familiar form influencing children's perception of him, who are coming in, and at this point in the 60s, you know, we're like 30 years into what this new design is. So while it's not the newest thing in the world, I feel like a lot of young kids are still, this is their first understanding of what Santa Claus even is. And then we keep turning back the clock to the 50s. Which in the 50s, with the rise of the television, Santa begins appearing in numerous TV shows and commercials, further spreading his standardized image. What happens that, you know, has been still trickling a little bit today, we get mall Santas, because back in the 50s, malls, that's where dads got their cock sucked by other men because they were too afraid to come out as being gay. And that's also where you got a bicycle. I miss malls. One of my malls had a hot air balloon thing in it. You didn't ride it, but it would go up and down. It just looked nice. There's a lot of fountains. It doesn't matter. The mall Santa. The tradition of mall Santa has become increasingly popular in the United States, making Santa a regular feature in shopping centers during the holiday season. The 1956 popular song by George Malacrino, Mrs. Santa Claus, and the 1963 children's book How Mrs. Santa Claus Saved Christmas helped standardize and establish the character and role of Mrs. Claus in the U.S., which is kind of a big bummer, because I imagine in the 40s they're like, dude, Santa, that must have been like a superstition. Kind of like the idea that people say like UPS or Amazon drivers are fucking your wives. Now it's like, oh, Santa's gonna come in and dick down your wife or your husband, dude. Hey, Shelly, I think why is your husband so cheery lately? Probably because he's getting dicked down by Santa. You know what I mean? Probably. Or she stopped yapping at him. Hey, Christmas came early, huh? Don't show that to my wife. In the 1940s, we get a lot of World War II influence. I mean, Santa was used in wartime propaganda to promote war bonds and boost morale. His image was associated with patriotism and American values. And the movie Miracle on 34th Street in 1947 presented Santa as a kind-hearted, genuine character, further cementing his image in popular culture. Not only does Santa bring you gifts, motherfuckers like buy war bonds. We have to kill people. We're going to kill people. Also, rock, flag, and eagle is what he says. And then we turn back a little bit more to the 1930s, which is where this face truly began. The Coca-Cola advertisements, illustrator Hayden Sundblom, what a fucking crazy name. Hadan? Is that Hadan or Hayden? Hadan Sundblom, whatever. Sundblom Santa was rosy-cheeked, portly, and wore a red suit trimmed with white fur. These images were based on Moore's description and Nat's illustrations, but added a warm, friendly, and approachable character, cementing the modern image of Santa Claus. These images solidified Santa's image as a jolly, plump man in a red suit with white fur trim, a broad belt, a cheerful, rosy-cheeked, smiling face. Coca-Cola is the reason. That's why he looks like this. There wasn't some other person. It was a guy at Coca-Cola just being like, red because Coca-Cola, right? I mean, I don't know. Look at him. And then for some reason back then, I wonder how they got that through. Well, I guess in the 30s, it's Depression era, so everyone was just like skinny and fucking poor. So he's probably like, this guy's fat as shit. He's happy as fuck. He's the happiest guy in the world right now. And they're like, fuck it, print it, move it, sure. Historically, Coca-Cola was not the first soft drink company to utilize the modern image of Santa Claus in its advertising. White Rock Beverages had used a Santa figure in a monochrome advertisement for mineral water in 1915. That doesn't fucking count in my book, dude. Because everyone knows the Coca-Cola. It doesn't matter. We're going to keep going. In some images from the early 20th century, Santa was depicted as personally making his toys by hand in a small workshop like a craftsman. Eventually, the idea emerged that he had numerous elves responsible for making the toys, but the toys were still handmade by each individual elf working in traditional manner. They're like, he's a hardworking guy. And then they're like, he has a sweatshop. That's kind of the evolution. And I think around this time too, Lord of the Rings was really popular. Like it's kind of new. And they're probably just like, it's fucking elves. All right. And they're like, oh, cool. Are they sexy? They're like, no, they're like short and gross. And like they make like wooden trains, which that's fucked up too, because all the stuff they're making is all 1930s toys. People would be like, oh, they're making Game Boys. But then Nintendo would be like, yeah, the fuck right, dude. We're making Nintendos, not those stupid ass fucking elves. The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, which was a children's book published in 1902. Much of Santa Claus mythos was not firmly established at the time, leaving Baum to give his quote-unquote Nikolaus. I was kind of almost said something different. You gotta watch out when you read that. Yikes. Which is Nasiel's Little One, a variety of immortal support. What am I reading? What the fuck are these sentences? A variety of immortal support. A home in the laughing valley of Ho, and 10 reindeer could not fly, but leapt in enormous flight-like bounds. Claus's immortality was earned, much like his title, Santa. Decided by a vote of those naturally immortal, this work also establishes Claus Bodo's A Happy Childhood Among Immortals. Which, let me tell you something. This guy was given a book to write, and then he's just like, I'm gonna make it. Step one, he's immortal. He's borderline God. He doesn't really have helpers, but he does have reindeers that don't fly, but they jump very, very far. Which, if you think about it, they probably didn't go too in depth with this, but he'd have to jump far enough to cross the ocean. So, I mean, it's basically flying, but still, that's a way bumpier ride, dude. Like, think about the amount of times that Santa in that form probably got some fucking rocky bumps from that jumps. Doesn't matter. And in 1881, political cartoonist Thomas Nast drew on Moore's poem to create the first likeliness that matches our modern image of Santa Claus. His cartoon, which appeared in Harper's Weekly, depicted Santa as a rotund, cheerful man with a full white beard, holding a sack of laden with toys for lucky children. It is Nast who gave Santa his bright red suit trimmed with white fur, North Pole workshop elves, and his wife, Mrs. Claus. Stores began to advertise Christmas shopping in 1820, and by the 1840s, newspapers were creating separate sections for holiday advertisements, which often featured images of newly popular Santa Claus. This shit's going way back. We thought it was Coke, which Coke, I still am pointing Coke out as being the fucking people that advertise this, but as you can see, the images here, it's not the same, all right? Not the same. Just want to put that out there. A Visit from St. Nicholas, which was an 1822 poem by Clement Clarke Moore, commonly known as The Night Before Christmas, introduced Santa Claus as a jolly, chubby man who drove a sleigh pulled by reindeers. This portrayal was pivotal in shaping the modern image of Santa as a cheerful, plump, and friendly figure. I feel like we've said that 7 different times. People are making him fat. In 1809, Washington Irving, an American author, depicted St. Nicholas in his satirical work, A History of New York, as a pipe-smoking, elfin Dutch burgher. This was a significant shift from his traditional religious portrayal, leaning more towards a folklore-based character. Like I said, Tolkien hasn't been born yet, but I feel like Tolkien might have been looking at Santa a little bit when he was writing some of his fantasy novels, all right? In 1809, the name Santa Claus evolved from Nick Dutch's nickname, Sinterklaas. Sinterklaas, a shortened form of Saint Nicholas, Dutch for St. Nicholas. As his prominence grew, Sinterklaas was described as everything from a rascal with a blue 3-cornered hat, red waistcoat, and yellow stockings to a man wearing a broad-brimmed hat and a huge pair of Flemish trunk hose. What did I even just say? He was basically dressing up as a rugby player. It's kind of in my mind's eye, that's what I had. A rugby player with a funny hat. Maybe that's how we'll describe it. Early representations of the gift giver from church history and folklore, especially St. Nicholas, merged with English character Father Christmas to create the mythical character known to the rest of the English-speaking world as Santa Claus. Are you following along? This is a lot of boring information. His appearance varied, one depiction being John Leach's illustration. Who gives a shit about this? Which now you get in, because now some people still say this. I used to say this when I was a kid, Father Christmas, which Father Christmas dates back as far as the 16th century in England during the reign of Henry VIII, when he was pictured as a large man in a green or scarlet robe lined with fur. He typified the spirit of good cheer at Christmas, bringing peace, joy, good food, and wine, and revelry, which revelry means to fucking party, dude, and to fuck hard. Typify. What did I say? Typified? He typified. Whatever. During the Middle Ages, often on the evening before his name day of 6 December, children were bestowed gifts in his honor. In the Middle Ages, that's when kids started getting gifts, all right? We're still not the farthest back. We're in the fucking Middle Ages now, and kids are just now getting gifts. We got a long way to go. As the legend of St. Nicholas spread through Europe, it mingled with local folklore. In different countries, he took on various attributes of local winter figures, such as the English Father Christmas, their Germanic god Woden, and the Dutch Sinterklaas. These figures were often portrayed as cheerful and benevolent, bringing a more joyful demeanor to the character. You notice how I said a more joyful demeanor to the character? A more joyful demeanor to a god. Where do you think that means we're going? Let's keep going back in time. The earliest depictions of St. Nicholas is in the 4th century, dude. All right, that's like 300 to 400 AD. That's where we're at. Like, Rome is still a thing. Julius Caesar Rome type shit is still going on. Christianity by this point is so new that it's probably like what we almost assume like vegan bakeries are today, where it's like kind of hip still, but people are like, we get it. right? In the earliest depictions of St. Nicholas, the 4th century bishop, who was the primary inspiration for Santa Claus, portrayed him as a stern, thin religious figure, often in bishop's robes, and these images were more solemn and aligned with the role of a Christian saint. So he's not jolly, he's fucking cold, he's thin, and he's just like, God loves me, and you better love him back. Okay? It is believed that Nicholas was born sometime around 280 AD, somewhere around there, in Patara, near Myra, in modern-day Turkey. That's where he came from. Saint Nick, I don't know, he's as white as we remember. I think that got smudged up in the history books a bit, right? Much admired for his piety and kindness, Saint Nicholas became the subject of many legends. It is said that he gave away all of his inherited wealth and traveled the countryside helping the poor and sick. One of the best-known Saint Nicholas stories is the time he saved 3 poor sisters from being sold into slavery or prostitution by their father by providing them with a dowry so that they could be married. Do you want a Coke yet? You want those polar bears to come sliding in yet? Remember Saint Nicholas, who's like basically Buddha? It's like the literal story of Buddha who gave away his wealth to motherfucker sat under a tree, but St. Nicholas was just like, you could pay for the pussy or take this dowry. You could marry her. So there you go. People are like, are you an angel? He's like, kinda. Sure. That is the earliest conception of Saint Nick. So we have the Coca-Cola Saint Nick. This is where we're at, right? This is where we ended up. Everyone did that game of telephone with each other. They're like, he's like a tall religious guy. And by the end of it, they're just like, he's fat and he's so happy about it. He's a fat fuck and he's so happy about it. We're here, but we started here. Honestly, it could have gone worse. Obviously, everyone likes the big plump one. I mean, you want to grab his big little titties, you want to tickle him and stuff. This guy I'm kind of afraid of. This guy here is the guy who's just like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with my bare hands. Also, please don't pay for that pussy. You could marry her. But in between that time too, like I said, Santa came in around the 4th century, and I think people were just like, I mean, he's too fucking happy. By this time, people are like, we need some punishment. We need the fear of God being put into people, which also, that's when on the opposite side of Europe, Krampus came in, which you might have heard of Krampus. You know, he's been in some movies lately, but Krampus came in around the 6th or 7th century, stretching back to pre-Christian Alpine traditions. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to put it up on the screen very quickly, and you can pause it if you want. With their celebrations involving Krampus dating back to, like I said, the 6th to 8th century AD. Before 1000 hit, dude. Think about that. Before there was even a year 1000, they had this monstrosity come out. Krampus is thought to come from either Bavarian Krampen, meaning dead, rotten, or from the German Kramp or Krampen, meaning claw. How fun. It really is a beautiful time of year. Dead, rotten, claw, he's evil. Though there are no written sources before the end of the 16th century about him, okay? These are all just speculations. It's like Nat Geo. Do you guys remember those, being in school and your teacher would wheel in the TV and you'd be like, oh, yo, we're not doing class today. We gotta watch whatever's on the TV. And it's Eyewitness, exactly. And it had, you're like going through that fucking, the museum. Krampus is traditionally associated with the Christmas season and is particularly celebrated on December 5th during the Krampusnacht, or Krampus night, which beforehand, like we said, back then, St. Nicholas's day was December 6th. So the day before, you had to pay offerings to essentially the devil at that time and be like, please don't come and get us, please. In the folklore, Krampus serves as the counterpart to St. Nicholas. While St. Nicholas rewards good children, Krampus punishes those who have misbehaved, which we forgot to touch on this because, you know, a lot of this is common sense, but nowadays, if you're a bad kid, you get cold in your stocking. If you're a bad kid back then, like a 7-foot-tall goat man comes and gets you. Okay. And back then too, there was no iPads or phones to, you know, verify, or if anything, they're just like, you believed everything you heard. That would have been horrifying to hear as a child. Did you eat mine chocolate? No. You know, if you lie, Krampusnacht's going to come and get you, right? Yeah, I know. And you'd just be panic attacks. It's like the only time in history where like an abundance of like 6-year-olds die of heart attacks, probably because they're so afraid. Krampus is often depicted as demonic, goat-like creature with horns, dark hair, fangs, and a long tongue. He typically carries chains and a bundle of birch sticks for punishing naughty children. That is, first off, the long tongue. What are they trying to say with that? He's gonna go into your house where your kid's at and get a kid, and he has chains and sticks and a long fucking tongue. Come on, dude. Put the fucking pieces together there. Hiccup. In many regions, there are traditional parades and events known as Krampuslauf, which is Krampus Run, where people dress up as Krampus to scare spectators, continuing ancient pagan rituals. This is fucked up because it's reminding me of that Borat bit, where it's the running of the Jew, which we won't put that up for reasons of worldly events now. But in recent years, there has been a revival of Krampus traditions and increased global recognition, partly due to popular culture and social media. Yeah, nowadays we like to, we have to have fun with it because they're just like, I'm naughty. I'm like Santa Claus is too PG. I'm a dirty bitch. I want to, have my Krampus and have him whip me with a fucking chain. The look of Krampus, he was originally scary, demonic figure, like I said, with dark fur. He had the long horns, pointed tongue, sharp fangs, and chains, and he was rooted in the pre-Christian Alpine folklore. Don't know what the Christian Alpine folklore is. Once again, it sounds like some kind of like scented thing that you put on your rear view window in your, probably it's just Alpine. I'm thinking of like the smell like, whatever. In post-World War II, some European countries softened Krampus's image to be less frightening for children, making it more mischievous with fewer demonic features, but retaining the horns and fur. They're like, okay, this is a bit much. I like how it took him till World War II. Like, even the First World War, they're just like, leave it. Leave it. Yeah, you know what's more fucking evil? Humanity. And then like around World War II, they're just like, we should probably we gotta just soften it up a little bit. It's not even that far of a jump too. Maybe get rid of the chains. The kid's like, oh, thank God, I can sleep at night. Krampus's appearances varies regionally from goat-like to more human traits, with costumes made from local materials like wood, fur, and bells, and parades of Krampusnacht display diverse Krampus costumes from traditional to modern, illustrating the character's evolving image across Europe. Which I just want to say, the best depiction of Krampus ever was in that 2016 Krampus horror movie. It looks fucking sick. It's like Santa's face skinned. You don't ever see his real. It's awesome. He's hunched over. Just want to say that one's the best. It's the best ever. I mean, that puts us to the end. I mean, Santa came from the 3rd or 4th century, dude. That's fucking insane. Going back through, which Santa would I like to have?
Krampus.
No, I don't want Krampus. Honestly, I want like 1950 Santa, I think. First introduced to the mall. Big jolly guy. He's simple. He's one thing. He's not mixed up in a bunch of crazy shit. We're not seeing him on cell phones.
He's white.
All right. You said that, not me. All right. Okay. He is of a softer complexion, but that isn't really swaying my... I'm just saying that it makes me think of... It's what has been ingrained in our brains, and I feel like everybody wants the 1950s Santa Claus. Everybody likes that. As you go into your holiday season, for those celebrating Christmas or Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, just remember when you see St. Nicholas, all of the trials and tribulations that humanity had to go through to get him to be that image that you're seeing today. But most importantly, these holidays are, a celebration of Santa Claus. It's a time to celebrate yourself and your family. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your holidays. If it's fucking blistering cold, I hope it's a little warmer for you that day. I hope you all have gotten each other some amazing gifts and you're feeling just as charitable as anyone else that you would hope to receive gifts from. So from here at the Papa Meat channel and Meat Cannon or whatever, happy holidays everyone and stay safe. Take care. Is that cool?
Did you like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer as a kid? Did you like the...
I didn't like any of the stop-motion ones, really.
Oh, me neither. You didn't like the Easter egg one?
No, the only one thing I liked, I thought the Abominable Snowman, I think I had a statue of him.
He scared me as a kid.
Everything's scary.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we are delving into the wild, wild world of Craigslist. If you're purchasing something online, chances are you're heading to either Amazon or eBay, one of the big retailers, right? While this is standard, back in the day, there was a website that was surely competing with the big dogs of the internet commerce. Craigslist. And its heyday was massive. I mean, everybody used Craigslist in all kinds of different ways, not even just for sales, but social meetups, all kinds of, it was just like a weird, odd message board. Kind of reminded me of 4chan a bit, how it's laid out, the kind of different boards you could go to, but you could also specify it specifically to your area. It's kind of crazy. It separated itself from other shopping websites by allowing people to rant and post more than their unwanted junk. Sadly, the website has become a husk of its former self, but many weird, insane posts made there are either still up or have been preserved for us to see. And throughout its history, Craigslist has garnered a reputation for having some of the weirdest people on the internet, which is exactly why we're looking in it today. So, hide your credit card and lock your doors as we reveal some of the most depraved and crazy things to ever happen on Craigslist. If you want a good idea of what kind of person Craigslist attracts, there's no better place to start than the weird stuff they purchase. Unlike Amazon, you could literally buy anything on Craigslist so long as someone lists it. In 2008, Chris Wilson purchased a dilapidated 300-foot-long cruise ship called the Aurora for $600,000 with the intention of restoring it. It's just awesome. The ship was built shortly after World War II and needed a lot of work. It's a huge ship. It's crazy. It's a war vessel, basically. When asked if he had any experience building ships, he said no, but insisted he was a fast learner and that he has rebuilt some cars in his past, claiming that he'd be just fine. I love that. In total, the ship had 85 cabins, a theater, and a swimming pool that required over $1 million in renovations. So, for 15 years, Chris traveled the world, salvaging parts needed to restore the ship to its former glory. Progress had been going strong until 2023, when he was forced to sell the ship because a majority of the locals in the area thought the ship was an eyesore.
Them.
I was gonna say, dude, f you. Are you restoring a ship? Go f yourself. After it was sold, the Coast Guard towed the ship, but it began to sink and pollute the surrounding waters because of a massive hole in the ship's hull. The city's government then had to step in and maintain water pumps in the ship's hull until it could be salvaged for scrap. Many people theorized that the abandoned ship was haunted, which makes sense given Craigslist's reputation as a hotspot for items. I mean, as you remember, I'm pretty sure the divot box was sold on Craigslist.
eBay's haunted item, yeah.
The most fucking haunted object of all time was a Craigslist sale. So who knows? I just want to say that falls into the HOA kind of thing too. I don't, dude, if I bought also, you've been around it how long?
Yeah.
Over a decade, and just now all of a sudden it's an eyesore. That's why I'd put cannons on it first. Go ahead, say something. Go ahead. Talk about my ghost ship. I want you to. Also, a guy just being like, yeah, I restore hot rods. I can restore a full warship.
The confidence.
You have to have that. You have to have that confidence. You have to have that level of mystique and confidence about you. Christian Helms was fortunate enough to have his backyard used as a set in 2012 for an episode of Anthony Bourdain's show, No Reservations. RIP. Years later, he would list his Primo ceramic grill on Craigslist, claiming that the spirit of Anthony Bourdain possessed it. That is so fucked up. Yeah, you can buy my Anthony Bourdain haunted ceramic grill. That's got to be illegal, right?
No.
Is that illegal? Couldn't the family sue you?
Are you gonna prove his ghost is not in there? Good luck.
Well, he never liked you anyways. That's why he's not talking to you right now. He talks to me all the time.
That's the thing. Oh my god, that's a huge loophole. Because you could say, like, this thing's haunted by, like, Anthony Bourdain, and then say it's saying the most fucked up shit. And they can't do anything.
They can't.
Because you're like, a ghost said it.
It has, there's got to be some kind of law. There's no, I can't believe it. He claimed the grill loves dirty water hot dogs and tubed meats, isn't a fan of craft beer or Guy Fieri, and refuses to cook meatless meats and blast music by Midwestern punk rock band The Dead Boys. The listing for $450 sold quickly and gained a lot of attention because of how insane the listing sounded. When asked if it was really possessed, he said he made all the stuff up to sell the grill quicker.
Now you could be sued for libel.
Now it's sued for libel. Also, you're not gonna. It's $450. Yeah. Imagine that story just to be like for $450. Seems a bit silly. Sometimes the most unexpected things become hot commodities, like a butt-shaped pumpkin. The owner of the Post had to stop allowing offers because their phone had been flooded with numbers of people desperately trying to get their hands on the butt-shaped pumpkin.
You think?
Oh, people have bought it to fuck it for sure. I'm just gonna get that out of the way. A little corkscrew and a little. Definitely. Or how a vegan man needed to quickly sell 20 pounds of bacon that his ex-wife stocked his fridge with as a sick joke. On the opposite side of the spectrum, some items are left to rot in the owner's possession. One person was trying to sell their grandpa's 18-foot sailboat. The only issue was that it was stuck in their backyard pool. After their grandpa couldn't sail anymore, he hired a crane to take his boat from the marina and drop it in his pool in his backyard. Now the seller was stuck with a massive sailboat and no way to use it, and they said the boat was free to anyone who could get it the hell out of there. The only condition was that you couldn't damage any of the landscaping or block walls during the removal process, which I'm like, dude, beggars can't be choosers right now. Your grass is gonna get tore up a little bit, all right? The boat was also missing a trailer as well as parts of the poles that hold the sails and the sails themselves. The impossible feat of removing a partially scrapped boat resulted in the Post going untouched. No. Yeah, you wanna come work a 40-hour work week for a month trying to get this boat in my backyard? And also, you keep it? You keep this junk? I don't pay you to do any of it?
It looks like a nice boat.
It looks looks like a nice boat, but not enough to warrant how much of a headache it'd be. Because also, to me, it sounds like a trap where the guy's like, you break it, you buy it. And I feel like he's wanting to get some landscaping, also done for free. Also, you f***ed my landscapes, you owe me X.
A little trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah, a little sailboat trap.
It's a trap.
Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamer Subs, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. If we get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume. And oh baby, is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this channel. And be sure to use this promo code. And be sure to tell them I sent you. And support Gamer Subs because they fucking rule and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you. Back to the video.
Another insane item that was never sold was an entire town. Seneca, California was a former gold mining town that has since been abandoned and turned into a ghost town. The original owners who purchased it in 1970s had sat on it for decades, barely maintaining it. And in 2013, 2013 stuff lately. In 2013, they attempted to sell the property for $225,000, but nobody was interested. The town itself had a bar, tons of old cabins, and abandoned mining equipment. It also lacked any modern amenities such as running water, electricity, and is located in the remote desert, so that's fun. The only selling point was that the local bar had an active liquor license.
Not bad.
Already a moneymaker. It took 6 years to sell, and now the current owners let the liquor license expire with no plans to renovate. Okay. You take that town, what you do, Nick, is you'd have to get a septic system, spend a little money on it, right? But then you make it one of those old-timey Western towns.
Oh, like a tourist attraction.
Exactly, and there's an old-timey bar, liquor license already there. You can get people drunk and have them go mine for gold, or you do that fun thing that I liked when I was a kid, where you put the fake dinosaur bones in the ground, and then kids go like,
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh, it's the best. It was awesome. There's this this restaurant that was here way back in the day called like T-Rex or something, but it was like a dinosaur themed restaurant. It was fucking awesome. Animatronic dinosaurs everywhere. And they had like a Build-A-Bear, but instead of a Build-A-Bear, it was like an archaeology dig site. I loved it. It was awesome. It's gone now. It's gone. Never to return. Children have no imagination now. They have no will to go anywhere. They just have to be on their iPads. One of the best parts about Craigslist was its misconnections tab. My favorite. Misconnections is the best. Where people posted personal requests to find others they may have met. It was moved in 2018, but many of the best posts still survive. In a post titled, "You Farted During Boyhood," a man is trying to find the man who farted during a movie and made his experience magical. He claimed that while watching the movie Boyhood, someone's fart broke the silence and changed the perspective of the film for him. He described it as a loud, deep, and masculine, and with the impact of a baseball bat hitting a leather couch, or George Foreman working the heavy bag. Is that the fart? After the laughter died down in the theater, another fart could be heard as the credits rolled, which he described as two giant hands clapping together. Fart is that? To him, the watching experience had been almost life-altering, and so he wanted to make a post hoping to find the man responsible for the gas and to thank him. I also just want to say, misconnections is the best. Usually it's men seeking women.
Yeah.
Just want to say that. But it's usually something of like, you looked beautiful in your red dress. I ordered a hot cocoa. And you looked at me, and I thought you looked at me, or something like that. Yeah. To where they're so cryptid sometimes that it's like, how would anyone ever actually know that was them?
It's very delusional too. Of like, I held the door open, you gave me that look, and we both knew.
Yeah, it's definitely someone who's like a person, usually a man, is hyper fixating on like a woman smiling at him. Thank you. She loves me, that kind of thing. Yeah, but they're very fun to sift through. It's a little gold mine.
I want to know if any of them met up.
There has to be some success stories, right? I mean, it's got to be very slim. I don't know. We'd have to see. Shockingly, many people post to seek out others that they met while inside or near a dumpster. That's just gonna throw that out there. One woman claimed that she was running from aliens when she hopped inside a dumpster and found a man inside. The two shared a drink from his flask and discussed their love of grilled cheese, and sadly the romance had to end as the woman had to get out of the dumpster to go shit at a nearby gas station, and when she came back, the man was gone.
This sounds like a hallucination.
What a bummer. No, it's real. Now she's looking to meet up again behind the local McDonald's, and God willing, I hope it happens. But see, that's the beautiful thing of the misconnection post. You get a lot of schizophrenic or just like drug hold brain people that are like, remember the aliens and we shared the flask and I had to take a shit. So you remember that? And what if there was one guy who came out though and he's just like, I remember. I've been missing you this whole time. Oh,
that'd be a love story.
That'd be an awesome love story. A man took to the missing connections page hoping to find the man he came into contact with while naked dumpster diving. While out walking, he noticed a dumpster filled with DVDs and decided to hop in and dig around. Not wanting to dirty his clothes, he stripped down to only his sneakers and went to town. While digging, he heard a noise outside the dumpster and saw the man he was looking for carrying trash bags. The interaction was brief as the man quickly turned around and walked back into the store before any words could be exchanged. And apparently, the man he is looking for works for a local adult video store and hopes he can love a 30-something man with a few good teeth. So also just want to say that also just shines a light that the DVDs were all
yes. Yeah. Oh,
which is, he's just like, look at that. A little Scrooge McDuck action. Come on, man. Also, you know, I love how it's like he was unfazed. Of course the guy's unfazed. You know how many fucking weird dumpster diving people? He's probably like, hey, whatever you do, just don't open the loop thing. They've gone bad. The guy probably took it. He's just like, I'll bet you anything he'd make love to me tenderly. He'd lay me down soft.
If he works at the video store, just go in the video store. Why are you
know where he works? Yeah. Go in there. But see, that's the thing is he's a pussy about it. See, the misconnection tab a lot of the time is people that are not brave enough. Some people will be like, you work here. Go talk to him.
Yeah, you work at
But it's them being like, I don't know. They gotta make the first move. Whatever, dude. Hey, could you just be on the specific website at a certain time and see this? Also, the goal, the narcissism to be like, someone's like, that was incredible. I have to check the missing connections tab. You know what I mean? Probably the most common posts in the missing connections forum are people trying to find their true love. Almost all of them.
Yes.
It's love.
Yeah.
Right? If it's about friendship, I'm always just like, you gotta stay away from that guy. But the love, see, love is blinding.
Well, the friendship is just a, like, starred love. You know
yeah, I think it's a false sense of like, I'm just looking for a friend. You're not looking for you're looking for a friend who's all of a sudden it's like, oh, you want to go back to my place? No. No, I don't. Also, sometimes I think it's a lot of gay guys, closeted gay men being like, just looking for a bud. To once again be like,
I'd fall for that trap, maybe.
Sure, I can come up. Okay, come on up. Yeah, if there was ever like a Jeffrey Dahmer type, you'd be, man.
Oh, yeah.
A couple beers and watch the game? Okay, I don't see why not. That sounds like good. Yeah.
This drink tastes funny.
Oh man, it tastes funny, but it's good. Just slam back. Like chalky. In a post titled, Man of My Dreams, a woman posted a picture of a man drinking beer in a kayak during a flood. Seems a bit, okay? She found him super attractive because he didn't show any fear and wasn't waiting for the National Guard to save him. Now that's a man. Instead, she said he was like a gondolier in the canals of Venice, a beacon of hope and comfort. She ended the post by saying he was a true New Orleans, and she hopes to find her Prince Charming. Like how it took Hurricane Katrina for this woman to be like, now that's a man. You're like one of them funny Italians who sing on the boats. Sing me something, sweet chariot. For those who have felt frustrated about their lives, Craigslist has you covered with the rants and raves category. A woman posted a rant about how her bus boyfriend and how she yearned for his smell. You never really take into consideration the smell factor of people's lustfulness, do you?
Well, they have pheromones.
And people, ooh, you know what I mean? A bus boyfriend. I've never heard of like, is that, so to me, is this somebody who's like regularly on the bus?
Yes.
Who does not know they're in a relationship though?
It's like your work husband.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
That's what.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, some of the work husband bullshit, if you gotta watch out, because that shit gets real very quick, doesn't it? Girls and guys joking around like that.
Work husband becomes new boyfriend.
Work husband becomes, we're doing a little taco tickle in the break room. You gotta watch out, man. The two originally met one morning after he sat next to her. She talked about how she loved his soul patch, but more importantly, the way he smelled. I'm gonna go ahead and say that again. His soul patch and the way he smelled. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's Irish Spring. But it's, yeah, thank you. It's awesome. She was relieved he didn't smell like he smoked crack or cigarettes, which also happened to turn her on. She didn't want to get too horny, Nick, because I love the smell of crack and a little bit of cigarettes in there. But I don't want to get too horny. I get wet. I get all goopy. Leave a little snail trail on the bus. She described it as sweet, soft, and clean, and admitted to silently sniffing him throughout the entire ride.
Creepy. You just met this guy.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Hey, nice to meet you. I love your soul patch. Thanks. You smell great. Thank you. Also, he definitely knew that she was smelling him. She's just like, oh.
I kept looking and she'd look away real quick.
Oh, her eyes are open the entire time smelling him. Oh. Oh, and he's just like, didn't acknowledge her. Oh. She's on his shoulder. Oh.
Wow. In the following days, the couple sat next to each other as the woman describes the sexual tension building between them as they talked about books and their lives. That's sexual tension. How do they not get it on right there, Nick? It's palpable. It's in the air. It became such a big obsession that she told her boyfriend about her bus boyfriend and their conversations. That is brutal. The guy's like, what?
Yeah.
You want to fuck a guy on the bus because he doesn't? He says he smells like crack? No, he doesn't smell like that. That is a turn on though.
Does that mean that her boyfriend smells like crack?
That's what I'm wondering. He's like, babe, I smoke crack all the time. Why do we barely have sex? She's like, yeah, complicated. It's complicated. She did this to make him aware and jealous of the other man wanting to be around her. She said he felt threatened by the conversation, so he made sure to have passionate sex with her to mark his territory and, quote, realized that he was damn fortunate to have access to this poon. It's one of those things when immediately you have a picture of someone in your head and they immediately turn into like the white trash version of that. That's exactly what happened. You're like, oh, which honestly I should have seen it, the crack and everything, but you know what I mean. Come on. One morning, her bus boyfriend didn't sit next to her and instead chose a seat at the back of the bus. She almost got up to join him, but a 300-pound man sat next to her, smothering her with his body odor. Since that day, she hasn't seen him and yearns for his scent. That guy had to have said that, I'll pay you $70 to ride the bus with me and just sit there and block her in. She's like, excuse me. No, I just want to get... Back in the day, Craigslist was a good way to find new friends, but it was also a great place to make sworn enemies. Veganism has been a controversial topic over the last few decades, but it has upset one man so badly that he wanted to make a vegan fight club. He hopes to find a vegan that he can fight with no rules and he can just beat the shit out of them. They can both just beat the hell out of each other. Does this sound like a man who's wrestling with guilt? Like a guy being that upset over veganism, do you think it's because he's like, I feel bad that I'm like killing animals and eating them? But you can't get that over on me because it tastes good. It's good.
I feel like if he was like looking to beat like gay men, I feel like he'd be a closeted homosexual.
I think that still transcribes to veganism because if anything, then he wants the vegan guy to fight back so then he can be punished. And essentially, it's painful. Well, I fought for this.
Exactly.
I fought to eat meat. That kind of thing. To make himself seem more intimidating, he claims to have been a yellow belt in judo 10 years prior and aims to fight someone to work through his feelings. I just need to beat someone up. He's healthy. This is a healthy mind. If I can't physically altercate with somebody, I can't get these demons out. Despite it being a no rules fight, he immediately lays out his conditions. There's no rules, but I got a few rules. The vegan must wear a t-shirt that reads vegan, then nobody gets hurt.
Be wordplay.
I'm telling you, it feels like a sexual thing. I feel it's odd. So he can get super amped and angry during the fight. I want you to get me angry. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah.
Likewise, he will wear a shirt with something equally provoking, like "Eat your steak like a man" or McDonald's.
Yeah, this is a deeply insecure man.
This is a deeply, deeply insecure man who has a lot to work out. The next rule requires the person to be a fully committed vegan for 3 years or more, and to work in a fully vegan environment to demonstrate their commitment. The final rule is that they have to be politically active and have scars from protests they're attended. This would show that they actually take their beliefs seriously instead of simply doing it to impress people or to get laid. This is skewing to either this is very real or this is extremely fake. It's one or the other. I can't tell.
I think this guy, his girlfriend cheated on him with a vegan.
100%.
And this is him trying to like get back at vegans.
100%. If something has happened to this man in the past where he has felt wronged through some kind of insecure something has happened and he wants to kill the demon that's hovering over him. He hopes that if there is someone out there fully committed to the fight, they can gain respect for each other's views while kicking the shit out of each other. I don't believe that's what I like how he tries to end it with him being like, and then we can become friends at the end. Whenever you visit a website, you expect to have fun and safe experience. Unfortunately, some people have taken advantage of others, which has led to Craigslist crimes. It's not uncommon for criminals to sell stolen items on Craigslist, but in one instance, it exposed a much darker crime. In October of 2016, Sheriff Deputy Frankie Bybee responded to a service call at the home of a 79-year-old woman, whom he soon befriended. Over the next few months, Frankie got close to the woman and eventually gained access to her banking statements. As soon as he got access, he began siphoning over $65,000 to his own account. Good guy. The woman was quick to notice numerous fraudulent checks leaving her account and asked Frankie what was going on. In a panic, he forced her to ingest pills to make it seem like she took her own life so he could go off scot-free. Luckily, the woman survived and had a lengthy recovery in the hospital. God. Police were able to identify Frankie as the main suspect through fingerprints found on the fraudulent checks. Investigators cemented the case against him when they found Craigslist post where he had sold her
dog.
He's in the picture too.
What a dumbass. Also, too, like, it's how greedy can you be? Yeah, I'll even sell the fucking dog. I mean, can you leave her the dog? Does she have one companion in her life? My God. He was arrested in 2017 and charged with an attempted murder, theft, and fraud, and it took 4 years before being sentenced to 15 years in prison. Only 15 years?
For attempted murder?
Attempted murder, tens of thousands of dollars stolen, and selling the goddamn dog. 15. Frankie, you did a bad... Can we admit that Frankie did a bad thing? Everyone's like, yeah, all right. Go have 15 years of vacation. You'll get your job back when you're done. Craigslist is notorious for a lot of things, but one of its darker stories involves a straight-up serial killer. In 2009, Philip Markoff started paying for sex workers on Craigslist and meeting them in hotel rooms. After a few initial meetups, things would escalate. He met up with 25-year-old Julissa Brisman. Once inside the hotel room, he bound her and shot her before fleeing the scene. He'd replicate this act 2 more times, except instead of killing the women, he would rob them and make his escape. Police were quick to pick up on the perpetrator, who repeatedly contacted Craigslist and threatened them with a gun. Craigslist! They eventually linked Philip to Craigslist killer and arrested him while he was driving with his fiancée. Brutal. Man, I feel so bad for like wives or any like of that shit when they're like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I've been fucking prostitutes and I shoot them in the face with a pillow. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry. Also, too, do you think that ever translates to people in their own life getting killed? Or do you think there's always that separation? Like him starting with like Craigslist prostitutes, do you think that translates to like his neighbor pisses him off so then he kills his neighbor? Like, do you think he feels, because I have to imagine that once you get into that realm, you become like power hungry or like, no one can catch me.
I think it depends. If it's prostitutes, it's probably just like an easy kill.
Well, yeah, because it's just people, no one's going to be looking for them kind of thing. They're already in desperate means. I'm just saying that like, I wonder if that's just, if it evolves in that way. Where after a while it's like that doesn't become fun anymore and it has to be more dangerous or something. Because there has to be like a thrill aspect of like, oh, am I gonna get caught, right?
And then eventually, yeah, I could see that you're getting bored and you're like, oh.
Then if you're the fiance there, you're like, I wonder how long it would have been until I would have been fucking next. Who knows, you know? And then it would have been a thing of like, oh, I get new fiancés and I kill him. Like a fucking, he's a psychopath. Philip was a medical student with no previous medical record, so had it not been for the Craigslist messages, he might have gotten away with the whole damn thing. Thank God for the Craigslist messages, like I say. The next time you go buy something online, try and find it on Craigslist. You might be surprised by what you see. There's still a lot of cool shit on Craigslist. I will say it's overrun with ads now, and like basically people have made scripts to where bots can post stuff for like even like dealerships and stuff. It's not as good as it like it used to be, but every once in a while someone does upload some sick stuff. So yeah, it's still worth going to. The website is severely underrated and has helped countless people find new trinkets, new lovers, and ways to vent about their lives. Craigslist might be a dying website, but the legacy it will leave behind lives on forever and ever and ever. But at the same time, if you're going to, here's another hack. If you're on Craigslist and let's say you're buying like a Nintendo 64, there's a lot of like retro game people that go on Craigslist and look for stuff. Meet somewhere public, have someone come with you, and never go to anyone's house. Or be like, I'll meet you at a McDonald's parking lot. Just be smart about it, all right? If someone's like, got the whole collection in my basement. You can be like, nah, could you bring it to this place? And if they say no, it's not worth it. Yeah. The Nintendo 64 is not worth it.
They actually say go to the police station for like meet outside a police station.
Nah, I mean, that's obnoxious. I mean, go to like just a public, like a McDonald's. There's always going to be someone in a drive-thru. Go to McDonald's. Also, don't go there. Don't go to a public place. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Go to like McDonald's at noon. There's going to be people around.
Their shift ends at midnight. So
yeah, that's the best time they can do it. You're like, well, figure out another day. I get it, but it's also just kind of weird to be like, let's meet at the police station. No. What? Well, I'll meet you at Walmart. We can meet in front of Walmart by the security camera. You know what I mean? Just shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. Meet in front of the police station. What a weird thing. Officer, could you watch over this transaction? Thank you. For the love of God, be safe. Take care of each other. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend. Because there is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all kinds of videos online of verticals of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit, but I want to know, what's some real crazy shit someone's found? I want some disgusting, depraved stuff. And that's what we're going to dive into today, all right? Storage units are a great solution for those with too
too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the wild west of urban cities with chaos hiding behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
How was
it?
It?
Horrible.
Oh.
It's horrible. It's hot. There's no power really.
Did you crank the door open a little bit? No.
I was too afraid. Just lock it. I had like a little heater in there and doesn't matter. Don't even know that about my life. If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchased, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode. And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still, eat it up all day. Love that shit. That's what I do. I watch Storage Wars is on. That's what I do. Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man who bought a unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked. When they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be a beehive in my pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit. Realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth, they contacted the buyer with a lawyer offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No. After intense back and forth, both parties settled on a reward of $1.2 million and the owner received their money back in full. You still got $1 million out of it. But I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving you shit. That's also why you lie. You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other $4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the owner of the original storage unit or the...
This is the owner of that's like his unit. That's his money. So he's like, wait, what? Because he's probably like, I forgot about it. It's in there. No one will ever find it. Well, how do you not pay it? I don't know. But it's suspicious in my opinion. This is I feel like a lot of dubious activities, dude. How do we know it's real? That's the thing now. You can't trust anything. If anything, now I'm like, it's just a headline to get some good press. Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup. Oh man. Can you imagine that? We gotta keep those. Relieved that it wasn't anything serious, they contacted the owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner said nothing. The manager didn't remove the syrup, but did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that like, they went to the Aunt Jemima factory.
Yeah.
Does syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: can syrup go bad? Editor, also, sorry, do some math. Aunt Jemima is how big? So if there's that many 55-gallon barrels, how much maple syrup is that? And is it worth the headache?
I feel like that's like $400,000 worth of maple syrup.
There's no way it's that much money. I'm gonna guess it's maybe a little over $1,000 worth of maple syrup. Like not enough to me. I'd like to have to carry the barrels in there. There's no way it's worth it.
Oh, did we say 55? I was thinking like 55 gallons.
Even then, you think that's $400,000 worth of condiments? It's a condiment at the end of the day. I love how high you price maple syrup, dude. A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered, aka they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like, I want to take them. My business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day. How sick would that be? Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making my dreams come true. Oh, that's ooh.
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. I'd be like, you need to rent me a tank so I can shoot this. I feel like you can rent tanks for not that much either. There's no guns. Like they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location, you can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a.
Oh, okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection.
I like to think it was a Nazi.
Why would you like to think that? Why does that like give you a smile of thinking that?
I don't know, just I don't know. I said like.
A little Freudian slip, probably. At a different facility in Pennsylvania, police removed nearly 60 homemade explosive devices. A lot of bombs in these storage. Kind of makes me want to steer clear of them. Now every time I go by a storage container, I'm gonna be like, motherfuckers getting ready to blow.
Probably statistically, there is probably one storage unit with explosives in every single.
I would say, yeah. If there's a storage container area, there's got to be one locker that has explosives in it. That's what they have in the contract too. There are probably explosives somewhere in here. I don't know. Sign here. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Motherfucker's a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because that motherfucker was going in with that Office Depot fit. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkeland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this does not sound good.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure, he continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people. Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100? I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird in here. Which maybe all storage units have like a funk. But formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit still. I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent. Even worse, the organs were stored in basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell then. I thought they were in jars.
Oh my God, not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkeland and all of the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license.
Just threw that on top.
They're like, we gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these is just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Threw it in there.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
You got to take a little trophy every time you cut someone open.
Well, exactly. You're not going to need this in hell.
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies. Because also, that's another thing too. People that do autopsies and shit, this is me just completely speculating and no real fact to it. I imagine all those people fuck the bodies. I think men that have dead women in there, I think they definitely have sexual
Actually,
bodies.
I think I've read that women are actually more likely to do something to the body.
If a guy dies with a boner, the boner stays. Because the blood stays there, right? Because it's not circulating anymore. What would a woman do?
Now that I said that, I don't know.
Fingers all calcified, whatever, and she's just like, Hey guys, this video is sponsored by Starforge Systems. Head to Starforge Systems and check out their holiday sale to get up to $900 off on PCs and gaming accessories. Whether you're in the market for top-notch PCs or customizable accessories, check out the link below to see all their great options, and thank you for sponsoring this video. Back to the video. But Dr. Brooklyn wasn't the only one misusing a storage unit. While his story may have been the most grotesque, others have turned the spaces into makeshift homes. The price of rent has become nearly unaffordable across the United States, causing people to look for cheaper places to live besides being outright homeless. Many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump too. My God, $800 to $1,300. Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and Lyft, and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike shoes and selling them online, which we've discussed too. The dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However, she was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese like protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing. That's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago, and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI, and that's an Uber gets me for that. Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
She keeps putting stuff in my storage locker, and I think she's drunk. What if it was that? On TikTok, a couple went mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would post where he was squatting on private property. Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location, holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers. Despite there being numerous instances of people living inside of these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure that people don't attempt to create makeshift homes. Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. It really seems like storage facilities are growing more heartless by the day, and the staff shows no sympathy, which comes across some as dehumanizing. If someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside, I'm storing myself. What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you just give me somebody using the bathroom way more. Utilities are going to go up.
I'm going to start my own storage facility, and then I'm going to have an option to live in the storage unit for a little extra.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because I've done the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay, you can't sue me. You need to realize this is a storage unit, so they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're going to encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm gonna treat my baby right, I'm taking her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Cause yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude, you need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 60 to 90 minutes several times a week. God damn, good for you. God damn, 60 to 90 minutes. This boy knows how to put in some hours. I mean, like realistic, I was gonna be like 20 minutes. When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap. After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city council. I wouldn't have fucking resigned. Oh, so what? I have a storage unit where I sometimes I go there by myself and I beat off. Crime rate's low? Is it not? All right, well, good luck when this city goes to shit. Oh, man. It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle. When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces. Filled to the brim. You think that's an exaggeration, or do you think it was just right to the...
Oh, I think, yeah. It's like, you know those videos where they're like the men doing the water challenge with a cup?
You're on a very gross tear today, dude. He was conveniently found in an aisle that didn't have a working camera, and it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching this video is clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he like shows up there, like the sheriff's like looking at it? What is it? He's just like, I know who that's from. It curves to the left the same way. Poop is the least of the staff's concern because tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old like pork chop in there. Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit. The renter had set up a hibachi grill. What? He was practicing? The renter had set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing that thing. He's like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. Blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found a long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the
bottle?
bottle?
He brought an extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out. And he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two. Takes his onions. Covers himself in a blanket. The police were called, and the sound of sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide in one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, now he's the key master too. You helped me move a box, so here's every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier naked and unconscious in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine like sitting there and grab your stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away probably.
If I saw a naked passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because like, hey, there's a dead naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'm never helping move your Hot Wheels again, man. Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. In another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind as she crawled out. I completely understand though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap trying to get to your Furbies in the back. Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman. Why are you looking at me? Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm guessing she like tripped and the door broke and then
His staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. Ah! The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Staff described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote. That's a legitimate quote. Rolling on her back like a turtle. I thought they're just watching her. And they're just looking at her like, let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants. You fell down, you got pinned, I'm gonna piss myself. All right? That's not even an act of rebellion, that's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why? How embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking embarrassed every time I come in here. There's a girl rolling her back like a turtle and pissed herself, and we got it on camera. Renters can be a pain in the ass because of their behavior and odd possessions, but sometimes evictions are not enough punishment for these depraved people. There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor. Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit. Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last signed in, he avoided facility for 3 weeks. Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That seems short. In court, it was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die.
Yeah.
Another man in North Carolina was locked in his unit for days without food or water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find what?
How big was that store? 10 by 10? I like how I imagine the first day he was just like, I wonder if on the last day he's just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not gonna die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend Robin Deaton was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside. Word. Come on, Gary. The pussy can't be that good, dude. This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical fucking sniz, dude. Holy shit. That snoo is better than Kobayashi. If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had $80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from extra space storage. She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police responded to the break-ins and added her case to the long list of 55 previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred, as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did ya? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. The people that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
I mean, look at the guy who gave his fucking friend the keys to the castle to go fucking open.
Beating his dick off all day and fucking... Oh, boys, La Vida Loca, dude. At a different extra space storage in California, 4 people lost thousands of dollars worth of stuff after thieves cut through thin sheet metal walls with a saw. One of the victims claimed the thieves stole most of the audio equipment, including TVs, car stereos, and mixing boards. Police wonder how the criminals were able to pull off the heist because although units are indoors, have a code at the front door, and they are equipped with cameras everywhere. California appears to be a hotspot for criminal storage activity. Just a couple hundred miles south of the last break-in, Steve Bohannon and his nephew purchased an abandoned locker for $80 at auction and were excited to flip whatever was inside. They were greeted with a bunch of boxes that read, "Danger, poisonous." What is that, Uncle?
That movie or that one? Pretty sure there's a one called Session 8 or Session 9. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But without further ado, let's get into it. We first tiptoe our way into the Letchworth Village, a 2,000-acre facility designed in 1911 to house 2,000 patients, which is an acre for every patient. Not a bad gig when you say it like that. It's kind of like a timeshare. You know what I mean? You get a little slice of heaven. One of their boasts was to separate epileptic from feeble-minded. You either have epilepsy, you know, if you shine a flashlight too much, you might have a seizure. To feeble-minded, that's a big net to catch. You know what I mean? Most of the time, patients with epilepsy were treated as the same as those with diminished capabilities. If you just had epilepsy, you were being put in the same area as people who were maybe just completely mentally insane. No delineation really. They're just like, fucking throw them in. Welcome to Letchworth Village. Some guy's just like, hi, I have epilepsy. I take medication. There's a guy like eating his own shit next to him. He's like, I don't know why we're in the same room together. They even had programs for able-bodied to work and provide for the community. Pretty nice. You get a nice little job on the side as well. Almost immediately upon opening in Letchworth, it was overcrowded and filled mostly with children. The facility openly admitted to experimenting on patients, the most famous of which was the polio vaccine. The first experimental dose was given to an 8-year-old boy in 1950. This success was a contributing factor as to why Letchworth was allowed to stay open until 1996, despite the controversy and despicable conditions. So basically, they're like, listen, we have all these little kids running around. Some of them shake when you shine big bright lights at them fast. Some of them try to eat their own face, but at least we're testing out vaccines, right, guys? And it worked. And I like how people are just like, okay, well, that's all the proof. That's all the proof you need right there. Patients were separated into 3 groups at Letchworth, when all 3 terms were used in a clinical setting for psychological classifications and were defined with a well-defined set of limitations and abilities. These are the 3 group of sectors that go as followed. Idiots, okay, which was the mental capacity will never exceed that of a 2-year-old. That's apparently the definition of an idiot. Imbecile, between idiot and maximum mental capacity of a 7-year-old, and a moron, somewhere above imbecile, but will not exceed the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. And these were used by doctors, too. Well, Bryce over here, he's an imbecile. Well, Greg, you're not going home because you're a moron. You have like a clipboard. Let me look through the manila folder here. You're a whack job. That's the medical terms at Harvard. You will not be seeing your family ever again. Have fun. Also, someone's going to be giving a series of vaccines to you even though you're not sick. So that's going to be good for you. Many of the patients were unclothed because after a while in a lot of these places, people used to have gowns and stuff. It got so overpopulated that they were just like, we're not even going to fucking invest in any more gowns, which I don't think it would cost that much, but a lot of these people were totally unclothed. They were just naked walking around, shitting themselves, I mean, unbelievable. The morgue, like many facilities at the time, it was crowded, which was facilitated by the rapid spread of disease like polio, tuberculosis, and many other conditions. With a facility the size of Letchworth, it's necessitated having their own morgue, which in turn made a need for ways to transport the bodies. A death chute. How do you commission that? How do you have a contractor come in? So we're needing a tube for these nutcases. Oh, you guys I thought you was only idiots here. No. We got tons of wackos and nut jobs. We're gonna need a death chute right here. And it's gonna go right into our own furnace room, which has now been deemed the morgue. About a mile from Letchworth is a cemetery with about 900 graves, mostly child-sized. Not a single name was left to inscribe them, only numbers. All of the 900 victims, like none of them had any names. It was just their file numbers at Letchworth. How fucking demented is that? Well, of course, your son. Oh, 0744. You can see him up there at the cemetery. Go dig around for a while. All the tombstones are stacked like Jenga piles. Like they're not even in the ground. They're just stacked up vertically like that. In the 30s and 40s, lobotomies were a very common practice throughout many asylums. Remember that? You ever see that? Take the little nail, you pop it up. People do, ooh. Or they were crazy before, and then now they're like in a vegetative state, basically. Both chemical and surgical lobotomies were performed by hammering a long metal pick, which in this case was a literal ice pick from the original surgeon's kitchen. What? They would go through an eye socket, through the bone, and into the brain. Chemical lobotomies were the use of neuroleptics that inhibited communication between the prefrontal cortex. Surgical lobotomies merely severs that connection physically. Do you either want to have some nice funny juice that makes you go to sleep, or do you want the nice big ice pick that makes you go to sleep? I probably would want chemical, right?
I don't think he had anesthetic, so they were just like,
yeah, they're like, can I have numbing cream? They're like, nah, just fucking put it up right there. Fuck that. Which I guess with one hit, you'd be, you know.
And there's been times where like they hit.
They do. And then you'd fall down. Yeah, fuck that. That would be terrible. Which, let's go into some of the specifics of these lobotomies. In severing the prefrontal cortex, patients often died from infection or malpractice. Remember how we said that there might be a couple hits of the hammer? That's malpractice, okay? I think I got it. I don't know. Fuck, let's just restart. It's not like, it's like pretty much people where they're trying to find a stud in the wall. You're like, fuck, it's just drywall again. All right, well, let's reset. The surgery initially involved drilling a hole into the side of the skull. To simplify the surgery, the Freeman Watts prefrontal lobotomy was developed. And this guy, he developed it in 1948, and he literally used an ice pick from his own kitchen. Imagine that. 1948 too feels weird. That feels like more of like an 1848 kind of thing. You know what I mean? Well, I'm going to use the ice pick. Why not? 1948, the war's over. I mean, just in terms of like global history, the war is done. And people are just like, all right, well, just take my ice pick. Maybe that is why he did it. I'm feeling great because the war's done. I'm just going to use my ice pick instead of going to the store. It was designed to be done with or without anesthesia. Oh my God. Freeman suggested using electroconvulsive therapy to render the patient unconscious before doing it, shocking the patient into a near coma. Well, I want to be humane. Can we at least put these 4 car batteries on the back of this chair and just give them a couple shocks? They're almost into a coma? Perfect. Let's begin. The surgery had no active benefits other than making more hostile patients that were like convulsive and stuff. It just made them more quiet. It made them more still and just emotionally numb all around. It's not that it would necessarily stop them from hitting themselves. They would just be in a vegetative state. In 1950, the procedure was banned in the Soviet Union. The U.S. has never officially banned them, though they were said to be rare since the 1980s. Several states have banned them, though. Russia said, that's a bit too much. Out of the world to have Russia say that. And we were just like, I mean, you know, come on. We haven't officially banned them. We haven't really done it since the 80s. It's still kind of crazy. Which also makes you think, are these practices still in use today?
Electroshock therapy.
Which electroshock therapy is still. For those hysterical women. That's how the dildo was made. We're going to get into that, though. Don't worry. Many female patients were abused in the facility by care persons, employees, or other patients. Many children were born and quietly adopted out. How nice is that? You have a patient who's pregnant and all of a sudden they're just like, take him. You think that the doctors were pocketing some of that money? There's no way it was official. They're just like, well, we got a fresh batch of babies up here. Just give me like $30. Some of these photos are fucking crazy. What's crazy too is a lot of these asylums, like some of the pictures we're looking at here, they're just still standing today. They're just kind of boarded up, whatever, but you could go inside and there's still just a bunch of shit that's left over. It's pretty crazy. But that was Letchworth. On to the next happy place. The name of the hospital is Severals Hospital. There's not several hospitals. Kind of confusing, but that's just the way it is. Show a picture here. Look at that. I'd love to be insane here, right? It was opened in 1910 in Essex, England. The 300-acre site was the second asylum to be established in Essex. You have your hiccups the first time around, second times you do it right. In the 1950s, patients were used in psychiatric experiments with the common theme of the lobotomy. Classic. The definition of psychiatric conditions at the time permitted pregnant women to be classified as unable to perform daily tasks. So having a child outside of wedlock was a suitable reason to be admitted as insane. Think about that. I would say the majority of pregnancies I ever hear about are accidents, right? Just trying to have a good time. All of a sudden you have a baby, now you're insane. Which to me, this translates to a bunch of rich people fucking around on the side with their mistresses, whatever. They get pregnant, then they're like, your kid's here, and they're just like, you're crazy. Take her up to the loony bin, and they give him like 15 quid. They give him 15 pounds and send her up fucking to the Essex stay, eh? Hey, I put some goopies in a minge. Send her up to Severals, would you? And hey, here's an ice pick along the way. I feel like that's actually it's a much darker time, but I do feel like that unironically happened probably. A lot. They were noted to have been subjected to electroconvulsive therapy and lobotomy just because they had a pregnancy out of wedlock. That's a bit harsh to me. We don't see that in Planned Parenthood now. I feel like we've outgrown that, thankfully. As with most facilities of this nature, it suffered from being chronically understaffed. Severals, however, dealt with this by sedating patients with paraldehyde in order to keep them under control. Much like mothers in the 80s and 90s used NyQuil to get little me time. Remember that when you were younger and you're just like, God, I think you have a fever. Here, take this NyQuil, and all of a sudden you're sedated for 2 days, and mom gets to drink her red wine and watch Sex in the City. Dun 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 dun. I'm more of a Carrie. No, I'm more of a Miranda. Said no fucking person ever. No one ever wants to be Miranda from that show. You ever watch Sex in the City? Good show. Paraldehyde is used to treat certain convulsive disorders. It also has been used in treatments of alcoholism and the treatment of nervous and mental conditions to calm and relax patients. So basically, it's another thing that just like subdues people. A patient with what was believed to be Tourette's who made clicking noises with her tongue was encouraged to have her tongue removed to discourage the behavior. Once again, I like to think that all these doctors are always looking at clipboards and they're just like, okay, well, Rebecca keeps clicking. Go to my office and grab an old pair of scissors. I think we're going to have to remove her tongue. We're going to put her in the nincompoop section next to the Neanderthals. Rebecca, are you having a good day? She's like, enjoy your snack pack. Cut that bitch's tongue out immediately. Due to lack of staff, patients were said to be lined up against the walls and hosed in a lieu of proper bathing. No more shower time. Literal just hosing. All right, they're clean. I'm pretty sure they're clean. It's all right. Depending on the hose, too. If it's like a fire hose, that shit could like peel your skin. Good God. During World War I, it was used to house soldiers who experienced shell shock, though we now know this as PTSD. It was considered a medical condition you could be given electroshock therapy and lobotomization for. You watch your friend die in war, see somebody get cut in half, see somebody get disemboweled, maybe an ice pick up your nose, maybe a couple little bolts of lightning through your head. You feel better now? Now they're just subdued. They can't express themselves, but it's just nightmares in their head. And the doctor's just like, look how much calmer he is. And you're just like... The culture inside Severals, from the medical superintendent Russell Barton himself, was said that every patient suffered two conditions: their original condition and something we define institutional neurosis. Okay, big words. He described the environment itself as dangerous. So even the medical superintendent himself said, this is a dangerous place to be. You're going to come in with something and you're going to also pick up something else because this place is so haunting. Severals kept one locked ward for women who were promiscuous by reason of mental illness alone. They like to have dirty sex because they were trouble beings to begin with, is what they're saying. They got dirty pussies and they have dirty brains. That's what they had written on the wall. That was like a sign. It's like, take your shoes off. These women have dirty pussies, therefore dirty minds. The doctor's just like, perfect. Can we get more light on that? I want to be able to read that down the hallway. Despite the intention for this to keep promiscuous women from having sex, it did not stop the activity. It was known activity for male employees to obtain female patients after they were given electroconvulsive therapy. When they were of diminished capacity, a social worker at the time defined the occurrence as a bit dirty. That's disgusting, Nick. Do we put this in the video?
That happened.
I mean, it did happen. They would say, oh, these women who like to have sex, we're going to give them electroshock therapy. And then the staff would take advantage of those people. And then social workers would come, and then a report just said, it's a bit dirty. You'd kind of hope that there would be a bit more. It's not even like a thing where they're just like, I don't agree with this at Severals. Instead, it's just like, it's a bit, come on, guys. The common theme among these institutions seems to be lobotomies, the use of electroconvulsive therapy, and rampant overcrowding and understaffing. Well, this actually looks haunting. Severals Hospital looks like a fucking maze. It's like a giant castle. It's like a labyrinth. I can't even imagine some of the, there's that great scene at the end of Amadeus. So the guy tries unaliving himself in the movie. And at the end, they take him to a hospital, but they also take him to an asylum because they think he's gone mad. So as he's going around, it's just like severely overcrowded. The sounds and like the chaos. I always wondered how true that is, because in some movies you kind of get it both ways. You have the Amadeus thing where it's like absolute chaos, and then there's other movies where it's like hauntingly quiet, and it's like a weird juxtaposition. If it's earlier in time, it's more chaotic because they didn't know how to lobotomize or, you know, basically just like shock people into being a vegetative state. And then if it's newer, people are all just kind of fucking brain dead from all the fucking malpractice stuff going on. Pretty horrifying. Which leads us into our third stop, the New Jersey State Lunatic Asylum. What a name, dude. No beating around the bush on that one. Hey, drop your fucking wackos off here. Thanks. It's a big appeal for these asylums too to have like government funding.
A lot of it is government funded, yeah. People would make money through families paying.
Oh, so it's almost like a retirement home thing too, where it's like you have premiums where you're like, we have a disturbed son, drop him off, and now it's like rich families paying for whatever.
Like the Kennedys, they dropped off one of their sisters.
The Kennedys? Is it Jackie Kennedy, the woman who eats sheet metal? That's like one of my favorite memes. Anyways, the New Jersey Lunatic Asylum first opened in 1848, but has since been closed and reopened several times. In 1907, Dr. Henry Cotton became a medical director under his theory that patients experience mental illness as a direct consequence of disease. That's actually kind of metal. There's like something biological attacking you, and that's what is making you mentally disturbed. That's pretty brutal. Bioterrorism. So you know what I mean? It's kind of fucking crazy. It's like some Umbrella shit. Umbrella, Resident Evil. Have you heard of it? I just got done playing Resident Evil Biohazard, so... I don't know. Dr. Cotton was a great guy. He would order staff to remove teeth and other body parts from patients to limit infection. Until 1960, it was common practice to remove a patient's teeth. Why? Is it just to literally stop the spread of infection? What if Dr. Cotton was just like, he believed that the tooth fairy was real and that was his deal? I'm finding that a lot of these crazy, wacko, insane patients seem to be harboring a lot of infection in the teeth. You should remove them and give them to me. And in his office, he just had a giant bed with a huge pillow, and there's just like mounds of teeth underneath it. And he's like, I'm about ready to have the biggest payday anyone's ever had from that little fairy. The center of the horrors all stem from Dr. Cotton and his practices. His determination to remove any and all erroneous organs made a monster that legends still linger today. His policies, while barbaric, also had some progressive standards. While he did remove people's teeth and removed organs, and he was a horror character and villain, he did have some positive and progressive practices at the time, which one of the big ones was he eliminated most of the use of mechanical restraints, you know, like being strapped down, you know, any kind of things where it's like people can't move and you're just confined to a certain area all day. He said, phooey with it, which, you know, if you have no arms, legs, or teeth, you really don't need to be strapped down, right? 2, he had daily meetings with staff to communicate patient charts. He actually cared. And lastly, he instituted occupational therapy. So he actually did try to have people come in and talk with these people after being traumatized, which also, I bet you anything, he like would grab them by the fucking ropes and he'd be like, if you tell them that I took your teeth and tried getting a loan from the tooth fairy, I will fucking bash your brain. And do you hear me, Josh? And Josh is like, you know, because he has a fucking lobotomy and no fucking teeth. He's like, good boy. Kisses him and pushes him into the therapy session. Bizarrely, Dr. Cotton had an obsession with Kellogg studies, in particular, the no-nut practice. Kellogg believed that jacking it was an illness and a proper diet would stop it. I love that old-timey thinking. Well, if you just eat the cornflakes, you won't want to nut all the time. What the hell is up with this country with people nutting all over the place? You know what? We need to put an end to this. In Dr. Cotton's quest to remove illness from his patients, the teeth were standard procedure to remove, but what went beyond that were the tonsils, adenoids, and the sinuses. That is fucking crazy. Removing someone's sinuses? Why? Holy shit. What a fucking nut job. If removing all those things didn't cure the patient's mental illness, he'd go after the spleen and the gallbladder. Stomachs and colons had to go as well. Basically, you would just need to be like, okay, if I don't pretend to just like act how he wants me to act, motherfucker's gonna play, you know, Operation on me all day. All right, well, we took the teeth. He still seems to cry. Odd. So we took his sinuses, and he still seems to weep and feel sad. So we're going to take his big toes and intestines. I think that's where the infection probably lies. He performed these procedures himself despite not being trained to do so. The man should not be around a surgeon table at all. And yet he's plucking out these things left and right. What the hell is going on here? Experimented on patients by injecting bacteria from their own organs back into them and injecting them with horse blood serums. This is witchcraft. Dr. Cotton is there's gotta be a horror movie on this guy. And it is said he operated on thousands of people, including his own sons, Adolf and Henry Jr. Come on. You can't name one kid Henry Jr. and the other kid Adolf. But let me tell you something with his sons. He had their teeth removed to protect them from mental illness. They later committed unaliving. That's gotta be a swift kick in the balls, huh? Guys, I'm doing this for your own benefit, all right? This is gonna clear you up tip top. And then like a year later, they're both gone. And he's just like, Should have removed those teeth much sooner. Which also, not only did he have his son's teeth, which, you know, they're gone. It's stated here also that he had some of his own teeth removed and his wife's teeth. Just a big, toothless, gummy, fucking nightmare family portrait that would be. Which 1/3 of all of his patients died as consequences of his surgeries, which is just so tragically sad. Just one guy who was put in charge and just kind of like fucked over a ton of people. Which also, could they have made the asylums any creepier? Like looking at these pictures, they always look just devastatingly haunting. I will say the chairs in this room are fun. No getting around that. I mean, I would not mind sitting in here.
Kind of look like bumper cars.
Yeah, they do look like bumper cars, or yeah, like some kind of like pizza room at Chuck E. Cheese or something. Now the walls are haunting with everything peeling off, and I bet you anything that's lead paint, that probably didn't help either with asylum stuff. It's just tons of lead paint that they used back in the day. God, this bathroom, my God, this is just haunting. No wonder. I mean, like, asylums are such great pieces for horror movies and games and stuff. Is Outlast, is that an asylum? I think that's an asylum. I'm pretty sure. I haven't played that in a while. Number 4 coming in, the Topeka State Hospital, formerly the Topeka Insane Asylum. This asylum, or this hospital, if you want to call it that, ran from 1872 to 1997, over 100 years that this place is open. Which in 1913, Kansas wrote an act to prevent the procreation of habitual criminals, idiots, epileptics, imbeciles, and insane, and providing a penalty for the violation thereof. So basically, if you fell into any of these things, any of these weird, arbitrary naming conventions, you were unfit to have children. It would be, I mean, you would go to prison if you had a kid, which Kansas, I've seen my fair share of fucking weirdos in Kansas, and I don't think that law got held up too well. In 1913, the law had to be approved by a court on per case basis until 1917, where the law was amended to allow forced sterilization of anyone who was institutionalized. So if you got into a loony bid, they're gonna cut off your balls. Essentially, that's what it is. I'm not saying that they literally went in and cut the sack or whatever, but still, you will not be able to produce a child when you leave. Okay? And at this time, as early as 1907, states were acting upon the theory of eugenics, which admittedly had those kinds of connotations. Racist people. In Topeka, Kansas? What? Racist people in Topeka, Kansas? No. I doubt it. Topeka? Most of the state sterilization happened in Topeka State Hospital. Like Dr. Cotton in New Jersey, they were obsessed with taking certain body parts. Where Dr. Cotton wanted to remove parts for harboring a mysterious psychosis, including bacteria, the Topeka State Hospital was primarily interested in eugenics of the matter. Patients were immobilized with mechanical restraints, belts and all that kind of stuff, were strapped to a bed. In some cases, left restrained for so long that their skin grew into the restraints. I don't want to see pictures of that. Patients were reported to be kept chained and naked, while others were said to be kept with ropes around their necks and led around like animals. It just feels like power trip type stuff. It feels like a bunch of fake doctors coming in, getting their fucking ego stroked and being able to like humiliate and like feel all powerful and stuff in these situations. Reports of SA abuse and neglect were rampant, but little was done until 1988 when they lost their funding. They didn't lose their funding until 1988. That's insane. That's a long time. I mean, they were open for around 100 years. People were just like, we should probably stop funding this. Some guy walks in and they're like, he can roll over and he can shake my hand. You know what I mean? Acting like they're fucking dogs in there. We should probably stop sending these people checks, I would imagine. The nearby cemetery where patients were buried over a 75-year period is a 2.8-acre plot with over 1,100 graves, of which only 16 were given headstones. So little oversight was present in the hospital that perfectly sane individuals were incarcerated without consent. In the 1930s, a Danish immigrant, John Crabbe, was incarcerated after a tussle with a gentleman who was flirting with his girlfriend. Gets mad that somebody's trying to pick up his girlfriend. Next day, he's in a fucking insane asylum. That's probably the right solution to that. With his limited English, he was eventually labeled as clinically insane and was held there for 20 years. So because he could not speak proper English, he was quote unquote clinically insane and was held there for 20 years. Also, if you're there for 20 years, he probably literally went insane from that experience. Probably had tons of medication that he shouldn't have been taking. Ugh. Can't even think about it. Patient care associates were questioned as to why they didn't believe he was sane, and they were quoted as to saying that he was trying too hard to prove he was sane. That's the definition of a catch-22 right there. I'm not insane. Whoa, wacko, easy. Eyewitness reports in the late 1800s detail patient abuse and even likely murder. Pretty crazy. Patients were starved to death in several noted instances. And once a child was incarcerated, they were no longer allowed to see their parents. Visitation was limited and extremely controlled. Of the 29 wards they had, only 4 allowed visitations. That's pretty demented. Even to be a child and they're just like, you're never going to see your parents ever again. I imagine the 4 allowed visitations, I bet you that was for like high profile people. The Kennedys. Jackie Kennedy eating her sheet metal. Or John F. Kennedy walking in and being like, "You look great, Jackie." She's like, eating the sheet metal. The facility was closed down in 1997 as a budget cutting measure, leaving an abandoned building that was demolished and totaled as of June of 2010, leaving behind a haunting memory of nothing more. This is actually a really fucking creepy looking place. They always do look like castles, don't they? Just like large stone castles. I don't know, kind of creepy. I will say some of the architecture in here and some of like the woodworking and stuff is really impressive. A lot of these asylum photos, you know what they look like? They look like fucking Titanic pictures, don't they? Like the paint peeled off. It kind of looks like there's tons of water damage and stuff. Just like a floor plan here. Yeah, but they do look like giant castles. And essentially these are just prisons. Last but not least, London's Bethlem Royal Hospital, which colloquially called Bedlam after the 1940s movie. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is known to be one of the worst asylums in the world, if not the worst asylum in the world. It was established in 1247 and is Europe's oldest facility dedicated to treating mental illness. This is the oldest asylum ever, though it's not quite defined as to what they considered mental illness in the day, as other sources say they housed the poor and unfortunate. All in all, this is it was an asylum. There was crazed people, but there was also probably people who were just in other unfortunate circumstances, such as homelessness and all that kind of stuff. At this time in history, patients weren't thought to be curable and no treatments happened. The concern was limited to housing and containment. Patients were referred to as inmates. There was no idea of actually helping anyone. They were just kind of like, you're just going to stay here forever. And that was the treatment at the time. And to even not even known as a patient, as an inmate, you are on the same level as a prisoner is pretty crazy as well. It wasn't until 1675, hundreds of years later, that Bedlam became overcrowded with patients ranging from schizophrenia to basic learning disabilities. Utilized practices of rotational therapy, which is the process of spinning someone at high speeds to render them unconscious or make them vomit. You know how we have shots now that can make people pass out and stuff? They just put you in a big wooden crate back in the day and spin you as fast as they possibly could until you would just pass out on your own. My God. The first person to theorize that rotation might provide a therapeutic compression of the brain was Erasmus Darwin, grandfather to Francis Galton and Charles Darwin. He also thought it might prove to be useful to put patients to sleep for surgical procedures. Pretty interesting. Kind of a weird thing, you know. I made a spinny box and I think it puts people to sleep. I think it's going to be good for therapies. And his grandson's just like, I killed God. His grandson's like, well, that's cool, Grandpa. Yeah, I kind of just figured out the lineage of humans to monkeys and apes. And he's just like, well, I think the box is a bit more impressive, Charles, but good try. It was a good try.
Think they've ever put babies in that box?
I wonder if they have put babies. They probably definitely put kids. I don't know if they ever had babies in there, because you probably can't tell a baby's insane until a child is being hysterical. I bet you they put children in there left and right. Yeah, definitely. What it's most famous for was surgical remedies, notably bloodletting, cupping, leeching, and worse. Many patients didn't survive the remedies, resulting in mass graves found on the property. During this time period, mental illness were thought to be the result of divine punishment or possessed by the devil. That's always fucking brutal, man, when they're just like, it's God. Which also, to be a doctor back then, so easy. Well, the devil has him, so I'm going to finish my book and I'm going to take a nap. The devil has him. May God have mercy on your soul. And just like throw some water on him. And he's like, goodbye. The facility was built over a sewer and would regularly have human waste and mass quantities overflow into the courtyard. Ugh. And it cannot be stressed enough how much human waste was involved in this place. The town toilets were literally built against their wall and drained by the buildings. My God, that is disgusting. The noises that were said to emanate from this place at the time were rattling chains, swearing, screaming, beatings, and cryings, filling the town, just echoing out into the fucking town and everything. That's the only sounds that were able to be heard from outside. Wouldn't that be a nice place to show up? You're gonna live here. You just like look over and it's just this. It was so bad that in 1607, when local governors paid a visit, they ordered a purchase of clothing and eating vessels for inmates, citing a lack of them, which is insane to think about too. In 1607, people actually giving a fuck about that? They're like, God damn, give them some fucking clothes and some bread. What the hell is happening in here? Okay, fine. We'll buy some more sheets and staple them together to a dress. Sorry, my liege. In 1674, the place was noted as falling in and they needed more room to cram more quote-unquote lunatics into. It was then rebuilt into Mooresfield. Upon being rebuilt, it allowed visitors as other facilities did not at the time. Though it is documented that the visitation was not limited to family and friends of patients, but to the public as well. What the fuck? You guys want to go see the loonies up at the loony bin? Yeah, fuck. We have nothing else better to do. Let's go do it. A person of note mission in 1610 paying 10 shillings to be able to tour the hospital to view its deranged denizens. This served as a form of income until visitations were cut off in 1770. This resulted in a loss of £300 per year, which in today's money would be right around £80,000 or $100,000 USD. This new facility facility offered some form of treatment with restraint and religious procedures. Which also, you know what's fucked up too, is if you had that kind of thing back in the day, right, where they're like, oh, people are possessed by the devil and be up there. If you were back then, you'd be like, you guys want to see somebody possessed by a demon? Or even messaging back and forth. Whatever that is most comfortable to you is the way BetterHelp wants to work. And since BetterHelp's benefits are virtual, you can match with over 30,000 therapists based on your needs and preferences and find the perfect therapist for you. Depending on where you live, you may only have a few options around town. Do you really want to drive miles to have to sit in a lobby and kind of, hope that a therapist works, only to have you be wish-washy on the issue? Instead, maybe deal with these issues from the comfort of your home instead of out and about and all that kind of stuff, and have BetterHelp get you started. In most cases, people who join BetterHelp get matched with a therapist within 48 hours! And to lighten the stress even further, you don't have to worry about the awkwardness of breaking up with your therapist. If you feel like someone isn't a great fit, you can switch at any time with the click of a button for free. Join over 4 million people who have used BetterHelp to start living a healthier, happier life. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/papameat to get started. Clicking the link helps support the channel, and it also gives you 10% off your first month at BetterHelp. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Cruises right now are almost a $30 billion a year industry. Isn't that crazy? The amount of people, though, that I hear, they're like, I'm going on a cruise. We're going up to Alaska to look at whales, and we get to go on a whale cruise. I would rather go to like a corn maze in Iowa. I think I can confidently say that enough. I think I can confidently say I would rather go to like in a corn maze. This is a heavy hitter, and this would be a nightmare for everyone involved. And it's the infamous poop cruise of 2013. A fire in the engine room of the Carnival Triumph led to some horrific events. Smoke in the hallway quickly turned to piled up red biohazard bags filled with poop. Out of all the echelons of ranking the cruise ships, I think Carnival is like the worst. I believe I've heard it called the Spirit Airlines of cruise ships. I've heard it definitely called the Walmart of cruise ships. More than 4,000 passengers and crew members were stranded aboard after a fire knocked out the ship's power. And during this time, they were without air conditioning, without lighting, food, water, and working toilets. At the time of setting sail in February, Triumph only had 4 of its 6 generators fully operational, and the company had an ongoing fire hazard in ships across its fleet. So even before they set off, they realized that 2 of our generators are down, and they were just like, we cannot take the financial hit. Please go. We gotta get people on the Carnival cruise and get them out there in the ocean. Go. So for the 4 days, poop was everywhere on this cruise ship, okay? The toilets wouldn't flush, and in some cases, toilets erupted. They overflowed and spilled into the hallways. People were handed bags and told to poop in the red biohazard bags instead of using toilets, because if you use the toilet, it's probably gonna explode and make things much worse. Imagine someone coming up to you and just being like, please just use this instead. These workers who probably fucking live on the boat 8 months out of the year a lot of these times are now subjected to being poop police, and this is supposed to be your vacation. You know what, I hate to say it, but this is divine punishment in a lot of ways. I think this is God letting you know. He's like, better watch out, poop cruise. They thought that this would be a civilized act, but in the end, poop was smeared all over the walls, all over the floor. People were rioting with poop on the Carnival cruise ship, and raw sewage pooled at the end of the deck. It all just accumulated at the end of the deck, and some passengers avoided what little food there was so they didn't have to use their red bag. They saw the horrors going on, and they were just like, we won't be one of those red baggers. The ship still operates, and the craziest thing is, after all of this nightmare, this giant publicity stunt that happened, they still use this specific ship that probably has dried up shit somehow. It's probably in the walls, it's under the floor, but like, there's no way that they did a good enough cleaning. There's no way Carnival Cruise actually gave a fuck about that. They're probably just like, replace the carpet, we'll be fine. Moving on. But due to the loss of power, the ship's stabilizer stopped working, causing the ship to list, which I'll give you a nice little description of what that is here, which sloshed all the water and sewage aboard. It really put a damper on the whole day. And after the vessel took on water and tilted to one side, the ship's carpets and walls were soaked in a mixture of sewage and water. Many guests dragged their mattresses to outside decks to escape the high heat because there was no AC and the nauseating smell. So the heat and the cooking poop probably made what I could only assume is a mustard gas in the air. And to escape it, they tried sleeping in the hallways instead. They tried going outside and sleeping on the docks, to no avail. It was just a big poopy situation. It was a big shit-filled sandwich. Some guests even constructed makeshift tents on the tanning deck with their bed sheets, which if you look at this, it looks like a fucking Mad Max picture. This is pretty unbelievable, but I will say out of all of this, the slide looks pretty fun. I would have gone on the slide, especially Especially if there is a shitty situation, you have to enjoy it somehow, right? You're stranded at sea for 4 days. If you're gonna get shit on you somehow, at least let it be the slide is what I have to say. This is where shit really hit the fan. I keep saying these shit lines and it's making me laugh, but in an odd gesture to pacify guests, the cruise announced it would be hosting an open bar from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Why on God's green earth would you want that drunk chaos when people have no real food or water? People are shitting themselves. None of the sewage system works. So now let's just get them drunk? What? This proved to be a horrible idea as guests on board became unruly, getting into fights, throwing things overboard, and damaging the already compromised restrooms. And the next day, the crew awoke to the news that they had drifted too far off course from the intended destination for the emergency port, which is really funny because that means to me that the crew definitely got fucking smashed as well to probably cope with how terrible this whole situation was going. They probably got absolutely smashed and they woke up the next day and they were like, oh my God, where the fuck are we? And it was definitely it would be definitely a comedy movie situation, except it's real life and people are probably extremely mad. They were so far off course that they had to get towed to Mobile, Alabama, adding another 2 days to the hell. They were already in it for 4 days and then they had to stack on an additional 2 just to get towed to an area where they could let people off and get out of this fucking nightmare. In the end, multiple passengers sued the cruise line, and in response, the company pointed out that they quote unquote said they never promised a safe trip. They pulled it in, and people of Mobile, Alabama were actually complaining how bad the ship smelled itself. Carnival Cruise, though they provided all passengers a full reimbursement, a free flight home, and a $500 credit, which what a slap in the face. $500 credit to what? Hey, you're gonna come see us again, aren't you? Hey, if you do have another vacation with, you know, your old ass wife and your annoying kids, please consider Carnival, would you? Tons of passengers still sued the company. Most, if not all though, lost their cases. No one really got reimbursed for this horrible fucking tragedy, basically being in prison for 6 days on a shitty, smelly ship, and Carnival made it out scot-free. And this exact ship is still used today. Blows my fucking mind. But you think sewage and poop are the only reasons to not go on one of these cruise ships? No, no, no. It is estimated that there are over 300 deaths on cruises each year. From 2000 to 2019, only 623 were reported. So I don't know what happened there. I think Carnival Cruises and Royal Caribbean and everyone else got the books together and they fudged some numbers. But still, in a 20-year span, how does 623 people, how do they just magically die? It still feels like such a high count to me. I don't know. Next up, in terms of death on a cruise, we're going to speak of the sinking Sewol. Swole. On April 16, 2014, the Sewol ferry sank on its way to South Korea. Out of 476 passengers, 304 of them died. 250 of these deaths were students. Most of the people that survived were rescued by fishing boats. When the ship was purchased in 2012, the ship was 18 years old and severely run down. After the purchase, the ship underwent modifications that were deemed illegal, but the Korean Register of Shipping let it go because the ship had quote-unquote normally passed its inspections and tests. Here's a list of some of these modifications. Addition of 2 decks. Expansion of cargo gross tonnage, adding 239 tons. Increasing the passenger capacity from 116 people to 956 people. These modifications caused the center of gravity to be moved upward, and it also caused a left to right imbalance. The vessel made 241 round trips before its final voyage, and at the time of sinking, it was carrying over 2,000 tons. The water balance tank beneath the hull of the ship, designed to keep it upright, was only adjusted for 800 tons of cargo, making the ship unstable. And like we said, it was only made for 800, but at this time, it was carrying over 2,000 tons. So just greatly over what it was supposed to be carrying. Due to the imbalance, the ship listed and needed directional guidance. The captain and his crew abandoned the ship shortly after telling passengers to wear extra clothing and life vest and to stay in their rooms. What a fucking monster, honestly. This fucking coward told people not to move and made an escape and did not let anybody know. The Coast Guard, who had jurisdiction, did not mobilize. They did not share the valuable data and did not act, leaving civilians and other organizations to step in, which is why many were rescued by fishermen and some commercial ships in the area. So literally, the Coast Guard didn't do anything in that situation. They didn't mobilize. They didn't share data. It was literally people from the town, fishermen from the town, that went out to help people. And that's pretty much why the people that were able to survive were saved by fishermen and civilians alike. I mean, these people were the actual heroes of the situation. Due to inaccurate reporting of survivors and those rescued, it was months before they revealed that the majority of people perished. And on May 15th, the captain and the 3 crew members were charged with murder. Yes! Yes! I fucking love these story endings! Except the people dying. That was not cool. Ugh, God, what a fucking coward. The sinking of the Sewol and the young lives lost shocked and outraged the nation so much that many citizens citizens called for the death penalty, something that South Korea hadn't administered in almost 20 years. Even the captain's brother said he deserved the death penalty. That's really funny. He's just like, fuck that guy. I know, we're blood, he's my brother, but fuck that guy. 11 other members were indicted for abandoning the ship, and an arrest warrant was also issued to Yoo Byung-hyun, owner of the ferry operation, but he could not be found despite a nationwide manhunt. That little slippery son of a bitch. In July of 2014, Byung-hyun was found in a field just south of Seoul. I wonder, that feels a little suspicious to me. And in 2017, 3 years later, the sunken ferry was raised from the sea floor where the trapped bodies of 9 of the victims were presumed to be inside. The body of a 16-year-old girl was never found. What a tragic end. I mean, just something where it's people trying to make extra money out of something. I do not trust these companies. I don't trust any of these cruise companies. It is the shadiest, weirdest shit. The ocean is just so scary within itself. I cannot imagine being some of these people and, God forbid, drowning to death. My God. I'm glad. I know, and I hope that he got the fucking death penalty as well. And you know what you're probably saying to yourself too? Well, if something bad happens on these ships, surely they have doctors, right? Well, let me tell you another story. On a separate cruise line, one of the employees has their arm amputated after experiencing flu-like symptoms. Let me say that again. An employee on a cruise line had his arm cut off, amputated, because he was showing flu-like symptoms. What? A carpenter, Elijah Lonkar, went to the doctor on board of the Norwegian Breakaway, Sebastian Campuzano. The doctor was very young and extremely inexperienced. He was prescribed promethazine. Promethazine? Like Prometheus? The guy who fucking stole fire and gave it to humans? Holy shit, that's sweet. Elijah was prescribed a promethazine shot and was given far too much. The injection is supposed to be, shot in your butt, but the doctor insisted on injecting it intravenously. And even after several complaints of the patient describing burning sensation and exhibiting some gangrene symptoms, the doctor continued administering promethazine via IV. So this doctor doesn't know what he's doing. He is literally hired professionally by this cruise ship to be there. And instead of giving the promethazine, it's just like a one-time shot in your butt. He is giving it to him via IV. It's almost as if it's like a fucking morphine tap, which because of this, his arm had to be amputated. And he sued the Norwegian Cruise Line and was awarded $4.6 million. But even with $4.6 million, which is awesome, that doesn't bring back your fucking arm, dude. So we've talked about tragedy. We've talked about accidents that happen, right? Well, needless to say, they're man-made accidents, thinking that 2 of your generators not working isn't a problem and it starts a fire. But, accidents, needless to say. Then you have a little bit of negligence, right? Or greed and negligence. You sit there and you let too many people come on, the fucking boat capsizes and people die. Or even you show some flu-like symptoms, you go see the doctor and you end up getting your arm fucking cut off. But out of all of these, the #1 reported crime on cruise ships to date is assault. Feels like such an obvious statement to say, but it is pretty crazy how egregious this is. Despite the severity of it, cruise ships have little interest in offering solutions, as it's likely cheaper to pay victims off than it is to implement precautionary measures. In a specific Carnival cruise case where they were talking about a group assault on a minor, they went on record by saying that installing cameras and hiring more security would just be far too expensive, and they just weren't going to do it. So they'd just rather be like, we're just going to pay the victims off and their families. And another crazy statistic is 25% of these assaulters are crew members, people who work for the fucking cruise lines themselves. And I'm building up all of this information and telling you some of these statistics because it leads up to the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise incident. A bartender stole the key card to the room of a Jane Doe while serving her drinks. He snuck into her room, and after she and her roommate had gone to bed, he assaulted her. And eventually she found out she was pregnant and was forced to terminate the pregnancy. These assaults are so common in like cruise lines and stuff. There's an actual market for safety gear for reinforcing locks on cabin doors to remain safe. People get assaulted on these cruises all the time, and what's crazy is 70% of all assaults on US cruises are on Royal Caribbean or Carnival cruises. I'm putting that out there just in case you hear someone who's like, hey, let's go on a Carnival cruise. You might be like, hey, can I give you this statistic? 70% of all reported assaults on these cruise lines in the US are Royal Caribbean and Carnival. That's insane. When you're on these cruise ships as well, with the amount of assault, murders, negligence of people, one of the craziest things is passengers being more harmed to themselves than anything. That's people going overboard, going missing, right? People voluntarily jump overboard all the time. It's just, I don't know why people do it. I don't think people really realize how extreme the ocean actually is. The ocean is fucked. Like, if you jump in the ocean, you're probably, you're gone. Especially on a cruise ship, it's just like, boop. Bye. This video shows a guy jumping off into the ocean in the middle of the night. You would how would you find him? He's gone. He's still missing. That guy is still missing today. The guy we just watched jump up, he's gone. Don't know what happened to him. Okay? Well, I think we know what happened to him, but you know what? He had just graduated college. The same reason why I was on my cruise ship, to think I could have been a man who jumped overboard in the middle of the night. My God. Some people, all the times, you get drunk, you lose your balance, you fall. And even in one of these cases, a man spent 20 hours in shark-infested waters, and he was supposedly sober. I think he was probably drunk as shit.
it.
Did you have a few drinks?
I had during the day. I'd actually did like an air guitar solo, and there was a competition they were doing, and I'd won it, so I'd won a free drink.
And there's even sometimes too where it's not even a dare, or you're not even trying to be a badass, you're not even drunk. A woman here, she's just leaning backwards, loses her balance and falls. And there she goes. I mean, it's staggering. There is nothing there to save you. Once you're over that dock, it is so rare that they get you, dude. Sometimes passengers go missing without going overboard. And as cruise ships have strict docking and departing times, it's often the case that passengers will be left behind at foreign destinations and never be seen again. When you're on these cruise lines, you're kind of hopping from island to island, and it's kind of like little resort towns and stuff like that. But these people, it's not like there's like a last call or something like a fucking bus. It's these motherfuckers leave. And a lot of the times when these people leave these ports, you're just gone. You never hear from these people again. Who knows what happens to them? Drugged, murdered, robbed, everything. I mean, the worst happens. Speaking of one of these victims was Amy Lynn Bradley. She went missing March 23rd of 1998. She came in late with her younger brother from clubbing on board around 3:40 a.m. and went to sleep on the balcony. At 6 a.m., her father woke to check on her, and she was missing. Authorities were immediately alerted as to her disappearance, and it was theorized she fell overboard and drowned, despite people asserting she was a very strong swimmer. Which, listen, dude, if you're a strong swimmer, who gives a shit? It's the fucking ocean. Like, people don't realize the power of the ocean. It's so scary. I'm telling you. The ocean is the scariest thing on earth. I don't care what anybody says. The captain refused to put out a call for her, refused to put up photos for her, and did not even attempt to search for her until noon of the next day after the ship had been disembarked and unlocked. In 1999, a member of the U.S. Navy claimed to have seen her working in a brothel where she told him who she was and begged for help. He did not. He did not report the sighting until after he retired, as he feared the repercussions to his career if he reported it. So because he didn't want to lose his stupid ass fucking job in the Navy, he never told about this woman in the brothel and never helped her until he retired. A fucking coward. An employee going by the nickname Yellow that had been seen dancing with her was quoted to have said that he felt bad about what happened to her before the search for her on the ship had even completed. Strange. It's almost as if he knew. Another sighting of her in 2005 showed her being held by 3 men in a department store restroom. She tried begging another person for help but was taken away. Evidence has presented itself to assume that she was sold into sex trafficking. And a jawbone washed ashore in Aruba in 2010. Once they concluded it was not another missing person, it was disposed of with no DNA testing done, despite 9 other missing Caribbean vacationers. You see a bone wash up on the beach? Toss it back. It's good luck. Fuck sakes, man. At some point, a scammer contacted the family and proved to be legitimate enough to send over $200,000 to forge a rescue attempt to find Amy. Blew all the money on drinks and gambling and demanded more money after he provided convincing evidence that he found her in a fenced compound. Eventually, it was found out that it was a hoax, and he was convicted and ordered to pay back all that he stole. It's such a fucking horrible thing, especially to lie about that and get a family's hopes up is just so sad. And I wanted to include one from Disney Cruises because Disney Cruises scared the shit out of me, and unfortunately we have to talk about Rebecca Corium, which this incident happened in March 22nd, 2011. She did not show up to her shift in the morning, was behaving distraught beforehand, and Disney publicly claimed to have no knowledge of where or when she went missing. Employees off the record were quoted saying they were supposed to tell people it quote-unquote didn't happen. Flowers were placed at a certain part of the deck by the company where she was suspected of going overboard. These employees claimed to have witnessed things or even know about things off the record, but it was publicly suggested she had a lover that she was having a fight with and committed suicide despite giving no other indication to family members. Her girlfriend went on the record several years later and claimed that she was using cocaine and having difficulties of that nature. There was even a claim that maybe a rogue wave swept her off, but the weather records indicate that it was like a pretty calm night, and that was very unlikely. They were given another crew member's flip-flops and told that she might have taken them off to sit on the rail and slipped off. Only one international police officer ever showed up, and a report was never done. A private settlement was reached 4 years later for an undisclosed sum, and this person, once again, never found. It's pretty insane the amount of horrible shit that goes on cruise lines. And here's the thing. I understand that horrible shit happens everywhere, right? But the idea that a cruise ship, you're completely stranded. These things that are supposed to be high luxury, your getaway, it's the thing that you work hard to pay for, and it's like these ultimate fucking death traps. At a moment's notice, you could just go overboard and go missing forever, and no one would ever find you. Something wrong can happen on the ship that you had no control over, and these companies should be held more responsible. But, $29 billion a year industry, I doubt that anything's going to change, and people are going to keep going because they have Guy Fieri Burger open 24 hours on these ships, and they have casinos and all this shit. And let me tell you, you will never find me on a cruise ship again. That shit is way, way too scary, especially with the ocean and stuff. If you've ever been on a cruise ship at night and you look off, it is a black void. There is nothing. You really don't know how alone you are until you're on a fucking cruise ship and you realize, oh fuck, I'm trapped. And the only thing you get to do is go off into these like vacation resort towns that are just filled with people trying to get you to buy shit. Personally, if I were you, don't go on a cruise. Find some other kind of vacation to do. You know what I mean? Treat yourself right. Buy yourself something nice. Pick up a new hobby, but for the love of God, stay away from cruise ships. Thank you so much for watching this video, and have a good one. See you guys. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, we're talking about something a bit tragic. Dare I say scandalous. The internet is a cruel and unforgiving place. God forbid you say one wrong thing and then you're strung up by the masses to be burned at the stake like the goddamn witch that you are. And right now, the internet is hanging JoJo Siwa up at the stake to burn like the crisp little piggy she is. Even if you don't know who JoJo Siwa is, you've probably seen JoJo Siwa in some kind of capacity, right? Big colorful outfits, big pigtails, big bows, right, Nick? Yep. Dancing around. She drives cars that have her branding all over it and her face all over it. It's very eccentric and weird and very odd. I mean, very odd. I was trying to think about if I was a toddler. It's oddly very self-obsessive. I guess it's branding? Is it branding? She's like a pop star, right? Today's video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is a free-to-play multiplayer action game that lets you engage in dynamic battles around the world. Available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Mac, deploy naval vessels, aircrafts, and vehicles on ground to conquer all. War Thunder perfectly captures the scale and sensation of fierce battles using military equipment. The graphics and physics of this game are incredible, and fans of military vehicles will be thrilled at how detailed every element of the game truly is. In War Thunder, all advanced military technologies are available, from guided missiles to smoke screens and night vision to drone strikes. And their new update, Alpha Strike, lets you experience Hungarian aviation with new equipment, both modern and classic. Take to their new map, North Holland, and bring your tanks to Red Light District or have a dogfight just above the shopping center. Download War Thunder for free by using the link in the description. All new players and those who haven't played War Thunder for half a year or more will receive some special bonuses. Rentals for the P-40E1 aircraft and M4 tank for a week, along with free unique skins for them. A special decorator, Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 3 premium vehicles for free, a week of premium account, and even more gifts. Hurry up, the American Vehicle bonus season ends soon. Thank you so much for War Thunder for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Hoorah. If you don't know JoJo Siwa, she got her start when she was 9 years old, appearing as a dancer on 2 seasons of the reality TV show Dance Moms.
Next we have JoJo.
Look at this young JoJo Siwa.
It was good. She was possessed. It was good. Well, if you're so good, you don't really need to be a part of the Ivy League Dance Company. She deserves to be on the pyramid. She was in the group dance. She deserves nothing.
This show is so fucking stupid.
Well, if you yell at me, I'm gonna cry.
Get out. Go. Let's go. Go.
Is there really anything self-redeemable about like child pageantry or child dance shows? What do you think the minimum age for dance shows should be for a child? How about 16? You're able to drive yourself to the show at least. You have at least the conscious enough to be able to put the goddamn car and drive and go. And in 2015, she launched her YouTube channel, and after gaining a huge children audience, she appeared on various Nickelodeon shows and movies and made kids music. She exploded into the kids sphere of media and became a goddamn child pop icon.
Make some noise for JoJo Siwa!
Boomerang is one of her most listened to songs with almost 1 billion views on YouTube. What the hell is this, dude? She's rolling up with a goddamn lifted car. This is odd. I don't really care about what they say. I'm gonna come back like a boomerang. You know what's kind of weird is that the Karma lyrics read kind of similar. I don't really care about what they say. It feels like Nickelodeon music. If I was a little kid, ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah. She's doing her thing. She's gonna come back like a boomerang. And in 2017, JoJo won the Best Viral Music Award at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. I was still surprised to hear that that's like a coveted reward. JoJo has described herself as being a quote-unquote a giant toddler. And up until she was 18, she kept up the leotards and matching bows like a goddamn Toontown character. This is known as the JoJo with a Bobo era. You know, I wonder why a lot of the time I make these videos myself. I'm not sure. It's my job. What am I supposed to do? Her name was so synonymous with bows that she reportedly sold over 80 million bows from her JoJo Siwa product line. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
How was that actually possible? How much money do you think she gets per bow? How much do the bows go for? If I was in the bow game, I'd be a lot more happy. My net worth would be way up. JoJo's net worth is currently at $20 million after launching numerous merchandise targeted at children. The Jake Paul, the Paul brothers told us back in the day, buy that merch. All I want for Christmas is that Jake Paul merch. The kids got the money. Here's the thing about YouTubers and influencers alike who have children audiences. The parents are so annoyed. It's the next evolutionary step of giving your child an iPad, is buying them merch just so they'll shut the hell up. It goes, shit out your mom's pussy, iPad, YouTube merchandise, and then you get a car, you get a driver's license. That feels like the natural evolution to me. For a while now, she's been a big name in the children's entertainment, but guess what? Today's video is all talking about a thing that just happened. And let me show you what happened. I'm just gonna, sorry about this. Ah! No! No! JoJo, no! JoJo showed up to the iHeartRadio Music Awards looking like this, like Gene Simmons or a version of Kiss.
I have already shit every brick possible that I got none left in me.
Looking like this to promote her new song entitled Karma, which came out on the 5th of April. Remember, the 5th of April. Pretty sure that's what Guy Fawkes said, I'm almost positive. After the last few years, she's attempted to rebrand herself as a mature adult and to distance herself from her old image, much like Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, and now she's swinging with wrecking balls and she's showing her pussy on stage with Robin Thicke. I might be going deaf, I might be going blind, but maybe I'm out of my mind. I remember when Miley Cyrus twerked on stage with that, I was like, that's not Hannah Montana. I thought we were having a party in the USA. No, Miley, no! Which, Miley has obviously very successfully transitioned from child star.
I used to strip naked, completely naked into Cracker Barrel when I was age of 3 and roll around on the ground.
Into pop icon, very hard to do. And JoJo is trying to climb that mountain right as we speak. I will say she's trying to distance herself from her old image, but she still narcissistically drives cars with her face on it. I don't know how well that holds up with branding for an adult. That would just have a normal car. Because also, if you're ever a dick in traffic, there's like a video, I'm pretty sure, of her cutting off someone in traffic.
JoJo see you are bullying us over here.
These people are just gonna know it's you. I don't know. I'm trying to think about if JoJo see whatever cut me off. I would fucking smash my car into the side of that dumbass. Is that I can't tell what kind of car that is.
Prius.
It's not a Prius, dude. Cut her off, dude. Whatever, dude. It looked like she was just merging. People are so fucking over dramatic. But in 2022, she cut off her hair, which meant no more fucking ponytails. The ponytails are gone, Nick.
It's good shit.
But no one saw this coming. No one saw this tidal wave of her next evolutionary step, which was a big one. It was that, I would say it was comparable. I know she says in some stuff that she takes influences from Miley Cyrus in that transition, and it was a bold step. With TikTok and the internet, they're dragging that bitch left and right. She dropped the Karma music video.
I was a bad girl, I did some bad things, I swear I did it all for fun.
This shit's damn near, is borderline explicit. Got this lonely ass islands, a CG mess. She's basically, I'm just gonna play this part, it's unbelievable.
It never happened, it was.
I mean, the humping is so unnecessary. All right, so the first lyrics to this song are, I'm a bad girl, I did some bad things. Let me tell you something. I really have no easy way to say this, so I'm just gonna go out and say it. I've met some rough lesbians in my day. I mean, they called them in the lesbian community, they called them Rottweilers. I'm a bad girl, I've done some bad things. I can tell already JoJo Siwa has not eaten pussy before. She's come out of the closet, she's talking about this whole album's about queer pop and that she's changed her identity. There's no way that's a rug muncher. I've seen some Rottweilers, dude. Motherfucker's got chapped lips. I'm looking at that, she has the same teeth as like Joe Biden. She's got some crazy veneers for like a 20-year-old. Some crazy.
$50,000 veneers.
They're $50,000 for veneers? That's what in her mouth?
She said.
It's that bow money, dude.
Most expensive thing I'm wearing my teeth. Cost me 50 grand.
Dude, if I had 50 grand, I'd fix these donkey teeth I have. These fucking absolute chompers, dude. This razor wire in my mouth. Hell yeah, I would do that. Are you kidding me? If you're gonna lie about this thing about being a like crazy lesbian pop star and stuff like that, chap the lips up a little bit. Just a little bit. A little more aged. Get a little sandpaper, a little DW40, just right, no big deal. Also, I'm pretty sure this whole song is about how she cheated on somebody.
Karma's a bitch, getting back at her.
What's that mean? Where so the whole thing is about Karma's a bitch, getting back at her, even though she cheated on somebody? Or she did bad things before and somebody cheated on her. I don't know.
Let's go to genius.com and see.
Should we? Let's look at it, dude.
Good morning, every single Steven and loving this entire little bit.
Okay, I was a bad girl. I did some bad things. I swear I did it for fun and it meant nothing. It never happened. It was a secret. okay? Like when a tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Another late night, another crazy mood, and I didn't think twice what it would do to you. Cheating. I was a wild child, you always knew it. The bitch sells bows at Walmart. I was a wild child, you always knew it. Karma's a bitch, I should have known better. If I had a wish, I would have never effed around. I would have never effed around. Can't just say f***ed around on her coming out album.
She's not that old. She's 20.
She's 20.
She can't say the F word yet.
If I had a wish, I would have never fucked around. Why not, dude? I like how you kind of squinted, like you were like, I never fucked around. When I saw the pics of you and her, I felt the knife twist. Karma's a bitch, and she's with you right now. You know what it is? She cheated on the girl. The girl left her for another person. It checks out, dude. It's a catchy ass song. I'm supposed to tell you. There's a lot of people coming after her, dude. Her bad dancing. Sure. It's very aggressive. It's way too aggressive. There's a lot of videos of her online where she's doing it in her rehearsals, and it's just like, goddamn, dude. To have that young neck again. I remember when I was at metal shows and I would headbang like this. I mean, that bitch is thrashing and bashing, dude. It's a Rottweiler in the making. She put a little warning label. It says, warning, the following content is not made for children and may be disturbing or offensive to some viewers. May contain, I like it, may contain sexual themes. Just say it contains sexual themes, violence, strong language, traumatic scenarios, and flashing lights. Viewer discretion is advised. Jesus Christ, what the f are you getting ready to post, dude? It's a goddamn music video. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen other child stars attempt the quote-unquote go bad and break free from the childhood image, right? Miley Cyrus did the same back in 2013. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Olivia Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo is even dipping a toe towards being edgy with her songs about breaking up with boys and wanting to be with the girls and being free. Yeah, that's why if I ever had a kid, I'm just like, we're not even gonna start with all this pussy shit, dude. We're going straight to the source. Have my kid do lines and lines of coke. Start singing about that. And start boxing, cockfighting, fight some chickens, fight a baby, and fight a lethal rooster. I don't think the baby wins that.
A baby versus a rooster? Yeah.
Yeah, a baby versus a rooster and a cockfighting rooster.
That rooster will tear that.
You don't think you think so?
Yeah.
Okay, what if it was like, what if it's a 1-year-old? Would a 1-year-old beat a cockfighting rooster?
Does the 1-year-old also have like those little punching bags?
Just their hands. I'm thinking that a child could not beat a rooster until they're 5, but my kid will be able to beat a rooster whenever they're 3.
You'll be training them.
Yes. And they'll sing about it, and that's will be their first. That'll be their first hit. Cockfight. But it's just about having the gall to be able to grab that little muff by the throat, stop him, and it's probably gonna claw at you. And you know what? People like to make fun of JoJo singing because of this clip of her in the car. Granted, I wouldn't have posted it, but at the same time, dude, hard song.
You are still a traitor.
Gotta breathe, dude. She's getting ready to pass the f out, dude. All red in the face. What's the song she can sing, dude? Come on.
Oh my god, she's raspy today.
Oh my god, she's raspy today. But the reason people are so mad is because the way she's been acting and speaking on this promotional tour she's on, and it has been an onslaught of cringe. She's making it so we cannot look away, and to me that is not fair. Every pop person that you see, for the majority of the part, I know there's gonna be some people like, no, they write their own music, has people that write it for them. They buy songs, they do all kinds of shit. People give each other songs. It's the name of the game. And I don't fault the people for playing the game and making this generic music or anything like that. Whatever, dude. If it's catchy, it's catchy, and if it makes you a bunch of fucking money, then who cares? Whenever you go on a whole onslaught about how this album is about your transformation as a person, it's about you coming out, it's about artistic flavor and basically putting yourself out there and saying that you're a very, I guess, honest and reputable person. To me, I'm like, you better have something to be able to back it up. And this cringy campaign is like a horrible, horrible car wreck, okay? Hard to look away. Very, very hard to look away. From the WWE Kiss-inspired makeup, you know, even though she doesn't know who Gene Simmons is, which is like, I get people are young, but it's like, you haven't heard Gene Simmons one time? You're wearing this outfit and you haven't heard of Gene Simmons once in your life? Granted, Gene Simmons is a fucking dick. Say what you will about Kiss, I like a couple Kiss songs. Would I ever want to hang out with him in a room? Oh, absolutely not. No, sir. But I would at least put a little respect on Gene Simmons' name. But there's just been a lot of cringe, dude. I mean,
I'm calling the people in the Titanic submarine. The situation, the submersible, that whole thing. I'm calling them.
it's like giving a TikTok account to a 98-year-old man. It's gonna end in some kind of misery, dude. That's what I feel like with these. It's just so aggressive, dude. Be gentler on your neck. I have no real other way of saying this besides just saying, like, if you want to dance, your dance, it's whatever. It's just an objectively not good dance. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's just kind of a shitty, stupid looking dance. Oh, there you go. This person's dancing. Looks nice. You know what it is, dude? And I get this thing too. It's those stiff bones, dude. If I did the dance too, it'd probably look a lot like it. JoJo is leaning on Karma to signify her bad girl turn. This is a big pivotal moment in a pop star's career that this is a make or break moment. This is the moment where do people take you seriously or are you just a little goofball that still sells bows at Walmart? This is also her artistic expression, even though a company paid for everything. She didn't make any of her actual songs. She had a choreographer make and fabricate everything that she's doing.
I am giving the world art.
It's her coming out album, Nick. Who she is as a person. No one's done queer pop. No one ever. And to have someone like JoJo come out and change the game and give these people a voice and be able to step forward for what their changes as a human being is truly admirable. And I'm just so glad that she's brought this music to light, this new genre of music that has never existed before. Ever. Not one time. Literally just happened in the year 2024. Wow. Yeah. Take that, George Bush. But things got worse when JoJo told Billboard in an interview that she wants to make a new genre of music called gay pop.
I first signed with Columbia. I said, I want to start a new genre of music. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's called gay pop. And they were like, what's that? And I was like, it's like K-pop, right? But it's gay pop.
And this is her trying to clarify this statement because that shit took the storm here.
I gotta ask you with the gay pop.
Yes.
A lot of people have come for you. Do you retract what you said? Have you
Why did people come for me for that? Literally, what did I do? Here's the thing. I could be like, I support world peace. And the world would be like, you.
Do you think anybody would actually say you're an asshole for saying I want world peace? You're an asshole! Maybe she wants to put a little respect on gay pop. People are all upset about it. I mean, it's an ignorant thing to say.
That sounds like Forrest Gump right there.
It's an ignorant thing to say. That's what JoJo Siwa started talking about gay pop. You know, man, Mama said life's like a gay pop CD. You don't know which track you gonna get. It's just another tone-deaf thing about, like, you just assume people don't know that Freddie Mercury is gay. The guy who died of literal AIDS during the AIDS crisis. Lady Gaga. I mean, like, dude, I'm like all kinds of shit. The entire 80s were filled with gay pop. You know what I mean? But after coming out as a lesbian in 2021, JoJo is making that a big part of her identity during her rebrand. Initially, she came out as pansexual, which Miley also did in 2016. JoJo, you think we don't see you trying to be Miley, bitch?
This song is special. Karma is special. I was very afraid of the lyrics of Karma. I wasn't ready to say I was a bad girl.
I wasn't afraid to say I was a bad girl, dude. I'm telling you. There's no way that she has actually cheated on anyone, too. The Karma is a scrapped Miley Cyrus song from 2012 that she bought and seemingly changed one word to. Out of the entire song she's had for how many years now? 4 years? Oh, there's a breakdown of the song? What the fuck?
This is how it went down with my new song and music video, Karma. This song is so special.
She keeps saying it's so special.
I knew that I wanted this song to be not only a part of my life, but part of my life in such a massive way, in such a big picture.
It's the same shit with like the Vogue 73 question thing, whatever. These fucking celebrities just have a literal script that they work off of because they can't just have a genuine moment ever. If you're reiterating the same thing over and over again, or if like you have a script that you're paid for, whatever, but it's insane to go on these shows and regurgitate the same thing over and over again. You don't have one other thing to say about this breakout song, Karma. This song that's supposed to be your literal transition from child to an adult, basically, like in terms of how people perceive you. And it's just the exact same thing reiterated over and over again. It's just like disgusting. Honestly, it makes me fucking disgusted. Some kind of fucked up dance here, just like you're grinding on somebody. Have you seen any like pop music video in the last fucking 30 years? People are popping their pussies all over the place. Watch one Ice Spice video. She'd probably get all bricked up over that, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
God, man. Whoa! Which there is another artist named Britt Smith who sang the exact same song back in 2012. JoJo confirmed the song was never another pop star's, as Karma is the brainchild of the producing team Rock Mafia, who created hits for Miley, Selena Gomez, and Demi Lovato, among others. She defended, quote, "I didn't steal anything. There's no such thing as stealing. I also don't know who Britt Smith is." What a bitch. You can't just be like, yeah, it's her song. Pop artists buy songs all the time. Just to be, yeah, I bought her song. Thought it was great. I thought it was applicable to my life. Even if is that even a genuine feeling? Or did my team say that my transition into an adult and being gay, is this also a fabrication? I don't know. Conspiracy Meat? New series, Conspiracy Meat? This song is supposed to be so special to her and whatever else, and it's a JoJo Siwa song, right? It's unbelievably frustrating because you're saying the song's about cheating on an ex and then your ex getting together with somebody else, and it's about this queer identity that's coming together, and I want people to take me seriously, I'm an adult, and I want them to know I'm artistic and talented. But the entire song that you bought is fabricated. It's wrote by someone else. There's not an original thought going through your goddamn head. And the craziest part is she's being rewarded for it. Over and over again! It's insane! It's absolutely crazy! Think about every other artist on planet Earth right now who's made a song over some kind of expression. It could be about anything. I wanna die. At least it's their own thought. It's at least it's an semblance of a piece of their human story that's put down into song, even if it fucking sucks. At least it's their own. If this was the same thing, I'd be like, hey, it's just about a person who's just, you know what, they like to eat pussy sometimes, or used to be a child star, now they're a big pop star. Ooh, they're an adult pop star. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. If you're a young and impressionable kid, what does this do? What does this do for you?
Tell you to lie.
Trust me, just lie and buy your way through anything. You can do anything in life if you just lie your way through it. JoJo has said Miley Cyrus is her idol, and no one from her generation has had a career flip like Miley Cyrus has.
No one has made, in my generation, this extreme of a switch. And I am the first in the generation. It is very scary, but someone's got to do it.
She also said that she is honored that people are comparing her to the new Miley Bangers moment. Who's doing that, dude? To which people scoffed because, you know, who the fuck? No one has made that comparison besides her own. I think she really wants people to be like, this is a lot like Miley Cyrus's transformation. But even if Miley Cyrus bought those songs too, it's at least just a more honorable, more divisive approach, right? I don't know if people really remember that shit back in the day. That shit was kind of fucked up. The bitch was singing about party in the USA, and all of a sudden she's like chopped her hair off. She's swinging around half naked, kind of going full blown here. She's a bad girl. But we already knew that. Miley, not JoJo. All of this has caused numerous groans from the internet because of JoJo's delusion and audacity. She's been doing all these cringy, almost shit-posting troll masterful classes. I want to see a little masterclass. Masterclass, JoJo Siwa shit-trolling online. This week, she called the paparazzi on herself exiting a sex shop with penis plushie to get into her JoJo Siwa car wearing her JoJo Siwa shirt. So she called the paparazzi on herself? And the thing too about it is that this might be a successful marketing campaign. I know people are gonna be like, it's only so popular because people keep talking about it. The girl is gonna get paid regardless. The thing about it is that this is an absolute shit show travesty, which granted, is it going to affect her career negatively? I think so. I think that it's gonna be hard because this is the first big one, but then guess what? People are gonna get tired really quick and it's gonna be just a flash in the pan is what I would say. Watch this like 6 years from now, she's like a fucking Grammy award winning artist. Which the whole thing too is it's the same kind of criticism we had with J-Lo's thing of it's a person who is completely disassociated from reality.
If you know, you know.
And now they are like making music for the quote unquote real people that she still feels connected to, even though like her brain could not even comprehend that she is so far down another path, which is fine. But goddamn, just have some semblance of humanity. You don't have to be with the regular poors anymore, dude. And the poors and the regular people, it's not the same ball field. You're dressing up as Gene Simmons and dancing. You get millions of dollars. And you have a rap carve your face. You think regular people are doing that? You think that's something that people are just like, hey, that's me? Are you sure? I don't think so. Best gay cousin ever. That's a fucking baller shirt. I actually have that exact same shirt, that exact same size in my house. But the I Heart carpet wasn't on the only place that JoJo has been pulling stunts, which, dude, this is a classic.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Okay, why the frick did Kiss Ross punch?
Oh, dude, people are rolling this bitch like crazy, dude. Why is her voice so raspy? Is that forced, you think? Is it too much singing? Like her throat's thrashed? Now she sounds like kind of like a chain smoker. Or kind of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Like kind of like a surfer, bro.
Dream guest on my podcast?
Dream guest on my podcast? That's radical.
It's very catchy. The problem is every part is catchy. It's like all of a sudden your head will be like, I was a bad girl. Karma is a bitch.
It's like all of a sudden your brain, there's multiple parts.
The self-centered narcissism is just fucking unbelievable. I also love how important celebrities make themselves out to be. Your entire existence is fabricated and propped up on like millions of dollars of record deals that have completely fabricated your entire existence, and then yeah, they're just like, no one is really doing it like I am. We talk a lot about cringe on this channel. We talk a lot about what's going on the internet today, and this is just one thing that's happening in a moment that will pass by, much like a dying star in our universe. It will just shoot by and it'll be done. But for now, I think it's something that's really pretty fascinating, but it also just goes to show how much celebrities are up their own ass. Everything that a celebrity does, especially in pop music and stuff, is so fictitious. It's a lie, it's a ruse. Everything that a celebrity does, especially a musician, is fabricated through millions of dollars of teamwork to manipulate you into liking the music, especially young, impressionable audiences. I think with this Karma song, she's talking about how she wants to grow up, but really she's just taking the fan base that she has grown up with, and she is trying to still monetize them and milk them like little pay cows that they are. Because then whenever they sit there, they can't say, oh, JoJo, that's for babies now. Now they can still like it and be like, no, she's making real adult stuff now, and I'm an adult. I need to be taken seriously. It's a cringy thing. Is she winning in the marketing game? Absolutely. Has she done anything to artistically prove herself as a musician? Absolutely not. So we shall see. It's a little piece of cringe that I had to see and I enjoyed, and I hope you got to enjoy it as well. I appreciate you all for stopping by and watching this video today. I love you very much. Bye-bye.
Karma's a bitch, I should've known better. If I would've known, I would've never left her around. JoJo Siwa's my queen. I love JoJo Siwa.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about a cockroach, a bug, a parasite on the internet. He's a part of a collective of people online that we like to call IRL streamers, in real life streaming. Became popular, I think, in like the 2013s, you know, when Twitch first started. You had people like Ice Poseidon doing all of his crazy shenanigans. You had all kinds of other people going out, publicly terrorizing people, and just streaming their day. And for some reason, the IRL streaming community is usually riddled with complete and utter, I don't know, fucking goobers. I don't know how else to say it. It's been a long line of crazy, annoying shit that's, yeah, I guess it's innocent enough, but it's still annoying, versus legitimate crimes that have happened. It's a weird pendulum act of the scales of justice keep swaying left and right. But as of late, one thing that keeps popping up on my radar, and especially here at Meat Studios, is a little streamer named Neon. He keeps popping up all over my feeds, and at a certain point I was just like, who is this guy? He's a part of this new wave of IRL streamers where it's extremely small man with entourage. Same with that other guy, Jack Doherty, whatever. I think he just shows his cock online and he gets money. Is that how he makes his money? Is he a Trustafarian?
I don't know what that is.
We need to do a video on Trustafarians. New waves of people having entourages, starting shit and being annoying, but they have like security guards or they're hype beasts, and they're kind of like just an accumulation of bugs that are dancing around with each other for clout. You know, it's weird online. It's like there's a very particular kind of like shitty streamer. You know what I mean? I don't know if that translates, but like it's somebody who's kind of like dorky, like I'm a bit of a clown, but they're all about money, hype beast shit, clothes, showing off that you're rich. And then also it's like fake drama, stirring up all kinds of controversies and other kind of bullshit, along with like crimes, like some kind of crime, like accident, like really dumb crimes that happen. I would say like old YouTube pranksters from like 2013 to 2015, whatever era, are what like new shitty IRL streamers are. And I think even some of them have transitioned into IRL streaming, just because all you have to do is like have 2 iPhones and that's it. And you can just get in Ubers and do whatever the fuck you want and just terrorize everybody and just be like, give me money, give me money. And it's fucking crazy. And Neon is the crustiest, greasiest little bug of all, maybe? And that's up to interpretation, but from some of the stuff I found, it's pretty funny. Today's video is sponsored by Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you break bad habits. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun! Their innovative device is high quality and completely natural. It uses flavored air instead of vapor, meaning you can use it anywhere. What? With Fume, you can fill the void without the guilt. Plus, you can reach for the device to calm anxiety with movable, snappable magnets. Now, I tried Fume, and let me tell you something. Right now, Crisp Mint has got to be my favorite. The flavor was more flavorful than I thought, and it feels fresh. Very fresh. It was extremely minty, which is to be expected from my favorite flavor, Crisp Mint. And this little sucker's well weighted, it's well made, and hell, it's extremely fun to fidget with. And the look of the wood is so beautiful. Honestly, I had girls and guys goob gobbing at me all day. Fume has a unique range of refreshing flavors like crisp mint, sparkling grapefruit, and orange vanilla. I was surprised by how smooth and flavorful each flavor really was. Fume has served over 150,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get 10% off your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use code PAPAMEAT, or scan the QR code on screen to save 10% off your order today. Thank you so much, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. So who exactly is Neon, you're wondering? Well, let me tell you. His name is Rangesh Matama, and he is a highly controversial figure these past few months, maybe a little over a year or whatever, but the past few months he's been really very controversial. Originally, he started off his content creation career at the strapping young age of 13 years young. Originally playing NBA 2K and Fortnite. He eventually transitioned into IRL streaming for his deal with Kick, or just for Kick, the platform in general, which for people who don't know what Kick is it's trash fire. It's essentially Twitch for people who are like edgy and stuff, I would say. Twitch is full of libtards and cucks, so Kick is for the based red pillars who like money and eating pussy. No gay people though, because that's not based, I don't think. And that's libtard stuff, so get your ass back over to Twitch. I don't even know what the fuck happened to Rumble. There's all these different like names of like streaming platforms. Kick, once again, it's a platform that is owned by Stake, which Twitch got rid of being able to stream gambling because they thought that it was manipulative to children. I don't know. But okay. So Stake basically said, we have billions of dollars from gambling addicts, so let's make our own thing. Basically, it's a whole, I would say the majority of what Kick does is it's formed on gambling, like gambling streamers, I would say is probably the biggest thing. I think Aiden Ross is a part owner. He's like one of the big guys, but even from Twitch and other communities, you have people like Amaranth, XQC, Nick Merckx have contracts with Kick, so they're a legitimate player in the game, but it is the edgelord version, and people have their kind of like, you know, point the glasses up on their bridge of their nose and say, I don't really like that platform. Which here's the thing too, when I was thinking, if some stupid fucking company is just gonna throw just a heap of money at you, I had to do it. Because they also still, like in these contracts, what's fucked is they still get to stream on Twitch and stuff. You just have like a certain amount of hours you have to stream a month, I think, on this platform. So why the fuck wouldn't you? I say get the bread while you can. Hey, little bowl of guac. But Neon is currently the 6th highest viewed streamer on Kick with over 279,000 followers, which that's debatable. As we'll find with Neon is he is a big lying little boy, and a lot of the followers and views that he has, a lot of people say it's bot viewing, where I think you just pay. How the fuck does bot viewing work for streaming?
Oh, there might even be some people in China who are like open up their phones and
so it's just like a wall of phones and people are just like boop, 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 boop. Because I know with YouTube view bots it's like, oh, you just log in and they like create a bunch of different accounts and then they just like click on the video, or they like comment one word comments to boost up comments and stuff. But god, that'd be fucking grating, being like a Chinese fucking view bot person for streams. Holy shit. Neon, our golden child here, is no stranger to controversies. No. Once a small little boy who was just an eccentric little child. I'm a loudmouth kid. Look at me go. I might say something weird. And then as fame grew, he calcified into a toxic little dork who is a hype beast to no end and has his little entourage of bots and 13-year-old viewers who think that this is extremely pog. Clickbait is a huge part of his strategy for taking over the internet, which, you know, listen, dude, I'm always down for a little clickbait. You gotta entice people to come in. But he started off in a very rambunctious way in 2019, he uploaded a now deleted video called Neon is Dying, which was a video that was supposedly uploaded by his brother in which he claims that Neon was in a critical condition due to seizures from his brain tumor. Motherfucker, back in the day, he started off saying that basically he had brain cancer. That's a little more than even a clickbait, okay? That's a full-on fabricated lie and a complete and awful thing to do. But that same day that the seizure video, the same day that was uploaded, on his second channel, he released some NBA 2K content. So you're kind of like, could you not just wait just a little bit to upload the basketball content?
You needed that money to pay for the surgery.
You do need the money. You do need to upload the videos to pay for the brain cancer surgery. That's true. That's not, you know, you're right. And after uploading his video letting people know that he's having brain surgeries, or that his brother let people know that he's having brain seizures and brain cancer, he uploaded 2 more videos. One of them titled Neon's Final Words. I wonder what it was.
If the surgery does not go well, I'll bleed out to death. And if that happens, you know, that's what's gonna happen.
Powerful stuff. And then one final video, simply called Gone.
Now all this video is a compilation of his apparent best moments, but at the beginning it says RIP Neon, and at the end it says RIP Neon.
Powerful. But thankfully, a couple days later, he uploaded a video letting everybody know that he survived and beat cancer. It was that quick. Some people would say that's divine intervention in some kind of way. You know what I call it? A lie. Which people came in, and he was smaller back then, so not a whole bunch of controversy came of this, but people did talk about it, and you're like, okay, well, hey, there's been people who have faked their death on YouTube or faked the idea. I remember there was those Australian guys who faked having, I think, cancer as well, or one of them having cancer or something, or that they were both dying, and then they saw a chiropractor and it healed them or something. So he's not the only one. So you think, okay, well, he learned from his mistakes. Well, 3 months later, he made a video talking about how he had COVID-19, which turned out to be his lie as well, baiting his sickness and illnesses just for a little bit of YouTube clout. He's a young idiot. There has to be so many of these channels, right? But for some reason, some kind of entity came down from the sky and said, we're going to make you famous. What really blew Neon up was his, dare I say, parasitic collaborations with Aiden Ross, the hero of streaming. The bad boy, the extremely funny guy. Okay. Neon was featured in one of his videos, and I just want to take a look at it here. That is funny content. Which he did a couple videos with Aiden here, and on one video he said this to a character on the internet named Gorlock the Destroyer, who is I don't even know. He said, quote, I genuinely hope someone comes to your house and shoots you in the fucking head, you fucking hippo. Let me finish. I don't give a fuck about this fat bitch. How do you wake up like that? How do you not kill yourself? Please tell me. Please fucking tell me. How do you not want to kill yourself? You're fat, obese. Somebody needs to fucking stone you, bitch. Someone needs to fucking stone you. I thought he was talking to me for a second. Which, he also collaborated with Sneeko and Fousey. And he did a collab with Ruby Rose to help boost his popularity as well. Who the fuck is Ruby Rose? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who the fuck Ruby Rose is. Sneeko, we had the cartoon with him, and then Fousey, we had a video talking about him a while back, and he has his mental breakdowns and stuff. I don't know who Ruby Rose is, though. But let's put up a funny video of what Ruby Rose does.
How does your everyday life go?
Every day's different. Like, I travel a lot, but sometimes I be at home. You know, just chilling.
Just chilling, yeah. Do you like to party a lot or no?
No.
You don't seem like the type at all.
Yeah, no.
Wow, that's awesome. Imagine, that's epic collab. He even raged at Andrew Tate. What the fuck?
Hell, you're a simple. You bitch. You're in house arrest, you pussy. You fucking loser. You and your dirty ass brother. Fuck him too, dumb bitch.
I can tell it's funny because Aiden Ross is going off, dude. This is top tier fucking content. I love that. This definitely isn't the end of all days. Essentially, Neon is a parasite that is hopping around, playing the game right now, right? He's a little mosquito, he's flying around, he's sucking some of the cloud out of here, he's sucking some of the cloud out of here, and he's amassing his own following, but he's just a goofy kid. It's all good. It's fine. But as his popularity began to grow, Neon started to become more arrogant and clout chasey, even though he was already pretty clout chasey to begin with, but his arrogance was rising. Money will do that to a young little sprite. Neon, don't go down that path. It's hard to come back from. He began to become more erratic, and his outbursts became more violent and toxic. And Aiden eventually distanced himself from Neon. Oh my god. Brothers in arms fighting, when will this stop? And the two are now beefing with each other, which is all fake. It's all fake. All this shit's fake. It doesn't really matter. Who gives a fuck? All that stuff is bullshit. If you see any of that stuff, it's all fabricated. They're texting. They're probably sucking each other's cock. I don't know what they're doing. And when I say sucking each other's cock, I don't know if it's actually physically. I'm just saying metaphorically. I like to imagine there's cute text between all these creators. Hee hee hee. We should kiss. Kiss and suck each other's cock. We should pretend that you came and stole my car. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, that sounds so good.
Neon's sitting there and he kind of went through some trials and tribulations. He's talking about how he wants to fight Moist Critical. He then has a very sick and very competitive one-on-one basketball deal with Riff Raff, which I gotta say, I do like some Riff Raff songs, dude. Ferrari and Baby Blue or whatever the fuck it is. Those are good stuff. I like it. People don't realize, I'm pretty sure they based the guy in Spring Breakers off him. Pretty sure Riff Raff comes from like some drug dealing backgrounds and some other kind of shady shit or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. They were wagering their watches and stuff because they're both wealthy men, right? But by the end, Neon lost 2 watches, one of which his girlfriend gave him. Oh my God, not his girlfriend, Nick! No! What does his girlfriend look like? Put a PNG over here. Oh my God, baby, that sick ass watch. Baby, please come back. Please! Aiden keeps coming in and Neon, he gets robbed, but does he really? Really, a lot of things keep happening. You know what I mean? We keep seeing videos of Neon supposedly getting robbed and then other IRL streamers being like, oh my God, is this actually true? I don't know. The kid's faked dying. His whole life's a lie. It's all fabrication because people who watch this kind of shit are sitting at their keyboards or on their phones and they're just like, yes, this is very, very based. This is cool. I too want a Rolex one day and a Louis Vuitton bag. That would be very pog. Yes.
They're also 12 years old.
They're also 12. I would be surprised if a lot of them are just like, dude, when I hit puberty, it is fucking over. It is over for them bitches, dude. As soon as I hit puberty, I'm gonna clean up shop. It's like Mickey Mouse or some shit. Which he's done a lot of cringy stuff on his streams as well. Like, he's asked girls for kisses, dude. Prank Invasion style, dude. Remember Prank Invasion? Mommy Makeout Day?
Mommy Makeout Day.
Hell yeah.
That was my favorite video.
That was a good video back in the day. Very, very funny. All the 12-year-olds beating their cocks to Prank Invasions, you know what I mean? But he's asked girl for kisses. Asking his girlfriend in public why her pussy is so hairy.
I have a question. I watch your videos. Why is your so hairy? Wait.
Which, dude, hey. Guys, be honest. Who hasn't had that conversation with their girl? Huh? Nick, have you done that with your girl?
Ask it why it's so hairy.
Why is her pussy so hairy?
Every day.
Every day. You need to clean that up.
This is disgusting.
You know, I would say I would fucking throw her the 17 fucking Manscaped razors I'd have, and I'd say trim it up. This isn't the fucking Outlook Hotel, dude. Jack Nicholson's running around your fucking pussy hair there. Come on, trim it up for all of us. Come on there. Come play with us, Danny. Okay. Another instance, Neon approaches a former porn star and her partner at a restaurant and starts trying to make him watch her videos on his phone and saying nasty things. That is fucking hilarious. I like to imagine these kind of people too say like Rafflecopter, unironically. Rafflecopter. Awkward turtle? That's what they say too. But you know, he's just a little creepy little cringy stuff that little boys would think is funny. Ask women how many people they've had sex with, which granted, I will give him credit, is the funniest thing on earth, and that is really funny. He's almost gotten in a fight with the Island Boys. Remember them? Island Boy. You know what I'm talking about? He was denied entry into a UFC fight. He gets robbed from time to time. Who doesn't, dude? When you're carrying that much fucking guac and bricks in your pocket, it's hard not to get robbed. People, you know, they know where the fuck you're at when you're walking around. And he was also robbed by a guy named Punch Made Dev. I don't know what the fuck what that even string of words means together. Play it here.
This dude Dev actually made me fucking glow up on God. Hey, bro, hold on. Fuck. Give me that. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Which would be very scary. I don't know how real that is. It's hard to know if any of this stuff is actually even real. Besides awkward interactions where he's just walking up to helpless people in public places and asking them stuff like, do you fart a lot?
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
Okay, bro, I'm just joking. That stuff I imagine is real, but this kind of stuff feels fabricated. They're walking around in an empty alley parking lot, and then he gets robbed there. That feels a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Which we come into the stuff here where we start talking about Neon's bands. This is where when I was scrolling like a fucking, I was laying on my couch like a beached whale looking at Twitter, and then I start seeing some of these things. Neon band. And I'm like, oh, my little autistic YouTuber brain kind of kicks on, and I'm just like, what? What does that mean? And then we get into Neon's first band, which during a live stream on March 14th of 2024, Neon had a 10-year-old guest on his stream. Why does he have a 10-year-old guest on his stream? Maybe he's a nice guy, Nick. Well, we're getting ready to find out that that's not really the case, so I don't really know why he had the 10-year-old on a stream, but the child said he would beat the shit out of Neon and his fat girlfriend, too. Very 10-year-old energy. Extreme 10-year-old energy. This peeved Neon, dude. We're talking about a man who stands by his bitch, as they say. That's when Neon began to have a meltdown and scream at the child, saying that he was going to sexually assault the child and then dox him live to his stream for his viewers and bots to ransack, which this resulted in an immediate ban from Kick. Kick said, you know what, this is too much, honestly, Neon, for even us. How dare you? This is totally uncalled for, and his account was back a couple days later. Kick is a cool place. Did you know on Kick, you can threaten to actually assault the child and dox him and threaten to kill him on stream, and you only get 2 days off? You get 2 days paid vacation! It was a joke! Not a bad deal. It's a joke, dude! We're fucking joking around! People are so soft! Unbelievable!
It's just COD talk.
Dude, exactly. Dude, you would never last in a COD lobby. It's so funny, dude.
Your mama finna beat the fuck out you. She on the way with the belt now, bitch ass. Your mom said she finna beat the white off your bitch ass.
Kids nowadays would never last in a COD lobby. Be honest, dude. But because of this ban, Neon released argued to be one of the worst apologies on Earth. I don't know if it's as bad as Colleen Ballinger because you play a literal pop song, but I think people were comparing it to be one of the worst apologies ever. It's pretty funny.
In my career, I've made a lot of mistakes and I've made a lot of, bad decisions. That was not something that comes out of a person like me's mouth ever.
You can see he's really trying to force out some tears. He's really doing the wet works and stuff. And then even later on, he sat there and he was talking with one of his homies, and he said he was upset about it. Did you even see his tears?
I want to start off by saying I do not... Why am I smiling? I want to start off by saying, yo, we got hella people in here. God damn, man! The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my, what the hell? The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my words and shit for... The fact that someone let me get that down bad and say those things is really fucked up, and I want to take full accountability.
It was genuine. What do you mean that the thing wasn't bad? I was crying.
You cried off stream.
I honestly meant that sincerely, bro, and I actually shed a tear when I got banned, bro. I swear to God.
I cried off stream. I'm too strong to cry on camera. I can't let my, what would you call Neon fans?
My Neos.
I can't let my... That's really good. I can't let my Neos see how weak and vulnerable I can be. And genuine. I have to cry off stream, and I did. I guess he's done. And then he gets arrested in Dubai, is the next ban. Banned from just freedom?
Yeah, banned from freedom.
Yeah, he just gets banned from freedom here. Because on April 12th, he was arrested in Dubai for illegally recording without a permit, which is a big fucking no-no in Dubai. People had speculations of why he was arrested, but it came out that he was arrested because he was filming police officers, or I think like members of the military or something, and you can't do that in Dubai. Big no-no. He got arrested. But while he was held in custody, Dubai was flooding, so a slew of rumors came in that Neon had drowned in his holding cell. Okay, I do like how the him dying, it's like it's cyclical. First it's the brain tumor, brain cancer thing. Now it's him drowning in a Dubai holding cell. I wonder what the next death one will be. That'll be a fun one to see. We're not really sure how many of his arrests are authentic, so we don't even know if the Dubai thing, maybe he was just taking a couple extra days. Maybe he just wanted to have a couple days not streaming and crying off camera again. Asking his girlfriend in private why her is he so hairy, and I guess telling a 10-year-old Dubai child that a Dubaian, what is that?
Dubaian.
A Dubaian? Asking a 10-year-old child in Dubai if he, if he's gonna fucking take a ball peen hammer to the back of his head or something like that. Just cute Neon stuff that he does. Coincidentally, weeks before, he was in a YouTube video in Dubai where it was a fake prison experiment thing. And then a couple weeks later, he's just coincidentally arrested for then now filming, having been there for a while. It just doesn't add up, and it's just Neon being, once again, a goofball. Neon returned to live streaming a few days later where he claimed that, quote, the real situation was that we actually filmed the cops. The idiot filmed the cops. It wasn't his fault. I don't blame him. I take full accountability. It was my fault. AKA, I've heard people say that's what you're supposed to do many times, so that's what I'm saying, even though that person is definitely fired. Which he also went on to brag about being famous in prison for 36 hours. So people in the Dubai prison are really fuck heavy with Neon and what he does. He's like, I know someone. I know one of the people who run those bots accounts. My buddy runs the bot account who does your fucking deal. That's sick. After this incident, he fired his security guard. And he said, quote, it showed me that genuinely actions have consequences, bro. You can't go around in Dubai, the most safe and respected place ever, and record whatsoever thinking you can get away with it.
You think they made him say that?
I think that they definitely made him say that. You can't just go to Dubai, the best and coolest, safest place ever in the world.
I want to give a special shout out to Dubai.
Funnest place I've ever been to.
Everyone spam up W Dubai in the chat.
Most beautiful place on earth.
W Dubai, everyone spam it up.
And just record whatever you want, bro. Gotta get that security guard out of there. But then we get our next ban. This time back on the internet, not in real life, supposedly, but we'll see. Even after reinstating his account, Neon has not learned his lesson and has now landed himself on a permanent ban on Kick, which was immediately revoked, and he's back. Or he's technically just shadow banned, but it's a ban nonetheless. Neon was collaborating with the infamous car streamer Squeeze Benz, who is notorious for getting in chases with the police. That's a excellent form of content creation. In his most recent stream, Neon was riding as a passenger as Squeeze drove down the highway at incredible speeds. Awesome. I love endangering other people. It's just kind of like a, I guess, kind of quirky thing that I like. I'll get into it later. Do you want to get in my giant truck later and go down the highway as fast as we can?
Drunk?
I was gonna make that joke, but I was like, I feel like it got hit the other time. This resulted in Squeeze crashing into another car, and the two of them fled from the crime scene live on Kick. Which are, you know, we could show some of the videos of the accident.
I'm gonna jump out! I'm gonna jump out! I'm gonna jump out! I'm gonna jump out! Squeeze! Squeeze!
Bro! Him having this reaction too, it feels disingenuous. I really don't think Neon expected him to actually crash here. This is another thing IRL streamers do, is they overreactions. Because the whole thing too is you're trying to clip farm, which is basically putting up big reactions so that someone will upload it to TikTok or whatever, and then you're essentially people are making free content for you that gets distributed through everywhere. Every big streamer does it, dude. Every single one of them. That's why every streamer has some kind of crazy reaction thing, and it's so funny watching them get scared.
Oh my god! Oh my fuck!
That seems fake. Does it not sound like post-production? Like, oh, another angle here. I see it.
Oh my god!
So what? A car just like full slammed in the back of them. It looked like they were like intentionally doing that.
I'm guessing they were, as they're speeding, they pissed him off, so he was chasing them.
Why would the car do that? Shortly after this stream, Kick gave Neon a permanent ban. Justice, my friends, was served. Or was it? Not even 12 hours after the accident, Kick lifted the ban to just a shadow ban. Aww. Even Charlie called out Neon and Kick in one of his latest videos, and he said,
"They are a platform that is impossible to take seriously because it is pretty much used by a lot of people as a place to just broadcast actual illegal activity."
And he's right. It's impossible to actually have any respect for any of these fucking people who use this platform when it's just absolute degenerates on here doing terrible shit that actually endangers people in public. You know, I mean, like, Speed fucking Benz going on the highway and stuff. This isn't cool. It isn't funny. Also, him doing this kind of thing, what does that show these like young impressionable viewers that Neon has? That, oh, maybe I'll take my own fucking car and drive down the highway and upload it to TikTok. It's just dangerous shit, man. It's fucking stupid. Even Aiden's calling out Kick for being too lenient on Kick. Shut the fuck up, Aiden, you dumb bitch. And who cares? He's done his fair share of stuff too, which people can change, but it's Aiden Ross, and I don't trust that man with an inch of my life. So, I don't know. All in all, it was just a big collection of things that have happened recently to the point where it brought up something kind of interesting that was, it's like all of this stuff feels very cyclical. These actions happen all again. I remember when Ice Poseidon was doing his stuff and then he got kicked off a plane because someone called him a threat to the plane, and then even like the crazy shit that happened on that RV with Only Used Blade and that kind of stuff. And now it seems like it's coming back full circle here to where now you have people like Neon who will do anything to be famous. These people chasing and pursuing fame for nothing. It is going to be something that in 2 years, where will these people be? And even if they're still relevant around, what kind of quality of life, what are you setting up for yourself? What are you presenting to the world as actual entertainment? It's nothing. You're making an absolute fool out of yourself. You're endangering other people's lives, and it's all an attempt to get a few likes and get extra money. It doesn't ever feel worth it. I don't think it ever feels worth it to do that. And there's so many good IRL streamers out there too. There's people out there that are actually trying to entertain people, actually trying to find fun ways of like going out into the world and doing stuff, and it just feels, it's just such a shame that these people can manipulate people, especially young, I'm guessing young impressionable viewers who are looking for that kind of reassurance as well, or looking to get clout as well. So at the end of the day, who gives a fuck? But when it comes to this, it's just sometimes it's nice talking about the bad eggs and some of the stupid shit that they're doing. So without further ado, guys, thank you so much for watching the video. And you know, if you're IRL streaming, don't bug anybody, don't endanger anybody with the stuff that you're doing, and most importantly, be kind to each other, and you know, have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about very, very naughty doctors. We're talking about doctors of death.
A nice little subject. You know, I always thought that every doctor was technically a doctor of death because in some way or another, I feel like a doctor has probably inadvertently killed somebody or is known somebody to die. I feel like doctors come in contact with death all the time. But in particular, these are just odd doctors. I don't know how else to say it. I don't think that we're dealing with all doctors of death. Let's just say evil, spooky, dark doctors.
And nurses.
And nurses. Evil medical professionals gone wrong. 4K, Unreal Engine, photorealistic.
Gone sexual.
Gone sexual. That's exactly right. Which doctors are supposed to be people that are supposed to keep you safe. You go to a doctor for good news or for help, right? Doctors are the angels on earth, dare I say. These people, you know, they defied that logic. They're the archangels. They're the demons. They're Dr. House. I want the good doctor, but instead, House is walking in. Or should I say hobbling in. And he calls me dumb and fat, and then hobbles back out of the room. All right, anyways, we're going to start our list off with Dr. Harold Shipman, the Angel of Death. Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman, infamously known as the Angel of Death, was a British general practitioner and is one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Is that British history?
No.
All
of history.
All of history. The book World of History.
This is like the most infamous guy.
This is one of the most infamous guys. Okay. All right, well, I'll take your word for it. Starting in the 1970s and continuing until his arrest in 1998, it is estimated that he killed between 200 and 250 of his patients.
That's 30 years.
That is 30. Well, a little shy of 30 years of murder. But at the same time, if you had a baseball card and you flipped that bad boy over, that's a pretty impressive baseball card, is what that is. He primarily targeted elderly women who lived alone, but also sought out both males and females of varying ages. Just knock off a couple old birds.
He's doing them a favor.
He's like, it's pretty much one of those things where it's like someone is trying to go through a door or whatever. You're basically there. You just like push them through anyways. Just go.
Or they're trying to jump off like one of those bungee cord things. And
yeah, they're nervous. They're like, I'm afraid to go. And he's just like, and like pushes open and they come back up. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Let me tell you something. There's gonna be nothing more annoying than get a ton of spam calls or text. Oh. Working up at the studio, I'll get a message from a random number, and then it just says, hello? Hello, who is this? I don't know you, who are you? You're a stranger, stop! And there's no chance in hell I'm responding or answering to that, all right? Because annoying as these little cockroaches are, I must resist. They're trying to get you to respond so they can steal your personal information. From there, data brokers online can sell that to scammers, spammers, and anyone who's looking to target you. But now, I don't have to worry because I have Aura! Recently, Ticketmaster was hacked and the data of over 500 million users were put up for sale on the dark web. That's fucked. The data stolen included full names, email addresses, phone numbers, and even credit card numbers. Which is why I love having Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and stops them in their tracks. Aura also protects me from hackers trying to get into my social media and bank accounts. It gives me fast fraud alerts and does the work for me when it comes to removing sensitive information from these websites. Aura also provides an antivirus, a VPN, and a password manager, all from a single app for one low cost. Take back your security when browsing the web and have no fear with Aura. Go to aura.com/papameat or check the description to start your free 2-week trial today. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. His modus
operandi.
What does that even mean? Is that a goddamn Autobot?
You know, detective shows is like, what's his MO?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Should we just, I feel like I should just say his MO.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say his modus operandi, or his MO. I had no idea. What's his MO? What a dumb thing. Was to inject his victims with a lethal dose of diamorphine, heroin, making it appear as if the victim died of natural causes. To conceal his crimes, he often altered medical records to suggest his patients were in poor health. I mean, bitches are old, dude. He also signed death certificates himself, which allowed him to avoid scrutiny from other medical professionals and authorities.
Yeah, he was very adamant. Let me sign that. Let me sign that.
That paperwork right there. Let me grab that. Let me grab that quick. Can I see that? I just want to see it real quick. You shouldn't write on that, and it's done. It's done. He's altering the records. Shipman was fascinated with death from an early age ever since his mother died from lung cancer. During her illness, she was administered morphine, which alleviated her pain. Psychologists and criminologists have struggled to fully understand Shipman's motivations, but it is speculated that this early exposure to the effect of morphine had some influence on his killing spree.
Here's a question. Do you think he killed his mom?
That's a bombshell because my immediate gut reaction was yes. Well, how did he give his mom cancer? No, you know what he did? No, you know what he did to his mom? His mom got cancer. All he did every day, he was like, here, drink this water. He kept putting a water bottle by like an open window and letting light come in. Here, drink this, Mom. She's like, tastes like microplastics. He's like... Before the murders, Shipman was caught forging an opioid prescription for his own use. King. He was fined 600 euros and was able to continue his practice after attending a rehab center. He had an extremely controlling personality and would constantly override the wishes of his patients and their families, insisting that his methods and decisions were final. I love that. No, I don't think we need that. He's like, you do. You do. It's just kind of like a swollen ankle. I don't think we need... No, you're going to take the meth. Oh, no, you're going to take the heroin. I mean, whatever it's called. Morphine. Who am I to judge? He also attended the funerals of his victims, which allowed him to show that he was a caring doctor and to deflect suspicion from himself. Despite his facade of a caring doctor, Shipman was known among colleagues for his arrogance and belittling behavior. One colleague of his stated,
"He was often unnecessarily rude and made some of them feel stupid."
To be fair, that quote was dumb.
"He made some of us feel like a real bunch of waterheads. Right, guys?"
And they're all just like,
not me, though.
Or they're all British, so they're just like, hey, he thought he did, eh? We don't need to put that in. Shipman was eventually caught after the questionable death of Kathleen Grundy, a wealthy 81-year-old widow. Man, that's my dream wife.
81-year-old widow?
Oh, dude. Some 81-year-old, I mean, like, billionaire.
"How'd you come in here? Give me a kiss."
You know what I mean? And I'm like... Grundy's daughter grew suspicious when she found out that her mother excluded her and her children from the will and left 400,000 didgeridoos to Shipman. I'm just gonna keep saying didgeridoos. An autopsy was performed and revealed the lethal levels of diamorphine in her system. This led authorities to exhume several other bodies, uncovering more evidence of lethal injections. Shipman was convicted on January 31st, 2000. It was found guilty on all 15 counts of murder and 1 count of forgery. The worst crime of them all. I like how there's like one guy. Be sure to get the forgery in there.
Just in case.
Just in case the 15 life sentences are enough, be sure to put that forgery on top. It was noted that during his trial, he showed no remorse for his actions. His demeanor was often described as cold and detached. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the recommendation that he should never be released. Well, at this time, how old is he? He's gonna be old as fuck, right?
"And I recommend you never let him out."
He's like, I'm 78. I don't care. I'll sleep on a cot for 3 years and die in my sleep. That doesn't feel like justice is served, does it? No. He's like, all right, you're gonna have to basically be at summer camp forever. Free meals every day. He's like, that's great. I have dementia. Oh, wait. He was found to have rode the sewer in his cell at Wakefield Prison on January 13th, 2004, the day before his 58th birthday.
Oh, he's only 58.
That's still a long time. 58, almost 60 years old, and you've had 30 years of killing. I mean, that has to equate to like at least a 90-year-old guy. You know what I mean? Like that much. Like, come on. How many collective years did he steal from people? Add it on top. Even if it's a fucking 83-year-old woman, it's like, you got a year left, maybe? Add it on top. See, now you're 59. I don't know. This is seen as his final act of control, denying the families of the victims the chance to see him serve his full sentence. This case remains one of the most shocking examples of medical malpractice, leading to significant changes to how doctors are monitored and how death certificates are issued. That's actually kind of crazy, too, that, I mean, this happened in the year 2000, or the guy was imprisoned in the year 2000. I still think about anything like that in my lifetime as like being relatively soon. Well, I mean, it's like only 20 years ago.
That was like when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. True. Way to bring the video down, dude. Also, I'm talking about like a rich person and you write the people out and you only give yourself $400,000. What a dunce, dude. I do wonder what kind of control that is, though. A lot of these serial killers throughout history, right? Like binding, like BTK, bind, torture, kill. They have like some kind of like super control over it. But just giving someone a lethal injection just feels so lackluster.
I think it's just like that fascination of like, I control your life.
Okay, well, I guess, yeah. I'm the person who gets to decide when your final date is.
They're basically death.
Yeah, you are the angel of death. You're just like, today's the day. Yeah, okay, I can see that.
I also think, relating back to his mom, there's like a sympathy aspect where he's like, I see these people in pain and I want to end their suffering.
So he's a good guy.
Yeah, that's what I...
So he's a good guy. Yeah, that's cool. Next up, we have Nurse Charles Colon. Charles Edmund Colon is one of the most infamous serial killers in American history.
I specifically put American history because it's not the world.
Right. As a nurse, a male nurse, he used his position to murder at least 40 patients over the course of his 16-year killing spree. His method of killing was both insidious and difficult to detect. He would administer lethal doses of digoxin, insulin, and epinephrine to his victims. These drugs, especially in the critical care units where he worked, could easily be attributed to natural causes of underlying health conditions. Charles Colon was born in 1960 and is the youngest of 8 children. God, he's like barely older than my mom. She is so old, dude. God, you ever like think about your parents' age? You're just like, God damn, dude. Mummies walking around. Good Lord. When he was 7 months old, his father died, leaving his mother to raise him and his siblings alone. Colon described his childhood as unhappy, marked by bullying from classmates and feelings of isolation. When he was 9 years old, Colon made his first suicide attempt by drinking chemicals from his chemistry set. He attempted to ride the sewers again at the age of 17 when his mother died in a car accident. Because of his mental struggles, he dropped out of high school and joined the Navy. He was then subsequently bullied by his shipmates. God damn, dude, leave this motherfucker alone. Holy shit. Which led to him making several more attempts to end his own life again. And in one instance, he tried to end his life by locking himself in a compartment and drinking a mixture of chemicals. What was up with him being like, all right, chemical time number 4. Try something different. You're on Navy? I don't know, man. I don't want to tell you how to do the deed. I don't want to tell you how to ride the sewer before. I don't know, dude. Mixing Febreze and bleach isn't doing it for you. Like, come on. After a series of psychological evaluations, Colon was medically discharged from the Navy in 1984. I wonder how long he was in there. I was like, all right, well, he keeps drinking bleach and Febreze. Maybe you should just go home? I don't know. Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, go home, Febreze boy. Dude, you smell good. Yo, why your breath smell so good, dude? He's like, stop, guys, stop. Spray his mouth. After leaving the Navy, Colon pursued a career in nursing and graduated in 1987. It's a strange trajectory. How do you find the nursing thing? Do you think he was positively affected by a nurse who was helping him?
Oh, I was going to say...
oh, here, help, you know.
It's almost like psychologists are like, I'm broken, so I need to become a psychologist to fix other people.
Well, if that's the case, you'd almost assume he'd like become a chemist.
Yeah.
Why, if you keep drinking that many chemicals, why would you not be like, I'm going to make the perfect death potion for myself? Would that not be the best thing? I don't know. His first killing was at St. Barnabas Medical Center in Livingston, New Jersey on June 11th, 1988. Despite the suspicious nature of the death, Colon faced no immediate consequences. And over the next 16 years, he moved from hospital to hospital, leaving a trail of unexplained deaths in his wake. Throughout his career, Colon's mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted to ride the sewers multiple times, using various methods such as overdosing on pills, lighting charcoal grills in enclosed spaces to succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning, and even injecting himself with concoction of medications. It wasn't until 2003 when a series of suspicious deaths at Somerset Medical Center raised some alarms. The hospital's advanced computerized drug dispensing system, Pyxis, helped identify Colon's pattern of accessing drugs not prescribed to his patients. The pivotal moment came from when Colon attempted to murder a patient named Philip Greger. The hospital records show that Colon had ordered medications for patients who were not under his care. An internal investigation, coupled with pressure from the New Jersey Poison Control Center, led to Colon's arrest on December 12th, 2003, 2 years after the towers fell. I feel like all these, we're going to just keep coming back to that. Following his arrest, Colon cooperated with authorities, confessing to killing at least 40 patients over his career. However, investigators believe the actual number of victims could be much higher, potentially in the hundreds. Colon was charged on multiple counts of murder and attempted murder. And in 2006, Charles Colon was sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He is currently serving his sentence at New Jersey State Prison in Trenton. That's insane that he's still alive. And every time I hear these, you're like, oh, the guy's still kicking. How is that justice? Killed the fucking guy, dude. That would him getting a lethal injection, whatever. That'd be the perfect ending to it.
I was gonna say that'd be too much because that's what he wants. He wants to kill himself so bad, so it's almost like torture for him to live.
Yeah. That's probably true. That or I just feel like people need like some kind of crazy punishment. Like you have to just like stand in like a 4x4 box for the rest of your life. I have mental health problems. Fuck you. Slide the thing.
What about the Japanese would hold their prisoners upside down and like put a little cut in their neck?
And they just bleed out slowly. Telling you. See, that's just a little like, that's a torturous way. And I know it probably sounds a little barbaric, but that's just, to me, justice is like eye for an eye, right?
How about undoing what you did? So he'd have to give birth to...
He doesn't give birth. He's saying that. All right, you've killed 40 people. Now you have to foster 40 children. Court adjourned. Everyone's like, put forgery at the top of that, please. Forgery. Next up, we have Nurse Niels Hogel. I did not say that right. I don't know how to. Is it Hogel, you think?
I think so. Hogel.
Hogel. Niels Hogel.
Hogel.
Niels Hogel was born on December 30th, 1976 in Wilhelmshaven, Germany. Little is publicly known about his early life, but it has been described as relatively unremarkable. Hogel began his nursing career in the late 90s, and Hogel's method of killing was both straightforward and terrifyingly effective. He administered overdoses of heart medications such as lidocaine and calcium chloride to his patients. I just don't even try because I know I'm going to say it wrong. So if I do at least do it in a funny way, then people are like, oh. These drugs, when given in excessive amounts, could induce life-threatening cardiac arrhythmia. Heart attacks. It's just heart attacks. Hogel would then attempt to resuscitate the very patients he had brought to the brink of death, all in an attempt to demonstrate his medical prowess and his heroic deed. Some colleagues reportedly referred to Hogel as Resuscitation Rambo due to the frequency and enthusiasm which he engaged in emergency resuscitations. Which, first off, red flag number one. And the guy's like, oh my god, yes, my turn. When instead of like taking it seriously, what if I, also kind of, how creepy is that? Is that goes Resuscitation Rambo, eh? Hey, Hogel, good job on reviving that guy. And he's just like...
I must have failed a lot, though, too.
Yeah, all right, I tried.
Nothing I could do.
Well, you know, at least I gave it my all, right, guys? And they're like, true, Hogel. True. Hugel's murder I'm gonna stick with Hogel, I don't give a Hugel's murder spanned from 2000 to 2005, during which he is believed to have killed at least 85 patients, though the actual number, as always, may be higher. Which also, you know what I would say to that is like, why would they not admit to just be like, yeah, I killed like a lot?
Because maybe they forget. I don't remember.
Did Hogel kill that guy? I'm going to say it's a wash. I don't know. His actions went undetected for years, and his victims were often elderly or critically ill patients who were less likely to survive a medical emergency. This made it easier for Hogel to mask his murders as natural deaths or medical complications. He would typically work the night shift, a time when fewer staff were present, allowing him to operate with little interference. Hogel's downfall began at Del Manchort Clinic, where colleagues in hospital administration started noticing an unusually high number of resuscitation attempts and deaths during his shift. That'd be kind of funny. I like how they're just like, all right, so during the daytime we had 2 today. During the graveyard shift we had 463. That has to be a typo, right? Hogel, is that a typo? I don't know. I guess I'm just lucky. It's an 87% fatality rate. Well, you know, you got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to fold them. Am I right, guys? Despite these red flags, it took several years before concrete action was taken, and in June of 2005, a colleague caught Hogel in the act of injecting a patient with potentially lethal dose of Ajmaline? Ajmaline? I don't know. There's no way it's Ajmaline. Ajmaline? I am a salty prince? The patient survived and Hogel was arrested. Initially, he was charged with attempted murder, but further investigation revealed the true extent of his crimes. Initially, he was tried and convicted for 2 murders and 2 attempted murders, but Hogel eventually confessed to 55 murders and convicted for 85.
They just tagged on more for him. No.
I'm pretty sure that's Hogel. He's like, no, 9, that's not me. After a deep psychological evaluation from doctors, he exhibited traits of narcissism and a craving for attention and recognition. Me. Me. Would you say I'm narcissistic, Nick? Give me some narcissistic breakdowns.
Self-centered, arrogant thinking and behavior, lack of empathy, consideration for other people, and an excessive need for admiration.
I mean,
I All right. You do fit 90% of those.
Yeah. I would say almost 100. What's the 90%? Which one do you think is true?
Wait, which one is true? Just off your own words, the need for admiration, an excessive need for admiration.
Fuck you, you're fired. His motives appear to be a combination of a desire to impress colleagues with his resuscitation skills and a pathological need for control over life and death. During trials and testimonials, he stated to saying some of these things. I wanted to create an emergency situation and then bring the patient back to life. I felt euphoric when I managed to resuscitate someone. It was a continuous craving for recognition. You know, that's actually pretty interesting for a serial killer. Because once again, all the serial killers who get the spotlights, you know, are people who are like, I'm gay and I couldn't be gay, so I had to have my like Jeffrey Dahmer. I was gay, so I wanted them to never leave me. Or like, I had to control them and like, you know, torture them for my own sadistic game. But just being a doctor and just the idea of like, I get to choose when your life ends, like now, this patient, I get to control when this patient goes. In like a caring way, in a fucked up caring way, it makes so much more sense. Like the more we go down these, the more I'm like, oh, obviously this is like a serial killer's like paradise.
Also, it's noted that he had an unremarkable life, so maybe he was just bored.
Unremarkable life? Well, here's the thing. An unremarkable life. He continuously wanted praise from people. So he was probably a guy who probably didn't have a lot of talents and stuff, but he didn't have a lot of friends. He had a very middle of the road. So then he probably like resuscitated somebody one time and he got that attention he wanted. And he's like, oh shit, I'm going to chase that high forever. It's like sadistically sad and like crazy that like people can be put in that mental space where they're like, I need to literally have someone go into cardiac arrest so someone will give me attention. Just fucking weird what the human brain like thinks up.
Oh, I bet too, even the patients. Thank you, Dr. Ugo.
Oh yeah, you saved me. I'm doctor. Thank you for saving my life. And he's like, live Dr. Ugo reaction. What, me? Dr. Ugo you refer to? Okay.
I bet that was the first time it happened. He like brought someone back to life. He's like, oh, Ugo.
Oh yeah, the first patient he actually saved, that was the fucking tilting point. Because then next time, I bet you what happened is, he's like, the guy saying, thank you, Dr. Ugo. And then the family's just like, oh, Dr. Ugo, thank you. Oh. And he's like, oh, wow, you, like this euphoric feeling, right? So then the next day he comes in and the guy's like, my back hurts. He's like, okay, well, I can write you this prescription. And he didn't have any reaction to it. And he's like, don't you have something to say to Dr. Ugo? And they're like, oh, no, what should I say? And he's like, nothing. That's where he's like, I hope someone is like almost going to die today so I can get that reaction. You know what I mean?
You probably have the paddles ready every day.
Yeah, every day. Did you have chest pain? They're like, 9. All right, next up we have Dr. Christopher Dunch, aka Dr. Death. These simple titles like that, so sick.
I was gonna say, everyone like on this list was referred to as Dr. Death.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest tagline, Dr. Death or whatever. You know, the angel of death, like the, you know, Dr. Death, all these things. So sick. It has that simple approach that like 1970s film have, or even like in House of a Thousand Corpses, it's like Dr. Satan. It's so simple and stupid, but goddamn does it work. I love it. Dr. Christopher Dunch, known as Dr. Death, is a former neurosurgeon who became infamous for his gross incompetence and catastrophic outcomes of his surgeries. Born in 1971, Dunch had a promising start, earning his MD and PhD from the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. Despite early warnings about his lack of skill during residency, he began practicing in Dallas, Texas in 2011. Yeah, I got it from the Tennessee Medical Center. Which, no offense to Tennessee, imagine he's just like, DeVry University. DeVry. Phoenix Online, National American University.
Full Sail.
Full Sail, yeah. Fullsail.edu. Thank you, sir. However, his tenure at these institutions were short-lived due to his incompetence and catastrophic outcomes of his surgeries. We've said catastrophic twice, so that's how you know it's about ready to get real bad. Buckle up. Patients under his care suffered severe complications, ranging from nerve damage to paralysis and even death. Some of the notable cases from his malpractices were these patients. Jerry Summers. Dunch operated on Summers, a close friend, leaving him a quadriplegic. Summers' surgery was riddled with errors, including the improper placement of spinal hardware and excessive blood loss.
This is his homie.
Well, that's exactly. His buddy's just like, see you on the other side, buddy. And you Well, Jerry, it didn't really go as planned. He's in his wheelchair, just like. That's insane. I like how excessive blood loss too. Oh shit! I should not have cut that. God damn it! Is this even a serial killer? Or is this just a bad doctor? It's just a bad doctor. To get the title Dr. Death and it's just from your own incompetency is so funny. Oh my god. Or Kelly Martin, who was a 55-year-old school teacher. In March of 2012, Martin underwent a routine spinal fusion surgery performed by Dunch at Baylor Regional Medical Center. How does he keep getting doctor positions in places? Good god. The surgery turned disastrous as Dunch severed an artery near Martin's spine, causing excessive blood loss. Despite clear signs of complications, Dunch failed to manage the situation properly, and Martin died from this massive blood loss caused by the botched surgery. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. You know what also makes this actually the most horrifying case so far that we've covered? Is that he's not even like trying to be evil. There's just incompetent doctors out there. That's the scariest thing. Now next time I have to have a surgery, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna think that it's a fucking guy who graduated from Tennessee Medical School or fucking Full Sail. Or we have Mary Efford, who was a 74-year-old woman who suffered from back pain. In 2012, Efford underwent spinal fusion surgery by Dunch at Dallas Medical Center. Dunch placed several screws and hardware in muscle tissue instead of bone, severed nerve roots, and left surgical implements in her spine. Efford was left with severe pain, limited mobility, and required a wheelchair. Another surgeon described the operation as the worst he had ever seen and likened it to assault.
He just screwed into the muscle.
He has like a DeWalt drill. He's like, I don't know. I mean, she's 74. She's not walking anyways, right? I like how another surgeon, another operation guy was just like looking at it. He's like, this is the exact same as if he would have just beaten her with an aluminum bat. Next, we have Floella Brown, who was a 64-year-old woman. She underwent cervical spine surgery by Dunch in 2012 at Dallas Medical Center. During the surgery, Dunch severed Brown's vertebral artery, causing a massive stroke. I feel so bad. I'm like, it's just, oh, how are you just like, no, god damn it. Okay, hold on. Yep, she's spazzing. We have a spazzer, guys. I like to think he's that like chill about it too. Oh, okay, we got a bleeder.
We got another one.
The nurses are just standing there like, you know, their mask on. They're just like, hold on. Yep, she's spazzing. We have a spazzer, guys. Brown was declared brain dead and died shortly after the surgery. Do you think he was the one who declared her brain dead too?
No, I think he was trying to. No, she's fine.
No, she's fine. She's on the table. Yeah, just. That's horrible. That's horrible. This honestly feels the most, like, this is the most evil. Just incompetency, human incompetency, and just especially Dallas being like, he checks out in our books. Numerous other patients suffered under Dutch's care, with cases involving misplaced screws, damaged nerves, and unnecessary procedures. Some patients were left with chronic pain, paralysis, or severe disabilities. And in response to the growing number of injured and deceased patients, Dunch was allowed to resign from several hospitals without having to have his medical license revoked, thus allowing this to continue his practice. It wasn't until 2013 that Dunch's medical license was finally suspended by the Texas Medical Board, which I like to think is just a bunch of guys, one guy in a doctor's outfit and then two other guys with like bolo ties and giant cowboy hats. Now, Dunch, we hate to do it, but we gotta pull your license, bud. Why? They just show like a spine with like 70 screws, like everywhere besides the spinal column. In 2015, he was arrested and charged with multiple counts of aggravated assault and injury to elderly person because of his surgeries. In 2017, he was found guilty of maiming Mary Efford and was sentenced to life in prison. The trial revealed shocking details of his incompetence and disregard for patient safety, solidifying his infamy. Dunch's motivations remain a subject of debate. Some experts suggest that he suffered from a combination of narcissistic personality disorder and delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be infallible despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Despite every evidence stating, "Sir, you are horrible at your job."
Man, you stupid.
His lack of remorse and continued insistence of his competence suggest a deep psychological disturbance. Which, that raises something, because to me, I was picturing a guy who, you know, showing up and he's just like, it's easy, this is easy, and he does a shit job. But this almost makes it seem like on purpose he was maybe doing it. You don't think so? To the extent of him like haphazardly doing something and being like, done, it's fine. I don't know, there's like certain levels to it. In my mind, like, I think that he was just like terrible at his job.
Yeah, I think he was like, I have a PhD, I'm so smart, don't question me.
Buddy, who are you to talk to me like that when I got a full ride at DeVry University? Yeah, I took the whole course for my Toshiba laptop. I think I know my way around a spinal cord. A Ryobi drill. Next up, we have Dr. Linda Hazard. Great name. I like that name. Linda Hazard? That's like an old honky-tonk woman, dude. If I was like in 1968, if I was like an oil rig guy in Dallas or Houston, go to a bar. Miss, can I buy you a drink? What's your name, darling? Linda Hazard? I'm like, we're in for a bumpy night, dude. Born in 1867 in Carver County, Minnesota. She did not attend traditional medical school, but instead studied under a practice that awarded her the title of fasting specialist. Don't know what that means. Despite lacking formal medical education, Hazard obtained a license to practice medicine in the state of Washington due to a loophole that allowed practitioners of alternative medicine to be licensed. Hazard was a proponent of fasting therapy, a method she claimed can cure a wide range of ailments by cleansing the body of toxins. So basically a purge, like a purge doctor. Don't eat for a long time and shit your brains out. You'll feel fine, you'll feel so good. Her approach involves severe dietary restrictions, often limiting patients to a diet of small amounts of vegetable broth and juice, sometimes for extended periods. And in 1908, Hazard published a book titled Fasting for Cure of Disease, as well as establishing the Hazard Institute of Natural Therapeutics with her husband. The facility was marketed as a sanitarium where patients could undergo her fasting regimen. The duration of the fasting period varied depending on the patient's condition and Hazard's judgment, often lasting several weeks and even months. Holy shit. Sorry, Janet, we're gonna have to push the carrot juice one more month. It's just like a skeleton. Whatever you say, Dr. Hazard. Patients were required to consume minimal calories, leading to severe weight loss and malnutrition. Hazard promised that her fasting therapy could cure a wide range of diseases, including, but not limited to, digestive disorders, tuberculosis, cancer, heart disease, and even mental illness. In addition to fasting, treatments included daily enemas and massages, which Hazard claimed were necessary to aid in detoxification process.
You think she did the enemas herself?
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead? We're going to put this up your butt and we're going to rub you out. The person's like, are we gay? Due to the severe caloric restriction, patients experience extreme weakness, fatigue, and significant weight loss, and many were bedridden and unable to care for themselves. Hazard's treatments resulted in numerous deaths, and she was suspected of causing the deaths of at least 15 patients. Many of her patients were wealthy individuals who came seeking cures for various ailments, but ended up losing their lives. Steve Jobs. Hazard was known to exploit her patients financially. Well, that's a shocker. She often had them sign over their assets and estates to her control, using their weakened states to manipulate them. My God. So you gonna sign over your page today? What? No. Okay, 4 more weeks of carrot juice for you, and we'll see. 4 weeks later, you ready to sign? What? In some cases, she forged documents to gain access to her patients' wealth. That's crazy. The 1800s and early 1900s were so fucking stupid. Those times were so dumb. Yeah, I mean, she just signed over everything. Really? Well, where is she? I don't even know. I don't even know where she's at. I think she's sleeping. Well, okay, it is 1902. That's fine with me. Big stamp. Here's all the gold. Perhaps the most famous case involved the Williamson sisters, British women who came to Hazard Institute seeking treatment. Both sisters underwent fasting regimen, resulting in significant weight loss and severe malnutrition. Claire Williamson died in 1912 from severe malnutrition. She weighed only 50 pounds at the time of her death. My God, how old do you think she was?
They must have been like 60, 70.
They were really that old, you think? That's insane. I mean, like, the bones probably, they probably only weighed the bones then.
Oh, wait, maybe they look a little bit younger.
Because even if it's a child, that's crazy.
Looks like maybe 30, 40.
Wow, even 30 or 40 and only weighing 50 pounds, that is insane. Dorothea, who barely survived, later testified against Hazard, revealing the horrifying conditions at the Institute and the extent of their suffering. And in 1912, Hazard was charged with manslaughter for the death of Claire Williamson. Witnesses testified about the severe malnutrition, lack of medical care, and financial exploitation they endured. Hazard was found guilty of manslaughter and was sentenced to a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 20 years in prison. Once again, welcome to the early 1900s. You're either going to serve 2 years or 20 years. It's up to a coin toss. We're going to be giving that to the local clown. Go ahead, local clown. On a unicycle. Juggling some like pies or whatever. And he's like, 2! Oh, well, justice fails again. And she served only 2 years before being released on parole in 1915. After her release from prison, Hazard moved to New Zealand, where she continued to promote her fasting treatments. She eventually returned to Washington and reopened her sanitarium. However, her reputation was significantly tarnished, and she faced ongoing scrutiny and criticism. Hazard continued practicing her fasting regimen until her death in 1938. Ironically, she reportedly died while attempting to undergo a fasting cure herself. I love that. It'd be funny too, as if, well, actually, that's kind of a blessing then, because if she was in prison, she probably would have ate normal and like lived a longer life. So I'm glad that it got tarnished like that. Good for her. And lastly, we have Dr. Carl Tanzler. Carl Tanzler led a life filled with peculiar beliefs and action. From an early childhood and persisting as an adult, he claimed to have visions of a beautiful dark-haired woman who was destined to be his true love. Carl, me and you, brother. You know what I think of? I think of just like putting on October Rust by Typo Negative. Just hearing the beginning piano licks to love you to death, whatever, and just being like, there's a dark-haired woman out there for me, Carl, don't you worry. He often referred to himself as Count Karl von Cosel, despite there being no evidence that he held really any notable title. I gotta with that. He's like, I'm the Count. This is turning into a goth thing, I'm telling you. In 1926, he immigrated to the United States, leaving behind his wife and 2 daughters in Germany. In 1930, Tanzler met Maria Elena Maragano Helen de Hoyos. Too long of a name. First off, shorten that name up real quick. Just squeeze it together. How about just Maria de Hoyos, whatever. A young Cuban-American woman who came to the hospital seeking treatment for tuberculosis, a disease that was often fatal at the time. Tanzler became infatuated with Hoyos, convinced that she was the woman from his visions. He lavished her with gifts and professed his love. Despite her lack of reciprocation and her being already married through an estranged husband, we won't go into the whole rigmarole of it, but she was married. And despite Tanzler's efforts, which included using experimental treatments and medicines, Elena Hoyos succumbed to tuberculosis on October 25th, 1931. This feels like a goth love story. Almost Halloween. Come on. Tanzler, with the permission of Hoyos' family, paid for constructed an elaborate above-ground mausoleum in Key West Cemetery to house her body. Tanzler visited the mausoleum almost nightly, often serenading her with her favorite Spanish song, La Boda Negra. And in April 1933, Tanzler secretly exhumed Hoyos' body and brought it to his home. Over the next several years, he attempted to preserve and restore her remains using various methods. He used wires and coat hangers to reinforce her skeletal structure. He replaced her eyes with glassed ones. He used silk cloth soaked in wax and plaster of Paris to repair her decomposed skin. And Tanzler dressed the body in fine clothes and applied perfumes, disinfectants, and preserving agents to mask the odor of decomposition. He also fashioned a wig from Hoyos' hair. Oddly romantic. Also, I just want to say I have a song called Graveyard Lover out right now on Spotify, and it's literally about a guy digging up his dead wife to have sex with her because he misses her so much. That's how serendipitous is that, all right? Which, you know, this wasn't even his wife. This was just a psychopath, but still, I digress. Tanzler lived with Hoyos' corpse for 7 years. Whoa! Sleeping beside it in his bed. He continued to care for and maintain the body, convinced that his love would eventually bring her back to life. In 1940, Hoyos' sister, suspicious after hearing rumors, discovered Tanzler's morbid secret. Authorities were alerted, and Tanzler was arrested. I'll be honest, if it was my sister and I found out about that, I would be pissed.
Do you think she walked in on them?
Yeah, he's naked. He's like, Maribel, close the door. Don't tell anybody. The case generated significant public interest, with many fascinated by the macabre details. Despite the bizarre nature of his actions, Tanzler received some public sympathy, as many saw his actions as those of a heartbroken, albeit delusional lover.
See, that's what I'm saying, dude.
That's kind of what I'm at. I'm like, what? Dude, he loved her. Come on. They're just like, that's my sister. That's my sister. She did not want to be with him. People are like, get off of it. We're all hopeless romantics. Tanzler was charged with wantonly and maliciously destroying a grave and removing a body without authorization. The statute of limitations had expired.
Ooh, bummer.
Well, that's a bummer. He was not prosecuted for his actions and was released. After his release, Tanzler moved to Pasco County, Florida, where he lived a relatively quiet life. He continued to express his love for Elena Hoyos, even creating a life-size effigy of her. Before they took her body away from him, he created a death mask of her face, which was the central point of the effigy. Carl Tanzler died on July 3rd, 1952. The reports suggest he died next to the effigy of Elena, maintaining his obsession until the very end. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a fucking awesome one to end on. I don't know why. I know it's sick, it's it's right? But in a weird way, it's darkly and grimsly romantic. It's kind of a sweet story. Which, once again, if you kind of look at it though in a realistic lens, it's just kind of fucked up and the guy's a psychopath. But in a weird way, I don't know, kind of sweet. Am I right?
I agree.
I gotta say, out of all these today, the Dr. Death, the guy that was just completely incompetent, that was the most horrifying one out of all of them. Not the bitch making people drink carrot juice or any of the other lethal injection. I'm talking about the guy who's just like, oopsie, oh, I cut another artery, God. Or yeah, taking Ryobi drills and just drilling bitches' muscle tissues. Oh shit, I forgot to turn on the anesthesia. Oh. I feel like he'd be the kind of guy too. He's listening to like Motley Crue in the operating room. The person's like fully awake. Take a ride on the wild side. It'd be a fucking nightmare. All I know is that this conversation has left me not. I mean, I would just rather just die of a heart attack. I don't want to go to the doctor anymore. No more doctors for me, dude. Let me die suspiciously. That makes it sound like someone's gonna murder me or something. All I know is, I don't know. If you're a doctor, please don't kill me with lethal injections. Or I hope that if you're watching this, I hope that a lot of these people who have doctor's appointments coming up, you'll be fine. Take care, everyone. Good luck at your doctor's visits.
I wish I could get out of here right now, this minute. I hate it here so bad. I can't take it, Charlie. It's really bad here. Don't ever put your love.
We got a Patreon if you want to sign up and help us make tunes to some of the weird sets we make. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mobile games. Oh God! Yes, the time is here. We already did one of these tournaments before and it was so fun, and I've had so many people send me new mobile game ads, unhinged mobile game ads, that I feel like it had to warrant another mobile game ad creators. I don't know who the hell does the marketing campaign for this, but they should be given an award. You ever want to see a woman just get left behind because she's pregnant? How about like a baby wolf getting punched into a tree by like a kangaroo? Or just a series of onslaughts of uncomfortable things that I'm sure the gameplay doesn't match up, but we don't care about the gameplay. We're all here about trying to find what is the most unhinged mobile game ad. Part 2. If you haven't seen the first video before, check it out. It's a good time. Oh, me and my wife. But without further ado, let's get into our mobile game tournament.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Every morning, I sit down and I have Winslow tell me about what's going on in the world. I say, Winslow, what is happening? It's how I found out that over 2.9 billion records were stolen from the National Public Data recently. The NPD offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and anyone running background checks. So yeah, that's not good. The stolen records include people's full names, their addresses, their birthdays, social security numbers, and even their phone numbers. Essentially everything. These hackers have access to everything about you. And to make matters worse, they've reportedly released this info online. Which is why I use Aura. Aura gives me alerts if any of my information shows up on the dark web. They'll let me know fast if anyone tries to access my credit card or bank accounts. And they also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. Stop leaving yourself vulnerable to data breaches. Go to my link, aura.com/PapaMeat to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to find out if your personal info has been exposed. Thank you so much, Aura, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First up, we have Wolf Game. I think it was just called Wolf Game. You're a wolf. That's it. That's all you need to know. Wolf Game, Wild Animal, Mystic Spring Workshop, Mech Domination, Fairyscapes Adventures, Puzzle and Survival, Beast Lord, Mafia City, Last Fortress Underground, Kiss of War, Rise of Castles, Frozen Honey ASMR, Evertale, Happy Hospital, Matchington Mansion, and Penny and Flow. Which, let me tell you, there's some of the stuff I see. Fairyscapes Adventures, I see Matchington Mansions. I'm a little well seasoned now when it comes to some of these fucking things. And let me tell you something, the name will almost never match what is actually going to be happening on screen. I'm gonna guess that Matchington Mansion, I'm gonna shoot from the hip here, is going to have some kind of baby either freezing to death or being thrown into a dumpster. Without further ado, let's get into round one. Wolf Game, Wild Animal. I don't know why that one gets me so good. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Mystic Spring Shop. Wolf Game. All right, here we go. Round one. This truly is a wolf game. I feel bad for the little son of a bitch. I just got done rescuing a cat, so I feel even more sympathy for this. The piss feels unnecessary. Hot, steamy piss. They even put the steam in there. Okay. There's no way we could show this. This is so stupid. What the fuck is this? First off, the wolf giving birth like a regular woman, and she's just popping him out. All right, this had some kind of a bit of a story arc.
Well, it's implied. It's like, wait a minute, this one doesn't look like me.
Well, yeah, it's like the whole thing of like the classic early 2000s joke where it's like white woman with white husband and then black baby, and it's just like, what? Why the hell are these gorillas kicking us? Also, they always have these puppies like throwing up blood. Absolutely fucking escape or revenge. I like that. Well, we can at least know that this game is about revenge somehow. About growing up and becoming a big bad wolf. Also, they copied the wolf design from that PS2 or like what was that early 2000s wolf game? Okami, something like that. It looks just like that.
Wolf Game. Play now.
So they got like a Chinese guy to try to do like an Australian accent. Wolf Game, play now. Okay, all right. Wolf Game coming in. I will say the first one was just that's off the chain. That's off the hook. Off the chain? What am I thinking? Mystic Workshop. There you go. Okay. There she is getting squeezed in there. Oh, there goes her health bar. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of fucking with the sprite animation. The style's kind of cool, if I'm being for real. What is this? She's taking back shots the whole time, and it's just like Mystic Workshop. I don't know which one I think is more unhinged. I mean, the wolf one to me feels like a winner. I think you got to give it to Wolf Game. Next, we have Kiss of War versus Evertale. I'm going to tell you right now that these are going to be. I just know down the bottom of my heart this is not going to be as advertised. Let's see. Come on. All right, it says iOS. Is that what this is on, or? What is this? You electrocute her on the ground. I like how they have to continuously have her ass get popped up and show her like camel toe from the back. How was that Kiss of War? See, this is where it pisses me off though, because I hate when the fucking games are just like, yeah, you have big robot bitches with their big camel toes popping out from the back, moose knuckles and all this kind of stuff, jiggling asses, and then at the end it's just like a girl holding like a World War II gun. Like, what the f? That doesn't. They really like the faceless robots. This feels legal. Yeah. There's definitely some guy on his phone watching this too, and he was just like, "Oh, it's armor. They're wearing armor." Kiss of War. This fucking pisses me off. This one pisses me off, dude. It felt illegal watching that. Is what it felt like. It felt like I didn't like that. But is it unhinged? Compared to Evertale. What the fuck is this? Oh, cool. Those are cool boots you get to put on her. How are we supposed to show?
I got these straight from YouTube.
I'm guessing it's supposed to tell you that you're supposed to just dress up. What? What the fuck was that at the end? What is this game? I mean, this is a terrible, terrible round. Kiss of War, you're just frisking people. At least there's like some kind of implement of gameplay, I guess. Evertale, what the fuck even is that? I'm just gonna go Kiss of War. Evertale, I don't know what the fuck I was even looking at there. How about next up we get the Bag versus Mech Domination.
It's grab bags, those are random things.
Oh, so it's grab bag. It's just a grab bag of random ads that maybe don't fit into, let's see here. Okay, can we show that? What the f? Is there any moderation that happens, or can you just upload any ad you want?
Oh, you can upload any ad.
So they don't have to I don't give a f, you pay us, we'll throw it up. Let me see here. This next one is Mech Domination. Robot gorillas having their way with a robot velociraptor, and then to blur the velociraptor whole, they use a spicy emoji, kind of like, whew, I can't show you, this is too hot. Yo, why do I kind of want to play the weird infection game? Also, I like how these companies they'll get like 3 3D models and they'll just reuse the shit out of them. I guess just for cohesion reasons, I'm gonna have to go with Mech Domination. Even though, I mean, what the f is this tournament, dude? Okay, next up we have Rise of Castles versus Fairyscapes Adventures. The strategy of just showing something completely unhinged at the beginning of a video is such an interesting market strategy. Grinding a guy's on a cactus and then he slingshots forward and immediately builds a beautiful home. What is that supposed to tell us, Nick?
If you work hard enough, you can.
You have to push through adversity. Fairyscapes Adventures. I know this should be the first thing I need to say, but how do her panties fall off?
While she's running, yeah.
while she's running, she's like, ugh. If a princess dropped her panties, would you smell them?
Oh, if a princess?
Yeah.
If I liked her?
Pause! There's so much going on. Audio, dude. Oh, dude, him sucking her toes. What the f? He pushed her over and her water broke? What did she bomb the beautiful forest around her? And her house is made of gold? Or no, is it hay? Pushing her over and then seeing the... I wonder if that was initially supposed to be blood, but they had to blur it. God damn! Snow White being all... Come on, dude. Leave or stay? You leave... Yep, here we go. See, now we're getting back to the classics, dude. Give me a big old girl who is stuck in some snow. That's all I need, dude. This is easy gonna win. There's no way... Yippee! I get to live in this abandoned house and freeze to death. Fairyscape Adventures, and it shows a pregnant Snow White on the cover. Fairyscape Adventures is going to be difficult. I mean, Rise of Castles doesn't even come close. Fairyscape Adventures, that's going to be a difficult one to beat, dude. Next, we have Frozen Honey ASMR versus Happy Hospital. God damn, dude. The art for Happy Hospital is gruesome. It's awesome. What the Frozen Honey ASMR. Let me see.
My God, what are you doing? This is disgusting. What are you doing? No. You think I'm gonna eat this?
No, that is disgusting. Do you think I'm going to eat this? It just like goes perfectly into her mouth. Do you think it's, once again, it's that thing where it's like a free game, but are they making their profit off of like fishing for information?
Yeah, they probably run ads on it too.
I just wonder how these people stay in business. Like where is this money coming from? Happy Hospital? Let's see here. Ew, what the what the oh my God. Why is she face down in a pool of water? Is this a dead woman? Ew! There's a maggot in her open wound. Choose tool. This is a heavy hitter here, Nick. Yeah, I don't know why, but it's the cleaning videos like this satisfying. You know what I mean? I can see how people get hooked to this shit. Ooh, why do the earwax look like a giant piece of shit, dude? That's disgusting. Are these bugs? Are they? What the? He pulling out of his ear? Oh, the sounds. All the pimples are coming out like tendrils, like the pus, dude. Honestly, though, I could see myself definitely playing this. Is that kind of up? Would you play it?
Looks fun. Apparently that's actually what the game is.
And you actually get to do it? That's got to be huge points because these games never operate the way they would. Does it? This is where I'm kind of at a crossroads. If it's the most unhinged, could I still want to play it or no? Then I would probably go Happy Hospital because even then it was crazy. Also, Frozen Honey ASMR. I feel like if a little more production value, dude, win me over a little bit more. We're finding our groove here a little bit because Fairyscape's Adventures and Happy Hospital so far are definitely at the top of my list. Those are the fan favorites right now. See, there we go. That's exactly what I want to see. Click it up. Matchington Mansion. It's a single mom with 2 kids and some kind of wind rate terrain versus Puzzle and Survival, a zombie game. Let me see here. Matchington Mansion. God damn, dude. How? Please help them. Not my business. I like how it's a war-torn terrain, Black Hawk Down style. I probably shouldn't get involved. I don't know which side. I'm just not even going to get involved. They sprayed and killed all the rats. Oh, you better not. Don't breathe in that poison, little girl. They put a bomb in the. Hi! God damn! Honestly, it makes you kind of play the game a little bit, though. Just being able to torture a family. Oh, that kind of sounds kind of bad, doesn't it?
Get out of here!
Ah, what a horrible way, dude. You find out that your husband is some hot maid, and then you trip on the way out. Horrible last impression. I'm not gonna lie, the not my business button is gonna go a long way in this competition. Not my business. I love the idea of a guy just being like, I don't want to get involved. There we go.
Yay, Mommy! Mommy got a wheelchair!
Oh, still cold there. The stove, or do we want a fishbowl? Okay, thank God we got the fire in there.
Hey, it's warm in here now!
Oh, nope, there goes the roof again. The scream. This god hand playing with their lives. Always just kind of like, let me help you. Just kidding! Just collapses and drowns the people in snow. All right, next one is the puzzles. Puzzle and Survival. I just don't, that was a heavy hitter. That was a heavy hitter. I despise these games, dude. I hate seeing these ads. There's something about having to watch them, like, it'll like, when they just shoot the thing and it does the countdown, it's like, down to like 10, you're like, oh, just keep shooting it and it'll break, and then they switch over. They're trying to get you, because you're like, well, I could do it. I hate this. I hate this shit. Such an interesting concept where it's just all about literally how can you hook them with sex right, like really quick, and then you show like, but this is the actual game. Oh, my got tore up out of that window. I will say at least this one, it's called Puzzles and Survival. At least they're showing puzzles, but it still just doesn't hold up against Matchington Mansion. Next we have Beast Lord versus Mafia City. Okay, Beast Lord. Oh, oh, the ghost flying out of it. This is just so sad. I don't know how I feel about the God Hand stuff, dude. The God Hand stuff scares the shit out of me. That's gotta be the look. He's doing fucking balls right there. It's like a ball shape. Just a dying hippo. This is just animal cruelty is all this is. Oh no, but see, you're helping the animals. There you go, Beast Lord, the new land. Who the threw the spear? Simba is haunting looking. Looks more like a rat. This is kind of epic. It's like this has gone on a long time. I feel like they're like, you were supposed to do 3 seconds of stuff. You're gonna start eating it. Yeah, there you go. Eat the bear, and he's god damn. Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, the last little roars and stuff looks pretty good. Beast Lord's looking pretty good. Can Mafia City hold up? If there's any kind of racist Italian American stuff going on, it might win. I'm just letting you know that right now. Did he just shoot a load onto the floor? Hey, take care of this. Right away, sir. The city bows to your command. Was he drinking like a coffee mug full of creamer?
Mafia City. Download for free.
This is what the mob is all about. It doesn't even hold a candle. It doesn't hold a flame to Beast Lord. And then lastly, in the round one, I can't believe we're already through it, is Last Fortress Underground versus Penny and Flo. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is going to be dirty. It's a zombie game? He's pissing on a zombie, and then a baby pisses the bed, leaves the husband to die, grabs the baby. They have a doomsday hatch in their backyard. There you go, make yourself a nice new bed. Oh, the fat survived. What will you do? Help him betray him. You already betrayed him once, why wouldn't you betray him again? Help, wife. Like how she's cooking cutting that zucchini.
You dab on
All right, sweet, they got the new TV in there. Gotta make sure you get your new TV so you can play Fortnite. Careful, don't drown. Oh, you stupid. The garden. God damn, I feel like that was 4 hours long. Watching that, I was like, is gonna be it? Penny and Flo. Okay, here we go. Already got the single mom probably here picking up stuff. Or it's a cheater, maybe? She's doing laundry. Please don't tell me she sits in the laundry. Binky, did she put the baby in the trash can thrown away? Did she put the baby in the and she's redecorating? She's like, well, now they don't have a baby room. The storyline is literally that she put her baby in the washer and killed it. Now it's time to see which kind of blinds we want. And Penny and Flo, that's kind of what we're about here. That pissed me off. Watching that stupid baby, god damn it. So the baby's kicking, but he's actually busting a groove. I mean, I would still say Penny and Flo is probably better than Last Fortress Underground. All right, so we're at least in round 2 now. We've separated the weak from the strong, and now we're back to, okay, we're back to Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Kiss of War. Wolf Game, round 2. Here we go, nice kimono dragon. Thank God Jesus Christ. All right, another wounded wolf. The wolf, oh God! You know, I'm gonna be honest. The cubes of meat though, huh? Kind of nice. I like the cubes of meat. He's got some armor, giant rat. I like how the first two were like realistic animals, and they're like, by the way, giant rat. Wolf Game. There you go. Huh. Kiss of War, it really needs to do something extra here. We need Kiss of War to be something more. Okay, dude. Kiss of War, what I don't like with this technology, the tiny hooker gun right on her. Oop, skim over the panties. So you're telling me I can look at a little panty here? Okay. Hooks her belly. Wait, what the? You, Kiss of War. I feel like Wolf Game has to take it again, probably, right? Next, we have Mech Domination versus Fairyscape's Adventure. I'm actually curious to see if Mech Domination can do something here to win us over, but Fairyscape, you know, that was like one of the first ones we fell in love with here. Not gonna lie though, Some of the mech designs are actually kind of sick. Can we give it a point for that at least? A little bit of robot dinosaur love making is always appreciated, but Fairyscapes, I just have a feeling it's gonna roll them. I mean, already. Too heavy to carry? Let me try. Oh. The scream. Little Mermaid. What? What? There's always so much child death. Have you noticed that? It's always like a mom who's like keeping her child barely alive. What the f is those people doing to Snow White there? Those little dudes. Yeah, I thought the dwarves were. And there's a little something different there. I don't know. This one has a happy ending. I tell you what though, I gotta detract points away from it. I don't like the God Hand in the edits. I don't like the God Hand edits. It doesn't do anything for me. It always starts off with something crazy, and then these Disney, there's starving dehydrated dwarfs next to a crystal clear lake, and she's crawling over. Yeah, God Hand again. God damn it! I will say Fairyscape's adventure, it didn't hit as hard as the first round, but there was it's better than Mech Domination. I got to move Fairyscapes up, but I pray for him. You know, we'll see. Happy Hospital versus Matchington Mansion. Matchington Mansion that's a legacy brand. What is okay? Happy Hospital. Oh my god. Oh god damn. Oh the stretch. Oh my god. Okay, here's oh my god. What is wrong with this beautiful woman's leg, dude? Hey! Hey! Whoa! I was just like, you have a very dirty leg. Let me see what I can do here. Get this little bug out of you. This one's difficult because that is disgusting. This is horrid. I'm at a bit of a crossroads here, Nick. Matchington Mansion. Okay. She faked her pregnancy? She finds a baby in the dumpster, ignore safe. Matchington Mansion is just, it's too good. Anytime a woman with a baby goes to a broken down shack, I don't think that game ads have ever gotten that top tier. The grandma getting crushed. There she is again. Oh, I wish grandma was here so we didn't have to stay in this broken down home. The spray foam over the window, that's a fix. You did it. You fixed it. Oh, nope, there it goes. Failed, you're dead. I will say Matchington Mansion too. They like having the people die at the end. They like the misery. Matchington Mansion just captures a level of just human despair that I just don't think I've seen in any recent cinema even. I feel bad because Happy Hospital is pretty good, but Matchington Mansion, there's a lot more diversity too. Happy Hospital, we get the same kind of bug over again. It is good. Happy Hospital does deserve points, but Matchington Mansion, I mean, I don't even know how anyone's gonna beat Matchington Mansion. The evolution of story. Next up, Beast Lord versus Penny and Flo. Okay, Beast Lord, God. Get out of here. Oh, there goes the ghost again. I do like Beast Lord uses the little spooky, ooh, eat or help. Help? Oh, coward, dude. Eat a dying animal. Oh, they're friends. Eats one rabbit, gains 180 pounds. There you go. Eat the zebra, gain 4 billion pounds. Hell yeah. The animal cruelty ones make me just kind of sad. Nice little Lion King meme here. Keep picturing Rocky being in the situation. It makes me sad. So this is literally Lion King. The animation of this is absolutely cursed. Yeah, this is just Lion King. Beast Lord, I don't know. I have a feeling Penny and Flo is just gonna absolutely wreck this shit. Well, I guess it's time to clean up this house and remodel. My man's left me. It's not even a happy ending. It ends with her crying into her hands. It ends with her crying into her hands. Nick. There you go. Okay, a little armrest here. All right, she wants a family. Oh, are they actually going to do it? Showing a bunch of backstories to lore that we have no idea about. So there was no more turbulence and she's just making out with the guy? She fell in love, I guess. Oh, she did. She got married. Who the hell is this? Just a random girl doing dancing at the end. Okay. I mean, I feel like Penny and Flo has more of an emotional draw-in. Also, I don't know what it is about it, but I love the idea that every time it's just her showing up to her house and being like, versus Penny and Flo, I'm tired of seeing the animal abuse. And also after a while, they just literally went Lion King. I feel like I can't give them that many points. It's got to go to Penny and Flo. All right, semifinals. We're coming in. Wolf Game, Wild Animal versus Fairyscapes Adventure. I don't know if Wolf Game can handle it. What is up with people? What is up with these game ads and gorillas? Oh, there you go. The shark bites the wolf's. Continuing by, the gorilla is fishing with the wolf. It becomes okay. Okay, Wolf Game. Wolf Game is pushing the limits here. Fairyscape, what do you have for me? Always the pregnancy test. I'm finding that I really enjoy something that involves basically, oddly enough, pregnancy. Why do I enjoy that, Nick? I don't know. I feel like I'm learning a dark secret about myself. Maybe I want to be pregnant. They're just slapping her around. Goddamn. There goes the deal again. Here's the god hand. We've already seen this. Did you just shank her in like the back? Like she just shanked her in the spine like 3 times. I mean, I gotta go. It's just gotta go to Fairyscapes. Fairyscapes is just gonna win this one. I know it. Oh my god, this is kind of a good one. Matchington Mansion versus Penny and Flo. Okay, now we're starting to get Matchington Mansion. If it holds up to what we've seen so far, then I don't know. Kick my wife's ass. He's already voted. First off, Matchington Mansion starting strong. A guy is doing sand volleyball against his wife with another woman. It's pretty crazy. Why my husband and my friend? They point a laugh at her. Leave me alone. It's too hot. Can I sit? They ever sit on a cheeseburger? And she gets her head hit in coconuts. I like how it sets up the idea that her husband is basically in cahoots with her friend. And then it ends up with her being happy that she found a tree to sit under with shade. I need the toilet now. Get out of here! Leave him with it. There we go. They moved into a freezing house with shit, like a shit flood and a water flood. That won't do. What are you gonna do about the toilet? No. Nice chocolatey river here. And there you go. Now you're drowning to death in shit and water. Wow. What about Penny and Flo here? The Penny and Flo universe is so vast. It's like the Avengers, dude. It's a whole nother episode. I thought you were dead. Penny and Flo, let me tell you, Penny can never catch a break. That's just it. She just runs away at the end. Okay. I mean, Matchington Mansion. It's just gotta be Matchington Mansion. It's gotta be Matchington Mansion. The finals here we have are Fairyscapes Adventure versus Matchington Mansion. This is rough. I mean, there could be a way that Fairyscapes Adventure comes in, but Matchington Mansion right now, I don't see how that behemoth, that titan of cringe gaming ads can be topped. Fairyscapes Adventure, let's see. Oh my god. That is disgusting. That...
What?
Oh my god! What is that ending to? Holy shit! Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that might be the most unhinged one we've seen today. The stretch mark belly, him beating the shit out of the belly. Okay, hold on. Oh my god! Where are these coming from? That was painful. That was actually painful. Oh my god, there's one more. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. I'll be honest. Fairyscapes came absolutely swinging that last time. Wow. Oh my god. I'm like crying. Matchington Mansion. I mean, we'll see. We will see. Tastes like turd. Can you even cook? Divorce indoor. There they go back to the... See, the rickety shack, they got to step it up somehow here. The rickety shack is funny, don't get me wrong. I always love a nice abandoned house, but there's got to be... They got to step up here. She has She took all the babies to the frozen shack. I will say I'm gonna give them points because they use the exact same house every time. Why does my hubby lick my hair? Leave or endure and go back. I'm telling you, they got one more chance here to step it up. The endure and leave is so good. It's a nice house. Nope, it's not a nice house. It's the frozen shack again. Oh, Magic Mansion. I've been singing its praise. The last Fairyscapes adventures that we saw were so crazy. I feel like it would truly be a disservice to not have them win. I mean, Fairyscapes Adventures is our champions here, going up next to our previous champion, Emperor Beauties. They go on as the masters of mobile game cringe. I don't think I could ever do this again. I don't know how many more times I can watch a woman walk into a frozen house. I don't know. All I know is, you know, Fairyscapes Adventure, my hat, I tip it to you. What a crazy last round. What a haymaker. I didn't think they were gonna win. Until next time, everyone, don't download these games. I'm pretty sure they're Chinese spyware. One thing that I'm upset about, though, is I'm not seeing any Chinese dynasty kind of, because that was our champion last time. It was mostly like abandoning your daughter and then like they like marry somebody else, or you see your wife or husband cheating on you. It has really nothing to do with China at all.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about Wendy's. The square burger place with the obese red-haired girl, right? They're doing a disservice by not making that little girl just fat as shit on the side, dude. You know what I mean? You know, a little while back, we did a video talking about Waffle House's training videos, right? We learned the hieroglyphic method of ordering some waffles and some eggs. But now today, I want to talk about another strange training video that's out there from our good friends at Wendy's. More specifically, training videos from the 80s and 90s golden era of Dave Thompson, the CEO of Wendy's, the golden era of his training video escapade that he decided to do. I'm not sure. These videos have become infamously known for their cheesy and, dare I say, somewhat catchy music videos. Whoever was in charge of producing these songs and producing these music videos did not hold back, ladies and gentlemen. They swung for the fences, and dare I say, at times, they hit some home runs. So without further ado, let's dive in, shall we?
Whew. Eat spicy goodness like a boss.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt.
It's so easy getting into debt, but getting out of it is a different story. So many of us are struggling with credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sick. And the system just wants to keep you there, man. Hey, look, I went to art school, took out a bunch of debt, and I wish that PDS Debt was around to help me. If you're currently struggling with debt, PDS Debt may be able to help. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solution tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is there's no minimum credit scores required. Save more while paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. And PDS Debt works hard to understand your unique situation and find alternatives to get you debt-free. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video, man.
Now, Wendy's has quite a few training videos throughout the years, but the ones we're going to be focusing on are the ones that I thought were silly enough to just kind of riff on a bit, right? We don't want to talk about all the ones where it's all corporate bullshit. Dude, we want to get down to the nitty-gritty. Sure, they have a video about taking orders, but oh my god, it's so fucking boring, we're not even going to talk about it. Throw it in the trash. So we're just going to be focusing on the songs for the most part. There's one little thing at the end is a secret, but we'll get into that later. Here's a little backstory before we dive in. The founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas King, wanted to standardize training for his company's employees through video training courses, right? He was like, people are using television nowadays. They're like, Dave, it's the 80s. We've had this technology for a while. He's like, did you hear a burger's a square? You'll see it too in the videos. He's in the videos and he's lost. Dave doesn't know what the fuck is going on. And since many of Wendy's employees are young and had entry-level positions, Dave decided to use engaging, music-driven instructions that were fun, relatable, and easy to understand.
You thought they're like monkeys.
It's like training a dog. He's like wiping his sweat with like $100 bills. What are they? What? Give them music. The poor people love music. Isn't that right, Wendy? She's like just fat, like ballooned up. She's like, The goal was to teach employees essential tasks like cooking, customer service, and maintaining cleanliness with memorable tunes. And thus, Wendy's beautiful musical training videos were born. Which, luckily, a lot of these are super short, very punchy, and they're just, it's just a good time to talk about. So first up on the list is the seductive and, dare I say, borderline sexual hit called Cold Drinks, which features a sexy 80s blonde, big old titties, and a flat ass. And she's showing you how to fill up fountain drinks in a flirtatious manner. Sorry, gentlemen. May want to look over your shoulder and make sure the old wife isn't looking this time around. The opening feels like an intimate R&B song, or an opening to basically Evangelion. I remember I clicked on it, I was like, and as soon as the first frame popped up and you see her seductively looked at you, I was like, huh? This is palpable sexual energy, right? I mean, right through the screen. It's unbelievable. The way she points at the drinks and talks about stopping an inch from the top, I mean, got me about half chubbed up. All right, I don't know why she's just like, right from the top, just an inch from the top. Uh-oh, too many inches. You're just like, what? Dave Thomas is in the back. He's like, Wendy, close your eye. Cover your eyes for daddy.
Cold drinks come in 4 cups, gotta know the size before you fill it up. Biggie, medium, small, kids meal.
I love back in the day they had the fucking Biggie.
Yeah, I know.
On the cup. Isn't that sick? Why bring back Biggie, dude? That thing is so tight.
It's a good deal. Use the scoop to fill with ice. Never use the cup, take my advice.
I'll be honest though, she could have a little bit more life in her voice. It's a little like that. You can tell she's just like, they usually get me in here for my looks. Now I'm having to talk. What the fuck?
Tilt the cup and push against the lever. Keeps the phone down now. Isn't that clever?
Isn't that clever? It's like, there's gotta be more rhymes. Put in more rhymes. They're like, can you add in more rhymes? Lever, isn't that clever? He's like, ha ha ha, perfect. Putting out a stogie on the intern's face.
When you reach a 1/4 inch from the top, that's where you wanna stop.
I mean, come on, dude. Can you imagine being sitting in the back of a fucking Wendy's watching this? You're like having to cross your legs and shit.
That's where you wanna stop.
Looking at the screen. Hey, buddy, just wanted to bring in a Frosty for you. It's your first day, so this one's on us, right? Just like so flustered. Can you imagine that? He's just like, don't worry, we all pitched a 10 our first day, buddy. He's like, he stands up a huge hard on. This place is gonna be magical.
And tell the guest you'll see him later.
Don't forget to smile when you serve cold drinks.
Okay, and it's a fucking train video. And they just show an Asian woman. She's like, ooh, even Asian people work here. Ooh. She's like, the guy again crosses his legs.
Always say thank you.
Okay. She's like, I don't know how to sing. They're like, just Dave wants notes. Give us notes. Sing me to sleep, my sweet princess. Lullabies to my ears.
You're the one that can make the difference.
For lemonade?
I feel like this is like a fucking fever dream, dude. The way they're like putting the glow around everything, and it's just people being like,
you're the one that can make the difference.
I mean, I feel like if I was sitting in the training room in the 80s, I'd be like, is this like what my dreams are gonna be like moving forward? You'll never escape us. Clock in or clock out. It's always with you. They need to show the obese girl though. Have her be like, can you imagine that? It shows the Asian girl like turning, and then it's just like Wendy being like, turn into a nightmare. Yeah, even Dave's just like, get her off the screen.
I feel like nowadays you could do that. Make Wendy fat and be like, oh my god.
Oh, yeah, dude. Definitely. She's our plus size little angel. She's just like, a 9-year-old girl having a heart attack. Look at her go. She's wearing the Gap. She shops at Old Navy. She's hip. She's like, tons of Frosty and bacon grease over it. You want another Baconator? But we move on from cold drinks, dude. Yeah, you got somebody oohing and on at Asian women smiling at you. It's a good song. All right, I'm not gonna, can't falter them. Damn fine way for a training video, but it doesn't hold a candle to the absolute banger that is Hot Drinks. Hot Drinks fucking rules, dude. This This Michael Jackson-inspired song is all about how to serve scalding hot coffee to your customers. When I mean scalding, I mean they emphasize how hot this thing is. It's like there's a goddamn fog machine inside the coffee cup. It's like blow it off at least once, dude. It's like a fucking cup of molten lava. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. What fucking temperature are they serving this coffee cup? It made me immediately think of that lawsuit. Can you imagine that fucking spraying and falling on someone's lap? The first time in my life, I was like, I feel sympathy for the old woman. That old bag. It was kind of actually a crazy throwback to see the lids before had it caution hot, scalding hot. Because now it was like, I can see this being fucking deceptive. Even though when the coffee thing goes on, I mean, you just expect steam to be shooting out of that thing. Here's your coffee. It's like a fucking train. Oops! The person's lap.
That's what I was hoping through the song. He'd accidentally spill it on himself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Hot drinks really get you going. Warms you up when you feel you're slowing.
This, I mean, seriously, this song is such a fun. Hot drinks. Even when he blows it too, it's like a huge cloud and the music's like pours out too. It's fucking crazy. The lighting in the music video, I mean, first off, this is a bad training video. This is a bad training video, not because the information is bad, but because I am not absorbing any of the information. It's just a catchy song, like too catchy to where I'm like, hot drinks, and then they're blasting these crazy lights on them like it's a goddamn Dario Argento film. It feels like fucking Suspiria in this music video, dude. I expect a demonic witch to come out and start like ballet dancing. Hot drinks really makes you go away.
Wendy's, we always serve it right away. And a smile and have a nice day.
This motherfucker's just full of charisma, dude. I love it, dude. The spins and stuff, and especially like going, have a nice day. You know he killed it too. It was one of those days when he drove home, he like buckled up his seatbelt and shit, and he was like, yeah, I mean, he just knew he fucking killed it.
Grab a small cup when you're making hot cocoa. Throw the packet and then you add your H2O.
I've never had so much fun watching somebody make cocoa. Grab a small cup and grab some cocoa.
Use a clean spoon and stir it till it's all mixed up. Toss the spoon out and put the lid on the cup. Things are really looking up. Hot drinks really get you going.
To be fair, yeah, the rest of the music, the whole music video is in the store, and he's just like, grab some cocoa and mix it up with a clean spoon. And you're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And all of a sudden, he's like in the depths of hell. Hot drinks really makes like it's fucking crazy, dude. Man, those old signs too are so sick. Oh, there's the Asian woman smile again. She's just like, how many times are you gonna come here? He's just like, you smile for the camera again. She's like, yep, it's really busy today, Mr. Thomas. I don't care. What's your name? She's like, it's Susan. Yeah, right. That's what the telemarketers tell you to say, isn't it? Yeah, I probably can't throw that one in, but I love this one though. Once again though, I feel like cold drinks, I retained a lot more information versus hot drinks. Hot drinks, you went too hard. If I was in the room, I'd be like, you gotta pull it back because I only remember the chorus and like there was some cocoa and stuff, but then you're blasted with fucking neon colors and it's too good. Historically epic music video. This is like pretty popular too. What the? This has 3.5 million views. It's a Wendy's training video, dude. I love it. Like the comments are so good. Just people being like, he didn't get paid enough. Also, if you have this legendary thing, even if it's outdated, why would you not still just play this? Or do you think they're like, oh, it's too old? Well, that's what I love about corporate people. They have all the money. We want a hip new music video, right? And it's like, well, dude, you guys have hot drinks. They're like, I don't care. It's so old. Oh, God, look at this outdated technology. God, can you make it modern? Where's the fat little girl having heart attacks? She's like, oh. I like to think that Wendy never gets older. She's just always perpetually an obese small girl. Like as soon as the earth is gonna explode and she's gonna be the only remnant of humanity just like floating in space forever, perpetually having a heart attack. You're gonna be a star, Wendy. If we have to move on, I almost wish we would just save that one for last. All these are gonna fucking suck. Because next up we have the goddamn "Can chili be served with cheese" song. We started off way too strong because cold drinks is like still kind of a ooh, and then hot drinks, hello. Chili can be served with cheese. song. It just teaches you how to stir the chili. At some point, I feel like they have like, Dave, we can't capture lightning in a bottle 7 times. He's like, get the goddamn cheese chili song out now.
Always got to make sure that you stir it right before you put the chili in the bowl of duck. Use a figure 8 motion from the bottom to the top.
Arguably not that bad of a song. There's just something, I don't know why, there's something kind of disgusting to me about just B-roll of chili. Like B-roll of chili being scooped and like... Also, I kind of miss the personality I got out of the guy singing the hot drink song. This is just a nameless, you know, a faceless man singing to me.
A small serving, get the 8-ounce ladle fulfilled to a habit from the top of the cup or bowl.
This one's the most boring, like least creative.
This is definitely the most least creative one, which is a shame because, once again, they're like, we did another song for you. And he's like, I can't pay for the lights again. I can't pay for the dancer. I can't pay for the perform. I can't do it. Just show chili. And it's just a guy with the camera, like, and the person's like,
Make sure that you stir it right before you...
Do you really need a whole song for chili, dude?
That's the thing, they split it up. It's about Frosties and then cookies with milk. It's the rest of the song.
So they include Frosties and cookies with milk in the chili video. Dave, how does that make sense? You know it was Dave too. He's like the cornerstones of Wendy's, the chilies, the Frosties, and of course the cookies and milk. Do you have any questions? Like the burgers and fries? Hello? He's like, no. God, it looks disgusting. It really does not look appetizing. Does this look good to you?
No.
Chili can be served with cheese. Fill a third cup hamper with the greatest kind.
You go to any, I worked at McDonald's for probably like 3 months, or I worked there very briefly. It's a goddamn war zone. Acting like somebody's gonna be using like, oh, this is my little cheese cup. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They're gonna have a fist that Velveeta cheese bucket. They're gonna be like, stir it with their fingers real quick. Wendy's still on the floor. The chili is just Wendy's empty colostomy bag. They lift it up and they just squirt it out. She's like, oh. Pump her up!
Sprinkle on the top and then put the bowl in the middle of the tray every time.
This is insulting. It's like, scoop the chili out, put it in a bowl, and throw some cheese on top. Did you need a whole fucking song about that, dude? Who the fuck are they hiring? We only hire aliens from a different galaxy who have never used a ladle. That's it. That's the Dave Thomason way.
Lift the arm and fill the cup. The frosting should be thick and creamy. Milk and cookies if you please.
But yeah, halfway through the song, you can't just start talking about Frosties, milk, and cookies, dude. It doesn't make any sense. I got a fucking weird taste in my mouth talking about it, even watching it. It's like hot, and I'm all of a sudden I'm like, oh, it's like red meat with milk or something. I don't know why. It just freaks me out. But we're moving on here because we have to talk about the king, the pinnacle, the emperor, the god king of the Wendy's training videos. And it's a 15-minute long, dare I say, odyssey. Epic, as if Homer himself wrote it, scribbled it onto stone. What is it known as? What do you hear people chanting from the Colosseums? That, my friend, is grill skills. This is the iconic Wendy's training video that has become a cult classic on the internet. You might have even seen it yourself. I don't care, I'm still talking about it, bitch. The video is all about teaching new hires on how to cook Wendy's infamous square patties using the 4-corner procedure. Because they're square patties. And you'll find out why they're square patties in just a second. And it starts off, this is my favorite one too, because it starts off with our boy Dave Thomas creeping out of the corner of the walk-in freezer to awkwardly touch the burger patties and to teach us how to make the best hamburgers in the business.
In the business.
Which is also aka Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
Him mispronouncing that word fucking drives me up a tree, dude. Dave doesn't say words properly, and I know I fuck up some words to say, especially. I know it's especially. Gotta get in the groove, dude. Maybe it's just his groove. He's like, I'm a leader in business. Then you get him talking, he's like, business. I cannot emphasize how much joy Dave Thomas has given me in such a small time. From him, very awkwardly, like a giant turtle. You ever see that show, My Best Friend Franklin?
Oh my god, I love that.
He looks just like the parents, the old-ass parents. That's Dave Thomas, him creeping around. That's why it's the best old-fashioned hamburger in the business. He doesn't say words properly. He keeps his ugly daughter off the screen. Get her out! And he doesn't look at the patties. He's like talking about him, and he just keeps he misses it. Him missing the burgers there is as awkward as like somebody reaching for a high five, and then you like Like you kind of miss it, or you come up and you're like, oh, do we do it again? Like, no, we got the idea, I guess. It feels like that. Also, I just want to say too, the Wendy's walk-in freezer looks like either a fucking Guantanamo Bay cell or a part of the set of the movie Hostel, Eli Roth's Hostel. That's what it looks like to me. Creepiest walk-in I've ever seen, and it's only frozen meats in there and ketchup. Dave Thomas just makes it an alluring, I mean, just murder pit.
From the day I opened the first Wendy's, my goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business. A Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger.
He sounds like Christian.
The thing I liked about when I ordered the first Wendy's was that I liked the square burgers.
So, I started with the freshest beef I could find.
Oh, Dave, just look down before you grab it. I don't want to do any more takes. One and done. Right, Wendy? I really hope that joke does well because I keep beating this dead fucking horse, dude.
100% pure beef. Never frozen.
Yeah, right, Dave. Never frozen my ass. I need kangaroo court. Lies! Unfair. I don't. What do you think? You think they're frozen?
I think they're frozen now.
They gotta be frozen now. How the fuck you transport out of the country? Raw meat. That's why they call our delivery buses the blood bus. Because there's just disgusting, hot, raw meat, blood all over the floors.
You know what? I think they defrost them.
Yeah, now they're not frozen. It's like, well, they were, Dave. Well, I guess we're splitting hairs. We also learned, and I know this is people talk about many mysteries of the universe. The Big Bang, is there God, right? Religions form, people ask these questions. Why is the sky blue? I think we know that one.
Yeah.
What were the Egyptians really saying with their hieroglyphics? Are they spaceships? Were they aliens? And probably the greatest mystery of all, why does Wendy's have a square burger? And finally, people, we get straight from the horse's mouth, from God's mouth, Dave Thomas. Take it away, Dave.
So they'll hang over the edge of the bun, and people will like that.
Because people like it. The square shape and the burgers hanging over the bun allow customers to see the quality of the beef before taking a bite. That is the dumbest that actually pisses me off. Can you imagine you like get ready to take a bite of a burger? You're like, whoa, holy shit, did anyone else see? You guys see this thing? Okay, I guess that is quality. It's like, what the f are you talking about? What a week, like, come on. But 2 minutes into the video, Dave decides he's tired of talking and goes and grabs a hot and juicy hamburger.
I'm going to have a hot and juicy hamburger.
Go old-fashioned hamburger in the business. While we continue to watch a training video, Dave pretty much just taps out and he's just like, I'm here, I'm gonna eat, okay? We then get a nice little montage of the workers preparing the store for customers as the trainee, Bill, clocks in and gets scolded almost immediately by his manager. He gets clocked in and they're just like, hey, the manager needs to see you right away. There was a stabbing last night. Please tell me you didn't take home mustard again. Dave Thomas is here and he's livid. Today is Bill's lucky day as he gets to learn how to use the grill. I thought this was kind of weird when she's just like, you're gonna learn how to use the grill today. It feels like he's been there a while. Like people know him and shit. He's like, hey, how you doing? And he looks totally comfortable. She's just like, we're gonna let you use this foreign device known as the Wendy's grill. He's like, you mean it? That beautiful alien technology with the square burgers? She's like, yep. You're lucky, Bill. Welcome to the club.
Maybe she's like my old Papa Murphy's manager. She purposely left the people she thought she was dumb in the back for like 6 months. Never
really?
Making pizzas.
Yeah, I don't want you to be out front. I don't want you touching the pizzas. Then instead of Mary teaching him how to cook very quickly, because there is nothing going on in this kitchen, could not be a slower day, Mary just has him sit down and watch a training video inside the training video. I'm watching a training video of a guy watching a training video. The tape is put in and almost immediately like dark magic happens. The screen starts to smoke and shake violently. And eventually it opens up a wormhole where a floating head comes out and sucks Bill into a grill dimension. You know, people like to decipher the ending of The Sopranos. Did Tony get shot? The TV malfunction exploded and Bill died. And this is what purgatory is. It's being sucked into the grill dimension. And this is where the song starts. 4 minutes in the training video, we finally get the song to start. Couldn't we have just started in the grill dimension? Why did we have to have the build up? I feel like Dave was just like, I want to be on screen. And for the next 2.5 minutes, we have Grill Master Funky Fresh rocking out with a golden spatula and teaching us how to finally grill some patties using the four-corner technique. And goddamn, is it good. Which, the four-corner technique, I mean, it's just pressing each corner of the patty down before you flip it. Bit lackluster.
Well, you gotta make sure the grill is wet.
It's true, you gotta make sure the grill is wet for all the juices. He also teaches us how to space the patties evenly and not to dump a pound of salt on them, which I will say he has a little fucking, that's a beautiful pepper and of salt there. Oh, it's unbelievable. Well, he is the grill master. Funky fresh. There's also cartoon floating patties with giant eyes and lips talking about how the meat starts to shrink.
We start shrinking when we hit that grill. You know it will.
It is haunting. This, I think, could have been done in a different way. It felt like a German expressionist, like surreal, like a nightmare. A goddamn nightmare.
Now we know Bill is actually dead.
Yeah, this is how we know that Bill is actually talking to angels or demons. We're trying to decipher which part of the afterlife did Bill end up going to. Sexual joke here about meat shrinking?
No, that's just a...
What are you thinking?
I don't know. Just thought there was a joke there. It's almost like it's the opposite of sexual. If your meat is shrinking, like you're not getting horny off these floating hamburgers.
Maybe we'll ponder something by the end of the video. I mean, even Bill can't believe his eyes. He looks so goddamn distraught, like he's witnessing a nightmare. He's looking around, he's like, there's really no emotion besides, I mean, it looks like terror. You would think that they would be like,
when we hit that grill.
You're like, he's having fun. Not Bill. Bill is truly seeing the actual horrors of the cosmic universe happening right before his eyes. We also get disgusting shots of the grill master draining the meat on the side of the grill before serving it on a plate. I don't understand that. You have to drain the meat, so you take the spatula and you have to hold the patty up against the side of the grill, and it's just like oozing out liquid, and he's like, see? There you go! Yeah, I mean, it's just a fucking kind of a gross shot. I don't know.
All the burgers look disgusting in this.
The burgers are extremely unflattering. That's why we know now when you see burgers on TV, they're like covered in like glue to make them look like perfectly, you know what I mean? The cheese isn't even real cheese, it's like plastic that they melt, and because the real shit's just like, yep, doesn't it look great? Dave Thomas is like, it looks perfect. These fucking gray sculptures just falling on and dripping disgusting fluids. Oh, and you know what makes my blood boil is Bill says, where do I start? Right after the song gets done.
Don't be afraid, I think you're gonna be hot.
Where do I start? What do I do?
It's like, Bill, no wonder you deserve to be in hell, because you're a moron. You're a bad man, Bill. But he hasn't paid attention this whole fucking time. You know what? Let him roast. Dave Thomas is the devil, and Bill is here to do his bidding. So then we get a recap of everything we just learned, but this time slow down thanks to Bill, because he's a fucking moron. Even Funk Master Fresh is like, what do you do? Skippity-doo. Yep, see, right, Bill. Good God. He's like, fold it up, flop it down.
Not too little, not too much. With the little finesse, I think I'm getting the touch. Hey.
You're like, off, Bill, you worthless bastard. There's a great moment where the grill master gets pissed at Bill and grabs his hands, telling him to start choking up the spatula. He's like, hold it up here. And Bill's like, hold it up here? I see a deer. In a way, it does feel like whitewashing a culture a little bit, doesn't it? It's like a guy like repeating the rap back, and he's like, huh, rhymes are fun, aren't they? Is this the rap and hip-hop I've been talking about? And the Funk Master's like, yeah, sure. And they also drain the meat again, and it makes me wonder, how are the patties getting so filled with liquid, even if there's fat in it? It is just such an uncomfortable amount of liquid pouring out. He's like, you have to pour them out. If people bite into this, they're gonna get real sick, for real. Then on to song 2, which is putting cheese on the patty.
Lay down the cheese in a juicy spot, but don't leave it too long or it'll get too hot. Tool it up, lay it off on the meat, do it right. Keep it neat.
You gotta have a whole song about that. You'd think it'd be just taking the sliced cheese, put on a patty. No. Gotta have a full song. Which they say if your burger is gross or if you mess it up, then you can just dump it in the chili.
Chili with cheese.
The chili with cheese, remember? With your tiny cheese cup? Which I was like, oh, if you split the patty, sure. But they're like, oh, if you can, it kind of made it seem like, drop it on the floor, throw it in the chili, give it to all our chili fans. And it's just like a really random, almost Jacob's Ladder-esque scene.
Put those patties in a chili pan and save them for all of our chili fans.
There's a part in Jacob's Ladder where he sees the guy in the back seat and his face is like, and that's like where that effect became popular from. I'm starting to think that Jacob's Ladder stole it from the Wendy's training video. I understand it's probably trying to be like when you're cold outside, you want chili.
Play on words. Chili is in cold.
I don't like it, Nick. I don't like it, and it scared me. It's also black and white. It's like the beginning of Antichrist. It's like a Lars von Trier film. A lot of chili fans, and it cuts out like this nightmare. I feel like if you just had that on loop with like people would be like, this is unnerving. Lastly, we get another segment of burgers with giant lips talking about the cooking stages for the burgers.
Stage 4, I'm hot, I should be done. Looking good like I should so you can serve me, son. I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
There's too many stages, okay? I feel like Dave Thomas is just like, more. We need more horror. Dave, this is getting kind of scary.
Stage 4, I'm hot, I should be done.
You hear that, Wendy? They're scared. She's like, after the song is over, we cut back to Bill blankly staring into the TV as Mary yells in his ear trying to snap him out of his drug-induced trance. I feel like Mary, like, she's like, good luck, pat him on the arm and like put like a patch on like LSD. And she's like, Bill, hey, welcome back, sleepyhead. What was it like? And he's just like totally fried. His eyes are completely white. So actually, you didn't pass your drug test because it was laced with LSD. He was like, I've never done that before in my life. And it was Mary who did it. She's like, we can't have him. He asked too many questions, Dave. The whore. We then get a montage of Bill rizzing up Mary with how well he can use the grill. I mean, he is. She's like, play your cards right, Bill, and you can spread me and four-corner me tonight. He's like, what does that mean, Mary? She's like, how about a rope, some duct tape, and candle wax, and we'll figure it out in the back, Bill. Whoa!
You think Mary's beef is pretty greasy down there?
I imagine you have to drain Mary's beef, dude. You kidding me? Those two lips look like an old man spitting into a dip cup. Now, Mary, I forgot to drain it. It's okay, Bill. You're on stage 6. Keep going. After Bill cooks up a mean burger, one of the other Wendy's staff members hands it off to our boy Dave Thomas, who apparently has been waiting in line this entire time for the burger. Dave, you own the place. You know, you can just come out. He's like, I'll wait in line like the rest of the people. One of them old-fashioned hamburgers. Beating
in the business.
We had 3 cooking segments, and only now Dave is getting his meal. Which, what does that say about the service? We've had all of this time grilling stuff, and Dave has just been in line. That Mad World rendition Gary Jules did for Donnie Darko's playing.
All around me are familiar faces.
You know, it's an old-fashioned hamburger.
It's an old-fashioned hamburger.
Just like this one that keeps our customers coming back to Wendy's. Cooking and pressing our hamburgers isn't easy. It requires a special talent, which takes some practice to develop.
Take some practice to develop. F off, Dave. He's like, good luck trying to decipher this crazy monolith you just discovered. Like, wow, I pressed it 4 times, Dave. He's like, how on God's green earth did you do that so quickly? But the video ends with one last song, the titular Grill Skill song, because it's a goddamn bop, and he's like, I paid for it, we're gonna blast it as many times as we can. Do you ever think that they played this over the speakers in the restaurant?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I paid for it, we're using it. And then someone's like, probably came to work with a gun, and he's like, if I hear Grill Skills one more time, I'm shooting up the place. He's like, put on hot drinks! It's only ever Grill Skills! Put on hot drinks! The guy's like, hot drinks, really makes you wanna. He's like, which is a montage of people doing the air guitar on spatulas and cooking some good old-fashioned hamburgers. The cast of characters in the montage is something else. We have the Crypt Keeper. JFK makes a cameo from the dead somehow.
You're also in it too.
I'm in it. It's actually unfucking canny. That is unbelievable. Editor, try taking out my beard. That's actually fucking crazy. And then to have you in it as well as fucking... That is haunting. If you had a mullet without your glasses, you would look just like that. This is f***ed. I wonder in a weird way if whoever watches the video, if you actually see yourself in it, it changes every time.
The first time I watched it, I didn't see myself. It was just there.
The Wendy's training video is a Japanese horror. It's like The Ring. It's a Ringu. There's like a well and like a little girl crawls out of it.
Wendy comes out of it?
Yeah, exactly. Wendy. And the final Wendy's video is actually not a music video at all. It's so much more confusing. They did a full court case trial called When Clowns Go Bad. Surprisingly, this 20-minute long video about Ronald McDonald dying in their walk-in freezer is about what to do to close the store at night. Which I want to say, the beginning of it is visceral. The video opens up with a Ronald McDonald-like clown, it's fucking Ronald, threatening an ex-employee over the phone for betraying them and working at Wendy's next door. I thought this was kind of manipulative. You know what I mean? So you work at McDonald's, well, you're here now. They're evil, and we're good. Isn't that right, Wendy? Due to legal reasons, the clown's name is Max for Max's Mystery Burger. We then cut to a blonde lady screaming as she finds Peg. Another Wendy's employee kneeling over Max's lifeless corpse in the walk-in freezer. I mean, I was like, holy shit, there's a fucking dead body in this training video. It's implied that Peg caved Max's skull in with an iron pot. There's a huge dent in it. I think Peg did street justice on Max, dude. An unbelievable way to start a training video. Essentially, the whole video takes place inside a courtroom and swaps back to the Wendy's store as the defense and prosecutors question the various employees on what went down that night when Max was murdered. Which, for being a courtroom drama, I was hoping that they would ham up the acting just a bit more. Specifically in the courtroom, I wanted some like, we want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Did you kill Ronald? You can't handle if I killed Ronald. You would have been sick as a tie-in. Remember the beginning of Goodfellas when Ray Liotta? Also, I like how many, why the fuck were you doing so many movie references? There's been an alarming amount of movie references, I apologize. But I want to say it would have been cool if they would have tied it in where he didn't snitch and she's just like, I don't know what happened. She comes out of the courtroom and then Dave Thomas along with all the other Italian Americans are like, good girl. You know what I mean? You did your part, you didn't snitch. And they all like pay him.
They might have got cut. We never see them walk out the courtroom.
We never see them walk out the courtroom. I think they did it, but Scorsese came in and he was just like,
It's too close to my movie.
Don't get me wrong, this video is still cheesy, but just comparing it to the other songs, I wish they just would have pushed a little bit further. Also, you're doing a fucking Law and Order court case about a murder, and you're gonna keep, let's play this one safe. Makes sense, Dave. There's one great part in the beginning where the defense attorney asks Peg's manager if Peg is a violent person, to which he responds,
Peg? No way. She doesn't have a violent bone in her body. She's a very meek person.
Not like yourself, eh, Betty?
No.
like a fucking slap in the face, but she's meek. She's such a quiet little flower. Unlike me. To which the defense attorney flips the script and starts accusing her of murdering Max.
So you actually threatened the victim.
What? No, right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I think that to make this a more effective, enthralling thriller, we needed more screaming, more crying, maybe even Ronald McDonald's wife, who's also a clown. You bitch! You murdered my husband! It's like the kids are like Raggedy Ann dolls. Look at them! Stuff like how Peg starts spazzing out after finding Max's body, or then the blonde chick screams when she finds Peg. Those are good moments, dude. Give me more of those moments. And the whole video is about cleaning the store for closing, which the solution for everything is just hot soapy water. It's pretty much them being able to say hot soapy water as many times as they possibly can. I think they're really trying to drill in. The water's gotta be hot, and goddammit, it has to be soapy.
Hot soapy water, hot soapy water.
Soapy water, soapy water.
Soapy solution, soapy solution.
Soapy solution.
Soapy solution, soapy solution.
Which they showed a guy doing the top of the tables and the bottom of the tables. I'm like, dude, yeah, fucking right. Like a 16-year-old, especially, what is it, in the early 90s or something? I'm getting paid $1.25. Let me scrape the gum out the bottom of the tables. Fuck you, Dave. You know, I'm not gonna do that. If somebody was like, did you get the bottom of the tables? I'd say, yeah, I got the bottom of the tables. Thank you, it's minimum wage and shove it. Oh yeah, then they start mopping down like the salt, pepper shakers and the ashtrays, which the ashtrays I thought was funny. People smoking. Can you imagine the mouthfeel of having a fucking square hamburger and a cigarette? I feel like a cigarette and a Frosty would go kind of hard though. That's a good palate cleanser. Even the urinals in the bathroom get hot soapy water. Cover your hands in hot soapy water and wipe all that piss off the urinals. Yeah. Throughout these cuts, the videos do a great job to really showcase Peg as this unhinged psychopath. She might have done it. By this point in the video, I'm thinking old Peg Leg is a little devious, all right? Who knows? Like when she's talking about taking the trash out, the music sting plays and she talks about using the side door.
Use the side door, not the back door.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, no reason. Yeah, I didn't use the back door. I used the side door. Or how she says to another employee, we're killing him, in regards to Max's mystery burger.
But don't you worry about Max. We're killing him.
Which I like that too, as if people are like, did you see the sales? We're doing way better than McDonald's. Dave's like, they talk like that. I've heard it before. They talk like that. It's like, that's only you, Dave. He's like, She was even a former employee and had her last paycheck held for leaving his restaurant, and that she was so mad at him that she could have killed him. Yeah, you quit there, you don't even get your last paycheck. Unlike here at Wendy's where we pay you in gold. Dave Thomas found all that pirate treasure. He doesn't know what to do with it. He's like, that's why I made the old-fashioned hamburger. My deep sea travels. Do with the film grain too, like all the artifacts does legitimately make this a pretty horrifying.
Have you worked in this business before?
I used to work for Max Mystery Burgers across the street, but they don't concentrate enough on cleanliness, and that's why I left.
I bet they were sorry to see you go.
But they were sorry to see you go. All right, have a good night. And he goes into his car and he drives home and he's like, so the new person at work is a complete and total fucking psychopath, by the way. They didn't focus on cleanliness like I do, like Wendy's does. Mm-hmm. They sound weird, huh? I gotta talk to the manager real quick. I'm putting in my 2 weeks right now.
Sorry wasn't the word for it. The clown was so mad at me that he kept my last paycheck out of spite.
She's doing this like the Kubrick stare the entire time.
Keeping my last paycheck out of spite.
The guy's like, yeah, dang them. You know what? You're justified too. Gets in his car, never comes back.
I was so mad at him. I could have killed him.
Damn, Peg! Easy down! Also, she gets way too excited in the bathroom talking about the toilet paper and how to clean the bathroom. God damn it.
Soap looks okay. How about the TP?
Plenty.
Good.
I feel so bad for this guy who's like with her. He's like, cool, so you ran over and you peeked in the urinal like a complete psychopath. Mm-hmm, that's how we clean it here. He's like a pager. 911, 911. Yeah, oh, you're crawling on the walls. We cook cheeseburgers here. I hope you just know that's all the job is, so.
Okay, hotshot, play it back for me.
No problem. We clean the walls and the stalls with a window cleaner.
Why is she kind of bad, though? Huh? I don't know, dude. I'm a little perplexed, dude. I feel like I'm watching Hocus Pocus or something. This old bitch is casting a spell on me, dude. Good lord. Got that hair all pulled back. As soon as that hair comes down, you got a wild child right there. God damn.
Outside of the urinals and toilets with paper towels and a soapy solution. Inside of
His face. She's like sitting there trying to eat her own face.
Yeah! Sam!
He's like, do you think there's ever been anybody hired at Wendy's who's like, when do we get to meet Wendy?
Oh, yeah.
There's gotta be some crazy chick like this. So when do I get to meet her?
People probably think that's a joke.
Yeah, and they're like, things are not looking good for her, and she seems as guilty as can be. Can you blame the court? Can you blame the court at this time? Even her lawyer's having a hard time defending her. Even he's just like, she's like, if you don't fucking get me out of here, I'm gonna eat your face. He's like, mm-hmm. Motherfucker's sweating like a hog trying to defend this psychopath. I mean, it is sweat. It must have been a hot day on set. There ain't no way. And they're like, are you a bit hot? He's like, trying to be professional. Me? He's like hyperventilating. Me? No, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm totally good. Every scene, he's breathing heavily or dabbing his face with a handkerchief. Luckily for him and Peg, all the employees at Wendy's used to work for Max at one point or another, so they all have grudges against the stupid clown. The janitor, aka Mr. Cleaner, said that any one of us are capable of killing Max.
Mr. Hale, Pegboard was no more capable than any of the rest of us. That clown had a lot of enemies.
What a weird thing to say in a courtroom. Anyone could have killed him. Hell, I would have done it. I didn't. In response, the lawyer whips out the heat lamp and starts interrogating the janitor. Apparently, the janitor invented the heat lamp for Max, but got tricked out of patent rights. This has to be. McDonald's is like, we're gonna fucking sue you, dude. I'm kind of on Ronald's side now. I'm like, what the man? They're terrible. They even stole a patent from me. The janitor. Also, the janitor makes a heat lamp. Why? For what for? Should have made one of the grill guys, or you know what I mean, or something like that, like a cook. All of this accumulates to the closing arguments, and the prosecutor claims that even though Max was sneaking in at night to steal the secrets of Wendy's closing techniques,
because they're that good.
They're that infamous. David's just like, they're right. They're that good. That doesn't excuse Peg's aggravated clown slaughter.
Aggravated clown slaughter.
I like how they're like, yes, Wendy's is the best, but we can't let this woman murder someone over one of them. And David's just like, I think we should. Mr. Thomas, sit down. He's like, Peg had a motive, an opportunity, and an eyewitness, so she's definitely the murderer. Now, it's time for the defense's closing arguments. So the lawyer just throws the murder weapon at Peg to prove that she wasn't the murderer. He's like, could you be the murderer? I doubt it!
Need more convincing? You just saw Peg catch the murder weapon in her right hand.
Jesus! Wait, was he fucking Magneto? In perfectly straight line, she's like, we both have abilities to control steel, so she couldn't have beaten this man to death. She's not clumsy enough. She's too good. Also, is that what they're trying to say with that?
They're saying that, look, she caught it with her right hand.
Oh, yeah. He argues that she caught it with her right hand. That means she's right-handed. But the coroner's report claims he was struck on the head from the left by a left-handed assailant. I think just because someone catches something with the right hand doesn't, well, it doesn't matter. The lawyer then proceeds to accuse every single other Wendy's employee of murder, but claims none of them can be the murderers as well, as they are either either right-handed or about to win millions of dollars in patent lawsuits. I like how Dave Thomas is like, this is like Silence of the Lambs. How the hell did you guys think of this case? This is unbelievable. They should have put you guys on the Zodiac case. They would have gotten him sooner, damn. Thus, this leads to one obvious conclusion. Do you know what it is? It's obvious. The clown is still alive! Case closed, Your Honor. The clown's still alive. Boom!
He's right here in this courtroom, disguised as Barbed Wire, the overzealous prosecutor.
The prosecutor's the clown. There's Max, the clown. How did the defense lawyer know? Well, he's just that good. Plus, she's wearing clown shoes the entire case. She was wearing clown shoes the whole time. So if that was the case too, why didn't he just like, the person's wearing clown shoes? Like, go through this whole charade. She probably could have killed him with this, but I know it! Turns out Max hit himself on the head and faked his own death. The video ends with Max getting arrested while he hauntingly yells that he'll get revenge on everyone in the room.
I'll get you. I'll get all of you. And you, and you, and you.
And that's the end. And then you're supposed to be like, what'd you think of the training video? It's like, damn you all to hell, I'll return. She's like, all right, think you're ready to close the night? I would be like, If anything, what if a guy's just like, I think so, and he just murders the person he's working with? All right, when do we go to the court case? They're like, even his defense attorney's like, did you do it? Just hits him in the head.
Now that would have been good if he would have thrown the pot at the lawyer and then the wig fell off.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I mean, there's unbelievable training videos. Dare I say, probably some of the best in the industry. There might be people who disagree with me, but you're telling me right now there's a better song out there, especially in training video format, that's better than Hot Drinks? I doubt it. What other company did a courtroom case accusing people of murdering their opponent? I'm waiting. That's not a rhetorical question. You're supposed to speak to the screen, and guess what? I know you're just fucking flabbergasted. You have nothing to say.
I was gonna say, I bet Waffle House has that.
No.
As a secret training video?
As a secret training video, they're like, here's how to kill every person in the restaurant. Pass the mayo packets, there's a machete. But there's a lot of training videos out there, my friends, and who knows, maybe we'll find some that are even more unhinged. More devious and captivating than the Wendy's and Waffle House videos. God, I hope. Until next time, stay trained. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. Come on in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the food VTuber epidemic.
Just go to Hot Topic with a sourdough roll and you'll get a goth picture. You will.
The streaming world has evolved quite a bit in the last decade or so. For most streamers, the goal is to showcase an authentic personality by putting their face on their content. Is that what you think of when you think of streamers?
Well, you want to seem like, I'm a normal guy. I'm a normal girl, big boobies.
And the chat's like, look at oh humble me. But over time, however, tubing has morphed the streaming landscape drastically. Today, many people use elaborate avatars and play up their own original characters. However, not all VTubers are confined to the brightly saturated characters with fat, swinging, big fucking titties. Anime. No. VTubers are no longer anime girls, Nick. They're much more. In fact, it appears we're now entering a brand new era of VTubing, a bizarre trend where streamers take the form of anthropomorphic foods, mostly just from the burnt peanut. We're seeing this thing right now. With one man's success, it has altered the landscape of media, which is not a new thing. People do it all the time. Mr. Beast.
He changed YouTube forever.
Mr. Beast has changed the way that people interact with content now. That fucking, what's that one guy? Brent Rivera? Have you seen that motherfucker? Oh my God. It's the exact same thing. The cuts, the cues, the text, everything is identical to that Mr. Beast format, but that's just because people want to follow success. And I think people associate the food VTube thing as like, that's what people want to see.
It's funny, it's cute.
But people don't realize the personality comes with it. You have to be quick-witted. You have to have charisma, right?
People were comparing it to the annoying orange. It's like reverting back.
The fact that it's a peanut is like totally irrelevant.
No, that's the success.
That's the successful key. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah. We're going to talk about this new trend, but we're also going to talk about how it's led to possibly the worst streamer in modern history. And it's It's quite the ride, so buckle up. The catalyst for this epidemic of food tubers is a well-known Twitch streamer that you've all probably heard about, the Burnt Peanut. I think he really blew up with Arc Raiders. I had a buddy that watched them all out when he did. I think he was an Escape from Tarkov guy back in the day. But anyways, funny guy, quick-witted, and good at games. Like that's like you have to have that. I don't know if there's many Twitch streamers that do very well. I know people say that players are bad. I feel like you have to be actually pretty competent at games to make it like watchable. Like when if I stream something like a game, oh my God forbid.
Yeah, you get grilled.
Horrible, tortured. I mean, people don't want to, and people are backseat gaming the whole time. You have to follow somebody that feels competent at the game. They're quick-witted, they're funny, they're likable, all those things. Like it's a very rare thing to have, I feel like. And over the last 2 years, the Burnt Peanut has risen to unfathomable fame. Every time I see that motherfucker on Twitch, it's like 60 to 70,000 people watching. It's pretty insane.
I think he's botting. Everybody on Twitch bots.
That's also cope though, isn't it? He's botting.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck off. Yeah. I see clips of him all the time. He's botting. Yeah, right. It wasn't until 2024, however, that he began gaining a large following after clips of his Tarkov streams went viral on TikTok.
Are you fucking serious right now? Are you serious?
People were initially drawn to upbeat personality, the unique presentation, and the small details like his character's rotations of fun costumes. Which I will say, this does show, and it's a good example of, you just have to put in a little bit of effort to stand out. If you're already called a Burnt Peanut, it makes sense that like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be a peanut avatar because what the fuck else am I gonna be? But then it's like, oh, what if I just gave him different clothes? And then you just use a stream deck or whatever. And there it is. And people are like, oh my God! But that's just because the whole landscape is so fucking boring and not inspired. That was like a deal back in the day when I first saw Dr. Disrespect streams. You'd see all those transitions and shit, and you're like, the production level on this is crazy. I mean, a lot of people can do that. It's just a matter of, do you have the gumption? Yeah. Do you have the creative will? If I was watching this, I would want to see this. You know what I mean?
I want to see the Burnt Peanut sitting on a beanbag chair with the Xbox controller and Cheetos, you know, because he switches out the background and stuff. So I think that's exciting for...
Sorry, I don't know why, but... I had a panic attack while you're talking. But to be fair, though, the large part of the Twitch landscape or streaming landscape is, how do I say this in a nice way? It's like people that aren't the most social, that are just good at games. And, you know, they have a quirky thing where they look at the camera and they'll be like, hog. Hog. Yo, that guy just got owned.
Turn over and you leave.
Hey, Crystal Scepter, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. That's one thing that I found too. The bro culture on Twitch is insane. I didn't expect it. I think it's just mostly Call of Duty and that kind of thing, but it's always like, yo, okay, I'm dropping in. And I'm sitting there, I'm like watching it on like my break at work. I'm like, I wish that was me. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume is the flavored air device designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not return to your old ways. And breaking bad habits can be hard, so don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. On top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of the crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. I keep my Fume device here at my desk so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habit wants to distract me from my work, like cut that, editor, actually. Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to bad cravings, am I right? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey Pack, you'll get a free Fume topper just for using my code PAPAMEAT. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. Head to tryfume.com/PAPAMEAT. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMEAT to get your free Fume topper with your Journey Pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Back to the video. When Arc Raiders released in 2025, he became one of the streamers to watch play that game, pushing him into peak stardom. And with this rapid growth came a higher production budget and tons of collaborations with other known streamers. This is not without pushback, however, as people across the internet think both the Burnt Peanut and his fan base are insufferable. People post videos of fans laughing, clapping their hands and feet to what looks like brain rot screaming content, which I want to interject here as well. That shit, you get popular enough, you're gonna get hate. You know what I mean? The motherfucker is a peanut VTuber playing Arc Raiders. If you're like, making fun of that, it's just a thing where it's just it becomes popular, therefore so I don't fucking like that anymore, actually. That's fucking stupid. And yeah, is there like some cringe comments? What the fuck? He says goop. Look at me goop. Whatever the fuck it is. Who cares? But that's the thing though, is it becomes an easy target because it's just he's very well known. So I get to make my little content making fun of things. And there you go. Some adult fans even record themselves in tears on the floor as they react to his streams. I don't think I've ever had that, luckily. I don't think my fan base has ever been that dedicated where some guy's like, oh my god. Other Peanut fans hail him as a god and are extremely parasocial with him. And if you look at any comment section, even related to him, you'll find comments saying that he is the light in a dark world. Or that he needs to be on every TV in America, which he has dedicated fans. What the fuck? You can say that with any rabid fan base. Look at any fan base. The problem is when a fan base becomes rabid, they become insufferable. To people who aren't into that fandom. That's why you get like the Has Been Hotel. People hate those fans, or like Amazing Digital Circus, all that kind of shit. Rick and Morty. It's just, it comes with the territory of being a huge like IP or star.
People just, they get rabid.
People get rabid, they get excited, they can't help it. Essentially, people treat the Burnt Peanuts audience like the classic millennial cringe, quirky chungus, spouting random like, oh, that's epic, hey, goop, all that kind of stuff, and people associate that's where it comes from, right? This weird behavior also started a trend of people making videos mocking the fan base, portraying them as man babies drooling over themselves and farting as they rock back and forth in pure bliss, which I will say I found a couple of my videos in those and it's funny.
Really?
Yeah. Usually it's people, it's like their feet on the desk and they're like all curled up like this and like, and they clap their feet and there's like a monitor with like 7 things going, and I've seen my videos on there and I'm like, hell yeah. If one of my viewers is at home drooling in a spit bib right now, dude, praise the Lord. I'm talking about, hey, he has risen. But for people who think that the Burnt Peanut is the most annoying, like, oh my god, it's the fan base is so annoying, you probably should check out the competition of people that are copying him. Because the Burnt Peanut has seen massive success streaming in this style, it has inspired a whole new wave of copycats who try to treat his content as a formula for success. And if you scroll through TikTok or Instagram Reels, you are bound to find clips of people streaming as assorted food items and objects. After all, it's a very easy thing to set up with tons of YouTube tutorials instructing people how to mimic this recipe for success. You just gotta be food! Nick, what food would I be?
Cheeseburger.
Editor, put me as a cheeseburger now. I'm a cheeseburger! What's my thing? You know how he says goop, gloop, or whatever? What's mine?
Cheese. Just say cheese.
Oh, I got my delicious cheese. I'm going to get a triple stack burger on my cheese. Actually, I would watch that.
That'd be cool if their model changed. You can make like 12 stack cheeseburgers.
Whoa, too many patties! Yes! People, oh my god! For those who are even lazier, you can purchase the models online. And in fact, there's been a massive boom in VTuber modeling community. Many artists have made tons of money turning their 3D modeling portfolios into literal grocery stores. Accounts like The Prime Butter, The Sweaty Tomato, and The Casual Turnip are prime examples. However, there's definitely a reduction in both stream quality and just general personality, because people find out that it's like there's just not a whole lot behind the personality that carries them. People online who come across these channels often call them out for copying the Burnt Peanuts formula, which is why nearly every one of these accounts has a video defending themselves and describing how their origin story is different, which I love. There's nothing I love. Dude, that's how I came up with the turnip. Okay? Why can't you just be like, yeah, I just like him. I want to do a food thing too. Why is that so bad?
Because nobody wants to seem like they're copying someone, even though they blatantly are.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be original.
Yeah. Well, dude, I actually was, it's a weird timing because I'm the burnt almond. Just like a weird coincidence that we kind of are just both nuts. Just the state of my mind, I guess. This isn't to say there's something wrong with mimicking the format, but it's very clear that the thing selling Burnt Peanut streams the most is high energy and personality. It's not his fucking VTuber thing, dude, all right? For those who are able to put on a good stream, the format definitely can work well. But this is all boiling down to one of the main reasons I wanted to make this video today, which is talking about one of the worst things that happened to the internet, I feel like, as of lately. I mean, is that too much to say? It seems, I mean, it's pretty horrible. I fucking can't stand it. I mean, if I'm being honest. If you've been terminally online on the internet recently, you undoubtedly heard of a VTuber known as the Faithful Sheriff. And if you don't know who the Faithful Sheriff is, God bless you, because this is the accumulation of the worst part of a copycat. If you wanted to be a fucking turnip or a tomato, or even if you want to be like, I'm an almond, I don't give a fuck. Like, do that. This version of the copycat, this is a parasite. This is a person that needs to be plucked off the and spit out. Bye-bye. Right off the bat, you'll notice that the man is blatantly mimicking the burnt peanut model. But we've already been getting ahead of ourselves because there's so much to unpack about the man behind the shell. Before the faithful sheriff, this creator went by Dr. Witnesser. He was certainly not known for his originality because even this was heavily inspired by another creator, Dr. Disrespect, who we talked about earlier.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued.
To warm you up to this kind of person, Dr. Witnesser's whole shtick was that, as a devout Christian, he would enter Fortnite games and aggressively push his teachings to those he is playing with. Before we even get into all this shit too, I just want to say, your beliefs are your own. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe it. If people are asking you questions, I don't see a problem with being like, hey, this is what I believe, blah, blah, blah. Your belief is your own, right? That is our right as Americans in this goddamn country. Rock, flag, and eagle, right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
But being a guy going on Fortnite and trying to like convert people, it has to be the most opposite way of introducing people to your ideals.
I go into Fortnite and teach people the Bible.
This mouth.
Okay, Robert, you're like 8.
Like it's just so creepy to me. The reason I say creepy is that there has been clips of him talking to children or even young adults in some weird way, and the way that he approaches this is he's always just like,
You got a microphone?
and people are who are just playing yeah.
Do you believe in God?
What are we doing? Why are we going here? You know what I mean?
What's your name?
My name, Quiz.
Hey, do you know who Jesus is?
As you would expect, many people did not take kindly to this and clowned on him in-game. No matter how bad the clips made him look, he'd still post him and he'd gain tons of views for it. Even when it makes you look bad, he knows it gets him engagement, and I think he's hiding behind the fact that he's like, oh, this is all for religious shit and not just money. And it's so blatantly obvious that it's just money-grabbing bullshit where it's like, well, I'm just spreading the good word, blah, blah, blah. Fuck off, dude. That's not it. It's you rage-baiting people into getting clicks and shit, and then just using different successful archetypes to like rage-bait people. It's the fucking worst. Like, I pisses me off so much, actually. And in many of these clips, you see him getting ruthlessly trolled by adult players, only for him to utterly fail to steer the conversation into a serious discussion about God.
I should probably tell you what I do.
Are you a hitman?
I got a particular set of skills.
Male on male porn guy?
No, I have a particular set of skills.
Taking it without flinching.
It feels like a bit. Like it's kind of like not in levels of Nikado where it's like I'm presenting this persona and I have all this kind of like crazy shit. I'm sure at a point he did start off doing this, but then he realized like, oh, I'm making a lot more money by rage baiting. So that, and I just don't think that the man is quick-witted enough or smart enough to like actually have interesting exchanges with people. So then it just divulges to, wow, really? Really? Okay, so I guess that's it. Wow. Okay.
And I'm on 30 FPS. What the fuck?
Bro, let's watch the F-bombs here.
Even when people try to genuinely tell him that they're not interested, he'd often force the conversation throughout the game in an incredibly anti-social way. And at times, the constant rejections from normal adults trying to play a video game would get to him. In one video, a man from China tells him to knock it off, only for him to start whining about how he's trying to stop his freedom of speech.
Oh, you want to stop my freedom of speech and expression? Okay, gotcha. I didn't know you were that oppressive. My bad.
Fuck off. No, Fortnite, I mean, my God. It makes me sick to my stomach. As fun as it is to point and laugh at an overbearing Fortnite preacher, this man is very often having these conversations with incredibly young and impressionable children. In one diabolical clip, Dr. Witnesser gets into a game with what sounds like a 4-year-old child that can hardly articulate his words.
You know how much an Xbox cost?
No.
It costs $400.
Do you know how much the life of Jesus cost?
Even after hearing the boy talk about how he just got a brand new toy from Walmart, he gladly starts going into some spiel as if he's capable of retaining the information.
All right, so you realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right? Because you don't believe in God?
Oh, no! That kind of thing. That's not going to have a lasting impact on this child. You realize that you're a bad person, right? Your mom and dad are going to hell.
Some people think that's what you need to instill in children.
Well, I disagree. obviously these are maybe conversations of religion and stuff maybe you want to have with your parents or peers or I don't know, whatever, right? Dr. Witnesser believes he's doing the Lord's work, however, and this somehow extends to him straight up ruining Santa for one child.
I don't mind what you do, but telling the kid that Santa isn't real is messed up. Santa and Christmas is pagan idolatry, okay? If there's a kid who asks me if Santa's real or not, I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not going to lie.
God. The kid's like, hey, I can't wait for Christmas. Yeah, you realize that Santa's not real. It's a pagan religion. It's adultery, right? You knew that, right? Stupid fucking kid. It feels that aggressive to me.
That feels like high school or me. I would say that.
Yeah, exactly. You realize that God and Santa are probably not real, right? The only one that's real is the Easter Bunny. So I'd probably start worshiping him. Most people have no idea that he's streaming during these interactions, and when one teenager found out, kindly asked to not be posted online. He angrily rants and calls him weird and posts it anyways, which it's, once again, why? He got banned indefinitely on Twitch after telling a Muslim child, and I quote, if you were to die in your sins today, you'd be sentenced to hell.
Is he wrong, though?
We don't know. And see, that's why I believe in the good man. That's why I tell every child that. You realize that if you die right now, you're going to go to hell, right?
Yeah, are you baptized?
Yeah, specifically Muslim children. I don't even ask their beliefs.
You're going to hell when you die.
Thank you, Dr. Witnesser. You rule.
You think people should just get baptized just in case, even if you don't believe? Or is that a cheat code?
I don't think so, man. We see that a lot with like the Mormon wives and stuff like that, where it's like, you try to like, well, the Bible says this, but it doesn't say that. You think like an omnipotent God is going to be like, how did you skirt around that?
I just stuck it in and my friend was jumping on the bed.
Exactly. I put it in. I didn't know it was going to slide in so easily. Okay, technically, that is okay. The God I like to believe in, he's like a fucking like storm cloud. You think he has like a human body? People always like ask like he's like gonna shake my hand and shit. No, he's gonna be a fucking storm cloud that's just like, what did you do? Repent.
I think we're just kind of like a mole on like God's back.
In your ideation of the world, God is a human man, probably like an overweight Italian guy, and we're a mole on his back.
Yeah, like our universe is just a tiny mole on his back.
Really puts things in perspective, doesn't it? We're so small. We're this big of a mole on God's big hairy Italian back. Mamma mia. For a time, he claimed he would sue Twitch over this, but that doesn't seem to have happened. He's transitioned to other platforms, but he didn't make any waves until a particularly ridiculous stunt. On February 7th of this year, of our Lord's year, 2026, he'd randomly tweeted that he'd been in a horrible accident so bad that he'd possibly be disfigured for life. People were genuinely worrying and praying for him, not knowing that this was all complete and utter bullshit, right? But it's okay. Dude, I can white lie, Nick. All right? Muslim boy, you're going to hell. I got in a horrible accident, though. God's gonna love this. He'd fire up this next stream to reveal that he seemingly stole the Burnt Peanuts 3D model to use it his own, but with Bible in hand.
How are you going to sit here and post something on Instagram and act like all injured and this stupid filter? Well, it's not a filter. I woke up like this. I fell asleep watching the Bugulator. I woke up like this. I don't know what happened.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that a funny joke? It isn't. It definitely isn't rage bait to get you to click on the thing. Sympathy bait.
No.
Guys, it's a fucking bit. Come on. Oh my God. People fucking piss me off, man. Fucking JC loves this shit. Hey, yo, JC.
What up?
Dude, I hope Jesus sounds like that.
Yo, man. What the fuck is that?
There's nothing but listen to Will Smith. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Get jiggy with it. Ooh! Do it to him! That would be fucking sick. Yo, JC, that shit's lit. He's up here. He's like so short. He's like, handle comes up here. What's up, man? You my man. After starting as a singular joke stream that he claimed would not be a rebrand, he almost immediately changed his mind and leaned all the way into it. He soon updated the model to resemble a cowboy, occasionally accompanied by an accent, and would constantly break the third wall to try and explain the terrible lore of this character and justify why it's okay to basically rip the entire idea, to the point where he was even admitting that he plans on stealing his mannerisms as well.
People like, well, you're copying his mannerisms. Yes, that's part of the storyline. That's part of the storyline. I am turned into a peanut, so I'm going to copy some of the Peanuts mannerisms because that's part of what being a Bungulator is. in my story.
Not only is he taking from the Burnt Peanut, but he repeatedly talks about him and tries to set up some collab so he can milk more views from him. And also, it's a great way where it's also trying to justify the actions. Well, he streamed with me, so it's fine.
So he's just trying to confuse people, right?
It's like when companies, like, they will make a product that looks exactly like something else, so people will mistakenly buy that thing instead of the actual thing.
Because he'd be like, oh, that's the Burnt Peanut.
Yeah. He did, however, add a new creative spin to the character that he can be 100% credited for, and it's that the model farts. In fact, he made a Twitch channel point reward that rings out endlessly alongside a green gas cloud from behind him. That's awesome. Yes. Okay, now that is actually fucking sick. That's really funny. Yo, you watched The Faithful Sheriff 2? That shit's tight, man. To The Faithful Sheriff, this farting meme is gold tier, baby, as he lets it rip constantly in the middle of talking to children. It's so freaking funny. You ever see a guy like fart in a video and there's always one comment that's always just like, seriously? What's funnier than farts?
It's the universal joke.
It's a universal joke.
Everybody can laugh at it.
As more people grind out content criticizing him and his reputation gets worse and worse, he has only tried harder to justify his routine of constantly talking to children. Not only is he interrogating children on stream about whether or not it's okay to talk to them to make himself feel better, but he's even been reduced to posting AI Google results about Fortnite's game demographic to prove that it's not entirely a kid's game, which obviously it's not entirely a kid's game, but you do openly talk to children a lot.
If you hear someone's a child, you should just be like, okay, I'm not going to talk to them for the stream, but it's like, I got to have that content.
Yeah, exactly. It's a conscious decision that you're making to be like, I'm going to clip this, or I'm going to even do this on stream because you know that's going to get a reaction. It's going to drive traffic to your channel. Just like in the past, people go out of his way to grind out as much clips as possible to maximize exposure, even when it's completely inappropriate. Like, what am I going to do? Waste the content? Come on! Where's the Muslim kid at? You're going to hell. Isn't that right, JC? Thanks, JC. You're awesome. Sorry, Muslim kid. Why are you crying? Clips like this lead to him being yet again ruthlessly destroyed online. And what's wild is that the response to the endless memes at this expense are now leading into the realm of legal action. My boys, the Super Mega Boys, would post an edited image of the Faithful Sheriff's avatar with a realistic cock and balls, saying that he requested it. And it's very funny. It's a very, very funny tweet. The Faithful Sheriff laughed it off at first, but then people started gaslighting him into believing that he genuinely thought that it was his idea. And many even pretended to be Christian parents that were disappointed in him for putting up such heinous sexual content in the presence of children. He started anger posting about how this was all a lie, only for Super Mega to start posting very obviously fake DMs where he supposedly requested that they make the meme alongside a picture of him exposing his real penis for reference. It's so good. He then posted a video where he pleaded for people to believe him, even claiming that he will pursue legal action against them for defaming him. In an attempt to prove it, he shows his own DMs and tells people that the IRL image of him that they used is far too small because he weighs 300 pounds.
This is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds. Not proud of it, but that's how much I weigh.
That couldn't be me because I'm a big boy, guys. Obviously. Why are you even indulging in this? Fucking moron. Am I crazy? As of now, Super Mega has now received the cease and desist in the mail. And ironically, this meme was just a copy of a similar meme that they posted on the Burnt Peanut a while back. If the Faithful Sheriff had just laughed it off and took it in stride, it wouldn't have gotten nearly as many eyes on it. The reason that it got so big is that he's like, oh my God, this is not true.
He took the bait.
Oh my God, hook, line, and fucking stinker, dude. The controversies wouldn't stop there. Around this time, the Faithful Sheriff decided to open up a community Discord, something that is constantly infiltrated by haters and trolls, which also, here's another thing. Community Discord, free open community Discords.
You gotta be careful.
It's like a prison yard. Many are claiming that mods are harassing them and banning them based on their gender identity. Others are claiming that the minors are being exposed to inappropriate content. Because the online space is flooded with people gaslighting him to continue the troll, it's difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. Unfortunately, he can't help himself from responding to tons of what are most likely just jokes at his expense. And that's where we're at with the Faithful Sheriff. It's been popping up. Mostly it was the Super Mega thing. Saw the Super Mega thing, and then you just see, you click on one thing, and then your whole algorithm gets exposed to this bullshit. And it's like, it's the worst version of a copycat person. People like the Brent Rivieras and all the people who copy Mr. Beast and stuff, at the end of the day, they're their own entity. Are they taking things from that content? Yes, of course. Are people that are using food icons taking from the burnt peanut craze? Sure. You can't help that. That's going to happen. Also, people might just be like, I think it's funny and I like the burnt peanut, I'm going to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's doing it in a way where it is so deceitful and it's so ironic coming from a person that's supposed to be a Christian with good values who is doing nothing but being a parasite online and using this like copycat method to financially get ahead. I really don't believe any of the virtues that he has is earnest. I don't think that it's like for a good cause. Maybe his content did start off with him like maybe wanting to do like I'm trying to just tell people about the good word, but now it's come to the point where it's pathetic brain rot. People that post rage baity shit, after a while it gets so stale to people that they will continuously up that game to keep getting clicks. So who knows what happens now? I don't know. Never in a million years could the people building modern civilizations comprehend such a brain dead topic like this to exist, and I'm sorry that I had to even indulge it on you, but it was on my mind. If you're someone out there who wants to take inspiration from their favorite creators and use it to make some fun content, by all means go for it. I mean, that's how people start. You're in love with something and you want to emulate it. You want to like grow as that person. You want to become that person. It's how art gets made. That's how people interact and make things online. It's harmless overall, but there's something to be said about people who do it solely because they're desperate to latch on to 100 million subscribers. Didn't know that. And then they just got like this huge deal with Netflix. And I feel like what they're pretty good at is they keep bringing in younger entertainment. So now you have like Logan Paul has been a part of the WWE for like a while. But then even I saw iShowSpeed was on it too. So I feel like they're just trying to inject shit to be like, okay, what will bring a younger audience in or whatever. But I will say it's not my cup of tea. I'll say it's not my cup of tea, except for one thing: wrestling documentaries. WWE or like wrestling documentaries, love them.
You just like sports documentaries.
I do like sports documentaries, but I will say the Andre the Giant documentary is great. There's a bunch of good wrestling documentaries. They've been around since before most of you were born, you young pieces of shit. And they have a massive following that slurps up just about everything they produce, at least up until recently. Despite the sheer number of amazing talents that the WWE has, their reputation has undoubtedly been on the decline for years, now due to a slew of horrible business and creative decisions. Or is it just a thing that people, do you think at a point it will run its course because people are like, eh? The way that you got into that, I wonder how the fuck did people get into it back in the day? I thought it was all pay-per-view. Way back in the day in like the 70s, whenever it was like, it was never just always WWE, it was like a bunch of different factions in the nation that had their own wrestling tournaments, and then the WWE like conglomerate bought them all. But before that, it was like, oh, you would go to your local area and watch a live wrestling match. And then after a while, then they did like think like public broadcasting, where then you could like, if you were in that area, you could watch those wrestling matches on TV. And then of course, like in the late 70s, 80s, it was the big boom. Ticket prices are an all-time high, and while recent earnings reports boast impressive numbers, they came at the cost of big talent asking massive pay cuts, with some even being fired out of nowhere despite having active storylines people were invested in seeing play out. Many of these increasingly frustrating decisions came after the 2023 UFC and WWE merger, combining over a new name, TKO Group Holdings. What's followed has been a string of bad decisions many view as tainting the thing that made pro wrestling feel so special. There is a constantly growing number of ads pumping show runtimes to nearly 3 hours, ridiculous amounts of forced celebrity guests, repetitive storylines, and a general feeling that the magic of WWE has been reduced to a corporate mess. Dedicated wrestling fans yearn for a time when things felt more authentic and less corporate, leading them to invest their time in smaller underground forms of wrestling. So today, we're going to show some appreciation for these more authentic forms of wrestling, ones that aren't Because I know when people, I know, get all butthurt when you say wrestling is fake. When really what people are saying is it's scripted. You already know who's going to win. But people take it as a great offense as if like men aren't like fucking hurling each other or the things. They're not flipping and kicking each other. The fake punching with the stomp, I think you could get rid of that. I think that doesn't sell. I mean, does that sell well to you when you see that? When I see giant chest smacks though, I'm like, that's kind of cool. Smack a man's chest. I don't know why you do it, but you can. The punch stomp, I just don't understand. Someone who's an avid wrestling fan, tell me why you like the punch stomp.
I think it's because back then, cameras weren't very good. So
these clearly dangerous stunts without proper training. There was even a series of backyard wrestling video games on PS2 that became underground hits, which I had one. It was awesome. I had buddies who were really into WWE when I was younger, and they had like all of the other now classic like WWE games, and I just didn't know any of the characters. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I know like The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin, but I didn't have like the deep fucking lexicon of knowledge that they had.
I like the games where you can make your own, because then you can...
Oh, they're amazing.
Just have the NPCs fight and do tournaments.
Yeah, you can make the most heinous looking creature on earth. It's fucking awesome. The origins of backyard wrestling seem to catch its stride alongside the WWE's, formerly WWF, Attitude Era, which this is seen by many as the golden era of wrestling. It was an edgier era known for captivating storytelling that focused on increased violence, sexual content, as well as extremely chaotic stunts. This is during the era of like, that's the Stone Cold Rock era. No, Macho Man, I think he was like 80s. Oh yeah, Randy Savage, ooh yeah. Beloved wrestlers like Mick Foley, known as Mankind, were getting thrown from 16-foot high cells and mercilessly beaten down with chair shots, the feeling of which he later described as lightning bolts that went all the way down to his feet. So I'm sure he is a man of broken glass now. Like all of them. If you look at all those wrestlers now, fuck.
Did you know Macho Man Randy Savage's last wrestling thing was for Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, yeah. He was in the cage match. He's the guy who fights Spider-Man in the cage match.
But he apparently hurt himself so bad he couldn't wrestle anymore.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Till
recently. Yeah.
What?
Till recently.
What do you mean till recently?
I didn't know that until I just read it like a week ago.
I thought you said that he was like, I'm like, you know he's dead, right?
Oh, he's dead?
He's been dead for a while.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's gone. For a long time. Which also, if you look at all these wrestlers now, like, was it the Great Khalil? The only reason I even know that guy is because he was in the Adam Sandler movie, The Longest Yard. But if you watch him walk around now, or at the Big Show, which it doesn't help that they're all like 7 feet plus tall, but like watching them walk around, it's like brutal. Oh, horrible. Or if you hear any of the wrestlers talk about it now, they're all just like, I can't sleep. I have to be put in like a fucking vertical coffin and held upside down and submerged in water. It's the only way I can get any sleep. It's too painful otherwise. You're like, fuck sakes. Not every teen had the resources to build a ring or set up props. Instead, they would simply meet at a local park and practice their moves. And sometimes an audience or random kids would form to watch the action. However, adult bystanders would chastise the teens or misinterpret their routine as legitimate street fights. And this would often result in police being called to break up the show because people are fucking idiots and they can't let children beat each other with chairs. I have to call the cops. My wife, I have to call the cops. No. Let's see how this rolls out. I at least want to see one kid get hit with a chair. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, if they're doing it, because, you know, I don't think, especially kids, I don't think people realize the amount of, like, training and, like, practice that people are doing for these routines. Don't get me wrong, they're getting hit for chairs, but they're probably hitting them in a very specific spot to where it's played out, right? It looks like he's hitting his head, but really, it's like he puts his arms up last second, and he's hitting his forearm or something. I'm just saying, if I'm there, I want to see a kid take a fucking...
Yeah, chair to the dome.
Or a 12... or a 6-foot ladder to the chest, anything. Yeah, exactly. And then do the have a kid get the wind knocked out of him. Look like Al Pacino in Godfather 3 screaming on the steps of that church or whatever. Also, can I just say that has to be the greatest screaming.
I've never seen it.
Oh, that clip is so funny. I love it so much. Editor, play the clip. It's good stuff.
Did you ever play wrestling in the backyard with your buddies?
No, I was too busy doing cool shit like playing Onimusha and making wooden swords and playing Jedi. I was too much of a pussy. I didn't really want to get actually hurt, but I love doing the whole wooden sword thing and just being like, so you think you can come into my dojo, huh? Or I used to take we used to play Dragon Ball Z and like, it would be just like the worst kids to play with. Yeah, you're gonna play backyard wrestling with Todd across the street and you're just like,
rather not.
A bit sleepy. Some settled for wrestling on their trampolines, but the truly dedicated backyard wrestlers would slap together whatever they could to build a ring. And these setups would range from mattresses laid over the grass to metal tables nailed to the floor with a poorly padded cover. It's dangerous, but goddamn it, they got it done. Hundreds upon hundreds of backyard wrestling federations were created, inspired by what they'd seen. This happened to coincide with the online video craze, resulting in even more popularity as the countless jackass-style home wrestling videos blew up on sites like eBaum's World and YouTube, which eBaum's World, I remember back in the day, was like king for like a bunch of random videos and shit. And you would see videos of like fluorescent light bulb hits. You'd see like guys like getting thrown through stuff just in people's backyards, and it would be like a group of like 8 people. It's kind of badass. Granted, the video quality was like 320, but you didn't give a shit because you're like, holy, I'm like watching this from my home. Versus YouTube, I remember it was like the first thing I saw on YouTube in 2005 was I was just looking up Naruto episodes, and it was just Linkin Park and Breaking Bad, but like Breaking Benjamin AMVs. Yeah,
I used to download those off like LimeWire and Frostwire.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my grandpa would he'd be like, let me bring you a CD. What songs do you want? And I was like, I could have any. It was like a 6-song CD. That's all it would be. Granted, I'm like 26 at the time. I didn't really have a lot of life experience, but out of many passionate wrestling fans that made this kind of content, a select few decided to imitate legit promotions further by getting their backyard shows on public access television. In the wake of these backyard beatdowns, the WWE would attempt to distance themselves to avoid bad publicity. In fact, there were many PSAs the WWE would air telling fans, don't try this at home, highlighting several pro wrestlers' injuries in hopes of convincing backyard fans to stop their risky behavior. Also, I think that they saw it as a threat, and they saw like, oh, well, if people figure out that they can do this by themselves, then it's going to like interfere with our business. It's hard to blame the WWE for this, especially when you look at just how over the top some of these backyard wrestling promotions got with their stunts. People were having trash cans slammed in their heads, diving into barbed wire boards covered in fire, and pile driving off of buildings, the latter of which was demonstrated in a viral video that left both amateur wrestlers clutching their backs and screaming in agony, somehow unaware of how this kind of stunt could go wrong.
You guys okay?
I'm not fucking kidding, dude.
Fuck, man, are you guys good? Like, if you're a fan there in a backyard wrestling, if you see someone like full on break their back, it's because it's the underground backyard wrestling. Are you like, yo?
You 100%.
Okay,
you were hyped.
Because if it's me there, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, that guy just broke his back.
No, that would be me. I'd be panicking. I would black out from the panic.
Just from the panic?
Well, like, have you ever, like, something so traumatic has happened to you that you, like, time jump ahead 10 minutes and don't remember anything?
Okay, I'm gonna just re-say that out loud. Have I ever had anything so traumatic happen to me that I've blacked out and I've fast-forwarded to 10 minutes in the future? I don't think there's been anything, luckily, in my life that has been so traumatic that I've physically blacked out and I've awoken 10 minutes in the future. Now, I'm guessing you have. And what I would say, Nick, is just keep that lid on and talk to a professional, all right? We don't need to air that out right now.
By blacking out, I don't mean like going unconscious. I just mean I don't remember.
No, 100%.
Oh, okay.
It's a blank slate. Yeah, you were walking and talking and existing for 10 minutes post whatever happened to you. And I gotta say, you keep that lid on. You talk to us, or we can talk about it privately afterwards.
Well, can I tell you one? It didn't happen to me.
It happened multiple times?
Yeah, it's happened multiple times.
To you?
Yeah.
You're saying that you've blacked out and have woken 10 minutes exactly.
Well,
multiple times.
That was just a number.
It could have been days,
just a minute.
right? All right, what's one?
One was
easy. No, easy. Just what?
This one is not.
Okay.
He got shot in the eye with a BB gun, point blank range. And I remember when it happened, I just remember hearing his scream, and I teleported to the kitchen. And I was like, Dad, Mom, David lost his eye.
I just I love the idea of like seeing the singer. You're just like, oh. Uh-oh, Nick blacked out again.
I remember yelling at my dad because he just sat there, and I was like, what are you doing? He's just like, calm down.
He's got 2 eyes, Nick. Calm down. Oh, God. Documentaries revolving around backyard wrestling show just how dedicated the wrestlers are to the craft. Some, even in their younger years, commit to blading to cover themselves in their own blood and make for a more brutal-looking match, which is when you take a little razor, you cut a thin piece of skin on your head, and you just bleed like a pig. Other backyard wrestlers recount getting choke slammed by their friends so hard that they thought that they were going to die. In more extreme cases, people would flip jump off the rafters and land on their heads, full scorpion, which when I see these, that's when I'm always, that's when anything with like the neck and back, that's when I'm like, that was not planned. There's no way to choreograph you bending like a scorpion and slamming 300 pounds of, weight onto the ground, right? You're always surprised by the amount of people that are influenced to doing their own performances. Even Mega 64, our buddies there, Garrett, he does it too. He posts that shit all the time on his Instagram. It's insane, but like the amount of like training you have to do for that. I'm always surprised that people, especially in like older people as well, who are clearly like, I know Garrett does a ton of shit with Mega 64, to also have the time as well on top of that to perform, choreograph, and then do shows. It's just, I mean, there's such a level of love and dedication to it that it's like, I'm always fascinated that the wrestling phenomenon has that reach. In another viral backyard clip, a man by the name of Justin began his entrance by leaping into the ring, but unfortunately his knees were locked. Both legs bent back and snapped, leading to multiple surgeries and $200,000 worth of medical bills. People running in the ring have got to watch out. Speaking of Vince McMahon again, did you see the video of him when he runs up and he jumps into the ring and he destroys both of his hamstrings and he can't stand up, so he's just sitting there and he's like keeping his performance going, but he snapped both of his hamstrings. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. No, I've never seen that.
That's why every time I'm like, I don't feel like I'd have a very cool ring entrance. I feel like it'd be very, once again, it'd be like a fat kid like dipping his toes into a pool.
What would your song be?
I mean, like, I don't know. Am I trying to be memorable? Crazy Frog. Uh-oh, here comes the Toad. And I'd call myself the Toad. Old news interviews in the early 2000s had people admitting to seeing their friends get paralyzed, crack their ribs, and even have their arms randomly turn green, presumably from a serious infection. Yeah, like how randomly. I don't know why his arms started turning green. As if it's like a glow stick, like he's just... And it's just green all of a sudden. Yo! As you would imagine, these dangerous stunts have resulted in serious brain damage and even death. Real wrestling also has its fair share of risky moves, but the pros are trained to take bumps and minimize damage. Meanwhile, the teenager in a faded Hellraiser shirt probably isn't learning how to land on his back without exploding his spine. Some of the worst injuries we've seen can explain why the WWE was so incessant about telling children not to mimic what they saw during the program. Probably because also, I would imagine, editor fact check, there had to have been some legal thing that happened to prompt that.
It's the whole thing of Billy
Someone got sued. Yeah, exactly.
Billy saw it on TV.
He saw it, so he thought he could do it. Therefore, they got sued and they settled out of court. And then all of a sudden, now they put that after every program, While backyard wrestling is not a shortcut into the big leagues, many well-known wrestlers have gotten their start slowly honing their skills wrestling in their backyards. This would include big names like CM Punk as well as Naked Matt Massey from the Young Bucks. Backyard wrestling may not be the phenomenon it once was, but it's by no means gone. Across the internet, you'll still find people creating backyard wrestling content. Not only does this still include young kids messing around in their backyards, but full-on productions with camera crews and a loyal online following. And I think like there's even certain leagues and stuff that host it in backyards, but I wonder if that's just to keep it in the tradition of it being like it's meant for a backyard audience. It's supposed to be a very like DIY style thing, while it is a legitimate product that you can go see or buy tickets to. During its heyday, backyard wrestling was so beloved because it was accessible and simply a fun thing to participate in with your friends. But in terms of danger, backyard wrestling doesn't hold a candle to another form of wrestling that has been around for decades. We're talking about death match wrestling. Death match wrestling is an event in which anything is on the table. Wrestlers still act out storylines and moves, but the stunts are far more violent and dangerous. It's almost a challenge to the wrestlers to make the stunts as shocking and as a spectacle as possible. While the WWE and larger promotions also have no rules or no disqualifier matches, it tends to shy away from the ultra violence, and underground promotions embrace their death matches. 9 times out of 10, clips you see online will involve glass, and people are usually being slammed in the head with fluorescent light bulbs or thrown through glass planes. Anything that will cause small cuts, people will be bleeding like a goddamn pig. It's brutal.
Barbed wire.
The barbed wire shit is fucked. Yeah, having like a bundle of barbed wire and then having your friend like body slam you through it, brutal. The audience has even, on occasion, been sprayed with residual glass shards and even blood. But front row viewers know this is part of the course. Though there were early versions of extreme wrestling that date as far back as the 1930s, the death matches we see only truly got their start in the late 80s and 90s. Wrestler Atsushi Onita is responsible for many of the match style's most popular characteristics. He founded the Frontier Martial Arts Wrestling promotion in 1989, which popularized the barbed wire deathmatch style of wrestling, featuring explosions and violent storytelling. Probably inspired by some of the wrestlers of the 80s, but wanted that more extreme kick, right? Something that wasn't so family friendly, which is, I will say, the WWE has always tried to cater to in some way, is young 12-year-old boys, you know, and then they grow up and they show their sons and vice versa kind of thing.
They say, it was real for me.
Jesus Christ.
You seen that clip?
That scared me. Yeah, I don't think so.
You haven't seen that clip?
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean,
where is he saying this at?
I don't know. He just
he has a mic. You're holding up against a mic, so he's in some kind of like room. Okay, it was real for him. A few years later, Big Japan Pro Wrestling hit the scene in 1995 and innovated on Atsushi's original concept. They began creating a wide variety of gimmick matches that the WWE wouldn't even consider airing on television. Among these gimmick rule sets are tons of animal-themed matches. Quite literally, dangerous animals would be placed in the middle of the ring for wrestlers to interact with. Fuck. One of which is showcased in a match between Mitsuhiro Matsunaga and Kanedo Nagasaki, where a tank of piranhas sat in the middle, and the only way to win was to have one wrestler hold their opponents inside the tank for 10 seconds. There's also the Scorpion Death Match, in which large cacti are placed in all four corners of the ring, and a tank full of scorpions is placed in the middle. Can you imagine getting kicked into a fucking cactus turnbuckle? And the thing too is, like, these guys are just as professional in terms of being like, I know I'm going into that cactus turnbuckle, you know? I know I'm gonna get slammed into a fucking, into a tub of scorpions. To psychologically be okay with that, and also just to like train your body to just be like, I don't give the pain, I don't give a fuck anymore. It would take a couple, I mean, I'd have to be like, I'm trying to think about a world where in my mind I'm like, yeah, okay.
Do you think they practice getting kicked in the cactus too?
You'd have to think so. Like, I don't think that you would go in doing that not having experienced it before. So at least this way you kind of know what's coming, maybe? I mean, I could be wrong.
No, I bet you they do it. You gotta at least feel it once before you get on stage.
Yeah, it's like a cop getting tased or pepper sprayed or whatever. As if that means anything. Like, what does that do for people? Other events in the BJW include the Firestone Death Match. For this event, electrified heaters wrapped in barbed wire are placed in the corners of the ring. I feel like a guy just owned a junkyard and he was like, that still works and it'll burn you like high hell. What's interesting is the backyard element seeping into this death match style quality, where it is things that you would find at your house and just be like, wouldn't it suck to fucking get kicked into that? But it kind of rules, you know what I mean? There's like a mysticism about that that's really fun. We're like, that is weird. But it probably literally was a guy being like, yeah, I brought these from my house, we could use these. And the Taipei Death Match, where both fighters wrap their fists in rope, cover them in honey and broken glass before boxing each other. That just feels irresponsible. It should come as no surprise that veterans of the deathmatch are covered head to toe in scars and puncture wounds. These scars are how many wrestlers earn respect of their opponents and fans. Many wrestlers who are just starting out have publicly stated they wish their backs were more mangled like their idols. It's scars, it's battle marks, they're trophies, Nick. As deathmatches continue to grow and spread worldwide, wrestlers came up with even more insane stunts to shock audiences. In some instances, power tools have been moved from the shed and into the wrestling ring. For example, one wrestler named Nick Mondo had a weed whacker used on his torso. According to him, this resulted in 1 to 2 weeks of recovery and brutal scarring. Yeah, I mean, that's bits of your, chunks of your flesh are coming off with that. No matter how stale things may get, there's always a new nightmarish idea to keep things interesting. If getting cut with barbed wire wasn't enough, deathmatch events will introduce salt, lemon juice, and even wasabi, which are poured on the injured wrestlers as they scream in pain. In the past, event organizers would wrap barbed wire around gas-soaked rags, light them on fire, a practice they called a flaming barbed wire match. What's crazy is that these are all basic inclusions in your average death match. Championship matches will push the envelope even further with explosives. These explosives were placed either on the sides of the ring or a few feet away, usually triggered when people were pinned or thrown out of the ring. Most of the most famous examples of this was the FMW no rope electrified barbed wire swimming pool dynamite double hell death match, which had wrestlers put on a boat and brought to a ring in the middle of a pool. Every time a wrestler was thrown into the water, large explosives would send plumes plumes of smoke into the air as the crowd erupted with excitement. Well, deathmatch wrestling certainly has a cult following. There are a fair share of detractors, some of which are wrestling fans that view the niche subgenre as trashy in a way that ruins the reputation of wrestling as a whole. Why don't you have some fun in your life? My God. Oh, God, that makes WWE look... Come on! That's not classy. This is classy. I want Bob Dylan up on stage. Who are you? Who are you?
Pretty good.
Is that good?
Who are you? You suck. You're no talent.
You're a nobody. You're nothing. While many aspects of deathmatch wrestling are controlled, it is far more common to be genuinely injured here than in most other wrestling promotions. Well-known wrestler Nick Gage is a fan favorite that has had one of the largest deathmatch careers in the scene. In 2010, he had 2 arteries in his arm sliced open, leaving him to nearly bleed to death on the ground next to the ring. That almost became a deathmatch. There you go. But see, that's, once again, it's just one of those things where you have to have people that you trust to do it. Was that a fluke? What happened? But can you imagine you can't even scream for help. You'd have no, you'd be like, it'd take somebody to come up and be like, oh, by the way, this guy's dying, and then the fans that are there, that's just part of the show.
Could you imagine screaming for help and people think it's a bit? Help!
That's a nightmare. Help! And people are like, woo! Looking down at you on the ground. Another well-known wrestler from Mexico, Hector Perez, was suspended indefinitely due to an event that transpired during a death match. At one point, he knocked his opponent out unconscious after chucking a brick directly at his head. He was hospitalized with a fractured skull, and while in the hospital, he had to undergo an emergency surgery as his brain trauma caused a blood clot to form in his fucking skull, dude. And perhaps the most gruesome injury occurred during an IWA Mid-South match between wrestlers Madman Pondo and Mean Mitch Page. As the match carried on, Pondo would smash a grandfather clock over Mitch's head, leaving a severe injury. A piece of glass from the face of the clock sliced the side of Mitch's head and it hit an artery, resulting in him bleeding out in the ring. EMTs would arrive on the scene and get Mitch into an ambulance, where he would die and be revived on the way to the hospital. Mitch would only take a 30-day break away from deathmatch wrestling before hopping back into the ring to continue his career, which is just fucking insane. But see, that's the thing, is like, even when fucking these injuries happen, I think the people that are that into it, they know. You never know, especially if you're doing deathmatch wrestling. You got to know that any little slip up could fuck with each other, which is also why I think, once again, people that are like in the WWE space, well, it's not real wrestling. I'm like, the level of choreography to drive a grandfather clock onto somebody day in, day out and not have it slice his artery open, is that not insane? Insane choreography to do that. As extreme and downright terrifying as some underground wrestling subgenres can be, they say a lot about the undying love wrestling fans have for their craft. I mean, even seeing Garrett from Mega 64 do his thing, or dude, I've seen this one guy on Instagram a lot and it fucking rules. I think what's his fucking name? He says it's just the pageantry, the love for it. It's infectious. It's the thing that, like, when I look at WWE, I never want to actually watch the wrestling matches. I don't really give a fuck. It's impressive. It is what it is. I'm not into the whole storytelling thing, but watching the documentaries, there is a captivating amount of love and care they give for the craft that makes it infectious. Like, you do buy into it, which is why I think sometimes when you watch these documentaries, you're like, holy fuck. At least for me, I get totally hooked. Many of these people literally give their blood, sweat, and tears to put on a good performance, whether it's for a big crowd or a couple of friends with a video camera. While the latter of the two we've discussed today is pretty intense, there's no shortage of underground events to attend or follow online. If you find yourself tired of WWE and other big promotions, perhaps trying experiencing a local indie promotion for a more authentic experience, or stick with WWE, and if you're lucky, you can watch Jelly Roll slam your favorite wrestler through a Slim Jim branded table for the 3rd time in a month. That's fun! Until next time, guys, we will see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about something you probably already heard about, and that's the ongoing chaos between YouTuber Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, also known as BAM!
Quick disclaimer.
Everything we're talking about today is all things that we've seen that are public information from Reckless Ben's YouTube page, social media accounts, and from what Bricks and Minifigs has said online. This is just a recap, so that's the disclaimer. Is that good?
I think so.
Absurd is simply trying to recover money seemingly stolen from an old, sick man has turned into a full-blown fucking nightmare, dude. Currently, a big corporation is alleged to be abusing the legal system and working with corrupt police to silence Reckless Ben and others for uncovering the heinous acts of one particular Bricks and Minifigs franchise. Which, if you don't know Reckless Ben, we've seen some of his stuff before. He also did a video on the McCamey Manor as well, which I thought was sweet. He infiltrated it, but it seems like he goes into corrupt businesses and basically tries to uncover the truth or just expose them and like right the wrongs of stuff as well. Try to use legal practices that a lot of these businesses use against the people that they harm.
I like to think of myself as kind of like the king of loopholes, you know, and so I kind of always want to go against like someone who's like the opposite. So I do like legal loopholes for good, but I want to go against someone that does like legal loopholes for bad. So this seems like the perfect battle, you know, like we're both just using like legal loopholes against each other to like get each other in trouble and stuff. And I just knew it was gonna be like a crazy story.
We think more eyes should be on the story, so we're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to speak to Ben later in this video and get some more insight on the situation. Not everyone knew what Bricks and Minifigs even was until the story broke out. Essentially, they're an absolutely massive company that specializes in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, which I think we might have touched on it briefly. We did a Lego collector video, and it's like just a retail space where people can go, and it's like an in-person retail store. It's a franchisee thing, so each person buys the store, they open it, blah, blah, blah. You can sell your Legos there. From that video alone, you can tell just how massive the Lego collector market is and how much money goes through that market is absurd right now. It's got to be the highest it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the business's massive success led to them opening around 150 individual stores, and by 2025, that number doubled. Even back during 2023, the business reported each individual store averaging nearly $580,000 in annual earnings, with more popular stores even breaking $1 million a year in sales. And lots of people have their own horror stories about Bricks and Minifigs, with some claiming that they're essentially the GameStop of Lego. Online, there are entire threads of people complaining about selling their childhood collections, easily worth hundreds of dollars, to Bricks and Minifigures, only to be offered about $50 at most at times. I think people don't realize how easy it is to just be like, put your shit on Facebook Marketplace. People will, you'd be surprised by how quick people will jump on things. If you can, because I know some people are, you're just in a pinch. I have to have the money now, but I don't know.
Like your wife's kicking you out. It's you or the Legos.
Yeah, me or the Legos. All right, bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Tell you what, my Lego Ninjago set doesn't fucking... I hang with him. YouTubers like MGS Brick, for example, have documented bringing in rare Lego figures only to watch multiple stores downplay their worth, repeatedly telling them that a chrome gold C-3PO figure worth around $1,000 was obviously fake. We can touch more on what happens there later, but for now, let's look at where Ben comes into the story. The story begins with a man named Brian Mansell reaching out to Ben, given his content for his over-the-top documentary investigative styles, you know, to help him get into this company and help resolve the situation. How did you initially find out about these missing Legos? Was it just through the Facebook post, or was there like other people that were hitting you up about it? How did you find out about that?
No, this wasn't a big story at all. So I guess the YouTubers covered it, Collectors Weekly, and it only got like 1,000 views on it. And so at the end of my Lose for Valentine video, I was like, okay, if you have a problem and the police can't solve it, email me at this email. I made a whole email for it. We got a bunch of emails. And so we're just going through all these emails for like 26 hours. And we see this Lego video, and I'm not really into Legos at all. I don't really collect things or anything. But the thing that stood out to me was he just said, we had the world's biggest Lego Star Wars collection. We gave it to a company and they're selling it without paying us. And I was like, well, that's just black and white. Like they just stole your Lego, you know? And he's like, they're claiming that they didn't steal it. They have like some loopholes that they're trying to use, you know?
Specifically, he asked for help retrieving $200,000 worth of rare Lego Star Wars sets he co-signed to Bricks and Minifigs franchise to alleviate the burden of selling them all himself. Important note! The $200,000 value was an estimate made after a brief initial look and not before a detailed evaluation was made.
My original assessment of about $200,000, it was before I'd actually gone through and had done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it and went based on 3 different rooms with all the sets.
It's more accurately listed around $107,000, but still 6 figures fucking worth of Legos, guys. Crazy. Brian's contract with the store stated that the sets still belonged to him, but revenue made from any sets that sold in store would be split between them. However, when that specific store was purchased by new owners, it's alleged that they completely failed to honor the contract and even started refusing to let Brian inspect the inventory. Unfortunately for them, there is security footage showing Brandon, one of the Salem store's new owners, making making it abundantly clear that the consignment would be taken over by the new owners. It's fucking pathetic. The back and forth they're doing. Well, actually, we said this.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
No, actually, we said this.
All the photo evidence points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego in the of Star Wars Lego in the store that night.
Well, actually, we said this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there.
No, actually, we said this.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
Which also, even if this was all legit, could you not look more unprofessional? To not have your ducks in a row? Or just to stand by your policy and be like, this is what we said, this is what it was? Which, don't get me wrong, with these videos and stuff, people are calling, harassing, all kinds of horrible shit. I mean, I can sympathize with that. But at the same time, if you righted the wrong, I don't think any of this would have escalated to where it's at.
But they're being greedy because they're like,
oh, it's unbelievable.
They're trying to get through a legal loophole. Like, well, we changed ownership, so.
Well, man, it's 100% from what we can see so far. It just looks like it's a thing where it's like, well, you signed this consignment for the sale and all your pieces are here, but there's new management and I don't know where that's at. I don't know if these are yours. It's just like, just being fucking scummy.
Yeah.
Some of the video footage, man, that you see of this owner, like on the stoop of his house, talking to the cops, and he's like, hey, love the American Fork Police. You guys, Lou, I love you. Him doing that is the cringe. Yeah, you guys rule. It's like, dude, fucking eat a fucking barrel, dude. My God. Brian confronted the store with a contract in hand, only to be threatened with a legal battle so lengthy it would cost him more than the Legos were even worth. What's worse is that these sets were collected by him and his father over many years, and after Brian's father had a health scare, Brian mentioned being afraid to tell his father what had happened to their collection for fear of worsening his physical and mental well-being.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
This kickstarts an insane series of stunts pulled off by Reckless Ben to confront the Bricks and Minifigs team. The series is still up on YouTube, I believe. You can still watch part of the video so far. He just can't add anything yet. It's fucking unbelievable the amount of incompetence it has from Bricks and Minifigs, and just like the amount of like, if you just would have paid back or just did good business practices, none of this would be happening. Or even just being like, okay, we fucked up, sorry. It would have been fine. But now we are watching corporate suicide right now. Were you expecting it to be a lot more calm, or did you actually expect that hostility to be coming in when you went into the store? Did they already seem like fucking guns ready? You know what I mean?
Brian did warn me when I went in the first time. He's like, hey, when I went to ask for my Legos back, they trespassed from the store and started like screaming at me. So he's like, they're probably going to do the same thing to you. At this point, I didn't know if Brian was telling the truth or not yet, you know? So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just go and see for myself. But I came in prepared kind of knowing that I was like, okay, I'm going to be like extra nice to them because I know they might, I want to get them to talk because that's my goal, is like hear their side of the story. So I went in, I'm just like, hey, I think my friend has some Legos in here. He was having trouble getting it back. Can we like work this out? And then she's like, I'm being harassed. Call the cops. And I'm like, well, I'm not really harassing. I'm just trying to hear like your guys' side of things. If they were paying him and he was lying to me, then they would have just told me at the store, like, hey, we're actually paying him, you know? So that's why I went to the store first to hear their side of things.
Just give back the sets.
What I'm saying is, even if it's not the money, at least give back what you have and like just do what's right, make it even Stevens with everybody. But they've dug so far down that now they're just, which if all these videos, you could just see how fucking gross the owners are. It's just nasty fucking practices, nasty people. And then also you have the police officers who just aren't treating it seriously, because I think there's still like a stigma with people that are like, oh, it's a YouTuber doing something, to where then they're like, oh, well, if it's just a YouTube thing, that's probably nothing, right? Or it's just, oh God, so this is just a troll thing, or this is just a joke or whatever. Just a general lack of care for a very serious thing.
He's a YouTuber.
He has nothing to do with the store at all.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. That makes things a little more clear. He has no association
He's a
with
YouTuber.
the store.
He's just trying to get content.
Okay.
The amount of times I heard him say stuff like, oh, this is a YouTube thing, and discrediting the case just because this is like a YouTube video or something. It's very interesting how that like it gives them a right, you know?
I kind of see their point of view, because there is so many just like annoying like meta glasses people that probably the majority of like TikTokers and YouTubers that do the meta glasses, I'd say like probably a good 80 to 90% of them are just trying to, I'm going to piss you off as much as I can.
Yeah,
and the bigger of a reaction you get, the more of a reaction you get, the more money I make, you know? I shouldn't be surprised by that, because that is the majority of people, you know, but I would like to think that I'm a little Yeah.
Maybe when you first hear about it, like, oh, it's a YouTube guy. Sure, you can go in with your preconceived ideas of what that is. But I feel like even dealing with the American Force or even dealing with Salem, I don't know, did you deal with much of Salem Police Department at all in the same way that you dealt with American Fork, or no? Or is that more of a distant?
The Salem Police Department was, it was the Kaiser Police, technically, I guess, which is like 15 minutes north of Salem. But they sucked too, but they never arrested me, I guess. They always let us go. You know, like we would get in like our arguments, and then I was like, here's the law book. And then they just kind of like ran away once I pulled the law book out. So they like wouldn't keep talking to me because I think they were maybe afraid of the law. I don't know.
Or they're just like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Which it is a very unconventional way of approaching all this, but I would say that everything he's done is legal from what we've been shown, at least, right? These posts would go viral, causing tons of bad PR and even a public statement from BAM. In it, they downplay the situation and claim that they don't know the whereabouts of the unsold sets. They allege that all of Ben's work and the criticism online is just edited social media clips, and according to them, all Bricks and Minifigs want is fairness and support for the LEGO community. Fuck yourself. Unreal. Also, it's so fun. That's like GameStop being like, we just want what's fair for gamers. It's like, why don't you go yourself, dude? Really?
Power to the gamers.
Can we just like undercut you and sell you more? And then, by the way, when we get criticism, we're just gonna sue. Is that a cool thing? Can we just sue? I think that's what we want to do, actually. Oh God, make me want to throw up. Someone would soon leak a BAM company-wide email directly to Ben, revealing the internal state of affairs. The email directly tells other franchises how to handle the negative reactions to Ben's documentary and all other related content, which they labeled as a coordinated negative PR attack. Dun dun. Legos. One of the strategies is a new mandate to actively solicit Google reviews with every single transaction. They reveal that they are getting the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service involved. Their involvement, alongside the temporary restraining orders and cease and desist letters, would be used to silence Ben and others' content. Ben was also sued for his website, WeStealFromOldPeople.com, which he uses to sell merch of their own company. By now, Bricks and Minifigs stores around the U.S. are receiving tons of bad PR because of this scandal. To combat this, BAM stated in their email that they would have reached out to Google, YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and the Facebook to report Ben's content and anyone who's review bombing their businesses. Patreon's own CEO made a video responding to this, essentially telling them to basically go f themselves and to sue Patreon if they want.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
Right? Which good luck with that fucking legal battle. All employees were asked to pretend the scandal doesn't exist, and as a backup, were given pre-planned corporate scripts and a de-escalation playbook. The company appears to be in a full meltdown as they are demanding store managers turn off comments on all store social media accounts. As stated in its public statement, BAM says its ultimate goal is to regain the community's trust and protect its franchises. AKA, please don't bankrupt us. Please don't make us basically start a new business, which is inevitably what's going to happen. Do you think so far? Do you think they're going to be able to weather the storm?
I mean, as far as PR goes, I don't think so. I think no matter what, they're fucked. Even if they win the case against Ben,
the court of public opinion is decided.
Yeah, which is just like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. It's going to take years and years to regain the trust.
I could see them changing their name and trying to get out of that spotlight or something. Renaming their franchise or something. I bet you that's the route they take.
Or they might do a thing where it's like, someone bought us. And then, they rebrand it.
Yeah,
we're under new corporate management.
Yeah, but they won't say that someone bought us. I don't think so. I think it's going to be all secret. They're going to delete all the accounts, whatever, and they're just going to restate it. And you're going to look at it and be like, oh, these are all the same Bricks and Minifigs locations, is what I think is going to happen. It may seem like Bricks and Minifigure stores attract scummy workers and managers, but not all employees are like that, all right? Some are simply there for a paycheck and have to deal with the nonsense that comes with it. Testimony from Bricks and Minifigs employees makes it seem like a living hell. It is common for the work schedule to be brutal and random, and on top of ridiculous hours, you can expect minimum wage at best. Several employees also claim that there is no opportunity for raises or career advancement. Of course not, dude. You have some manager who owns the store, and they're going to be in the cycle of getting like high school employees to come through. It's that thing of just being like, God, you're lucky to be here. I mean, you get to play with Legos all day. Clean the bathroom. Clean the bathroom.
Is that what they told Joe when he was working as a Lego engineer?
My favorite Joe story. I wonder if we can get him to say it. My friend Joe. It almost seems fake. My friend Joe, who's now like a very well-known. He's a stand-up comedian, very funny guy. I love him. We were in animation together in school. When he graduated, he won a Lego making contest. That sounds fake. He won a Lego building competition to work for like a Lego store. Like he was basically a fucking Imagineer for Legos or something. I don't know. But yeah. I was to say we should have Joe record. It would be really funny.
All right, so one time I'm building behind my giant plexiglass window, just some sort of rinky-dink Lego model, and a dad and his son come in decked out in St. Louis Blues jerseys because the Blues had just won the Stanley Cup like the day before. So they come in and they bang on the window and they go, St. Louis Blues! And I'm giving him a thumbs up, like, yeah, Stanley Cup, yeah. And I go back to what I'm doing, and then the dad bangs on the window again. He goes, hey, build the Stanley Cup! Build the Stanley Cup! And, you know, I can't just drop everything I'm doing to build a 5-foot tall statue of a trophy or whatever. So I just kind of laugh him off and go back to what I'm doing. But he stands there for like several minutes with his son, and they keep banging. The kid's banging on the window. The dad's banging on the window. I think the window's going to break. Build the Stanley Cup! Build it now! And, really, that's what it was like working there at all times.
Yeah, I don't know. I from the perspective of a guy who just works at Lego, where there's no incentive of like reselling, I wonder what his perspective is on Lego fans. I'd be curious to see. The next big video Ben would release documents Bam actively thwarting his efforts to confront the store owner legally and taking their maliciousness to a whole new level. It's throughout this process that the American Fork Police Department starts to reveal themselves as straight up corrupt, because the store owners and the CEO are part of the same Mormon church community. Brian alleges that some of the police are too, and that they're protecting their own. Us Mormons stick together. The religious undertones too, with like the cooperation of like, even with the American Fork Police Department, and how a lot of those guys even go to church together, and they're all kind of in cahoots in some kind of way.
So first off, I'm going to give you a little piece of insider information. I think someone found this on a YouTube. I saw someone's YouTube on this. It only has like 500 views on it. So no one's seen this piece of information, but someone dug back in the newspaper and found that Ammon and Josh, they went on a Mormon mission trip together. So they're like BFFFFs, which is crazy because they claim that they're two completely separate people. Like Josh is like, oh, corporate is completely different. Like corporate's not, we can't control what they're doing. Like they make their own decisions, when really you can see they're like literally best friends with each other. Like Josh and Ammon are, I don't even think they're allowed to shower separately. Like they have to be in the same room at all times when they're on their mission trip, because they're not allowed to like jerk off in the shower or something, you know? So like they have to like shower with the door open and stuff. And so Josh and Ammon are like closer than any two human beings can be together, but they try to make it seem like they're like completely different.
In order to have his case against Brandon and Josh approved, Ben first has to make a good faith effort to resolve the disagreement with all parties involved. When they try to approach Josh to make their good faith effort, police are already waiting for them and pull them over for supposedly not fully stopping at a stop sign, despite the body cam footage later proving this completely false. Body cam footage also reveals Josh calling the police to claim that Ben is stalking him rather than just trying to serve papers legally, and that he might be pushed to shoot someone over it.
A threat.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I said, if they try to break into my house.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if they come inside, they'll have a surprise.
Okay.
Is that not a threat? And as for Brandon, Ben tried to speak with him at his home, only for Brandon to stand there in complete silence until the police made him leave under the threat of jail time if he returned.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
No,
else.
he stole $200,000
How do you know this?
because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
With his good faith efforts rejected, Ben's case against Brandon was officially accepted by the court. The police approached Ben and his friend once again, at night this time, to conduct a random 2-hour search of his car under a random suspicion that they are carrying heroin. They found nothing, but still tried to pressure them into confessing they were under the influence, claiming that their eyes were suspiciously dilated. They weren't. Fork PD was later caught on a body cam claiming that they were gonna scare Ben and his team a little before letting them go.
Can't we just have him pick his friend up? And probably tired of dealing with the police at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. But
making it even harder to believe the heroin lie, which who believes the heroin lie? No one. Regardless, being unable to amicably settle with Josh over this got Ben's court case against him approved as well. And with an official process server alongside him, Ben placed a sign in Josh's neighborhood that read, "I stole a dying man's life savings," on a public piece of land to lure him out to be served his papers. As they waited, 3 separate police confrontations took place, ending with one officer trying to directly serve Josh the papers himself. He returns and says that Josh, quote, doesn't want them because he believes they're fake.
Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
You've never been to court with him?
No.
So these papers that he printed up are
Fake.
fake?
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
That footage is crazy because it's like, you're getting served papers. No, they're fake. I won't accept them. If they're fake, then they're not going to do anything.
Can I peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a
never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's also a thing, too, with, like, if you have a public server there who has no qualm with the case, I mean, who is not related to the case at all, should be able to go up, serve the papers, and, like, that's just it. Yeah. Right? That's serving someone.
Exactly.
But to have the police sit there and be like, well, they're fake, well, how do you know? What about these makes it fake? You know what I mean? When what's about the police body cams, they can just turn it off, or they can silence their mics.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can just turn the mic off.
Well, why would you be able to do that?
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer. Go on that little pot of land right there. Perfect, right there is fine. Right here? Yep.
Unless there's just some reason I understand, editor, see if there's a reason that we legitimately just don't know about. But does that not sound corrupt? Okay, well, he thinks it's fake. Okay. Click back on. All right, we're just going to tell them to leave. A fourth set of officers confront them, this time directly calling the court to prove if the case is real. They are seen on body cam footage being told it is 100% legit.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
So they get fed up and just arrest Ben without reading him his rights. Ben gets out of jail, desperately starts a GoFundMe for Brian and his family and advertises it with another insulting sign. Police stop by and are seen scrambling to think of what excuse to arrest him again, right? In the footage, they're just like, I don't know.
Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Did it raise the police to be summoned because it causes problems? Did he come out? Is he upset about it?
I guess, but that's not.
Look at your stalking code.
Yeah,
see if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
They eventually try to seize one of their phones and immediately arrest Ben's friend Sheldon for, quote, trying to destroy evidence after he attempts to lock his phone, which is his legal right.
You're attempting to destroy evidence. That's a worse charge than what you're looking at.
I was just locking my
phone.
phone.
Nope.
Yeah, I was just locking my phone.
I don't
That's
think
all
so.
I did.
Okay.
Soon after, their home base in Utah gets raided on a warrant that included, quote, stolen Lego, which lines up with the piece of defamation Josh threatened to make about Ben if he decided to go through with the lawsuit.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
A future statement from the Fork Police Department claims host of the Airbnbs Ben and friends were staying at heard them talking about stolen Legos, which is just so funny. If I'm sitting here and I'm like, Lego is so popular. Oh yeah, did you hear about those stolen Legos? That doesn't mean that there's stolen Legos here in my fucking house, dude. Like, you could talk about things and not, it's just so stupid. Every single one of them is thrown in the back of a cop car. And in this process, Ben's arm is yanked behind his back so hard that it dislocates his shoulder.
Fun.
That's cool. Fork Police Department, you rule! Fork Police Department would also claim that Ben must have faked his injury because the x-ray image he flashed on the screen in the video was of a left shoulder despite it being the right shoulder that was dislocated. It was very clear stock image Ben used to emphasize what the cop had done to his shoulder. It wasn't the actual fucking proof.
Yeah, so I mean, come on, guys. That's not way to well X-way.
It's like, no shit, dude. God, what is going through your mind during all these altercations with the American Fork Police Department? And I mean, like, them fucking up your shoulder. Did they even give you medical attention? I'm so curious to see.
My shoulder's not that bad, just because it literally dislocates like probably once a month for the last like 9 years. Like, it's like a very normal thing. Like, it just pops out and within a second it pops back in. Like, it's like I used to have to like manually do it, but now it's my shoulders are so loose now, it just goes in very fast, which is why I try not to make like too big of a deal about that. I just really hurt my shoulder like right before. It was just bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking I don't know. I'm just like in shock the whole time because I usually try to be like pretty like respectful to police officers. I grew up in like a pretty conservative place where it's like you respect the police officers, you know. So
pardon my reach.
No, it's all good.
On.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for being nice and cool.
Thank you for being cooperative.
If you show them respect, they'll show you respect. You know, that's kind of how I've always like lived my life with police. But yeah, this is so weird because I feel like I showed them lots of respect through the videos, you know, like I was pretty open about what we're doing and stuff. And then I showed them respect and they didn't show me respect back. So it was very interesting. But it is kind of sad to think that this is happening to other people that aren't filming, you know, and they're just getting screwed over for no reason. And it definitely sucks.
Ben was released on a $2,500 bail and dodged an entire month-long sentence. Unfortunately, Ben now had a court case coming up with charges that put him at risk for a 5-year jail sentence. He had no time to breathe before his roommate called and claimed an officer stopped by their place and claimed to have a warrant for Ben's arrest. This time, it was non-bailable, and it listed that he, quote, represented a credible threat to the physical safety of a protected person. I wonder who that was. Now that there were police officers all over the county after Ben, he eventually fled to Mexico to continue the case without fear of being arrested. He could very well not be there anymore, but is likely not disclosing any more info about about his whereabouts, where he has before. Usually he says, I'm here, I'm there. Now I think he's probably just fucking laying low. As you can imagine, PR for Bam was getting even worse during this time. This is when Eamon agreed to go on small Lego channel streams to explain more of his side, during which he does something that Bam has done on more than one occasion, uses employees as a shield to gather sympathy for problems their company caused.
We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. The franchisee will be held accountable, but we actually can't fire or, step over the line of that.
We're Lego company. Why are you being so mean to us? Isn't that what it feels like?
Oh, they're bad. I'm not bad.
I'm a 46-year-old man playing with Lego.
I'm 48. My wife has sex with other men. It's unfortunately true that people have become so infuriated hearing about how evil Bam is that they began harassing employees and review bombing locations that had nothing to do with the controversy, which is a shame. That doesn't mean that you should go into a store and like fucking actually physically hurt anybody or whatever, but if you're review bombing shit, I mean, it's fucking blame Eamon, dude. Blame your fucking head honcho. He's the reason that this is all happening, right? And Josh and the Fork Police Department.
A lot of people to blame.
It's got a lot of things. There's a lot of things, a lot of targets you could throw up there. This actually hurts Ben's case, as Bam can now lump him in with the people that are doing these targeted attacks and harassment and label everyone as malicious. And it doesn't help that there have been both death threats and bomb threats made.
My name is, I'm gonna you in the way you've never seen. You're the next one on the line. We go down from Salem, Oregon, and we come down the list.
In fact, Ben alleges that Eamon called the police directly and claimed he planned on shooting up the store and burning the place down if the sets are not returned, which, don't recall Ben saying that.
They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, oh, I'm going to murder you to Amanda, the manager.
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
As we mentioned earlier, one YouTuber, MGS Bricks, visited multiple locations with a large collection of minifigures, including a Chrome C-3PO. Yeah, a Chrome C-3PO. Put the value up on screen, which we all already know. Of the 4 stores he visited, 2 offered 18% and 19% of his collection's value. The other 2 stores offered a measly 6% and 10%, meaning that on the low end, one store offered him $96 for his entire Lego collection.
Oh my god, that's insulting.
Do you know what's weird though is do you not get a better reputation if you actually just kind of pay good 50%? 50% what's worth?
60 feels
60 good. Over half?
Yeah. Well, you gotta think, yeah, then they're only making 40%.
I'm only making 40%. Your Chrome, I mean, like it's a Chrome C-3PO. I don't really know I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know the value of these things. But I'm like, if I sold that little motherfucker for a percentage, I'd be walking out the store and I'd be like looking back at him and shit, just sitting on the counter. When he went to the final store, he sent his friend in to make the exchange since the store knew who he was. After the employees combed through the Lego and handed them back, MGS Bricks noticed that the rare 30th anniversary Chrome C-3PO valued at around $800, God damn, was missing. Both men checked the car and the collection again before heading back inside. As soon as they walked in, they saw the rare minifig sitting on the employee's desk. And when they confronted him about it, the Bricks and Minifigures employee handed it back to them, saying he had somehow forgotten to return it. What a fucking snap. Oh, that's weird. How did it end up over here?
How did it end up in my purse?
Sorry about that. That's called stealing. No. I just took it for myself. Yeah. Right, what? Just as he handed it over, the Bricks and Minifigures employee made one more comment claiming that the rare minifig was actually a fake. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually not even good, so if you just want me to hold on to it, I can. Which made the situation even more suspicious. Obviously, the guy tried fucking stealing it. Come on. That's crazy. That's a crazy evolution as a human being, though, isn't it? I mean, like, you're stealing Legos. Can you imagine as a child? Oh, your future self walks up to you and they're just like, we're going to be in Legos and we're going to steal from people. We're going to steal Legos from people. Really?
I mean, kid me would be like, yes.
Do you think so? I feel like they'd be like, why are you stealing it?
I stole Legos as a kid. So
I'm barking up the wrong tree, aren't I? You're like, perfect. Never change, adult Nick. I won't, little Nick. I'm going to be this way forever. After MGS Bricks made their video exposing their terrible trade-in service, he created a follow-up video revealing emails from COO of BAM, Matt McNeff, and their responses have some parallels, going on and on about how the store owner of one of these locations is currently handling the passing of his grandfather, and how another employee is directly involved in preparing to undergo heart surgery. He also claims there have been death threats made by people calling the store due to MGS Bricks video. It's just, the sympathy bait is just, well, he's only going because his grandpa's He's real sick. So he should just let him be a piece of shit.
He's going through a lot right now.
Okay, he's getting heart surgery. He could be an asshole and he can rob from you. Okay?
Yeah, I feel like they're too far gone, but at one point they could have just been like, you know what? We're sorry. Let's make this right. Even if they couldn't get let's say, for example, they sold some of the set. You know what I mean?
Financially get what was worth and give it to him.
Buy the sets back and be like, and that's really good.
1 billion%. It's too far now.
Yeah,
if they did it now, you'd be like, well, you guys are just fucking. If they would have gotten called out and they're like, no, even later on, in the rebuttal, no, we didn't do that. Yes, you did. Okay, fine. You caught us. Sorry. Wait. Okay, here, just make it right. You could have been totally even Stevens on everything, but instead you're just being a fucking. I mean, you're being greedy. That was another thing too. Is even like how polite you were, at least how civil you were with going to corporate. It made me think about: was there any specific action that corporate took that you believe like unnecessarily escalated this situation as a whole? How corporate responded to things?
So first off, corporate is involved. Second off, I mean, if I was corporate and someone came up to corporate headquarters and be like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. I think that was my exact word. I'm like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. Can we work with you guys to get them back? His response to that was, no, like the Legos were never in our store, basically just saying that, like just trying to lie to me. So if I was corporate, I would have been like, okay, let's pull out the inventory list. Let's see if we do have your Legos, and that's what any other CEO would have done.
Yeah, anybody else.
Say like, hey, if this person's claiming to have Legos stolen by our company, then let's look at it. And I had the inventory list in my hand with me. So I would have said, hey, can you show me the inventory list then? I wouldn't have been like, oh no, get out of my store. I'm calling the cops,
Yeah.
That's not what I would have done, I guess.
They could have totally had good PR too, in the sense you could be like, I wasn't aware of this co-assignment, but I'm going to take the responsibility here, do what's right, and give you back your sets. At the very least.
Yeah. Well, they're just looking at it though, and they're looking at like the amount of money they're going to lose and all that kind of stuff. And they just, it's so stupid because it's a PR thing. But now I'm like, I feel like you're in so much worse.
Yeah, you're so much worse.
Well, like you're going to have to financially, you're financially so much more down, I bet.
Even if Ben loses, I feel like the damage, the reputation.
I'm telling you, they're going to have to rebrand. They will do a rebranding and they won't tell anybody. It's going to be, they're going to shut down all the media accounts and they're just going to reset. And the thing is like, it will probably fucking work.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
People were heavily anticipating the third installment of the series, and Ben was working on it nonstop to the point where it was starting to affect his health. This excitement would come to a sudden halt, however, and a short update video was released instead. Brian, Ben, and his team are now in the middle of a RICO lawsuit filed by BAM. Due to the nature of what's in the video, releasing it would result in him losing his $300,000 lawsuit, and the GoFundMe would be taken down as well. In the video, he withholds directly stating that the company's name to avoid any kind of trouble.
The GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about.
Ben explains that there has yet to be a moment for him to share his side of the story with the court despite having footage as evidence. He believes they don't want the video released because he directly discusses the false bomb threats and murder threats they're claiming were made. Shortly after the video was uploaded, Ben's GoFundMe was briefly shut down for reasons he also claims he can't talk about, under fear of it landing him in jail. But thankfully, as of June 10th, the GoFundMe seems to have been brought back up. More information is coming out every day regarding this whole situation, including an important update from BAM on June 4th that states Brandon and Joshua made a mutual agreement to no longer work with the company. Ben has claimed in the past that his entire channel has been demonetized for a very long time, so he isn't able to hire expensive lawyer despite everyone begging him to do so. So, while watching and sharing his video is a great way to spread awareness, you can directly support him by checking out his Patreon and supporting his cause. And for a lot of the content that he makes, it is fucking really cool, and we just need to bring more light to situations like this. I mean, it's just a creator doing something fucking awesome, making extreme waves in terms of like getting something done to the point where now stupid fucking like judicial systems are getting in the way and just kind of, halting somebody's progress for trying to right the wrongs of a thing that could have just been very easily solved. But instead, greed has taken over, and now you have a fucking Lego company threatening to put somebody in jail for 5 years for trying to like right the wrongs of trying to like help somebody get their collection back. And just like as a last thing too, I'm just curious, like, do you remain optimistic that the Legos will be returned to Manziel, or do you think that like, the reason I ask is because these people have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down to such an extent that as like a person that has consumed the content that you've put out, and as like someone that's following the channel, even I have lost optimism that these people are ever going to learn and like do this? Or is it going to be something that he's going to have to recoup them in some other way?
I don't know. It is interesting. It reminds me a lot of the pizza thing from McCamey Manor, where it was like, oh, we got to get pizza with Russ. And everyone was telling us Russ will never get pizza with you. Like, he will die before he gets pizza with you, And we finally got the clip at the end where he's like, I'm giving up, like, here's the pizza thing or whatever. They keep saying they're willing to give the Legos back, but they've been saying that since like day one, I guess, of like, oh, we'll give it. And then when Brian's finally like, okay, like, let's do it, then they always pull something out where they're like, oh, we actually can't do it anymore. Like, you have to apologize to Amanda first, or you have to delete all these like negative comments, or you have. And we always do the things they tell us to do, and they still don't give us the Legos. As of today, Ammon said, we just want to give them the Legos back. Brian won't accept them.
Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. And so we're working towards that, and we're hoping that he'll be able to come to the table. We're excited to be able to make that happen.
Obviously, he will accept them. Ammon's not the one to give them back. So it kind of comes down to like, is Ammon willing to tank his whole company because of this? And it seems like maybe, I don't know.
That's the craziest part, is it feels like they would rather implode this company they've built versus like admitting that they're wrong. It's a level of delusion that just seems insane. I mean, like even Russ had a moment of clarity where he was like, okay, like I get it, you know, but this is coming, you're talking with major news networks. This has become such a huge thing. It's crazy to die on this hill. It's just unbelievable. And that leads me, I guess, to like the final thing of how can we, like, is there any way to support you or Brian in this time of like, I know that you have a Patreon and stuff that we wanted to plug and shout out and stuff, but is there any other way that we can help?
Yeah, probably just those two things. Yeah, Brian's GoFundMe's been going crazy. And obviously we passed the goal within like a few hours, but Brian is now being sued by
Of course.
Bricks and Minifigs.
Of course. Why wouldn't we?
Not only did they steal from him, now they're trying to sue the person they stole from for literally no reason.
Yeah. Well, they got to squeeze as much as they possibly can out, you know. If they've dug this deep, they got to keep digging, it seems like. My God.
Yeah, and they're trying to get us for RICO charges, which lawyers are saying, we're obviously trying to get it dismissed. So if it gets dismissed, we might be good. But if it doesn't get dismissed, they're saying it could be like millions of dollars in lawyer fees, which is crazy. So then the GoFundMe would just be a small fraction of that. But the good news is it would take about 2 years. So I think within 2 years, we probably could raise that because we'll just keep making content about it. So I'm not really too worried, but yeah, I think the GoFundMe and Patreon, like all of the money from Patreon and GoFundMe right now is just going towards like a legal trust is what we put it all in. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, you know, I hope that the situation can clear itself up soon. I appreciate you taking time. These are just some thoughts that we had in this crazy fucking roller coaster you're on, but I mean, you're doing a fucking crazy good thing, man. I mean, very selfless, and I mean, I know all your viewers appreciate it, so, and I appreciate it too, so thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, that's sick. It's been a fun journey for sure. It's awesome. I just love doing going on like fun adventures and stuff like this. If you can help people out, then it's just fun for me, I guess. I don't know.
No, I don't. I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. It's a sickening thing that's happening right now. You don't really know what to do, and all we can do is the only thing we have, Nick, is this channel to talk to people about it and to tell people to go support Ben's Patreon and help him fight this case, and also hopefully that whenever this is all said and done, we can hear some more of these stories that I know he desperately wants to say. Bricks and Minifigs, go fuck yourself. You guys suck. Right? Also, I want to preface this too. That doesn't mean that any of you should go and harass and do it like bomb threat. There should be nothing of harassing these locations because it will not help anybody. But it's important to realize that like there is a shark in the water and there's blood in the water and these motherfuckers are lurking around and stuff. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. Be sure to tell your friends to never shop at Bricks and Minifigs. I hope it fails. I hope it fails, and that all the employees, or it's their regular jobs, I hope they're able to find something quickly, and that everyone at the top, I hope you never own a business again, you predatory sacks of shit. Is that fair to say? That's
fair to say.
Okay. Guys, until next time, we will see you in the next one. But like I said, be sure to check out Reckless Ben's channel. It's fucking insane. We did a very quick deep dive into this whole situation just so you guys understand what we were trying to tell you. But the videos, you got to check them out. Our edit will not do it justice. You need to go watch the videos. It's fucking appalling. It'll get your blood boiling. And like I said, fuck you, Bricks and Minifigs. Fuck you, all of you who are involved in that. Almost said something bad. Can't say that, right? No. You can't say that.
No.
I put my hand up. It feels good saying it, though. Okay. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the TSA. We've all worked a job we didn't like, right? I mean, nothing compares, right? TSA. But we've all worked a job that we didn't like. All of us viewers and myself we've had to lick the boot a time or two. And some jobs are extremely mentally and physically taxing. But while it's normal for people to dislike their job, there are certain occupations out there that are particularly despised. The TSA, aka the Transportation Security Administration, has long since been ridiculed by both passengers and workers alike. People dread the process of being groped at the airport and then claim that TSA workers are often rude.
So is there a reason you're recording? Is there a reason why you're chewing gum while you're talking to the public? That's rude.
And I will say, I agree with that. Every time that I go to the airport. Nick, you can test this. They always stop me. I think it's a tiny penis radar.
Yeah,
I'm almost positive that if you have a tiny dick, because every time it's like, I don't even look at the monitor anymore. Because there's a little monitor that has like a body that's like that, and it's like, look at where it's at. And it's always right where my dick's at. So that some guy has to like rub his knuckles over my tiny dick and balls. I am almost certain it's a tiny dick machine.
It's a little humiliation ritual.
It is. And they're like, do you want a private screening room? I'm like, no, dude. Just fucking rub your knuckles across my little baby nut and let's get done with it.
They're rude to you when you go through that thing.
I don't know why. They're always acting like I'm hiding something. They feel my fat, doughy thighs and then the tiniest penis head ever grazing across their knuckles. At a certain point, I'm just like, it is. I mean, what the fuck? What is this?
Maybe you have like some kind of piece of metal down there, man.
I legitimately believe that it's a tiny penis machine. If you're a guy and you have a tiny dick, go through. If you get caught, let me know. That's all I want to know. But the question is, are TSA agents justified in their anger? Are they allowed to be the biggest assholes of all time?
No.
Oh, okay. They are dickheads. They're dickheads, but do you not have any empathy towards them?
After a certain while, like when you're telling people scoot up every
Move forward! Move forward! Electronics out of your bag! Every time it's like, I know I have to get it out. Electronics out! This goes here! I hate when they slam my shit.
Oh my god.
When you slam my shit, that's when I'm like, you should actually go fuck yourself. Jump off a bridge, is what I say.
You have too much stuff in your bin, so they take it out and put it somewhere else.
And they don't say anything, and they look at you, you're like, say it. Say it, dude. I mean, what the fuck? Now you got me heated up a bit. Right now, how about a meter? We'll do a meter. There's the sympathy meter and the go fuck yourself meter. And right now, I'm on the go fuck yourself meter. There's gonna be one TSA guy who's like, oh, okay. All right, dude. Whatever.
Have you seen the TSA video where it's just like a girl in front of an iPad that's pointing left and right? She just clicks it. It's just telling people to go left or right lane, and all she's doing is tapping.
People look at that job online and they'll be like, oh, I'd love that job, because they think that it's very simple. That has to be the most mentally, that 8-hour shift must feel like 46 hours. If that's all you did, fuck that, dude. No way. Are they truly just bad people, or is their job so soul-crushing that it turns even the nicest of bright-eyed college graduates into impatient, screaming banshees? So today, we're gonna find out if the TSA is the worst job in the world. But first, what is the TSA? The TSA is a government program that was created in the response to the events of 9/11 in an effort to bolster our transportation systems to prevent similar attacks from occurring. Terrorism. It's insane to think about movies. How new the TSA is still like, you would think that it's been around since forever, right? You watch old movies and it's like, I want to go to Chicago. All right, there you go. It's insane to me, right?
It's crazy too. You could just literally you used to be able to hug your parents and your family right at the gate.
Bye. Well. I'm heading out. Which, don't be wrong, I think you need to have a little something in order.
Especially now with the internet.
Right? John Candy's dead. Steve Martin's about to go too. We have got to have some kind of defense, right? Some of the daily duties of the TSA include scanning passenger luggage for potential threats and performing bag searches, as well as hat downs, right? Like I said, tiny dick, knuckles, and Allison always gets stops because she has like different face lotions. And they're always like, what is this? What the hell is this? And it'll say like clear of, like, I don't know, clear of era or whatever the fuck it is, whatever. It's just like, it's a face lotion. They'll open it and be like,
taste it.
Okay, you're good.
Have you ever been tested for bombs? Like, no. I've gone on planes where they like say, sorry, random check, and they bring out like this fucking machine and they test you for gunpowder or like.
Wow. Yeah. I always like how they say random check. I'm like, that was 100% calculated. Because also the thing when you travel, you have a lot of like camera bags, so they're probably like, oh, that's suspicious.
Oh yeah, that's the worst.
I've never seen that kind of camera. It's a Sony.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They when CPAPs were a new thing, they thought my dad was a terrorist because they saw the CPAP.
Honestly, everyone that needs a CPAP machine, probably including myself, I should probably get it checked out. They are terrorists. Having to be like, yeah. That's how you wake up. I feel refreshed after all night. I remember I saw my grandpa had one, and it was like so archaic. I mean, this is like, you know, the fucking 90s, whatever. But he had his on, it was like the tube, and he would sleep with his eyes open. And when I would like stay at his house, you'd hear him, he'd be like, I coughing. And I'd like peek in his room. My grandma sound asleep, and his eyes, he'd just be like, I'd be in the doorway.
This is with the CPAP machine on?
Yeah.
Okay, my dad did that without the CPAP.
Okay. I think that's more common. Because I think that with the CPAP, it stops you from choking and gasping.
But I guess if it was the 90s, yeah, it's new, not as efficient.
I'm like, yeah.
They're
Also,
silent now. They're really quiet.
I heard that it's just like you can put it just in your nose, or I don't know.
A little tiny thing.
Do they not even do the full over-the-mouth fucking harness anymore? Looks like a Ichabod Crane fucking invention from Sleepy Hollow or something like that.
It goes like this now. So it's
I just feel like that. I mean, you obviously get used to it because you're like, whatever, but I feel like that'd be such a hard adjustment knowing the things like on your face. I can't even have like a blanket on my face. I don't like it.
I wrap a blanket around my entire face, but leave my nose out so I can breathe.
But aside from that, their goal is to keep the incoming passengers moving through the security check lanes as quickly and as efficiently as possible, which, goddamn, they'll let you know. They'll scream at you, they'll do whatever. My favorite is like when a couple gets broken up.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever, and they'll try to cut in line. They'll be like, back! That's the only time where I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Some fucking like old bitch is taking too long. And her husband's just like, come over here. He's like, no! I'm always like, it's the rules.
It's the rules, huh?
I wouldn't mind, honestly, but it's sorry.
I love it when they yell to move up in line as you're moving.
Yeah. Come on! I'm like, I'm moving towards you. I'm like walking already. Here! Yeah. The TSA is notorious for treating its employees poorly. No. It's because of this that workers tend to hate the job. Many feel that the pay is far too low considering the never-ending high-stress work that goes into it.
Yeah, we're preventing terrorists.
The non-stop assault from the jihad definitely at the Kansas City airport must be pretty crazy. Can I have a break? 15! I need 15! Despite having a job that is supposedly responsible for keeping the country safe from mass catastrophes, most positions in the TSA don't pay a comfortable salary. One TSA worker from Baltimore confirmed this, stating, quote, "Me and many of my co-workers really have always felt like we were bastard children of the federal government." I don't know why, but that seems very melodramatic to me.
Yeah.
I'm the bastard child of the USA. It's like, okay, dude. He's the one on the iPad too. He's like, Dad doesn't love me. Right? Let's go left. Online, there is an endless discussion about the TSA's terrible management, and at some point, it had gotten so bad that internal investigations revealed numerous security failures at some of the most frequently visited airports. I mean, in 2015, during tests where Homeland Security agents would go undercover to sneak fake explosives through TSA, there was a 95% failure rate. 95! I could just sneak a bomb on a plane immediately. That's fine. What is it? The time I got, okay, just go ahead.
Have you seen the x-rays with all, like, my camera equipment? There's so much wires in there. I'm like, I can hide a bomb. I can hide a bomb.
And also, like, I like how they have, like, a 73-year-old woman who's, like, always at the control station. They always have the worst posture, and they're just like... Like, first off, why are you looking back and forth so much? It's one screen. They're like... So I always like to picture that they're actually looking at a fruit fly.
Oh.
That's over there. They're like,
oh. But they'll get your toothpaste, but that's too big.
Yeah, huh? Like whistle. It's Colgate. Okay, you're good to go. I love when they say, okay, you're good to go. Am I? By 2017, this improved to a 70% failure rate. That's still not good, which is still alarmingly bad given the importance of the job. Yeah. Management also seems to be known for giving promotions based on favoritism instead of just hard work. Yeah, welcome to the fucking free world, dude. That's happens everywhere. You ever wonder why a 75-year-old man, all right, Jessica with perfect tits and beautiful pussy and asshole, your CFO? No. Favoritism? No. What is she doing that I'm not? The mix of working with chaotic and angry passengers, being screwed over by the higher-ups, and low earnings have resulted in the TSA having low morale and an incredibly high turnover rate. I mean, in 2016 alone, the rate of turnaround reached a range of 30 to 80%, which is a huge gap, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck?
30 to 80? How about we just meet in the middle at 50? Half of people that apply, 20 to 100% of people. It's like... Word? Some have referred to the job as, quote, slow mental death. I could agree with that. One where you're always on the defense from potential threats and one mistake away from termination. You can't have one yawn. Ooh, that's when the guy slips in the bomb. Ooh, and that's where they... You know what I mean?
See, you know what? If I was a terrorist, I would detonate my explosive in the TSA line.
Why?
Because everyone's crowd. Have you the LA airport? There's so many people. That's a whole plane of people right there.
That makes sense. It's less of a spectacle though. No, I guess it's not true.
You're sending
the fucking bomb going off in a building. I mean, that's still a very big spectacle. What's the point of putting the bomb in the plane? I mean, that's true. You can just go to a grocery store and just fucking put a bomb behind a box of Wheaties. I'm not gonna. I guess I don't want to speculate on terroristic theory here. And what makes the best terrorist actually? Many people insist that working with the TSA is not nearly as bad as people make it seem. They also believe it is meant to act as a stepping stone to other agency jobs, which I think is true as well. You can move up the ranks and be like, you move from the TSA to somewhere else. Could be a nice way to, if you want a nice cushy government job. Regardless, there is undoubtedly going to be parts of the job that are incredibly disheartening. Look no further than the TSA injury rate. TSA workers are at a high risk of injury, far higher than what is expected at a typical federal government job. Part of this has to do with the chaotic nature of the job, where thousands of people are pushed through the screening process every day. Passengers can often be unruly and unpredictable at the airport, and one TSA agent vents his frustrations to Business Insider saying, quote, they're angry. I love that. They're angry. They're violent. And they want to fight. They want to throw things. The Atlanta officer said. Which, first off, that's not fair. That's the Atlanta airport. Have you ever been in an Atlanta airport? It is chaos. The Atlanta airport, first off, is like one of the busiest airports in the country. If you've never been to the...
Never.
Oh my God, dude. It's huge. It's so busy. It's huge. But yeah, unruly is what it is.
Is it busier
Kind
than
of reminds you
Dallas?
like Dallas-Fort Worth, too.
Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah. Dallas is fucking annoying because people fight to get on the train system, to get into the terminals, and it's the worst. But Atlanta is just like... It feels too small for how much traffic they get. So it's like really claustrophobic and pushed through. Also, it smells like fucking Bojangles in there because they have like 6 Why is there fried chicken in the airport? It smells horrible. There should be nothing but soup and Greek yogurt. That should be the only fucking thing they sell. I was in the Vegas airport. So they were selling loafed garlic onion bread. Garlic onion bread.
Tasty.
First off, have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
You've heard of garlic onion bread.
Yeah. Garlic onion bagel.
Bro, okay, you're the problem. You're the problem. This has led to many strange physical confrontations among the TSA workers. In 2021, for example, a disgruntled passenger started biting TSA officers in a fit of rage. It always leads to biting, doesn't it? I would say we've read more people biting than we have someone throwing a punch. Is that weird?
That is weird. I think it's just...
No one knows how to approach a bite.
No.
Some guy's like...
You do more damage with the bite.
I think so. Look at what Resident Evil has taught us. Do a lot of damage. Even last year, a man from Canada was arrested after going ballistic at the Miami International Airport. Cameron Dylan McDougal had already been causing chaos on his flight, forcing the plane to return to Miami after he struck a passenger. Holy shit. Once he got off the plane, he entered a TSA security checkpoint and immediately started punching an agent in the face out of nowhere. The other person's just on the computer and he's just like, ugh! He was shoved to the ground and arrested after landing several more hits on the guard that was trying to hold him down. Good God. See, that's why also I think if you're a TSA agent, I mean, if you're a government employee of any kind, I don't care if you fucking work for the post office, you should have a taser.
Oh, gun even.
I think post office people, you should have a gun.
Yeah, put a dog down that charges you.
Bruce! No, just a little shoot. You know, even a dog that's like... Shouldn't have bit me. That's not fair, is it? Let me run around like a fucking idiot in these dumb shorts. If you have to wear the dumb shorts, you should be able to carry a shotgun. The worse your outfit is, the higher caliber of artillery you gotta carry. A fucking guy has a grenade launcher. No good. Good. That would actually stop porch pirates too. Imagine a post office worker. A guy coming up and grabbing the gun, he's just... I'm not stealing from a porch again. Confrontations like this are more common than people think. A passenger of a Phoenix airport named Tia Sharar Coleman lost her mind after being told that her bag would need to be checked, which, I have a little bit of sympathy there. Don't you ever tell me I have to check my bag. Also, they lie about this shit. There's not enough room, I have to check it. And you like look back and there's still plenty of room. I'm like, you fucking, I'm gonna kill somebody. And then you're like looking out the window. You see the guy sitting there and they're like chugging the bags.
Have you seen Japanese airport workers? They treat the luggage with so much respect. They like bow to it and pick it up and put it down very gently.
That's obnoxious. It's a bag. She responded by jumping onto the search table and lunging for her bag. After failing to grab it, she started viciously assaulting TSA officers. All right, now, I shouldn't have gotten on her side. I was with you at the beginning, but I'm like, actually, she grabbed one by the hair and began punching her multiple times, elbowing another worker in the head in the process. A third TSA officer tried to pry them away from each other, but Coleman started biting the woman's hair to keep her from doing so. I wonder if she means like she's like guarding. She's like,
oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, I feel like we're going to get into biting in every story here. Biting, once you go feral, you do go feral. She was eventually arrested by airport police and pleaded guilty to her crimes, ultimately being sentenced to 4 months in prison. Holy shit. Sometimes when I'm telling you, man, the justice system feels so fucking weird.
Yeah, someone kills someone.
A guy fucking hits someone over the head with a hammer and blinds him and then kills him. It's like, all right, 2 years in prison. Bitch gets mad about some luggage being checked at the airport and throws some elbows and some fists, and she gets 4 months. At that point, I just like kill him. I'm joking. It's a joke. Passengers are often unaware of the threats TSA agents face on a daily basis and just feel that they are incredibly rude and disrespectful. According to one disgruntled passenger, the TSA will aggressively scream directions at people in condescending tones, treating everyone like cattle. The sentiment is echoed by a young autistic passenger who vents about the endless bullying she receives every time she goes through TSA. She claims that even when actively doing whatever she can to not bother the TSA agents, they scream at her for every minor misunderstanding.
Okay, maybe she's just sensitive.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like also when people yell, it almost makes it harder to understand them. Put your bags aside! You're like, you say put my bag, put the bags on this. Like you're like, couldn't hear you the first time. That thing. So I understand that.
Excuse me, sir, can you put the bag in this?
No! In one case, after being given conflicting instructions about whether or not she can wear her belt during the x-ray process, you can't, the TSA agent started mocking the clothes she was wearing right in front of her. That's awesome. That stupid fucking shirt. Look at her dumb fucking shirt. What do you think she was wearing?
Swiftie outfit. She had like what I was wearing. She had like the dress with the belt.
Yeah, who even are you? Even know your own identity? What the fuck is this? One upset passenger includes a football player for the New York Giants. In 2018, AJ Francis was furious after finding out that the TSA had potentially destroyed his mother's ashes on his flight. How do you slip up that? Oh, what the hell is this? Is this Cocoa Mix? Throw it out. Her remains were enclosed in a container that was placed in a bag in the checked luggage. After his flight, he found that the bag contained a notice of inspection tag on it. Also, I just want to say, if it's your mom's ashes, do you check? You hold on to the ashes?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you bring that. That's a carry-on item.
You're throwing your mama in the bottom of the plane? All right, dog. When he looked inside, the ashes were opened and spilled all over his clothing. Mama. After an angry Twitter rant, the TSA apologized but denied any wrongdoing. Listen, buddy, we're sorry, but you fucked up. I mentioned that's what the tweet was. Also, like it's a twit ranter, and the TSA is just like lol.
Yeah, it's a like
wafflecopter. Yeah, they're just like, why would you check your dead mom, bro? That's kind of weird. Send, retweet, the fuck? Eventually, surveillance footage of AJ's bag was released. In it, the container holding the ashes is clearly unmarked, open, and loosely wrapped in tinfoil. I'm gonna go on a limb and say he did not have the best relationship with his mom. Honestly, though, to be fair, I do that to my mom too. She's gone. What's she gonna do? Stop it? Just put her in the deal. I'd probably just actually go outside and I just bye, mom. She's in hell. Bye.
I'm gonna do the thing at Disney. I'm gonna spread it at the Star Wars.
I think that's kind of fucked up.
Why?
Spreading dead ashes on like in a fucking public like theme park. Doesn't that seem weird?
My mom wants to be. She loves Disney.
Your mom? Are you serious? Some passengers are simply frustrated that they have to go through humiliating searches at the airport. In some cases, women have had their crotches flagged by airport security for what is deemed a swamp crotch. Dude, maybe that's what I have, dude. I have so much fat in my fucking grundle area that they're just like, that's a swamp pussy. These alarms can sometimes give false readings when someone is sweating a lot. Oh, dude, maybe that's what it is. I got swamp nuts. I got a baby swamp dick, and yeah, that's what it is. It has to be that. This leads to scanners mistaking the moisture in a woman's undercarriage for her prohibited item. Swampy pussy, dude. Little Elmer's glue down there. Sticky. Another woman who endured the same scenario also recalled a TSA agent referring to it as a swamp rod, which she found incredibly embarrassing. That's awesome.
We got a swamp rod.
If he was not in Florida when he said that, I'm going to be so disappointed. Florida, it's just swamp rod. Go on, girl. Hits her ass. Get on out. That's just how they do it in Tampa. Sometimes even people working for TSA can get fed up with their attitude. In a rare act of TSA on TSA violence, one man was bullied so hard for the size of his penis that he beat down one of his own coworkers. God damn. See, I'll never have this problem. I wish the story's about me. It can't be. 44-year-old Rolando Negrin. Just believe it. Was doing a body scanner training exercise during which he walked through it only to reveal to his coworkers that he had a small penis. Preach. He became the subject of ridicule day after day until Rolando finally decided that he had enough. According to police, he claimed that it caused him to lose his mind. One of the co-workers, Hugo Osorno, was heading back to his car one night to find that Rolando had been waiting for him. He insisted that they resolve this problem. After some resistance, Rolando pulled out a police baton and told Hugo, "Get on your knees or I will kill you and you better apologize." And according to police, he allegedly threatened to blow his head off. Rolando began beating Hugo until he eventually apologized. The next day, he was arrested and charged with aggravated battery. Holy shit.
Don't make fun of small penises.
People don't treat it lightly, man.
Can you imagine working at TSA and being made fun for a small cock?
Where is my mind? Where is my mind? That's what it must feel like. Especially, sorry, I got to pat down. Man, here's the guy who has to pat down other guys. Yeah, sorry, it's a little big. Can I go? Yeah.
Maybe that's why the guy did that. He just wanted to make sure.
That wasn't bigger than him? He's like, all right, you're smaller than me. Go ahead. I wonder how many times that saved my life.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a lot. Unlike you, Nick, with your big dick. While some TSA workers are simply out of line, others claim that they are simply giving passengers the same energy they bring onto them. Bullshit. For the ones that do treat people poorly, it seems to be because they've been broken down from the hellish work environment. Not my problem.
Go work at a fucking coal mine, dude.
Also, it's just like I'm like literally coming up and I'm putting my bag on the what energy am I reciprocating to you? I gotta treat you this way because my job doesn't treat me nicely. Fuck yeah. Is that weird?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
No.
I don't stand for that. So if anything, I should have been like, no, I won't do that. I have a gun in there, and if you take it out, I will kill you. Granted, I go to prison, but still. One TSA officer admits that while he started the job with the intention of being kind to every passenger, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Everything changed within a matter of months. Passengers who constantly get angry at him for telling them they can't bring certain things on the plane, and people would call him a disgusting pig for doing standard pat-downs on a woman who pinged the alarm. Don't get me wrong, there are terrible people that are gonna say nasty, mean things, but you have to rise above it. You are the TSA. Just because that stupid bitch says that doesn't mean you have to take it. You know, you'd be like, all right, well, guess what? Actually, I think we're gonna have to, if anything, I would never say anything too, because I don't want them to be like, all right, well, we gotta do an extra screening, intentionally have you fuck up your flight.
Oh, yeah. Put you in the waiting room.
We gotta check all of your bags too. Bummer. He also admits that passengers kept misunderstanding directions to the point that his supervisors were screaming at him when one of them didn't take the laptop out of their bag for screening.
That'd be frustrating.
I would be frustrating. Are we growing sympathy towards him? Where's the meter at still?
Right in the middle.
Oh, so you're all right, he's gaining some sympathy, all right. This results in some workers being more aggravated when instructing people, figuring that their job is on the line because passengers can't understand simple directions, which is true. I've been around people where they're clearly not listening, and you want to grab the back of their neck and be like, I'll fucking kill this fucking candle in its own bed. The mounting pressure of keeping things as streamlined as possible while being hounded by passengers and management leads to workers becoming less and less kind to the people around them. And it seems to be understated just how often TSA officers have to put up with strange or disrespectful passengers. In Indianapolis, a 38-year-old man was arrested after drunkenly harassing a TSO, George Stevens, who was heavily intoxicated at the time, triggered the alarm, and was sent for additional screening. While being pat down in the groin area, George started calling the agent a freak, When he was told to take off his belt, George decided to squat down and shake his ass in the officer's face. He kept doing this to different workers. And when he was told a police officer was on his way, he pulled his pants and underwear down and flashed everyone in the vicinity. Well, buddy, that's how you're going to jail. Taking it a step further, he took off his underwear and pressed it into an officer's face. Once completely naked, he started running towards the supervisor while he was detained by the police. George was sentenced to 33 months in federal prison. Couldn't drink and fly. That's all I gotta say. Holy shit.
Don't they ban you? I thought if you get drunk in an airport, they ban you.
I feel like with something like that, you're definitely on a no-fly list, probably. At least for a period of time, I don't know. Many people succeed in bringing food through TSA, much to the passengers' dismay. According to one man, he sat next to a man that brought a pile of tuna pouches onto his flight. He was chowing down on the tuna packs for 5 hours straight, losing count after he ate through 7 of them.
When I was a kid, I thought this girl eating food next to me was literally eating shit from a diaper, because she had this little bag, and she'd like look around, and then she'd take it out, open it up, and go, and every time she opened it up, it smelled like shit. But I'm pretty sure it's. Have you ever heard of the durian fruit? I think it was that. But the entire flight, 3-hour flight.
God. It's not just food that has snuck through TSA. In a truly baffling story, a passenger heading to Haiti was caught with raw chicken. After opening up, TSA agents found that a wrapped firearm was shoved inside of it. They're never going to suspect this one.
Someone did that too, coming from Germany to America. They like threw in a bunch of like raw food, and then like at the end of the flight, they noticed like maggots were crawling out.
Ugh. On many occasions, TSA agents have had to hold their laughter as they find and inspect countless sex toys. In one video, a man looks humiliated watching a female agent pull out a gigantic dildo from his bag as a group of people film themselves laughing at him. In one of the more humiliating examples, one man pinged the metal detector alarm multiple times, and eventually TSA agents discovered that he had been wearing a chastity belt that his wife forced him to wear due to him having an affair during his last trip. He had to be pulled aside to have it removed. She's like, no! What if he all right, we have to take it off. He like unbuckles it and he's like,
yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any idea what you've just done? One of the more insane things that people attempt to sneak through TSA are live animals, whether it's pets or the passengers hope to bring with them on vacation, or rare animals stolen from the tropical locations they visit. Just this year, a woman from Florida had the bright idea of putting 2 turtles in her bra as she passed Miami International Airport. She had wrapped them up using plastic and gauze, hoping it would keep them safe for the trip.
What?
Did she fucking suffocate them? She was caught and forced to return the turtles, and it seemed that one of them had died along the way. Aww. Poor turtle. The remaining one was returned to the Florida Department of Fish and Wildlife without his brother.
Or his wife.
Or his wife.
Or his lover.
Okay. The TSA had to make a statement on social media begging people to stop hiding animals in weird places on your body and then trying to sneak them through airport security. It's not gonna work. In a similar story that also took place this year, a man from East Stroudsburg tried to sneak in a rare species of turtle through TSA. What's up with all these turtles? One sec, can we get a fucking cheetah in here? What's going on? After tripping the alarm, his groin was inspected, and after being asked if there was any suspicious activity they should know about, the man shoved his hands down his crotch and yanked out a 5-inch long turtle wrapped in a towel. The specific type of turtle was identified as a very invasive species and had to be confiscated by TSA and handled by animal controllers, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I brought in a shiny turtle. Oh, it's rare! Some passengers are far more bold in their efforts to steal rare live animals. At LAX, a woman named Ji Jian Pan was heading to her flight when the TSA noticed that she was wearing particularly bulky clothing. A pat-down revealed 2 birds wrapped tightly inside of her sock. One was taped to her chest, and the other was taped to her leg. It was discovered that she was attempting to smuggle the birds into China. One of them happened to be a golden parakeet, which was identified as an endangered tropical parrot, and they were taken away from her, and both seemed to still be in good shape. Thank God. Zia was arrested by U.S. Fish and Wildlife officers for the attempted smuggling of an endangered species. My God. It's true that going through TSA is one of the most inconvenient things ever. It's one of the most excruciating things to have to deal with, and you just have to put your head down and just barrel through. But that being said, it's a little understandable that people working at TSA are a little irritable. On one hand, it's part of the job and you just have to deal with the shit that people give you. But on the other, could you say that you'd be endlessly kind if you had to deal with the most obnoxious people every single day you come to work? I'm not sure. I think I'm still in the middle on my meter.
I think yeah.
If I had to say it all, I still say go fuck yourself. And in many cases, it's a matter of will. Do you have the stomach to endure the terrible people that come through without it affecting your day and the other nice people that pass through? I don't know.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, you don't have to be like super bright and bubbly, but just like, why are you yelling at me? I'm following the rules.
Did you sway back over?
It's same. It's like
you can't fence ride. I was gonna say I was gonna fence ride too. Which side are you choosing?
TSA. I mean, there are a lot of dumb people out there. Yell at the dumb people, but
all right, then you're fine. Yeah, I don't know. People are terrible. Everyone's terrible. TSA people can be dickheads, but I will say there's probably just so many terrible, dumb civilians coming through, flying places, and acting like you're inconveniencing their entire life. So TSA, I will say, my hat's off to you. It sucks. But until next time, fly safely, everybody, and don't bring any turtles up your pussy. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about real life vampires. No, I'm serious. They're real. Vampires have been a topic of interest for quite a long time. Whether it's Bram Stoker's Dracula or the Twilight franchise, they seem to have a timeless presence within pop culture history. But what if I told you that vampires were far more than fictional characters bound to the pages of romance fantasy novels where people flick their beans? That's right! If you travel around the world, you'll find many small communities who truly believe that they are vampires. They drink blood, they have fangs, and only come out at night, just like in the legends of old. In fact, in 2016 alone, there were as many as 5,000 people in the United States that publicly identified themselves as vampires. Grand scheme of the United States, not a lot, but that's still too many in my opinion. You don't need to be acting like that.
Times have changed where you could just publicly come out as a vampire.
If it was Puritan times, dude, you'd be probably fucking burned.
Oh yeah, they'd drive a stake through your heart.
Yeah, I'm a vampire. These days, their presence only grows stronger. So grab your wooden stakes as we dive deep into the mysterious depths. It goes without saying that franchises like Twilight greatly boosted the popularity of vampires in pop culture. You had a weird time in the early 2000s where late 90s you had Blade and all kinds of other shit. Blade, Underworld, Queen of the Damned, all these Hollywood movies where it was sexy, action-packed vampires, and those people decided to turn it to tweeny bop stuff and make it Twilight, which was just a little like, oh, I wish my boyfriend was a sexy, glittery vampire. There were so many people who had that first Twilight book.
Oh.
Was the apple on it? Holy shit. I was at a bookstore when that first came out, and it was like girls like screaming and grabbing off the shelf. And then also I got what's the last? Deathly Hallows? That was another one where it was just absurd. It was insane. Pandemonium. One of my favorite things, though, is whenever back in the day when Half-Blood Prince came out, people drove by and they were like, "Our Snape kills Dumbledore."
There's that one where it's like, Hermione kills Dumbledore.
And people were like, "No!" in the line, "No!
Snape kills Dumbledore!"
Which that is fucked up, but, you know, looking back now, it's funny.
He was just trolling.
Well, I'm talking about the guy that he was spitting facts.
Dobby and Hedwig die.
Oh, fuck! Hey, guys!
While vampires in the media have often been portrayed as sultry, these movies turned them into beloved heartthrobs. People on TikTok have long since used people's love for vampire aesthetics to create thirst trap videos. Ooh, sexy, isn't that nice? I'm a vampire. Let me suck ya! Some will throw on some fangs and smolder at the camera, while other creators on TikTok like Vampire Jack dedicate their entire online career to dressing in full vampire garb and playing the character, which you have to appreciate the commitment. These videos can range from comedic skits to seductive vampire ASMR videos. Others engage in vampire roleplay games like Reign of Blood, a text-based roleplay game which claims to have been running for over 18 years and still have active players to this day. And a majority of these content creators and roleplay enjoyers are simply doing it for the fun of and for online attention, right? You do it because you want, there's other freaks out there and you're trying to meet your people, right? It's the same thing like playing a game, making a post that has a certain kind of music. You're trying to reach a community. I don't blame them. However, this is where things kind of take an odd turn, right? There are many people out there who reach far beyond simple roleplay. Sam the Vampire is a woman on TikTok who seems to genuinely think that she is a vampire. According to her, she turned when she was 22 years old after being bitten by a vampire in the year 1888, which makes her 135 years old in vampire years, of course. She makes countless videos talking about her vampire tales, like the time she was kidnapped by a rival vampire named Ava, and that she plans to enact revenge on that vampire. There's various videos of her explaining what types of power she possesses, and they include hypnotism, mind reading, jumping very high. Hypnotism, mind reading, I can jump high. She has superhuman strength and the ability to seduce whoever she wants. She then adds that she can only use said seduction powers if the other person consents, because you gotta have that. She's a consent queen despite her being from the 19th century. That doesn't really seem to track to me, but you know what? She's, you know, of the times.
Wait, how does that work?
It's a way for a girl to sit there and then be like, then if someone's like, I'm not attracted to you, she'd be like, well, I didn't use my powers on you. It's that. It's the female version of this. Lift this car. I don't want to break a fingernail. Also, she has the ability to show her true, horrifying vampire form, but does it because she isn't allowed to. I love female Redditor stuff like that. It's so good. She's ridiculed online for being delusional, with many being unclear if it's a satire or something more grim. Regardless, her constant insistence of being a real-life vampire led to her being banned off TikTok live due to spreading misinformation. She's like, they wish that they knew the truth. I love how it's a bannable offense to be like, I'm a vampire. TikTok's like, no, banned. You can't say I'm a kangaroo. Oh my God, no. Unless she was just like, well, let's talk about where Corona really started.
Oh, okay, then, yeah.
I think that's what it might be. I think she's like, yeah, it's because I'm a vampire. It's like, no, because you kept saying a bunch of racial slurs towards Chinese people. That may have happened once or twice.
Today's day is sponsored by PDS Debt. It's almost a new year, which means a fresh start. But if you're stuck with the same debt that's only getting worse and worse each month, you'll find yourself stuck in the You'll find yourself stuck when the calendar changes over. But you can change your story. You can let PDS Debt help you find personalized solutions. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And whether you have credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your situation to give you a personalized solution. Oh yeah, the real personal. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands find solutions to get out of debt in a fraction of the time. There's no minimum credit score required. Being in debt, not having any money can be extremely stressful, and I don't want to experience that ever again. If you're in debt and you think it may help you, give PDS Debt a try. Don't wait another month. Change your store in 30 seconds. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. That's pdsdebt.com. That's what I said. I said that. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. Hey, thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video.
Sam also claims that she drinks blood. Ooh. While this may sound ridiculous to most passing viewers, it turns out that she is far from the first person to do so. Sanguinarians are a community within vampire subculture. They're different from lifestyle vampires who simply take on the aesthetic of wearing fangs and gothic style clothing and looking super hot. Sanguinarians are vampires who engage in consumption supposedly for the sake of sustaining their health.
I must.
Smart, yeah. If I don't, I'm going to perish. They practice this by utilizing donors, sometimes referred to as black swans, who are people or romantic partners that are willingly allow their blood to be drunk. In some cases, they'll do it for financial compensation. Need some cash? Don't need to go down to the plasma bank. Let me suck on your neck. Would you, if you could go donate plasma once a week for 5 weeks, you got $250 after all of it. Or if one guy was like, will you let me suck on your neck? I'll give you $500 right now.
No.
You do the plasma?
I do the plasma.
What if he said it'll be 2 minutes?
I don't want. No. If the thing was, I'd only do that if I knew I wasn't gonna get.
What if it was 1,000?
If I knew I wasn't gonna.
$2,000.
I don't want some. He's probably got nasty ass teeth. He doesn't brush his.
$4,000.
No, I'm not risking.
$10,000.
I'm not risking
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
$50,000, 2 minutes.
That's a long time.
2 minutes. That's 120 seconds.
Okay, he's got to ensure that he's brushed his teeth.
50,000. You don't get to insure anything. 50 grand.
That's a long time to be sucking my blood.
$100,000.
All right, now you're talking.
Thank God. See, exactly. So it's always somewhere it's like, okay. Like, what if he said $500,000?
Oh, yeah. Just
Okay.
like, yeah.
So that's okay. What about?
I'd hire a nurse to watch.
No.
I would hire.
He has to hide in the darkness. He can't see anybody see him.
I put a little GoPro, stream it. Have a nurse on standby.
Would you just be looking at the GoPro like this?
Yeah. I'd just be like, am I okay? Is this good? I'd consult a doctor first. I'm like, this guy's maybe $500,000.
I'd be too nervous. If a guy's paying you $500,000, I'd be like, he's in everybody's pocket. He goes, I just wanted to get a checkup. The doctor is like white and face paint on.
I think it's a good idea, actually.
Thank you, doctor.
Actually, now you got me scared because now I got to feel like he ain't paying me the $500,000. I'm dying. He's killing me. I'm going to be like, stop.
That's true. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's an actual vampire. See, that's how he's an actual vampire.
It's real. It's real. Yeah. Some opt to drink blood of animals, while others engage in auto-vampirism, the act of consuming your own blood, which is fucking lame, dude. Oh, I taste good. Fucking give me someone else's blood, dude, and not a dog. I want man blood. Each supposed vampire has their own method for feeding. Some, for example, use a disposable scalpel, make a small incision on their donor, and squeeze the blood out before drinking it and patching up the wound. Many claim that this is not an elaborate roleplay, and that drinking blood stops them from experiencing severe headaches and debilitating stomach pain. Other Sanguarians believe their thirst for blood is purely psychological. Regardless, there's a lack of scientific evidence to support this as a legitimate remedy.
It's all mental, yeah.
I'm a vampire. Oh, what kind of mental illness is this? It's got to be like it's a microdose of autism, right? You're microdosing at this point.
It's delusional. You're just delusional.
It seems like autism and narcissism. I don't act as if I have a choice. I don't want this curse. Please just give me a suck. Let me suck at least once. Also, the person that's sitting there and they're drinking for themselves, what a fucking pick-me girl. Oh, I have to do this.
She's not a real vampire. She's just fucking retarded.
She's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
There are various types of real-life vampires. For example, psychic vampires, who feed on the life force of their humans rather than consume their blood. Boring! Supposedly, this can be done with or without physical contact, and some feed off people by talking directly to people, while others choose to circulate crowds at concerts or clubs to siphon it out of them more subtly, which is definitely just like a fucking loner or outcast who just awkwardly walks around and he's just like, I'm full. Instead of having a human connection with anybody, I'm actually more of a vampire. I can't talk to you because I don't want to kill you. Why is the accent always so? It's always the same accent too. Why is that? What is it about the social cadence that it always sounds like?
Because they're trying to be cool. That's like the anime thing. Yeah.
So does it stem from anime?
I think so. Yeah.
Like that would make me feel really good, but maybe I won't. It's
anime.
Is it just anime?
It's 100%.
But it's all of them.
They watch anime. They're watching
all right.
vampire anime.
Yeah, Vampire Hunter D, you say. That's pretty cool. There are even hybrid vampires who utilize the feeding techniques of Sanguarians and psychic vampires depending on what's available to them. What a fucking cop-out. What a cop-out. That's such bullshit. This may seem silly, yeah, to the average person, to anybody, to anyone, but it seems that the allure of the vampire lifestyle has captured the hearts and minds of many because people are horny. It's mentally ill people who they're hard. And they don't know how to express it. I'm stiff in the pants, but at the same time, I'm kind of tired.
There's one thing where you're like, oh, I just find it hot to role play. But if you're actually believe you're a vampire, you're delusional.
You're delusional. You're mentally ill. Get help. Which, take Andres Bathory, for example, a self-proclaimed vampire from Romania that changed his entire life after the warlord Vlad Tepes, aka the Vlad the Impaler, spoke to him in a dream. According to the interview he did with The Mirror, he became engrossed with the vampire community soon after. While he refuses to drink blood, he admits to sleeping in a coffin in order to bring his mind peace as well as connect with unseen forces. And apparently, he learned that this was possible after doing his own personal research, where he would spend day after day in cemeteries. He claims that discussing his vampirism is dangerous and can only be understood by people with high levels of intellect. Do you think that like there's some people who, so like the coffin thing, sleeping in a coffin, whatever, take that aside, do you think it's just the mental fortitude of being like, I'm not claustrophobic, I'm like, I like being mentally strong enough to just be like, I'm in this confined space sleeping, that makes you feel like you have clarity?
Yeah, I mean, it's all psychological, where it's just like...
What was that fucking movie with Adrian Brody? They put him in a straitjacket and they put you in like a cadaver, like a...
It's like an ice box.
Like a locker, like a body locker or whatever. But he's in there and it's like super claustrophobic, and it was supposed to be like which this is a movie. I'm not saying it's real, but I'm just saying like, I wonder if there is some benefits to like being able to like ease your mind, like you panic and then you're able to like focus your mind and stuff. It's punishing. It feels horrible, but after a while, it like, you know, it has all these benefits, which granted, ice baths, there's a lot of medical shit that is beneficial, but I don't know.
The coffin could be a thing where it's just like, it's an enclosed space where you're just like, if you're not claustrophobic, it's just like, oh, it's comforting. It's pitch black.
Almost like a weighted blanket.
Yeah, almost like that. You're like in,
what are the fucking, the tanks? What are the
yeah, sensory deprivation.
Yeah, sensory deprivation tanks. It's like that.
Could be like that too.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Real life vampires, whether they drink the blood of donors or simply like to wear flashy attire and make cringe TikToks, are generally pretty harmless. In some cases, however, self-proclaimed vampires can take things a bit too far. Lyle Monroe Besley, a 19-year-old from Texas, believed he was a 500-year-old vampire from hell. I could stop it right there, and that would be enough, but we'll have to keep going. At one point, he had convinced himself that he needed to feed on human blood. Dressed in nothing but his boxer shorts, he broke into a woman's apartment and began biting her on the neck. The woman freaked the fuck out, like anyone would, and escaped her home, jumping in her neighbor's car for protection. The man began banging on the car before it was able to drive away. Officers arrived to find Lyle pacing around the parking lot, hissing and growling like a dog. Then the officers chased a half-naked vampire who scaled multiple fences as he screamed about how he didn't want to have to feed on humans. I don't want to have to do this! Eventually, he was captured and put in jail, where he requested that he be restrained because his desire to feed was so great that it would put their lives in danger. Autism. Because the Twilight movies were still being released around this time to massive success, clinical psychologists suggested that this was psychotic episode fueled by vampire-related hallucination. Motherfucker got like so horny during the Twilight movie that he's just like, I have to break into a woman's house and bite the fuck out of her. I could see that being the... Yeah. Dilly sitting there, he's like rubbing his dick, and I say, he's like, why am I so... I feel weird. I got butterflies in my tummy.
He wanted to be Edward.
Am I sparkling? Someone's like, shut up. We're trying to watch a movie. Oh my God. I'm sparkling. How do they see me? You're not invisible. What? Vampires are often depicted as solitary creatures held up in their crypts far away from a hamlet in the valley. However, one vampire has managed to gather hundreds of others for full cult-like gatherings. They call themselves the Sabertooth Clan. This is a weird one, boys. It all started back in '94 when Aaron Todd Hoyt used his grandmother's orthodontist tools to make a pair of vampire fangs for himself and his mother. Right? Harmless little fun. Grandfather, whatever. A year later, he would form the Sabertooth Clan, where he began creating and selling fangs to people that could live out their vampire dreams. He found a nice little niche. It was nice. His business grew to be very successful and harbored a very devoted customer base. To thank his customers and gather vampire enthusiasts all in one place, he began hosting a New York Vampire Ball in 1996. Only 2 years later, he founded the infamous Endless Night Festival in New Orleans. Since then, his festivals have only grown, with thousands of people attending multiple events across the nation each year. At each event, you can expect to find heavy metal bands, burlesque shows, masquerade dances, open bars, and various special guest speakers. This might seem like a really awesome party, but the deeper you dig, the weirder things get. For starters, everyone at the party or in Aaron's circle addresses him as Father Sebastian or Primus. These events are not all open to the public, and many of them are inner court only, which means you have to be a part of his exclusive Sabertooth Club. To get into the inner court, you must receive a pair of fangs from the master fangsmith himself, Father Sebastian. First, you got to choose a style of fang, how many you want. Depending on your choice, you may be charged between $200 to $400 per session. Once you have your fangs, you have to go through the Rite of Transformation, which is an induction ceremony for all new members, and there are 4 steps to this ritual. 1, I will not sleep with my fangs on, by the power of Sebastian. In a southern accent, that's very important. Look at yourself in the mirror with your fangs on, receive your vampire name, and finally, pray to Ankh. an ancient Egyptian symbol meant to represent life, immortality, and rebirth. New members are also instructed on 4 key principles that represent what it means to be a modern-day vampire. 1, primal instinct, being connected to your animalistic impulses. You gotta have that. 2, magic. Wearing your fangs can transform your appearance to otherworldly creatures in the eyes of others. Pretty sweet. 3, escapism. Your fangs are a mask that conceal your identity, allowing yourself to take on a new form. It's kind of like the shapeshift. It doesn't matter. Keep going. 4, desire. The fangs are also used as a way to enhance arousal and pleasure. AKA, dude, bite her clit. She'll love it. Once you become part of the Sabretooth clan, you are admitted to Sanguinarium, an exclusive forum for all members. Though its dark secrets are not fully accessible to the outer court, they were gracious enough to give us access to some of the inner workings of the group. Among the rituals and rules of the group is a page that details the group's religious beliefs, titled Scrolls of Alorath 1. Intro to Living Vampirism. You can see how the clan practices Zephyr or self-transformation through specific rituals. They believe that people can experience a vampiric awakening through metamorphosis and self-growth. This belief, which they acknowledge, is also tied to the Temple of Set. Are you with us? The Temple of Set is a splinter group from the Church of Satan, following what is known as the left-hand path, which focuses on spiritual power, self-dedication, and individual transformation. They also deal with magic and psychic energy, which is a core belief of Sabretooth Clan's transformation process. Keep up. So big, in fact, that people who have attended that everlasting midnight balls claim that Father Sebastian proclaims himself as a religious prophet, one who performs rituals that siphon energy from his patrons at the party and give it to a deity named Fred Sametti. He's not an Italian Toyota dealer. It's a deity. The deity to whom he sends all his energy appeared to him in a dream during a vision quest while he was preparing for his endless night ball in New Orleans just before Hurricane Katrina. Dear fucking God. Now, at nearly every event, there are altars to Fred where people leave coins and beads. The parallels don't stop there. The Temple of Set also features religious texts that include interviews with vampires and members of the Order of the Vampire, all of which focus on their ability to use psychic powers to drain the life rather than drink blood. This continues with the 4th step for joining the clan, swearing over Ankh, the Temple of Set, also as a subgroup, the Order of Setni Kamost, or whatever, that studies Egyptian magic, including Ankh's powers. Please keep up. So essentially, the Sabretooth clan is a satanic vampire energy cult that gets new members through selling fangs. It's like a pyramid scheme for Satanism.
They're expensive too.
They are. It's $400 like a tooth. It's fucking crazy. A pyramid scheme that results in vampiric Satanism is awesome.
And they're preying on delusional...
and they're playing on delusional, horny, autistic people online who think they're going to get their dick sucked at a New Orleans party. That's what this is, okay? All of these beliefs are reinforced by Father Sebastian's long list of books, including his Black Veil series, which is essentially the cult's Bible, and Sebastian claims that these books represent his teachings and research on vampire culture over the past 25 years, since the year 2000. I just want to say that out loud, all right? People are so devout to his teachings that they come to his festivals to get married in full vampire attire. Despite being the head of a massive group with clear teachings of self-transformation and self-betterment, trouble still found its way in. Multiple former members have accused Father Sebastian of manipulative behavior, grooming, and ignoring safety concerns at his gatherings. No. What?
A cult-like figure doing
Come
that?
on, a cult-like figure doing that? No. Father Sebastian has outright denied that the Sabretooth clan is a cult in his now deleted lectures, but his group's core values are directly tied to the occult. He has also made it very clear that you are not just buying fangs, but buying into vampire culture, and if you leave, you'll essentially ostracize yourself from the majority of the vampires. Does that sound like a cult? Hello? This manipulative behavior is exposed more through the interviews with women who claim to be groomed by him. They claim that members who earned access to inner circles through repeated event attendance and personal devotion were given exclusive ritual access. Yeah, that's what it was.
Got to suck my
You can
cock.
come into my quarters. You get exclusive access to you get exclusive access to my balls. Lucky you. These invites made them and all club members feel exclusive, like they belong to an elite group. The process getting fangs from Father Sebastian has also been described as vampiric baptism that you can't back out of. You cannot back out of it. You are in. Hello. During these rituals, Sebastian uses terms like egregor, I don't know what the fuck that is, feeding, and priestess, making obedience seem like a spiritual practice. Members were told they were reclaiming their energy, but were really giving him control over their identity and sexuality. Multiple women have claimed to be sexually assaulted at an altar and were even trapped inside by a bodyguard so they could continue with the ritual. They won't let him leave. Fun stuff. While these atrocities occur behind the closed doors, people who are regular members admit to being harassed by people who claim to be more devoted than them. Does this sound like a cult? Are you in a cult? A satanic vampiric cult for autistic people to have sex. That's your cult. Okay. One woman admitted to feeling unsafe after being bullied and harassed by men who believed they were entitled to them. Fun. Others are being harassed by insisting Father Sebastian debunk the cult rumors. And all these cries fall on deaf ears because if these claims were addressed, it would hurt his empire, right? Motherfucker's got fangs to sell. Sebastian's books are not free and can be purchased either on his website or Amazon. It appears he wants to use his influence to not only sell fangs, but build a multimedia empire. He has also been on countless TV networks advertising books along with his documentaries on vampire lifestyle, and this is all aided in growing his reputation as one of the leaders of vampire community. Zach Bagans even invited him to 2 episodes of Ghost Adventures because he is considered a professional in multiple fields related to ghost and the undead. He sells teeth. He sells fake teeth. In one of the episodes, Father Sebastian passed out from a light anomaly shooting into his body from a cursed moon. It's very funny. Roll the clip.
You can see that he never puts his hand out to break his fall, and he also strikes his head on the wooden floor so hard that his feet fly up in the air.
Although it may seem like all is well, people are starting to catch on. Not only are his horrific deeds within the vampire community becoming more well known, but some are exposing the fact that many of his books include plagiarism.
This guy sounds awesome.
What a fucking nightmare. God. Listen, the world of real-life vampires can be strange at best and truly nightmarish at worst. It's one thing to role-play and talk about your imaginary vampire powers, but those who take things too far by drinking blood can actually end up doing damage to their health. If you want to get involved with this type of community, don't take it too seriously. Grab a pair of fangs and go to a goth club. Get your dick sucked, right? Have some guy eat out your pussy with some fucking fangs in. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And watch Underworld. Just watch Underworld and you'll be fine. You don't have to do any of it. You just watch Underworld and be like, that's my fix. I loved it. If you're carrying around disposable scalpels and asking people for their blood, you might have gone too far. Stay out of the sun, my friends, and we will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Or maybe stay in the sun. Get some sun. Go outside. Please go outside.
Welcome back to the Papa Mate channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about everybody's favorite relationship status. Being polyamorous. I don't know. Is that polyamorous? Polygamy. We're talking about the nuts and bolts in the of it all, huh? You know, we live in an age of sex positivity. Every day we see more and more people setting aside the traditional concept of love and relationships in exchange for a potentially more freeing and exciting lifestyle. AKA, you get to just swap spit with everybody.
Sinners.
Heathens. Downright goobers. You know what, off the cuff before we even go into it, what do you think, Nick?
As long as you're not hurting nobody, I don't care. But for me, I couldn't do it. Be too jealous. Thinking about his, you know.
As long as you're not hurting anybody or thinking about his seed.
My thing is, I would definitely be like the third wheel.
Yeah, they're having dinner or whatever, and you're in the back of the car like, can you give me some onion rings? Yeah, we'll see. Pipsqueak.
Yeah, they're bullying me.
She's gonna have sex with you. You're my boyfriend. Pay the electricity bill. I'm just happy to be here. You know what I say? I say this. You know what? I bet there's some people out there where it works just fine. I think in a lot of regards, I think it's a lot of bullshit.
Everybody that I know has been in a poly relationship. They've broken up because one of them ends up putting someone behind their back.
Yeah, it's weird. It's supposed to be this open thing, but it's, I don't know. You can't escape that primal jealousy. You know what I mean? Our monkey brains, we can't handle it. And every year, polyamory continues to grow in popularity, likely due to its rise in representation in popular culture like TV, movies, and dating apps. Being polyamorous essentially means having more than one partner. That's what it means. Why would you want the hassle?
I could hardly keep up with one.
Oh, God, dude. relationships are very difficult. Did you even just sit there and be like, let's throw in another egg in the mix? Oh God, please, could I? Sleepless nights, please, could I please?
For me, when I got Teddy, I was like, oh, I'll get Max as a second dog so they can be friends. Now it's just a bigger headache for me.
I just want to say, I'm going to put it out there. Kind of makes it seem like you're in a relationship with your dogs. I can only afford so much peanut butter. It always feels like poly relationships are people who are too spineless to break up with somebody. They're like, let's just, can we bring in someone else? And they're just trying to transition someone out of their life. I think that we're just wanting somebody else in our group instead of just being like, I don't like you anymore. I want to break up. That's how I look at it a lot of the times. And also too, you can get out and still.
Or you found your new favorite. This thing is just kind of like your side.
What the fuck is that phrase? It's like, get your cake and eat it too or whatever. There's no way I said that right. It's like baking a cake and eating it. There's certainly a large group that continues to stigmatize the poly lifestyle, believing that being monogamous is the true natural order of things. Some believe that the cost of living has risen so much that people no longer strive for the financial benefits of marriage, instead opting for non-traditional family structures. Believe it or not, it was revealed in 2023 that 19% of adults from the UK participated in polyamorous or non-monogamous relationships. Like it or not, lifestyle isn't going anywhere. So if you're considering the poly lifestyle and don't know where to start, look no further, my friends. Today we're going to talk about the convoluted world of poly relationships.
Because it gets complicated.
We've got a lot of vocabulary to review. Get your notebook and pens out because it's more convoluted than you think. These are the types of polyamorous relationships, my friends. 1, polyamory, right? This is one we know. I'm going to also probably pronounce these wrong. We just need to know that that's usually what happens with these things, so don't know, I'm supposed to tell you. Polyamory comes from the Greek word poly, meaning many, and amor, which means love. It's a lifestyle that entails having multiple partners. This type of relationship requires consent from all people involved on top of having its own unique set of boundaries and responsibilities. Doesn't that sound fun? In this arrangement, people are allowed to form new relationships outside the group. This information needs to be communicated to the other partners, and some groups require an open approval system and requires you to have their permission to engage. So you're in this wolf pack, right? And then you're like this other thing, like, well, we're already doing this thing. I'm just going to go do this. You need a written letter of approval from your wolf pack before you can go out on the hunt again. How f is that, dude?
Pretty soon you're going to be outnumbered the more people get in.
Then the larger your group becomes, it's like, it's a 3-to-1 vote, dude. We don't like Jacob, man. You're not going to fuck him. Those are the rules. It's like, what do you have to do? As a 30-day notice also if you want to leave. Don't forget that there is the $250 deposit fee. It is what it is.
What if you start growing this pack and then everybody kicks you out?
That is how it has to be. Because also, too, I'm going to say this, in every poly group, there's just one, like, pig. That everybody is like, oh, I like this person. You know what I mean? Because I would imagine a lot of poly relationships, if you're a poly guy and you like a girl, but then the rest of the guys are guys, are they gay for each other, too? Some of them are. You went on that one, though, remember, where they were, like, testing it out to see if you want to, like, fuck them?
Oh, I never went on a date.
I thought you went to dinner with them.
No, they offered.
Oh, they offered it.
That's as far as it got, and I think the next day I was like, that's not for me.
But you were considering for a second.
Well, the whole thing was like, he wouldn't fuck you, but he definitely wants to touch your balls.
I still like how there's like a thing of you like in your room like drinking wine being like, go on. Could you give me a day to think about it? Could you give me a brisk 24? This means that even in a relationship involving multiple people, it's still technically possible to cheat in the established rules if the established rules are broken. So if you go on and fuck somebody else, they're like, you just cheated on all of us. And then we move on to polyfidelity. It's another form of polyamorous relationships in which those involved have agreed to not expand the relationship beyond the initial group, choosing to stay more exclusive. This is the tighter knit wolf pack, right? You howl together. Also, in polyamorous relationships, they probably say that too because they're just like, we don't want you f***ing some random person and then bringing that disease back into the group, which makes sense, but also a little silly still.
You got to get tested to get in the wolf pack.
Yeah, exactly. Also, trying to act like in a poly relationship, whatever, trying to act like, you know, we're the clean ones. Imagine me, blue hair, my eyes are even more gaunt. I don't want someone else, I don't want to swap someone else's spit. You know what I mean? Got Cheeto dust all over my fucking like hands and my shirt. Common polyfidelity setups include a triad, where 3 people are involved with each other romantically and sexually, or a quad involving 4 people. A triad is not to be confused with a V, which is when one partner has 2 romantic partners that are in no way involved with each other. In a V, a hinge is the shared partner between the 2. Are you keeping up? And many polyamorous relationships are hierarchical. Many polyamorous relationships have a hierarchy consisting of a primary and a secondary relationship structure that dictates their priority.
There it is. There it is. I'm gonna be at the bottom of the totem pole.
Exactly. We're getting into it, but it feels fucked up that you are in this relationship and then they have a designated dog. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you get the sometimes. You know, on a blue moon on Christmas. What about Kwanzaa? Do keep pushing your luck, pal. For example, a primary relationship may form between the two that spend the most time together. They may even get married, live together, and have children. And for the secondary relationship, they often receive less time than the primary, as well as having less influence in making decisions. I have a full relationship, and this is just my dog that gives me gifts and I get attention from when I'm tired of my primary. This does not feel like the most selfish thing imaginable. Only one person is benefiting from everything. The woman. And an anchor partner is the non-hierarchical relationship equivalent of a primary partner, being the one that is the most stable and reliable figure within the group. The person that has a job. Okay. Can we at least say what it is? The guy who's working full time. That's the anchor partner, all right? Within polyamorous relationships, there are also those known as comets, which are people in the relationship that you do not contact nearly as frequently, whether it's due to conflicting schedules or distance to each other. Comets, aka buddies. I don't know, we can call it whatever cosmic thing we want to call it. That's what that is. Or no, it's not even a relationship, it's just they come over sometime. They're coming. Pass by. There's also polygamy, which requires being married to multiple spouses. This takes place in the form of polygamy, where one man is married to multiple women, or polyandry, where one woman is married to multiple men, aka my boys in the Mormon church. They live on compounds, and it's like really that one show. It's like one dude, 5 wives or whatever. It's too, because it's just like he keeps marrying younger women. So the first wife, she's just like, we used to have a lot of fun back in the day, and then he's like only spends time at like the younger person's house. He has like multiple houses in this cul-de-sac, and he's just like, on Mondays I sleep here, on Tuesdays I sleep here. It's so but as you can see, as we start to get into the hyper-specific poly arrangements, things start to get a little complex. For example, the phrase solo poly, which you would think that's just a regular person, right? But a solo poly is ascribed to those who are single and polyamorous, choosing to prioritize their own needs even while engaging with multiple partners. They often prefer not to have a nesting partner, a term used to describe the partner that you choose to live with.
Yeah, so you're just sleeping around.
Okay, yes, it could look like you being a buddy who's basically just a couch potato hopping from house to house or from nest to nest. Ooh. You're a couch server. You're a whore. You're a homeless person having sex with random people. No, it's a nest. You're not a bird. You're a whore. Solo poly people can also engage in parallel polyamory. Feel like a Doctor Strange or something. I'm like... Parallel polyamory, where their various partners are aware of each other but don't meet or interact with each other.
Do not talk to him.
Yeah, so it's like you know of their existence, but you don't ever want to speak to them, which to me also means that person does not know about you. There's also monopoly, where only one member in a couple engages in polyamorous relationships. Some couples use this setup to save a relationship when one partner has a tendency to cheat, which doesn't always end well. I know you're gonna cheat, but I love you, so go out there and do it. Isn't that just called a hall pass?
I guess so, yeah.
Wouldn't he just be like, yeah, go ahead? Unless he's just like, babe, you can't keep this dog on a leash. For those who reject normative relationship structures, there's relationship anarchy. This means that so long as there is mutual respect between partners, you can follow your heart and structure things as you see fit. Relationship anarchy has a negative connotation to many, as some will use it as an excuse to be selfish, cheat, and manipulate people. However, there is more to this lifestyle. Relationship anarchy can be, for example, building a family that consists of not only romantic partners, but platonic friends. A polycule, also known as a polyweb or a polyfamily, is the connection made among various people living in polyamorous lifestyles. Essentially, it's a family in which you are not only connected by your own partners, but your partner's partner, and so on. And not all members of the polycule need to be romantically entangled. It's a portmanteau of the words polyamory and molecule. Some people who participate in this will create charts to explain the complex web of relationships contained in their polycule. You probably thought you were on Ancestry.com. No. This is a polycule, my friends.
I like how it's showing former partners. Well, we were dating, and I was a part of their thing.
What's the thing, dude? You gotta have a little ancestry. You gotta have a little family tree of your polycule. Because you probably are also like, I might go back. I feel like these are like little islands. They're like little Mario worlds you get to travel to.
What are some of these asexual, non-sexual partnerships? Long distance?
I like how it's just friend. Non-sexual partnership, so it's a buddy. I'm gonna say every one of my employees now. I'm in a polyamorous relationship with all of them.
That's what I was gonna say. That'd be kind of fucked up if it's just like I'm just friends with these guys.
No, you're in the polycule. If I went over to my buddy's house and we were like, yeah, we watch football and we drink beers, and I look over and there's a tack board that's at a polycule and my face is on it, I'm gonna be pissed. But this can result in a tight-knit family-like dynamic that consists of multiple different relationships who are on romantic or friendly terms, known as kitchen table polyamory. Some polycules keep their relationships fairly separated and private, but are still comfortable occasionally meeting up without responsibility or fully merging the two groups' lives together. This is known as garden party polyamory. It borders on cult-like mentality.
A little, yeah.
We can also talk about compersion, which is the feeling happiness on behalf of your partner who is in another relationship. The word frugal is an informal and playful variation of the word. All right, so I just... a lot of poly talk. I'm going to be throwing a lot of shit at you. I'm getting lost myself. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Metamor, which is your partner's partner, whom you are not directly engaged with romantically or sexually. This is like the person, my partner's partner. So it's like I'm in a relationship with her, but she goes and meets up with her other boyfriend at Taco Tuesday, whatever, El Sombrero. Yeah, exactly. We also have the unicorn, which is a woman, usually bisexual, who wants to be in a relationship with both the man and the woman that are together. Unicorn hunting refers to the heterosexual couple's pursuit in finding that person. You were a unicorn. How does that feel?
Special.
That feels kind of sick that you're a unicorn. Would you reconsider if they would have told you you're a unicorn?
Yeah, maybe if they use that language.
If you wouldn't have said he wants to touch your balls, why that?
As a test, I think, of just like, he's attracted to you, so we'll start off slow.
We'll start off slow. He's gonna slap your balls around like a boxer, one of those bags. And then there's cowboys and cowgirls, which is someone who enters a polyamorous relationship only to try and convince one of their partners to leave and enter a monogamous one. So that's like a homewrecker. You don't want to be a cowboy or a cowgirl. They're like, hey, I'm gonna join this thing. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's go. I like you and not him.
You're the villain. You're Sauron.
You're a terrorist. You're Sauron. You're a terrorist. With that said, it doesn't take a genius to understand that poly relationships are open to tons and tons of complications, right? Having a healthy monogamous relationship is already hard enough, so managing several can often lead to a lot of problems. A polyamorous relationship is no place for people who struggle with proper communication, as it can easily make or break the entire thing. These setups often have lots of boundaries, rules, and expectations that need to be addressed to avoid misunderstanding and hurt people's feelings. A big issue for poly relationships is jealousy. More commonly, with people who are new to the scene, the excitement of a new partner coming into the mix can turn into jealousy quickly, depending on the person and how it's handled. With so many people involved, this means having to make time for multiple people so nobody feels neglected. And to do this, you need to now juggle multiple schedules and manage your time, something that can become very mentally taxing. Imagine, when you're just like, I need a break from work. How many times have I been out? I've been like, oh, you want to go do this? And I'm like, yeah, you do it anyways because you're just like, what am I? I'm not an ass. Imagine having to do that 2 times or 3 times, like back to back. All right, I went to this one. Well, what about me? You know what I mean? It's one of those things, knock, knock. Oh, goddamn, dude. It's a common joke that people in large poly relationships need to master using Google Calendar to organize their time. Some people on the r/polyamory subreddit even post detailed guides on how to be the most efficient with the app. And speaking of r/polyamory, let's look at potential complaints people have had with polyamorous relationships to get a glimpse of what could go wrong. Which someone says, many people, especially men, but not always, use polyamory just as an excuse to have a harem and not really have a mutual love relationship with multiple partners. Yeah. Well, like what? No shit. What do you mean? Can you believe they just want to He doesn't actually want to go to the rave with me. He just wants to fuck me. He doesn't actually want to go to Joann's Fabric and pick up yarn. He just wants to have sex. It's like, yeah, duh.
How do people manage their sex schedule? I have 3 partners. 2 of my partners have 3 partners, and 1 partner has just me. But dates. I feel like everyone in the expanded polycule has a role. Sometimes that's just activity partner, nesting partner, and for me, I guess I'm the sex partner. Each of my 3 partners has guaranteed 2 times a week with me where I'm available for sex. And most of the time, they arrange a 3rd time each as well. The result is, I have sex 7 to 10 times a week. I kinda don't want to have sex this much, but at the same time, I'm so used to it now that I also get antsy if I've gone more than 12 hours without sex. My partners get a little sad if they think one of my other partners is having more sex. So there is definitely a little competition going on. Though, we're not supposed to mention when people are having sex with each other to avoid FOMO. In many ways, that makes it worse, because everyone assumes everyone else is having sex whenever they're spending time with me, which a lot of the time is true, but only because they feel like they want to keep up.
You may be deterred by some of these stories, but don't let this fool you. Those who are able to engage in polyamorous relationships in a healthy way find themselves much happier than they ever would have been in a monogamous relationship. Okay? Many feel like it's greatly improved their lives to have a larger support system of loved ones that are there when times are tough. And for those who have children, the extra help makes a big difference. In the case of TikTok star Larissa, she claims that polyandry cured her depression, and others feel that the combined income also makes their lives far less stressful than that of a typical 2-person relationship. There's the added bonus of freedom that polyamorous people enjoy, allowing them to experience things that monogamous people may never get to do. Believe it or not, there are even success stories involving a 20-person polycule in Boston. I hate to see that Irish mess, dude. You give me all that red hair tangled together. That's a disgusting tumbleweed I don't want to be a part of. Their community began in 2020 and eventually became a large, positive relationship in which everyone feels deeply in love with each other. Together, they learned the proper communication tactics, set boundaries, wingman each other, and schedule their time in a way that appeases all their partners. I call bull. I think people are gonna be like, yeah, it's fine. All right, we're in harmony. I'm like, who's the dogs, dude? Who's the dogs? I want to know who are the secondaries or the thirdnaries. I mean, who's the 20? Who's number 20, dude? It's the guy with the like Jimmy John bags coming in. All right, who had the Italian? That's the 20, dude. But now let's talk about a particularly interesting and strange polycule relationship story. Let's talk about Sam Bankman-Fried's weird poly penthouse. You guys remember Sam Bankman-Fried and his weird gopher mole girlfriend? She threw his ass under the bus, didn't she?
I think so, yeah. She did.
He did all of it. All of it.
She's like trigger fucking someone.
Jesus.
Is that what they were doing here? You'll find out. Sam Bankman-Fried, known as a cryptocurrency prodigy, became wrapped up in one of the biggest financial scandals in recent history. In 2019, he founded FTX, a massive cryptocurrency exchange and hedge fund. During its peak, it was one of the most successful cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, averaging $10 billion in trading volumes per day. This all collapsed, however, when it was discovered that CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was misusing the funds from his customers. In short, tons of investors began pulling out of FTX, but they did not have the money, leading to its bankruptcy. Fried was later sentenced to 25 years in prison. Something that was revealed amidst the chaos was that Fried and his other company executives were involved in a wild polyamorous lifestyle. So funny. Supposedly, they all operated out of a luxury penthouse in the Bahamas within a 10-person polycule relationship. Caroline Ellison, the CEO of Alameda Research, was allegedly involved as well, writing graphic blog posts on Tumblr about it. She stated that while she used to be a trad woman, she now realizes that the only acceptable style of poly is best characterized as something like Imperial Chinese harem. If you can't be busting out Imperial Chinese harem and they're not smoking the opium pipe. Those motherfuckers definitely have like an 86-year-old Chinese dude in the back who's just like passing the stuff along. And they're all like lounging on big like satin purple pillows. And that gopher chick's rolling around. That gopher chick freaks me out, dude. She goes on to say that she thinks all relationships should have a hierarchy where there should be a, and I quote, vicious power struggle for higher rank. Like, imagine your relationship right now, your partner looking at you and saying there should be a vicious power struggle for higher ranks in a relationship. It's like, how tall are we going here? You know what I mean? That's a billionaire activity, though. You know what I mean? That's billionaire mindset. We have to crush them all like each other, like cockroaches, survive nuclear winter together.
I was gonna say, this feels just very like power trippy. Like, I want people to be fawning over me.
Yeah, I think it's the jealousy thing. Today, I'm the top dog. I'm not the grunt anymore. But you know, the power struggle changes. Who knows? In a particularly cringy Tumblr post, she chastises boy positivity posts on Tumblr, detailing what she finds attractive in men. One being, quote, controlling most major world governments. Now that is attractive. This is her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the top dog.
She looks like she was beaten with a wiffle ball bat. Can I just say that? Can I be so bold? You know what? I'm going to be rude because she's a crook. Within their polycule penthouse, they took copious amounts of drugs. There's the opium den. Copious amounts of drugs and swap partners as they pitched billion-dollar ideas. They would take stimulants in the morning and sleeping pills at night. And a high society figure in Miami described his experience meeting them at a crypto conference, stating that they smelled horrible and spent the night popping pills like a bunch of frat bros. You look at Sam Bankman-Fried, you know that motherfucker smells like yeast.
He's a little sweat lord.
Yeah, you ever smell like old rye bread? That's what I imagine Sam Bankman-Fried smells like, just like dry, I don't know, marbly. And it goes without saying, but while there are many success stories in the world of poly relationships, some are darker and have ended much more grim. Like Ezra Miller's polycule cult. People haven't talked about Ezra Miller in a bit. Remember Ezra Miller?
He's so cute. Remember him as the Flash?
Ezra Miller, most recently known for his role as the Flash, was put under intense scrutiny around 2020 over claims that he was operating a commune in Iceland, among other things. While Miller has talked about his polyamorous lifestyle in the past, one of his friends opened up to reporters about how his actions more resembled a patriarchal dictatorship. And another referred to it as court harem.
The power controlling world government.
I'm the Flash. He rented out an Airbnb in Reykjavik, inviting all sorts of friends and artists to come down, some of which being spiritual advisors. Thank God. There, Miller was seen as some sort of idol, according to one visitor, stating that everyone seemed completely hypnotized by him. The actor gave long spiritual speeches, claiming he had superpowers, and at times, he would experience intense mood swings and become enraged at his guests, which is unlike him. There's definitely no footage of him anywhere ever being, I guess, aggressive or mad. That's not like Ezra. Miller's friends detailed his manipulative and abusive behavior in his makeshift commune, saying, quote, Ezra controls all the sex as the man and plays the women against each other, screams at them, belittles them in front of the others. That's fun. One of the women involved with him in Iceland, who was 18 at the time, had sex with him on 3 occasions. During her time staying with him at the hotel, she recounted him becoming weirdly obsessed with her breeding capabilities, worshiping her womb by talking to it and hugging it. All the female viewers right now being like, okay, all right, a man who worships his womb? I do have breeding capabilities. That's what I'd be. If I was a woman, that's what I'd be saying. I'm a breed machine. You don't even know how much is gonna be popping out. Further testimony alleges that Miller had invited teenagers to his commune as well, supposedly engaging in sexual acts with them during their stay. And it seemed that the commune had come to an end in the late 2020, and a string of crimes and signs of mental decline from Ezra Miller poisoned his reputation in the eyes of the public. Whatever happened to Ezra Miller? I feel like he just ran off into the tall grass. We never saw him again. Into the weeds, and you're like, all right. But in some cases, toxic polyamorous relationships have ended in death. In 2018, 31-year-old Aline Sadine's battered body was found on the side of a road in Florida. According to Sadine's close friend, Aline had been entangled in a throuple, or triad, as we know, between 2 partners, Zachary Abel and Christina Araujo. Zachary Abel, over time, became jealous over the amount of time that Aline and Araujo would spend together. He was unable to adjust to the new arrangements he agreed upon, turning to physical violence. Aline was terrified of Abel at this point, but was too scared to call the police because Araujo's father worked in law enforcement. Her close friend constantly pushed her to leave the relationship before things could escalate, but it was too late. Her body was found, covered head to toe in bruises after being tortured and killed by the couple. Investigators found the motel room covered in blood, putting the pieces together quickly before discovering the body, and eventually the 2 of them were convicted and arrested. Araujo was sentenced to 20 years and Abel was sentenced to life in prison. We always just gotta throw a little horrible zest at the end, don't you? Instead of putting a cherry on top, we just shoot like the liquid that's in a mustard. You know when you have mustard and it shoots out the mustard piss before the actual sauce? It's like a very fine cake. You're like, oh wow, instead of a cherry, mustard piss all over it. Now it goes without saying that lots of these crazy channel, how you doing? Come in and sit them down because today we're talking about disasters.
You gotta put it in the shoe.
How long does a man have to wait to kind of joke about disasters? It's not even a rhetorical question. I'm literally asking. 6 months? A year? 10 years? What about 2,000 years? Surely that gives us enough time to give a little chuckle, I would assume. Right? Things can be horrible, awful, bad thing can happen. If 2,000 years has passed, I mean, we can have a little chuckle or we can at least talk about it in a lighthearted way, which is what I wanted to do today about the death statues of Pompeii, which I want to say that the Pompeii death statues, not even death statues, they're just burnt up people. Gonna get that right out of the way, all right? These aren't art pieces. These were human beings. Let's say you've never heard of it. Let me give you a nice little fill-in on what the Pompeii disaster was. Pompeii was a middle-class Roman city in southern Italy, founded
600 BC, and its population consisted of around 20,000 people. It was a thriving city, filled with restaurants, bars, bakeries, and even brothels. The city sat next to a large volcano called Mount Vesuvius. Such a good name. If I was going to die by any volcano, give me that one. Which had been dormant for centuries. But that all changed on October 24th, 79 AD.
Did you know that there's contention on when it exploded? There's a million dates. They say it's August, and then like it's September.
It was a long time ago. Ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can tell you what, black holes went out. Around 1 p.m., Mount Vesuvius erupted violently, and for 18 hours, the volcano covered the city in ash and rained volcanic stones to the point of initiating mass evacuations. And approximately 2,000 residents stayed behind to weather the storm, hiding wherever they could. Rocks, ash, and toxic gases rushed down towards the city at around 180 miles per hour, destroying buildings
and suffocating people.
Death was that's the Grim Reaper, okay? Over time, the entire city was completely flooded with volcanic debris. Some were able to escape at the last second, but the rest faced brutal deaths. One of the only survivors, Pliny the Younger, recounted how the city was buried under 17 feet of ash and volcanic rock. He recounted how people covered their heads with pillows as the only defense against the showering stones. Don't think that's gonna work. Over the years, the remains of victims have been found and excavated in a sort of plaster cast state, displaying their final moments before death. The total number of casualties is not known, but 1,044 cast have been discovered. And just a little food for thought, the last eruption of Mount Vesuvius was 1944 and is expected to erupt again in the near future. So, you know, maybe we'll get more plaster sculptures of people. All right, so albeit disrespectful, I think is going to be a lot of fun because today we are doing the Pompeii feels wrong to say. We are doing the Pompeii Death Pose Statue Tournament. We're gonna see which is the best. What does that mean exactly? I don't know. Without further ado, let's start going. Like I said, there's 1,000 of them, but I think we're just going with 16 because a lot of them, it's gonna sound disrespectful, a lot of them are kind of doing the same thing, all right? So we have to kind of, they're either like, oh, or they're laying down, justifiably so, okay? But we gotta have some separation to make this thing work. So, you know, there's a lot of them, but we're only talking about a couple of them. 16 of the best, cream of the crop, ways to pose when you die. Let's get into it. So first off, I'm gonna look at, it's crawling in my skin or the first selfie. First off, I want to say the first selfie, is that their actual teeth?
I don't know.
If that's their actual teeth, that is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, who's going to sit there and be like, put in some fake ones with some dentures?
I was reading some Reddit posts and people were like, those aren't real. And someone's like, they had really great teeth back then.
Okay, I just want to say the first selfie, the teeth are really selling me. But at the same time, crawling in my skin, that's a Linkin Park reference. I want to say looks more like Creed's Human Clay album cover. Also, it's kind of fucked up. The first selfie one kind of looks like they're smiling, doesn't it? Like, what kind of sadistic is like drowning in gas and in volcanic stone and they're just like this? The crawling in my skin one, that motherfucker's going through it. You can tell he's trying to crawl. There ain't no crawling away from anything. But this is where you're gonna see a lot of these forks in the road. Which one's better? First selfie was just like, I don't even give a fuck. You're kind of smiling at the end. Barely hurts! The other one seems like a guy who's just like, I will not die here. But he did, which I guess if that's the case, I feel like I'd want to go out being like, I don't give a fuck.
Like Monkey D. Luffy, smiling when you die.
What are you talking about?
Oh, in One Piece, if you have the will of D, you smile before you die.
What does that mean, Nick?
That's just what it is.
Because of that, I'm going to choose the crawling in my skin one. No, I'll do first selfie. First selfie, I'll give it to first selfie. Next one up is, ooh, a nice wave and just a baby. It's just a baby. First off, we're saying wave, but how do we know that he didn't, like, in his final moments, he wasn't just like, oh. He was flooded with the future, and that's him actually driving a car, and he's waving to his neighbor. Technology, or the technology, because they're in Italy.
It looks like he's driving like a little go-kart.
At the Mario Kart, we popular Japanese people are going to make Italians very popular. He's like a Mario banana, and then just catches him there. I'm not gonna lie, the baby one, that is haunting. Why does it kind of look like he was like straight up like diving, or somebody held him like a spear and they're like, whoa, fly baby, fly.
You know what it reminds me of? The dancing baby gif. If you like tilted him.
He's jumping. It's making me sad versus the wave one. I'll tell you what, when I zoomed in on it, I don't mind the wave. I like that he looks like he's driving a Mario Kart, but at the same time, him not having fingers just really shows how painful it is. Also, like the plaster sealing his nose and lips where he's just like...
is kind of horrifying as well. But I feel like I would like to have just a jolly wave forever. See, when I die, what I want to happen, I don't want to be buried because I'm claustrophobic. I want to be in a mausoleum, but I want to be in a glass case so my family can come see me. I'm naked. I want to be airtight sealed so I can try to be preserved as long as I can. But if something happens where I'm able to come back to life somehow, don't know how that works. It only opens from the inside. So people can't just come in, fondle me and do whatever they want with me, or like steal my brain or like a leg. Yeah, it's like the only person I can only open it from the inside. But then I get scared that sometimes if I do come back, that I'm sitting there and I'm like, ah, this guy's case. But at least I'm not buried.
We have the little pull tab that says pull here.
If I can't open up a door handle, I'm already gone. All right, I'm going with wave. Also, I just don't like babies. You know what I hate about when people have babies for the first time? They're always just like, this is him doing that. Your baby, every baby is ugly as shit. Let me at least agree there. Child and mother. Oh my God. And pray. What's that? Is the kid on her stomach?
Also, apparently it's a man.
This is a man? How do we know where they weren't playing? He's like bobbing him up and down. Whee! One of those things. They didn't even know what was going on, the commotion. Daddy, why are people yelling? Don't worry about it. Woo! Bouncing him up and down. God, the prey one goes so hard. That's so sick. I don't know what the hell's going on with that father and son one.
It looks like the son's like beating him.
His dad's like, stop hitting him in the face. And his son's just fucking wailing on him. Because maybe, what if you can create some backstory is, what if he pushed his mom into the gas or whatever, and the kid saw it, and that was him attacking his dad. This is the final moments of him being like, we're both gonna die. He's like, I don't give a or I don't give a daddy. But I mean, he's punching him like that, and he rips off his Italian mustache because they all have the big mustaches, and he takes off the chef hat, and he's like fucking strangling him with it. Die, Dad. Die.
Jesus.
I mean, it's kind of cool. I will say the guy sitting there praying, though, goes so hard.
What do you think he's praying for?
Probably listening for. What's that song say?
Pray to a God that don't believe me. I got freedom.
Who is that? Is that Bruno Mars? Don't tell me. I'm gonna just assume it's Bruno Mars. But see, now with the backstory that I have, I like the dad and son more. I like the kind of camaraderie there. But at the same time, this is just kind of sick. It's kind of horrifying too, actually. He's got big ass knees.
What if he's not praying? What if he's squatting and taking it? Because that's how they did back then.
Yeah, but wouldn't he be kind of standing up? Oh, you was kind of fucked up. If you were sitting in that position and you were taking it and your poop slides out like a little snail out of your in front of you. What if at some point there was a little petrified piece of shit there and he sat there and his limp was over there and the shit grazed underneath the underside of his. He was like, whoa, and then. So now we have the poop prey or we have the Scorsese film. Which one would you say? Which one do you like more?
The child one's funnier, but the prey one is just goes way harder.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about if I was in my pose, even if I was beating the shit out of my dad, I don't think I want to be sitting on my dad's lap forever. I'm gonna go with prey.
It does look kind of sexual.
Well, I didn't want to bring that up, but it does look very sexual. Okay. Buck teeth. Oh man, brutal. And sleepy time. Okay. The sleepy time labeling is so disrespectful of a guy you can tell contorting in pain. You can see that. And it's like, he's just dead. And it's sleepy time. This one's kind of easy because first off, that pig-nosed buck-tooth son of a bitch. Imagine that's your face forever. People are like this. You're preserved in a museum. You're like, you're a victim of a horrible tragedy. And you're like, well, at least people understand what I went through. And then every time someone looks at you, they do this.
Kind of looks like a cyclops.
He does look like a fucking cyclops. Oh, that's what the voice sounds like. Oh, it looks like he's bricking a bit, doesn't it? Oh. The sleepy time one, it's like he's in pain, but he's kind of comfortable with it. He's like fingers all contorted, and he's just like, His face kind of looks like, You got some big ass lips too. I have a feeling people have kissed this one before. Look at those lips, big ass lips. What if you're kissing them? You're like, should I kiss him? Whatever. Like, yeah, no one's looking, and you do it. And then you look, you open your eyes, and he's like, I guess sleepy time, I guess. But the buck teeth thing, also the expression, I don't know. It's kind of a scary one, man. The two ones here are, excuse me, too, that's nice. This photo shows the skeletal remains of two victims identified as a wealthy man who attempted to flee the Pompeii disaster alongside his male slave. It is likely that the rich man was between his 30s and 40s, while the slave was around 18 to 23. The slave was speculated to have a crushed vertebrae based on his skeletal form, which implies that he was either crushed during the escape or forced to do heavy slave labor. Or maybe he's getting them back shots like crazy. Coitus. Kind of does look like he's eating some here, doesn't it? Yeah, actually, this one's kind of rules, dude. Imagine you're sitting there and for all time you get to have some on your head. That's kind of not a bad deal. And also, dude, he's caked up. Got a nice ass for all eternity? Are you kidding me? You got nice ass and titties on your head, or you got a baby's thumb poking out and you're just like, no, everybody knows my tiny. And you got the guy who's just like, and I did slave labor on this guy. He crushed his goddamn pelvis. I would assume something fell on him. Well, actually, if something fell on him, I feel like his legs would be gone. Structural integrity with that.
Do you think the guy who's on his back and got crushed?
Well, actually, I don't know. It's hard to say.
I feel like a rock hit his back and then he was on his side.
Oh! Is it too disrespectful to be like their death noises, the last death noise?
No, I think it's.
Like the guy with the tiny and he's sitting there and he's just like, kind of like Post Malone, whatever. I have some help. One of those things.
It takes two.
It takes two to bring on. This guy stinks.
I mean, I gotta go with the guy with parrots on his head and he's all caked up. I don't think there's anything better, dude. Laying with a sexy ass woman forever, being able to show like, yeah, dude, look at this big ass that I had. You know, he was peacocking that thing around too. When he walked, he definitely moved his sides back and forth. You know what I mean? They're like, there goes Poncavius, or where the f his name is. He's just like, hello, everybody.
The girl's also doing like the Rizzler thing.
My boy's just a pair of bones. Is that just, yeah, it's just a skeleton. Is that a pose? It's just a full-fledged skeleton.
Is that Pompeii?
Well, yeah, but that's not a pose. That boy is just a skeleton.
Yeah, but look, he got hit by some kind of building.
That is a Wile E. Coyote if I've ever seen it right there, dude. You think the gas was coming? He had the sign.
Uh-oh.
Also, cheese is brutal. How metal is that, though? Half of your face, you still have some of your nose, whatever, and you're just like, ah! You know what happened to, actually, when it's f***ed up here, the guy was definitely like, ah! And then died. That's that's horrifying.
It kind of looks like he's having a little pleasure. It was 180 miles per hour. That's how fast the lava was.
This frozen time. All right, we'll go with cheese. You convinced me. It's nice cheese.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, Gamer Subs. If you're in the mood to get up, get active, and get out, you better start drinking Gamer Subs, baby. I've completely sworn off all energy drinks besides Gamer Subs because Gamer Subs is keto friendly, it's sugar free, and goddamn do the flavors taste good. I have my own personal flavor called raw meat that is, dare I say, the best one out there. But also, how are you gonna drink these things? Well, they have beautiful anime shakers, big old biddies on these shakers that make everyone gawk and look at you. Also, they're selling blood diamonds on the aftermarket, so be sure and look out because they resell for high value, okay? You can use our promo code PAPAMEAT to get 10% off your order, and you know what? Even sign up for a couple free samples, because guess what? When you sign up, you're definitely coming back because they're that goddamn tasty. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for always sponsoring the video. And back to the video.
My boy is beaten off. A man got covered in lava while he was beating it to like the entry of a door. Yeah, he got up for the day. He's getting ready to like walk out of his house and he's like, oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh. Poncavius? Huh? Oh. I'm guessing it would probably evaporate. What if you bricked, shot it up, and it also froze with it like strands, like an icicle?
Yeah, probably instant steam.
Oh, yeah. You breathed in his face. Oh, got that spunky gas. Oh.
What if he did it on his belly? Ooh. Your gas, you could see the detail.
My God, that's 2,000-year-old jisms if I've ever seen it. Face down, ass up, dude. Some of these people are caked up. I'll tell you what, though, it looks like this is what it looks like, a gray alien. Also, remove the gravel underneath them. Can we put them on a bed forever? You're just on a bed of gravel, ass up in the air. You know, people are looking at it too, like they're like, oh my, how tragic, and they do. What if there's a perfectly preserved starfish right there between his cheeks? So scratch and sniff. Take your thumbnail. If I could look like a cheese alien jacking off for the rest of time, I absolutely would do that. Let me be the cheese alien jacking it.
Curling his toes, too.
Curling his toes and gripping the sheets. He's like, ah! If anything, it's a perfect encapsulated moment of human ecstasy, and that's just a beautiful human moment. So I will do jerking it. Bedtime and doggo. My boy just looks comfortable. Is that a piece of cloth he's on? Put him on a cloth. They put the other guy on a bed of gravel. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, isn't that kind of fucked up? All right, bedtime. Bedtime looks good. Also, my boy was doing well. Look at that belly. He looks like, does he look like Jigsaw, kind of?
Oh my God.
His face looks a lot like Jigsaw. The dog one's just sad.
No, he's getting his belly scratched.
I don't like seeing it. Also, he's like on embers. They didn't even put him on clean rock. They're just like, throw him in the lava rock. Hey, that's easy. I'd go bedtime. Also, I don't know why. It's easy to laugh at humans being dead, but for animals, it feels disgusting. All right, well, that's the first round done. Those are all really good, though. I don't know why, first selfie, this is kind of a minor complaint for me. That one little gap of light shining in my eye forever, it just seems cruel. Doesn't it seem a bit torturous? Also, having one of your arms up. But then if you're doing that complaint, then it's like for my wave, I'm always holding my arms up like this. But then I'm a bit of a show pony. He does have a millennial smirk a bit, doesn't he? Does it not look like he's like this? Put a fedora on that right now and try to tell me that's not a millennial. He has like a lap full of Office DVDs. Well, my kitty, I guess I'm going to have to spoil you tonight. Now, see, now the Wave guy, he's getting, I'm going to give it to Wave. Give it to Wave. Prey versus Sleepy Time. God, Prey is just so hard, dude. And also picturing the piece of shit coming out of his there too. One thing I don't understand with this picture, why is all those pots around him? Is that, do you think that's just that they found in, maybe he's a pot maker. He's making bowls and he's taking it to his workstation because they wouldn't give him the day off. And he's like, fuck you guys, I'm gonna get mine.
What do you think his last sound was?
That's actually before. And then he got done, he was like, and then he died. So that was actually all before what happened. Okay. Sleepy time. It looks like he's got a nice comfy shirt on too, though, doesn't it? Look at him. He's got some full-on robes or whatever, looking comfy.
This is what I think. He's walking, and then he had a heart attack and fell over.
Yeah, I like to think that he had a heart attack, died, and then the whole thing happened. No one found him. No one came across his body yet. You can kind of see it in his ankle here a little bit. It looks like maybe an animal got him for a second, but then they felt the rumbling and they ran off. I don't want to be in the sleepy time, but then I'm in a robe too. Whole thing is with the prey, you're barely human. You know what I mean? You're kind of a blob. Granted, the thing is awesome, or you could be lounging around forever. And you got I don't know, man. The praying one is a better pose. I want to say that, but also, I don't know. You know what? I feel like if you're laying down, you're kind of one of many. I think you got to go with pray just because of that. Even though I will say sleepy time, dare I say, looks like the comfiest of the death poses. And I like to think that he did have a heart attack beforehand, so he died his own way, right? Oh, head or say cheese. Man, that's one's gonna be hard. You got a full ass, you got a full pair of, and you're like cheeked up, snuggled up forever with somebody.
And it looks like he was pulling her pants down. You see that?
God damn, Nick. This is actually just sad. Kind of hits me in waves a little bit, doesn't it? Just sad. I mean, look at that. It's like the Titanic or something. We're gonna be fine. And then just...
You don't think that's like a little dress? He's like, Oink.
No. I'm not going to take this man who has on his head and make him look like a creep. All right? He's assed out, cheeked up, chilling with his girl. I mean, he's pushing hard into her stomach too. God damn. I feel like it's almost like borderline headbutt. How do we know he didn't tackle this woman? See, now you got me all messed up now too. God damn it. The say cheese guy, I love the half preserved half skull. It's metal as
teeth are there too.
Man, if he had some nipples, I'd probably give it to him. You just can't beat it on the head though, man. You know what I mean? I got a schnoz though, didn't he? Holy hell.
Yeah, why is that? That's like a perfectly preserved nose.
I want to say, and I don't want to speculate here, I don't know who runs the museum over there in Pompeii. How do we know that isn't just gray Play-Doh that they stuck? Because that is a well-preserved nose. Is that not a well-preserved? No one else has a nose. Where's all the other noses? How do we know some guy didn't come in there and he was just like,
just put a little teeth in there?
Put the teeth around, slap some fucking Play-Doh on his face. There you go. Isn't that funny? And then everyone's like, oh my God. He's like, all right. I know. He just like ran with it. I know. It's weird. It's half preserved, huh? I gotta give it to the head. Wait, so okay. So, oh, wow. Jerking it or bedtime? So the last guy who was laying down sleeping, you didn't give it to him, even though it looks comfortable. I think bedtime might be the most comfortable looking one. I think if anything, this man might have actually died in his sleep. Versus jerking it, there's something so insanely cool and real about jacking off and on your stomach, and then you are immediately lit in flames and preserved forever in a molten cheese. We come to the point where David Carradine wrapped around a belt around his neck. That's the ultimate form of autoerotic asphyxiation is what it sounds like. I mean, the lack, not that you're choking yourself, but put yourself to the brink of death. If you could feel yourself, boom, while death was like caressing your cheek, that's gotta be insane. Jerking it's gotta get it. Wow. Okay, semifinals. We're in the semifinals round here. So we have the Wave versus Prey. The Wave is so jolly, and the Prey is so sad. Should we try attributing what would I want to be preserved as forever, and also the pose itself, and also, I think, general shape. Like when I say general shape, I mean the Prey, you're barely human. You're a blob man. Versus Wave, you still got eyes on them. He's like I said, you got the millennial smirk. You got the OG millennial there. The original Redditor right there waving at you. Even looks like he's got some goddamn khakis on, doesn't it?
You know what? The Wave guy, it kind of looks like he did a cannonball. He jumped into the lava.
It does kind of look like he did. He's just like, embrace it! And he just jumped into it. I think he was on some kind of like weird device that he made that people were like, what the fuck is this? He's like, it's a tricycle.
I like to imagine it was a flying machine.
It's a fly, I'm a bird! People were like, what? And he's like, ah! It just gets burned real quick. Kind of embraced the pain for. Yeah, he was carrying it through. Well, that's what he was doing. He was taking his way here. He had the millennial smirk going. He's like, and he was getting ready to race. He's like, to do that, but he's like, and he was almost there. The Wave is the OG millennial. Prey goes hard, but there's just not enough features to make this the best, I don't think.
That looks like mud. Like someone just put through mud.
If the piece of poop was there, it would have gone way farther. Or you could have also speculated it was like a tail. You're like, maybe this was like the demon that summoned it, right? But you're like, nah, I mean, it was a suit. No. What if it was perfectly preserved prolapse? Just like out a piece of poop. That'd been kind of cool. I mean, it's not here, but you know. You think anybody in Pompeii, do you think any of them had a prolapse ass? Everything just looked like red cabbage over there. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Looked like little monkey brains popping out of their ass cheeks. I'm gonna give it to Wave. All right, this is easily the hardest matchup of the day. It has to be. Head rustled in, caked up, or straight up lying on the ground, jerking it forever. The best pose. Also, both beautifully preserved. Jerking it looks a little more cheesy, a little more like moldy cheesy, and the coitus one is smooth. I mean, it's very beautifully preserved. You got all in my head about him pulling down her panties and stuff earlier, so I'm all like,
it's all consensual.
Oh, you don't know that. Here's the biggest factor for me, because both of them are kind of sexy. You get in your head forever, but the coitus one, you get to be with someone forever. That's got to be huge. But granted, if you're in a museum and people are seeing you, you're seeing people every day. So you might even want to be alone a little bit after a while. You're like, give me some time, dude. To be fair, you were there underground or under a sheet of ash for who knows how long. Long time. What if he also had this is kind of sad too, is what if he had a baby? He's like, I love you. You're saying I love you to the baby. That's why he's so close up to the stomach.
I love you, you little meatball. Daddy gonna take care.
And that's the dad talking to the baby.
Don't worry, my little matzo ball. I got it.
And she's like, Alfredo! This is a much more sad scene versus the jerking it guy. That motherfucker was living in the moment. Somehow he transported to the future and he was listening to Ricky Martin in his head, I feel like. Living la vida loca. Think about the on the stomach. You're perpetually forever in a jerk-off stance. That's kind of embarrassing.
But you're a legend.
You are a legend. You are a legend versus if you're with your wife, you got on your head, and you got somebody to cuddle with forever. That's gonna be good. This is actually so hard. Funny points, jerking it wins. Actual story and like preservation, you gotta give it to coitus. I'm giving it to jerking it. I'm giving it to jerking it, and I know that I feel wrong for doing that. I feel like I've betrayed the people. I feel like I've betrayed love, but that is, you know, it is what it is. The boys just gotta jerk it. So that means our finals here is the original millennial with the wave, or my boy Fiesto Jerky. Jim Halperino or Fiesto Jerky is kind of what is where I'm at here. Preservation on both, great. It looks like there's actually more detail on jerking it. Less embarrassing pose on Wave, more embarrassing pose on jerking it. This doesn't even feel like a contest, does it? It feels like jerking it has to be our champion. But the Wave looks like he does have a pair of like Birkenstocks on. I don't think I like that. You know, like slippers or Birkenstocks or something, which would also be very millennial. I also have a pair of Doc Marten boots in my closet. It's jerking it. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion has to be jerking it. Jerking it's our champion. Out of all the horrible things that happened in Pompeii that day, which is just one. Out of all the horrible things. Yeah. Also, can you believe we got rain? Yeah, we got mud in the house. We tracked mud in, the dog got, I don't know where the dog went. You know, out of all the people that died in the Pompeii disaster, it was a horrible, horrible thing to be fried alive and preserved for everyone to see forever, right? Forever. Preserved forever. And for a man to have died on the floor, jerking it, leg up, toes curled, in a moment of ecstasy, preserved forever, is not something to gawk at, ladies and gentlemen. It is something to admire. When the world is gone and the Pompeii people are still preserved and aliens come and visit us, they'll wonder what this face is, and I think they'll know it was joy. I think they'll know that in this final moments, it was what humans were meant to do, and it was meant to brick, to nut. That's what we were meant to do. Am I wrong? For me, this is the most beautiful thing. Beautifully preserved, creepy at the same time, badass, stoic, and just represents the most beautiful thing a human can do. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is your Pompeii winner. Like I said, there was a lot more. They're all kind of doing the same thing, lying around and clenching their teeth and cowering.
Is there a pose you wish you saw?
A pose I wish I saw? I wish there was a guy like, either like this.
Yeah.
On his knees. Or the same thing on his knees, like flipping off the bird. I would have loved like one of those. I imagine people like that though. They were probably just disintegrated. Who stumbled upon that? Do you think people thought it was art at first, or do you think it was so fresh where they're just like, oh, oh, mamma mia! Oh.
But they were like, what did they do to the gods?
Yeah, if they did know about this and they're just like,
leave it.
How fucked up is that?
No burial. They're like a crispy.
Don't touch crispy.
Yeah, don't touch a crispy. Get on your hands. That's a curse from a god.
Italians are scum. I gotta say, this feels like maybe the lowest we've ever gone.
We can get lower.
For at least... Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about disgusting people doing disgusting things.
You just don't have to worry about it.
It's not safe. Kevin is living on top of the bomb. I mean, he doesn't even understand. That is very dangerous, my friend.
Ah! The spring is right around the corner. You know, getting things nice and organized. Throwing out some of the unused junk, which I'm a hoarder. I mean, if you look at the back of my room here, here. I have a dog. My dogs haven't been up here in how long, and I have a dog bed.
Just in case.
Just in case, you never know. But today I wanted to take time to talk about one of my favorite things, people collecting trash and being unable to throw things away because emotionally they are connected to them somehow. I love the idea. I am unable to throw away a bucket. Your mind gets attached to a bucket full of like dead rats or something like that, and you're like, I need it. I can't live without this bucket. What is a hoarding disorder? If you've never heard of hoarding, this is what it is. There is a misconception that hoarders are simply lazy people who don't want to clean or organize their living space. In reality, it's much more complex. It actually became recognized as a mental illness, one that leads to people struggling to part ways with their possessions. It becomes a necessary comfort to keep these items, and discarding them can lead to intense emotional distress. That's what you're talking about. The first catalyst to a hoarder is whenever the kids have those fucking, on the back of your door, the Hot Wheel collector thing. It's weird. It's like, look at my Hot Wheel collection. You shut your door and that thing would do. I swear to God, that is the starting point to emotional stress collecting. I gotta fill them up. Because then if anything, I remember I was like talking with this friend of mine, and I was like, you have 3 of these. There's like 200 slots on the back of them. He's like, I don't. So he just started putting all kinds of shit. He'd find like twigs and rocks from outside, break them and like put them in the thing. It felt like a I was like, all right, man, cool. Mom, come pick me up. Many feel the need to hold on to their things as a way to feel like they have a sense of control over their lives. People experiencing dementia, OCD, or depression can sometimes find themselves experiencing these same tendencies. Maybe you're depressed. Better hold on to some of this stuff. Over time, however, this comes at a cost of their own personal health. Their living space can become cramped, dangerous, and covered in health violations. It often leads to isolation, which erodes relationships with friends and family. Which the first case I think of is that one that was people were talking about a lot, was the girl who like hoards her poop.
This house has a septic issue.
Oh yeah, we got that in there.
Okay, good. We're talking about the poop hoarder.
There's still some space in the toilet, but I don't want it to overflow.
My grandma's kind of a hoarder. I had to clean her house.
Your grandma was a hoarder? Like, really? Or were you just like, what are these dolls? I can see you bullying your grandma, dude.
Nick, leave me alone.
Stop it, Nick.
I cleaned her house for free. I spent 2 days.
Touch me there.
Just take your medicine and go to sleep, grandma.
She had dog shit, like, stamped in the carpet.
Oh, dude. See, that was one of the reasons why I hated going to my grandma's retirement home. Old dementia kooks walking around and stuff. One of them had a cat that was dead, that like was under the bed, and like nurses would try to come in and clean up, and she's like, get out of here. And she like freak out. It was horrifying. To be an owner of a retirement home like 30 years ago or whatever, gold mine. Oh my God, just put them in a closet. Come see them at Christmas. There's 5 stages of hoarding. Level 1, one who feels the compulsion to collect things but has kept it to a minimum. Their home is still easy accessible. I think that I'm at a level 1 or maybe a level 2, which is how, I mean, if you look around just the things that I collect, I think anybody who's like collects a little something, everyone has a moment in time when they're like, what is this? And you're like, oh, I just keep it. That's, well, see, for me, it's like I'm just so fat, all my clothes doesn't fit anymore. And my wife's like, you should just get rid of these. And I'm like, oh, I'll slim down. I wonder what it is if it's anti-hoarding.
I had that. I used to just throw away shit.
What is, I wonder what that is for.
Well, it's just more like, I have no use for this. And then you throw away family memorabilia, and then they cry.
I think my sister has that. My mom will buy her like a new couch or whatever. And she's like, it just took up too much space. And she's like, throw it, you're like, so you don't have a couch in your house? It's just like a folding chair and a TV. Bob's Burgers playing on the TV. You're like, all right, dude. Or we could talk about level 2. While not too extreme, there's noticeably more garbage and old food laying around. Perhaps animal waste as well. I've even had some buddies like that. Left out food and shit. But it's not even like lazy to throw away. They're like, well, I might eat it. Like pizza crust that's like just like as hard as a rock. It's good stuff, man. Pizza shop cracker crust. Oh, good stuff. Level 3. A nasty odor begins to ruminate. And bedrooms and bathrooms become unsanitary and unusable. Items begin to collect and stack, taking up a more noticeable amount of space. And then you move into level 4. The odor becomes unbearable, and an abundance of animal feces, bugs, and rodents infest the house. At this point, the junk makes it hard to navigate the property. I like how you actually become like a Greek myth after a while. You literally just have like a labyrinth forming. That's when the Minotaur moves in. And of course, lastly, level 5, the end of the road, the worst stage, where everything is elevated. This can pose great risk to health, as sections of the house will be permanently damaged from the horrible conditions. In extreme cases, bottles of human waste can be found as well. Well, yeah, dude, and at this point, you're like, I don't know how to get the fuck out of here. How do you keep bringing stuff in, though, is what I want to know. You know what I've seen a lot with hoarders is like newspapers and mailers and shit. Can you imagine not being able to throw away junk mailers? Holy credit card offers and stuff like that. I gotta know. You never know. Well, I remember I saw one where a guy was like, see, I'm eligible for $500. I'm eligible for $1,400 credit. Many people find themselves drawn to the extreme levels of hoarding. Let's talk about some of the weirdest and most real examples that are happening in the world. Starting off with the Japanese hoarder. A Japanese woman online known as, okay, dude.
Shirokuma
Tiandedesku Uzuki. What the f is this? What, we play Mad Libs here with the deal? Oh, come on, like, this is her name.
Sharo Kumadindasuki 4444.
Whatever, that's her. I don't know what I can tell you. It could just never be like Sarah, like Jean. Racist for me to say. Why can't her name just be Sarah? A Japanese woman online who gives people a strange deep dive into a young hoarder trying to live her life in alarmingly bleak housing conditions. The photos here, my God.
I thought this was fake. She was showing how she made like stew. She was like putting carrots in, like, and then there's like cockroaches and stuff. But
I can see it maybe being a bit of a troll.
No, but it's real. Unless she just owns a house, she throws garbage in.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It might be that, or even just committing to the bit. Like, I'm not really a hoarder, but like this gets clicks, so fuck it, I don't give a shit. That's like a grub human thing, right? Little goblin mode type shit. Her content mainly revolves around her cooking meals, but people became alarmed at the incredibly cluttered rooms. In many videos, it is clear that her apartment has been grossly infected by hordes of insects, and supposedly she has not paid rent in over a year. That's awesome. I'm just not gonna pay it. And began wearing an outfit consisting of overdue payment and eviction forms. You can see these forms decorated all over her room, making a outfit out of people being like, we're gonna kick you out, and she's just like. But over time, her trash began spreading to neighboring apartments and businesses. Her apartment became so much of a fire hazard that firefighters had to break inside the building to forcefully remove the clutter. She is open about her battle with mental health, but has not made much progress throughout her time online. I feel like the worst thing you can do is take your hoarding obsession and make it into a content generator. You're just totally enabling the person to be like, this is awesome. You're a freak. And she's like, awesome. That's engagement. If you were a firefighter and you broke into just like a person's house and they were a hoarder, do you have to keep a professional face? Because the person's got to be right there, right? You break in and they're like in the, like you see like the top of their head and their eyes from a stack. Do you think people are like, oh my God? Or is it more just like stoic and calm?
They probably say this is a fire hazard, lady.
It's the first thing to say. They break down the hinges of the door. This is a fire hazard, lady. Drag her out by her ankle.
My brother worked at God Junk and he used to go de-junkify hoarders' houses every once in a while. They would have to remove the hoarder from the house.
They stopped them from collecting the shit. They'll be like, no, not that thing.
This is all contaminated.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. This is unhealthy. It has to be burned. I can't even throw this. I'm not allowed to throw this at the dump. This has to go be fired up and burned.
I mean, they don't forcibly put them out, but I think they're just like, are you ready? And I think that they're like, yeah. But I think they're outside like throwing up and like shitting themselves and stuff. They're like, no, you know, that kind of thing.
Wait, we want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dragon. We here at Papa Meat are very, very good friends with Bad Dragon, and we want to take time to thank them for being an amazing sponsor. If you're looking to spice up things in the bedroom or even for yourself, consider going to Bad Dragon and getting a little something on the sexier side. We've been to the factory, we've seen how the cookies are made, and let me tell you, the cookies are sweet and the quality's amazing. So if you're looking to spice things up, please consider going to our dear friends Bad Dragon and just check it out and see if there's anything for you or a loved one that may be amazing. Something for grandma. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But let's go back in time a little bit, right? We need to go back in time to appreciate what some called the first hoarder house, the first recorded hoarder house. That's what they say, which is called the Collier Mansion. Hoarding is not a new thing. In fact, one of the first and most famously known cases of hoarding took place inside a mansion in 1947. That's how you know, too. It was definitely a hoarding house. They're just won the war. And he's just like, I'm not throwing out a thing. Everything's a trophy now. Off Germany! The Collier brothers, Homer Collier and Langley Collier, were born to an unfathomably wealthy American family. Upon their death, they left their luxurious estate to the two of them to live together in. I don't know, like that. If you were super wealthy, would you be like, we're gonna live together forever, bro?
If I was tight with my bro.
You would live with your, even because you were tight with your brother, you would live with him forever.
Yeah.
You would never establish a sense of independence for yourself.
Well, it's like him and Harry, dude. You know, they're already doing it.
I guess that's true. You're already doing it with Harry, I guess. The death of their family had a massive impact on them, causing the brothers to isolate themselves in their new home. This was exacerbated when Langley began to go blind in 1932. What started as Langley collecting things he enjoyed, like toys and books, slowly turned into filling the place with an assortment of junk. Not only did this include things like camera equipment or random furniture, but even jarred organs that belonged to his father when he worked as a doctor. God, dude, those old medical, like this is Dad's spleen. He's like, it's not mine. I just have it in a jar. Langley, who was unable to work or tend to himself because of his worsening blindness, was cared for by Homer. Their home was broken into multiple occasions, and in response, Langley used his obscenely large collection of stuff to create a maze that would stop intruders from finding their way in. That is, this is the premise to a horror film. Well, it's like, what the fuck was that movie? Don't Breathe? Is that what it was called? Whatever the dudes break into the blind dude's house. Whatever, which to be fair, he's doing like a Home Alone, like Macaulay Culkin thing in that movie. But can you imagine you go in and it's a maze and he's just like, welcome. You've made your choice. The smell was becoming unbearable, reaching far beyond their property and towards their neighbors' homes. In response, the city council offered to clean the house, but the brothers refused. One night in 1947, a nasty, rotting smell led to a neighbor calling the police. Officers were sent to inspect the place, but physically could not, as the windows were reinforced with iron bars. There were so many piles of junk at the entrance that an officer had to break in on the second floor just to avoid the impenetrable wall of filth, which I love this picture here. It looks like a Buster Keaton movie. The guy's just like, don't worry, I'll get up there and see if I can fish him out myself, boys. After 5 hours of digging, they found Homer's body. It was perceived he had died from starvation as well as heart disease. Langley was nowhere to be found. People were confused, and the narrative became a story in which Langley killed his own brother and called in the tip himself before fleeing the country. However, after 3 weeks of deep cleaning the Collier mansion, it was discovered that Langley was home the entire time, buried 10 feet away from where Homer's remains after being crushed by his many possessions. This is a Greek tragedy right here. Their story was one bred from severe untreated trauma and mental health struggles, leading to the debilitating need to hoard their belongings. This event led to the phrase Collier's Mansion, to be used by firefighters to refer to a home belonging to a hoarder. How is this not a movie yet? This feels prime for a movie.
Yeah, make it a horror movie too.
You can make it a horror movie, but it could also be something where you could just, especially Hollywood, whatever, you know what they do? They throw like a ghost in there. I have to collect. What's wrong, brother? One guy gets trapped and he's haunting the place or whatever. I can't leave.
Maybe that's how they stop the ghost.
We can't let this evil out in the world. Stack up Dad's jar of organs. This is like you could probably do like a movie like 1408. 1408 is like John Cusack goes to a hotel and like this room is supposed to be haunted. It's like a really surrealist shit where he like tries to leave but like won't let him leave. All that kind of stuff. Whatever. It's actually not a bad movie. Or we could talk about a hoarder who owns 300 to 500 animals. Bit of a weird scale there. It's in that range somewhere. This year, Warren County humane officers were randomly called by a woman from the hospital. She admitted that she had a serious hoarding problem and that her 200 animals were home alone and in need of care. Like now it's 200. All right, easy. Well, let's see what happens here. When they arrived at the location, they were shocked to find that she greatly downplayed the situation. Not only was the home already covered in dead animals, but they found between 300 to 500 in total. I want to know the day she faced that demon though, where she was like, yeah, I might have a bit of a problem. I think I might be a hoarder. They found stacks of rodent cages containing hamsters, gerbils, and rats. That would freak me out. That would freak me out. In a horrific scene, several huskies were found dead in the backyard. Only one was still alive when the humane officers arrived, and the animals were transferred to a shelter as it was more than obvious that the woman was not equipped to care for any of them properly. What a fun little story. Wasn't that nice? I'm wondering how much of it is like, does she steal other people's animals and bring them in?
It's a breeding problem. My aunt had that. She let in like...
How many members of your family are you talking about in this one too? Good Lord.
My aunt, she would like feed stray cats and they started breeding, and then she had like 30 in her house.
Oh, they were breeding inside of her house?
Yeah, because she's like, well, I feel bad for them. When my aunt went out of town, my mom was watching her house, and the first day she found a dead cat on the floor. Granted, they knew it was going to die.
You're like, but don't even get me started on my cousin. Or we could talk about the hoarder junkyard, which created a fire hazard, which I feel like, are these all not fire hazards? Let's see. In 2024, an LA, okay, so it's in LA. An LA family became fed up with their neighbors' hoarding habits. Alina Malone and her husband Josh purchased their dream home in 2021. They spent $1.2 million on it, convinced that this would be their home for the rest of their lives. Out in LA. Their neighbor, however, would collect an insane number of items that would eventually spread to his backyard. Over time, his 5-acre property became a dangerous junkyard filled with absurd objects, refrigerators, shipping containers, burnt car batteries, and piles of moldy clothes. There are 114 vehicles total, some of which are believed by Highway Patrol to be stolen or previously used to enact crimes. Alina knew things had gone too far when she was unable to visit her husband, who was in the middle of chemotherapy. He was vomiting uncontrollably, and Alina physically couldn't leave the house to pick him up because a car was blocking the front gate. What do you do to when you're just like, hey, move your shit? Do you think, is the guy just like, no? Or do you even see him? Is he like a fuck like mystery figure. Not only was this a fire hazard, but the area they lived in specifically was no stranger to harsh weather conditions, because if a rock falls on the ground in LA, it goes up in flames. The owner of the property believes that her son's hoarding started after their house was destroyed by fire in 2017, which led him to feeling the need to constantly scavenge for materials. What? District 9? Like, what are you talking about, dude? The house is down. We need wood. We need firewood. This kicked off the bad habit. I had only worsened over time due to other possible trauma. The Malones are forced to wait until the city clears out all the numerous cars in the neighborhood yards. Only then can the LAPD enter the property, according to Alina. It seems that nobody will really be pushed to fix the issue until another serious disaster strikes. I love how that one ends of just like, that's just her life now. Forever stuck in her house. Her husband on chemotherapy is still there. You know, he's fully recovered now with a new family. He has a full head of hair and couldn't be happier right now. She's just in the gate though. She just orders DoorDash and she has to like reach to the gate. Can we just throw it? Just throw it. Or in 2022, Robert Elsie was found dead, buried underneath a pile of garbage. It's always just great when the sentences start off like that. You're like, you know, there it is. Police were called in after his neighbors noticed his mail began to stack up on his front porch. Like, what do you mean stacked up? The guy's just like, Police were called in after his neighbors noticed his mail began to stack up on his front porch. It seemed that he had trapped himself inside his own hoarded possessions, possibly dying from asphyxia. He suffocated amongst his own trash, which I guess, like, looking at the pictures here, that is insane. No! Investigators were told by his neighbors that Robert's mother passed away 10 years ago, but there was no record of this available. When one of Robert's storage units was put up for auction, the new owner was shocked to find that amongst more piles of garbage, there was a box that contained the skeleton of his dead mother. Robert decided to hide her death to keep it off record and continue collecting her Social Security and retirement payments. That's the thing too, is he was trying to swim through the trash in his house to, like, the mailman was just like throwing the checks at the door and he's like, "Can we just throw it?" Man, imagine finding you like in Storage Wars. That's how you know this show sucks dick. You didn't find one skeleton once. There's not one dead woman. And yeah, this is a crazy buy. Or in 2016, a senile Brooklyn woman named Rita Wolfenson. A senile Brooklyn woman.
Take her pick.
Yeah, honestly, buddy. That's all of them. In 2016, a senile Brooklyn woman named Rita Wolfenson had been inadvertently living with the skeletal remains of her son for up to 20 years. What do you mean inadvertently? He left one day. His like full corpse is just like there on the floor. Rita was not only a hoarder, but she was completely blind. Okay. Don't start me off with like, she's senile, nothing else. Just because she's blind. One day, she was in the hospital and needed a relative to go to her house to pick up a few things. When her sister-in-law arrived, the house had a pungent, rotting smell. She soon discovered a skeleton laying on his back on the floor. It was still fully dressed and seemingly untouched.
20 years?
20 years in the same outfit, dude. Law enforcement described the scene as being straight out of a horror movie. Rita was totally convinced that her son simply moved out and wasn't reaching out to her. A funeral was prepared over a decade after his death. So I like how she's just like, one day she's just like, I guess he's never talking to me again. Like, just totally, didn't even want to say goodbye. I think he's just gone. There's no way she didn't trip over that like once or twice. I don't think she just knew and she accepted it. I think that she just didn't care. I've been in a room where my dog has taken a shit and like it's just immediately noticeable. If you're blind, your sense of smell is going to be way off the charts with that. She's probably hear him like wheezing and shit. Oh, we could talk about a hoarder's house that was engulfed in flames. Jesus Christ. That's got to be like a superconductor, doesn't it? You light one match in a hoarder's house, it's gone. Barbara Verboven, these are great names, by the way. Barbara Verboven was a former member of the Greenwich Board Education before becoming greatly ill, which led to her being cared for by her 42-year-old son, Dean. My name is Dean Verboven. Why do you look so, like, suspicious? I'm Dean Verboven. The state of the home began a slow decline as Barbara spent her days glued to her bed, unable to do anything but eat, sleep, and watch TV. Preach. Fast forward to 2016. The home was in an unbearably bad state, which infuriated her neighbors. They believed it made the entire neighborhood look hideous, on top of it being a safety hazard. No one gives a fuck about it being a safety hazard. There's like some war vet. He's like sitting there like mowing his yard and he's like, making us all look bad. Eventually, state social workers were directed to enter the home and clear out the mess. This infuriated Dean. And to get revenge on those responsible, he decided to burn down his own home before they could arrive. All right, Dean. Okay, Dean. I'm Dean Verboven. Dean was killed in the process, either from his self-inflicted wound or being trapped in his hoarder den and unable to escape in time. Barbara, however, made it out with only a few injuries. How the f did Barbara make it out, dude? What was Dean hiding in there? His birth certificate, that's it. I'm Dean Verboven. You go in that house, I'll kill myself. We get into a nice little true crime thing here, which is the duck sauce killer saga. What's duck sauce?
Duck sauce is a sauce.
Is that just a normal thing? Duck sauce? In a strange story from 2022, a hoarder murdered an innocent delivery driver over his strange desire to collect duck sauce. I really feel we are in the end time somehow. One night, a Chinese food delivery man named Z110 was shot to death in Queens. New York again, buddy. Police began to investigate the murder. After talking to the staff of Great Wall, the Chinese restaurant, they discovered the existence of a suspicious customer named Glenn Hirsch. One day, a man named Glenn Hirsch ordered takeout from Great Wall and became infuriated at the lack of duck sauce given to him in his order. He was denied a refund, which sparked several months of intense harassment towards the staff. The 50-year-old disgruntled customer was known to destroy employee vehicles and slash their tires. And in one instance, he confronted the owner and pulled a gun on him over duck sauce, dude. God! Glenn asked the owner how his car is doing before saying, "Remember me? I will kill your entire family." That's a direct quote. Remember me? Quack, quack. Fucker. Quack, quack. Z-Win helped wrestle the gun away from him, and Glenn vowed to get his revenge. I like how Z-Win was just like, give me that gun, idiot. Weeks later, Glenn Hirsch was arrested after surveillance video revealed him circling the restaurant for hours as he waited for Z-Win to come out. The video shows the entire encounter, including the shooting. He was charged with second-degree murder as well as criminal possession of a loaded firearm on top of stalking. His estranged wife was also charged for firearm possession after Glenn's stash of illegal pistols were found in her apartment wrapped in tinfoil. And if you look at the apartment, it's just when Glenn's home was searched, police quickly realized that Glenn was a hoarder. Rooms were covered in various boxes, CDs, magazines, and bags of trash. Strangely enough, his refrigerator was filled to the brim exclusively with condiments, mainly duck sauce. 4 months after the shooting took place, Glenn Hirsch shot himself to death in fear of being sent to prison. His suicide note claimed he was innocent, determined that photographers purposely destroyed his house to make him look like a hoarder, and that the quantity of condiments in his fridge was greatly exaggerated. You, Glenn Hirsch. This felt like a flimsy defense to many, especially after photos released where that you could see Glenn threatening employees at the restaurant with the gun. Look at this guy, dude. Glenn Hirsch. What a monster. Like a mental breakdown had to have happened there. Your entire fridge is just condiments and it's mostly duck sauce. What do you think the obsession with duck sauce was?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like he liked it. Maybe just like the color.
I had a buddy one time who would keep tons of chocolate sauce, like chocolate syrup, in his fridge. And it's just because one time he became obsessed with it because one time I think a girl sucked his cock with chocolate sauce on it. And he was just like, I'm just in case. It was like the greatest moment of his life, which I was like, more power to you. Also too, you could always get some chocolate milk whenever you want when you were there. Very nice. We've talked about some real stuff, but we got to talk about the industry, media, cable television's effects on hoarders, and the beautiful show, one of the greatest television programs of all time, which is the Hoarders TV show itself. And we got to talk about probably the best episode. I mean, if you've seen one episode of Hoarders, you've kind of seen all of them.
Every house is different and unique.
No, I think everybody just has newspapers and, empty boxes of cereals. But there is one that stands out above all, Nick. You are right about that. Which Hoarders, if you don't know, is a very popular TV show that delves into the lives of hoarder families in an attempt to clean up their homes and help them treat their hoarding disorder. I don't think it ever works. It's kind of like intervention. He's been clean for 2 months. Motherfucker's back on like air duster. One of the most infamous episodes is in season 6, where they visit the home of Shauna in Washington. Shauna, who already experienced hoarding tendencies, had returned to live with her mom, who was already a serious hoarder. Hoarder meets hoarder. Wonder what that outcome could be. This led to Shauna's habits becoming worse and worse until her mother eventually died from cancer 13 years later. According to Will, Shanna's brother, the conditions of the house undoubtedly led to the mom's death. That guy's just like, Shanna gave my mom cancer. That's kind of like a up thing to say, right? The house is dirty. Shanna, I hope you burn in hell. Shanna, who now lived alone in the house off disability benefits, is surrounded wall to wall in absolute filth. There's hardly a single inch of the floor that isn't stacked to the brim with garbage. The city was fed up with the state of her yard, which was covered in human waste and other random objects. They began fining her $250 per day until it was cleaned up, which led to the Hoarders TV crew stepping in to stop the city from taking away their home. Because goddamn, that's a good episode. When cleaning specialist Matt Paxton spends the night at Shanna's place to better understand her situation, it's worse than he could have possibly imagined.
This house is disgusting. It's hands down the worst smelling house I've ever smelled in my life.
This is pretty disgusting, y'all. Serious. The smells were sickening, and jugs of urine and feces were found all over, some of which belonging to her deceased mother. Not even all of it Shanna's mix. Not even in her own brew. If I was a hoarder and my mom died like that, you better believe I'd be keeping like piss and shit jugs from her. Miss you, Mom? Scattered across the floor, he found bloody tampons and black mold. That's a disastrous combo. We cannot allow those chemicals to mix. A septic issue rendered the toilet unusable, even though it remains filled to the brim with feces. Instead, she opted to use a Home Depot bucket to relieve herself. Damn good buckets.
This is her bucket, man.
Because the bucket would become too heavy to lift, she would use separate jugs and buckets to slowly transport the waste to the backyard where she would dump it out. Because it's like, what am I going to do? Every time I go, I'm going to dump it. So yeah, I have like a series of small jugs and stuff in the backyard. Without washing her hands, she proceeds to make dinner for the two of them by filling a paper bowl with canned soup and cooking it in the toaster oven. When the bowl begins to burn, she claims that that's normal.
I smell smoke right now.
Oh no, it does burn it a little bit when I put it in the toaster oven.
She's like eating microplastics, right? The brother comes in. He's like, what? What did I say? She sits down next to piles of trash and feces as she eats. And when Matt discusses the source of the smell, Shanna is absolutely shocked that it's because of the piles of human waste, rather than, quote, a musty odor due to mold and dust.
What is the main cause of the smell?
Musty odor, having to do with mold and dust.
No.
No?
It's the feces and urine that's in the house.
Okay, so it's still musty.
Yeah, but it's from feces and urine.
Not because the mold and dust is getting on everything.
Dust is nothing compared to all the feces and urine. Is that brand new information to you? To think that the feces and urine has something to do with the smell?
I guess so, because I thought it was due to the mold and dust.
After this discovery, she tells Matt, quote, I've learned a lesson about fecal matter today, if nothing else. She's like, I have not even thought about a single other thing. I'm just more interested than I am. I'm not saying that I'm going to change anything. I'm just saying that kind of interesting. As the cleaners begin to sift through her kitchen, they are surprised to see that Shanna prefers to keep her moldy bread because she can cut off the moldy parts. When pushed to throw it out, she compares her situation to an intervention where the addict just wants to, quote, go out in a blaze of glory. AKA, she eats the moldy, expired food one last time. When they refuse to let her, she is quoted saying, again, why does it matter? I've been eating poop for 12 years. Awesome. And she's just like, moldy bread? You have no idea.
I would not eat a salad that had poop on it.
Well, I'm still hell-bent.
In the end, Shanna was not deemed capable of living on her own. Resources were provided to help her move into a transitional housing so she could find a safer living condition. The house, meanwhile, was so damaged from the filth that it was cheaper to bulldoze it and buy a new one than try to salvage what was there, which you have a little before and after. I mean, it looks like a house that was holding shit. That's just what even the after. It's insane. Those hardwood floors just being like, put me out of my misery, peel me up and throw me away. Of course, we got to go to Reddit. We went to the TV. Let's go back to, let's check out Reddit on r/Child of Hoarder subreddit support group. God damn, dude. Probably could have labeled that something a little less horrific too. Child of Hoarder. For children who were unfortunate enough to be born in the living conditions of a hoarder, a subreddit was created that allowed them to vent about their frustrations and receive support. So these are people who are just like, does anyone else have a mom who's just hoarding? Many have discussed the intense burnout they feel trying to clean an endlessly replenishing source of garbage. Others voice their struggles staying clean with their entire home outside their room is extremely filthy. So people are like, I feel like I have to clean all the time, or I feel like I'm disgusting all the time because I'm sleeping next to Little Debbie wrappers and boxes of toasters and shit like that. You know what I mean? This is an interesting post here. It's just titled Smell. How do I keep my room and myself smelling clean when my house smells like mold, piss, and shit? Literally. I shower every day, wash my hair every other day, scrub myself the down, wear deodorant, clean clothes, perfume, and lotion, but I'm still scared I smell bad because some boy said, ew, you guys need some new perfume, you smell, to a friend and I. They could have been joking, but still. My room, air filter on 24/7, and if I don't have that on, I have a candle on. Trash in my room gets taken out when necessary, so like 2 times a week maybe, but I feel like it could still smell, so I don't know, just need some suggestions. And in worst cases, users have been posted about how they have to call the Department of Health and Child Protective Services on their own parents just to get themselves out of their living situation. That's horrible. I guess to end this video, hoarding seems kind of funny. On the surface, it seems pretty funny. You collect trash. What the hell are you thinking? But with anything that's mentally disturbing, it's like always based in some kind of deep-rooted trauma. I could easily see people folding into a hoarding lifestyle. Hoarding is the long game. Starts off with a little something, and then you blink 15 years later, and then you're dying underneath in your own labyrinth of filth, basically. The Minotaur is putting his hoof on your chest, being like, good night. right. So if you're starting to collect things, just know that collecting things can be fine. Sometimes you don't want to think, you can get sentimental over little non-living objects, right? But if it starts being like an empty box of cereal, it really start to evaluate where you're at with your headspace. How you doing? You know, talk to somebody. And also, if you know somebody in one of these things, maybe give them a checkup. Never wrong to say hello to a friend you haven't seen in a while, right? They're still in their house. They smell weird. We also found out that Nick's family is got a lot of hoarders there too. You're not a hoarder though. At least not yet. Not yet. Until next time, everybody, don't be hoarding shit. We'll see you next time.
I'm going to teach you how to make homemade duck sauce. Never be at a loss for duck sauce again. 3 tablespoons of apricot preserves, white vinegar. Now whisk this together and take your duck sauce and pour it into your jar, just like that. And there you have it, homemade Chinese duck sauce.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on Sundown because today we're going to talk about fraternities. As the summer winds down, the fall air begins to blow in, high school seniors get excited to start a new year and head off to college. Going to college gives us numerous options for socializing and choosing whom to hang out with, right? One of the most popular routes for male students is joining a frat or fraternity. These organizations on surface appear modest and draw in wealthy members to fund their events and parties, right? Or hang out, maybe have a couple brews. However, in recent years, numerous disturbing and insane stories have emerged detailing what it's really like to be a part of Greek life. But in order to understand how it got that way, we first need to learn what are fraternities. Which, buckle in. Fraternities, also known as Greek Brotherhood, are organizations that offer students social and academic opportunities, if you want to say that. There's some that are prestigious. I think the vast majority, at least of my friends that were in frats at state schools and such, usually they're state school organizations where guys can be pals together and they can drink, right? I would say the vast majority of people just use it as an excuse to endlessly party for 4 out of 4 years of their college life, is what I would say.
And sometimes 6 to 8.
Sometimes 6 to 8. Van Wilder! Do you think people even are going to know what Van Wilder is anymore? Was that a deep cut now?
Yeah, feel like it. Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
Deadpool!
Dating back to 1776, the fucking year this country was founded, these organizations can be found nationwide, with each fraternity having hundreds and hundreds of chapters. To join the Brotherhood, members undergo a lengthy process that begins with what is called rushing. And rushing takes place during Rush Week and is a special time when the fraternities host meetups, cookouts, and gaming nights, and this allows members to meet potential new brothers and explain the rules and values of their fraternity. Do you think the Freemasons are a frat?
The ancient frat.
Following Rush Week, the fraternity will select people they believe will fit into their organization and conduct both formal and informal interviews. And after all that's complete, potential members will be sent a bid that contains an offer to join. That's not all. New members are also expected to pay dues. These payments can range from $2,000 to $1,000 per semester to maintain their membership in the fraternity. This doesn't include other fees such as housing, food, clothing, and various other charges that differ from chapter to chapter, from frat to frat, blah, blah, blah. Some fraternity houses are huge and luxurious with things like private chefs, cleaners, and game rooms, all which add to the cost of being in the frat. These are Nepo baby frats. And despite criticism of paying for friends, I don't do that. All of my employees, I don't pay to have friends. They would hang out with me on their own.
Yeah, that check didn't clear for last weekend.
Some fraternities such as Sigma and Alpha Epsilon, Sigma Chi, and Lambda Chi Alpha have over 280,000 members nationwide. And once you accept your bid and pay your fees, you officially join the organization as a pledge. And during this period, you undergo further evaluation to determine if you're a good fit for the Brotherhood, right? You're part of basically a fucking army at that point.
Yeah, a little soldier.
Sigma Chi, yo, Illinois chapter, nice to meet you. Michigan chapter, dude. That's so sick. I go to a state school. I'm a business major. Hey, what do you major in? Business, mostly. Plan on taking over Pop's Chevy dealership when I get out of here, so trying to get, just a little bear trap for that later on. Any man going to a state school, they're a business major.
Or it's psychology. Women, psychology, men, business.
Or philosophy. I've seen some guys do that too.
To be like Jordan Peterson.
And I'm like, where do you work now? They're like, I'll work at a car wash. I work at my dad's car wash. Traditionally, this phase was meant for learning and bonding. And however, over the years, it has developed a bad reputation due to a new ritualistic practice called hazing. which is primarily why I wanted to make this video, because we cover a lot of weird stuff on this channel, and hazing is one of the most cruel and weird pieces of culture known to man. It's also so oddly accepted. Being a slave and basically being tortured is accepted in a modern day culture. Hazing is a common ritual in which new members are subjected to humiliating activities such as embarrassing stunts or eating gross foods, or Limp Bizkit. It's not just a band name. Why don't you look up what Limp Bizkit is on your own? Play it with your friends.
You taught me that.
However, some frats go too far and push their new pledges to the absolute limits. A Sigma Chi frat was suspended after forcing drugs on a new pledge during a hazing ritual. You like being drugged by your pals? By your brothers? Come on, dude. Do you want to be your brother or not? He's like, there are demons and shit hovering over him. He's like, on his back.
Do you think they're doing ayahuasca?
I like to think that they're doing ayahuasca. I also like to think that they're just like, here, I dip this menthol cigarette in bleach, smoke it. Dude.
Won't that make you blind?
I'd do anything for the Brotherhood. Oh, his eyes are just completely like black. Oh, one pledge was forced to stay inside the fraternity for a week as a part of his ritual, and at some point, some other members of the fraternity strapped him down, blindfolded him, and force-fed him cocaine. Dude, that's so sick, and we have to go to the game later. I'm meeting Chelsea at the game, and we're getting fucking zooted at the game. Give me some of that Zaza. At the time of this incident, the frat was already under disciplinary suspension for previous drug-related incidents off campus, and members of the fraternity reserved rooms at a resort under the name UCF Finance Club. And during their stay, police responded to multiple reports of fraternity members engaging in loud, rough sex and smoking weed. Dude, I got so fucking high. I'm tanked, bro. After the hazing ritual was reported to the university, the chapter was shut down entirely. But some fraternities get creative with their hazing rituals in order to work around their university's anti-hazing policies. At Zeta Beta Tau, new members had to compete in a strange challenge as part of their hazing, coined the pig roast.
Do you want to guess what that is?
The pig roast. If I had to guess before, pig roast almost makes it seem it's like an Eiffel Tower where they like tie somebody up and butt fuck him and shove their cock in his face too.
Pretty close.
Let's see how close I got. Coined the pig roast, this competition pitted each member against each other with the goal of sleeping with the fattest woman they could find. Fat chicks. Should have saw it coming. Dude, ew, you want a Porky Pig? That's fucked up, dude. There might literally be nothing I hate. Well, I hate a lot of things on this planet, but one of them, add it to the list, is any man who goes to a state college. I can't stand it.
I went to a state college.
I can't stand you, so it perfectly lines up. Planets are aligned. The challenge began with the frats sending out a group of pledges to local bars and parties to pick up women, aka fucking porkers. The larger they were, the more points that were awarded to the pledge. It was encouraged to sleep with as many women as possible so that you could stack up your points, right? In the event of a tie, whoever slept with the biggest girl won the competition. Members also got additional points for finding ways to humiliate the women after the exchange was over. Hey, Kelly? Yeah? You want to watch Barnyard? Does that count as points? They're like, no. He's like, has sex with the hottest chick. Dude, you're so fat. Am I zooted, guys? Is the huzz sitting right next to me or what?
What do you think they were doing to humiliate them? Just from them and then calling them fat ass or like Porky Pig?
Probably. I know there's also the walk of shame where as soon as she walks out, everyone's like standing there like, oh my God, ew, you're fat. Maybe that stuff. Maybe that stuff. Or he's just like, hey, remember when I said I wore a condom? You should go kill that fucking thing quick. Dude, 2 points for Bryce. He fucking rules.
I almost got pig roasted in high school. by someone who's overweight. It was
a big fat girl.
She's like, man, I'm so horny. And then she opened up her glove compartment. She's like, I have all these condoms. And then threw them on top of me. And she's like, and I have a morning after pill just in case. And she wanted to fuck me. And I was like,
You said, sorry, no fat chicks?
Yeah, I just pretended to sleep.
Yeah. As soon as the big girl starts talking to you at the bar, you're like, oh my God, why aren't you looking at me?
Well, then my fear was, well, what happens if she like saw this as an opportunity? She's like, I'm gonna get mine.
Are you saying that she's going to take advantage of you, Nick?
Well, that's what, then I thought, what would
She's too big to fend off. Help! I hope the sleep tactic works.
She was our DD, but she was more drunk than I was.
Dude, college, am I right? Dude, she was our DD, but I thought she was drinking cherry limeades and eating Little Debbie oatmeal cream cakes, but actually, it was just birth control and Budweiser. Her big fat leg comes over and you're just like, oh no. That's also such a guy mentality though too. Well, I guess I gotta do it. No saying no to this. I won't tell anybody though. This fat girl will stay my secret. Also, we should have saved this for the end of this segment. Anyways. Once you got done sleeping with someone, pledges were required to come back and describe the event in detail to confirm their points. It was sick. I opened it up and it was like, and it was just smelled like bacon and it was so, she was making pig sounds. Dude, and they're like, dude, Trevor, yes, that is so fucking tight, man. Many female students on campus were disgusted by the behavior. God, wet blankets, right? When Cornell learned about When Cornell learned about the challenge, it launched an investigation and the fraternity was placed on probation for 2 years. In addition to the probation, an in-house advisor was required to be present at the fraternity at all times to ensure that such an incident would not happen again. First off, I just want to say that's a show waiting to happen. Cornsworth, could you just let us these fat chicks? What if you hurt their feelings? Don't go out without this. Thanks, Cornsworth. No one told me that. Wouldn't that be sick?
Well, I was gonna say, is the guy just standing there at all times?
Hey! Well, yeah, what's he gonna do? That girl is comically large. Ask her to leave, brush your teeth, and go to bed.
Oh yeah, that'd be even more humiliating. You're not partaking in a pig roast, are you?
Yeah, he has his measuring tape. It doesn't even go all the way around. Daniel, tell the young woman good night and have her pig hooves off the wood in this house. He's making fun of you. He's going to finish in you and he's going to laugh about it later with Steven over there. Steven's like, he's right. Cornsworth, you're such a hawk, man. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I love that. I would watch that show. Cornsworth, that's my sister. My bad. He's also sly himself. I didn't see her on the visitor log. Cornsworth.
I like that.
I like it.
What would you call it? Cornsworth?
Alpha Beta Cornsworth. In hazing rituals, members try to humiliate new pledges as much as possible, and these rituals can take many forms, physical challenges to public humiliations. At Yale University, the fraternity Delta Kappa Epsilon was banned off the campus for hazing ritual that involved obscene chants. What do you think it was? What kind of chants do you think it was? It was probably fun. One night, students awoke to see a line of blindfolded pledgers walking the campus screaming, "No means yes, yes means anal." No means yes, yes means and my name is Jack. I'm a necrophiliac. I f dead women and fill them with my semen. That one doesn't even rhyme.
They had the Jack the necrophiliac. That was
Jack necrophiliac, come. The frat received immediate backlash from women's groups on campus, and a petition was created to remove the organization from Yale's campus. What a bunch of fucking wet blankets, dude. It's a fucking joke. I would never fucking dead like chick. My girlfriend's very much alive. She's a fucking smoke show. No frat members were charged, but some students filed a complaint against Yale, and the school later agreed to make changes to prevent something like this from happening again.
They got Cornsworth.
That's season like 4 or 5. It's a new frat. Or every 4 years he changes. We're graduating. I just want to say I think I'm a better man because of you, Cornsworth. You boys make me very, very proud. He has one gift for him. It's like just a big busload of fat chicks. Cornsworth! He's like, have your fill. And he's like, you better eat up quick because there's no leftovers later. Cornsworth! He takes like a huge fucking jewel pen. Because they learned something from each other.
Exactly. God, this is a good show.
See, exactly. Cornsworth learned how to let loose a little bit. Yeah. And he calls his daughter. I haven't been home in how many years? Sarah, I want to come home. I can't tell if this is any good. At a college in Ohio, a fraternity was banned for performing such an insane ritual that it left one of the pledges permanently disfigured. Gamma Phi Gamma fraternity was hosting a hazing ritual at their house called the Gobbler House. When the pledges arrived, they were immediately blindfolded and brought down to the basement of the home. And at the bottom of the stairs, pledges were instructed to lie down on the floor, which had been flooded with up to 3 inches of water, and told them to act as if they were swimming. Next, they were told to stand up and strip naked and listen to the president of the frat read off a hazing script. All while this is going on, other members rubbed icy hot on the pledges' nipples, back, butts, and genitals. Following that, the pledges were force-fed sliced American cheese and told to the sheep, which was just a ball of stuffing. When they were done, frat members grabbed towels, tied knots at the end, whipping the ritual members. One member, Tyler Lawrence, was whipped in the balls by a towel and immediately fell to the ground in pain. After the ritual ended, Tyler was still complaining of pain in his groin and was taken to the hospital. He was immediately rushed into surgery because the hit from the towel had caused a testicular contusion and needed to be removed. Following the incident, the chapter was put on disciplinary suspension and was later permanently banned. Which I just want to say this. This is one thing that we need to say at least once in the video to make sure. Frats are some of the easiest displays of closeted homosexuals.
Oh, yeah.
What if we just got them hard and they like, we're fucking this thing in front of us? Come out and just say it already, you know? All right, everybody come here, get hard. Let me put icy hot on your cock.
Isn't that just what boys do, though? You just get naked?
That's just what boys do. They get naked and they wall and they put icy hot on their buttholes and their hard cocks. And we women that look like men. We women that remind us of our dads, big fat broads. That's awesome. Is that not the case? All right, your punishment is you have to kiss my balls. Get on your knees. You have to kiss my balls. You have to drink my. Whenever they do it too, they're like looking down, like. Oh, okay, I'll drink your. The guy's like. Yeah, we have to find some bearded girl and have sex with her. Next time we have sex with some fat broad, we have to put Old Spice Fiji deodorant on her and blindfold and have sex with her. Kind of just sounds like you just want to emulate her being a man. No, I'm just saying we'll put like a wig and like a fake beard on her. We'll have sex with her asshole. What? Can't tell if you're uncomfortable.
No, the imaging is... I'm just imagining it.
It's a fantasy of mine. Hazing has resulted in hundreds of deaths, and many of them related to alcohol. One death at Pennsylvania fraternity even led to the creation of a law aimed at preventing future tragedies. In 2017, Timothy Piazza was a sophomore at Penn State, majoring in engineering. Business major. Engineering a business. Excited to be more involved on campus, he rushed with the local Beta Theta Pi chapter. He got a bid offer shortly after. The chapter he joined was infamous for a specific hazing ritual called the Gauntlet. This challenge involved making quick stops at drinking stations, ensuring that every drink was finished to get as drunk as possible. Unfortunately for Timothy, as he was completing the challenge in a drunken state, he lost his footing and tumbled down a flight of basement stairs head first. Fraternity members carried him upstairs to a couch and tried to revive him by pouring liquor on him and slapping in his face. Dude, wake up! Oh, these fucking lightweights, wake up!
Yeah, these fucking pledges, man.
He's like all contorted. He's like wrapped up like a pretzel. Dude, these fucking... The other guy's like, dude, put some Zaza on his face. I bet that'll wake him up. You know what I'm saying? It's sick. It's like I have a dead body on the fucking floor here. Yo, Easy, we want to see those fat... We should have him fuck a fat girl. Yo, bring in the pig. I'm sure that'll wake him up. She'll sniff out a truffle real quick, man. Dude, yes! You're on it tonight, man! Eventually, he would wake up and stumble around, only to fall and hit his head on the ground repeatedly. Dude, look at him! Yo, Bambi. That's his fucking name, too, man. You're gonna fit in, Bambi. You're fucking cool. Oh, there he goes again. Little soldier. Where's your other woodland friends at? Yes! Timothy had suffered a major brain bleed and ruptured spleen from his repeated falls, and sadly, he died from his injuries, because those around him failed to call for help in time. All right, I guess we'll call the cops. Hello? Dude, even the Huzz and the Zaza's not waking him up. This is, like, fucking serious. I'm bummed. I think he's dead. Following his death, 19 members were charged with hazing, involuntary manslaughter, furnishing alcohol to minors, and tampering with evidence. All right, we'll just put him in a closet. Throw him back down the stairs and we'll say that he died then. Put him in his bed. Maybe he died in his sleep. That'll work. Do you see, that's why you're a fucking engineering for business major degree. I can't wait to own a car wash one day.
Whenever I used to drink, I used to fall down from laughing. I'd laugh so much that I think I'd lose oxygen and black out. Kind of like one of those, you know, those goats that they fall down when they get scared. That was me with drinking.
Right. Were you a frat or is that just a drinking story?
Just me.
Yeah, it's just cool. Just letting people know. Okay. Timothy's death made national headlines around the country as hazing deaths were becoming a more prevalent issue. So the Timothy Piazza anti-hazing law was passed to make hazing-related deaths a felony offense.
Fuck, dude.
Okay, like, people fucking ruin this country, man. There's probably some fucking fat broad who made that. So stupid, man. I hate this. Alcohol is probably the most common thing found inside fraternities. It's something that is easily accessible to frats and deeply ingrained in the culture. So, let's dive into the world of frat parties. Attending parties is an essential part of the college experience. You gotta fit in, you wanna socialize outside the class, you gotta go to parties. And when going to parties, make sure you choose the right one, or else you could cost you an arm and a leg. Or in the case of 22-year-old Karen Huber, the tip of her finger. That isn't nearly as...
That's not, yeah.
While attending a frat party with her boyfriend at the University of Texas, the president of the frat and her boyfriend got into a fight after Karen's boyfriend was caught pouring beers on other attendees. Dude, party foul. Karen attempted to step between the two men to break up the fight, and as she did, fraternity president punched her in the face, grabbed her hand, and bit off the tip of her pinky finger. Dude!
Party foul.
Time out! You can't go fucking werewolf on Karen! Oh, fuck. Babe, are you okay? She's like, blood all. Oh, God! After her wounds were treated, the fraternity president was arrested and was facing 10 years in prison with a $5,000 fine. However, the two parties settled for a payment of $440,000 to Karen, and the frat was shut down. People are not the only thing you have to worry about at these parties. College mascots are beloved symbols that represent the school and help boost pride among the student body. However, at UC Santa Cruz, two fraternity members carried out a deadly attack on their school's mascot. In 2003, the MTV show Fraternity Life was filming an episode on the Delta Omega Chi chapter at UC Santa Cruz. During filming, two unnamed fraternity members crept onto the main campus early in the morning and stole the beloved school koi fish, Goldie. The university received the fish as a gift in 1995 and was beloved by all who saw it. So, she went missing. Students were devastated to see their pseudo mascot missing. But the mystery of the missing fish didn't last long, as the two members who stole the fish would eventually confess to their crimes. Like the fish was talking to him. Like something happened. You're like looking at it. It has a soul, dude. We have to give up. According to the confession, they went to the pond with a rake, using it to hit and scoop the fish out. After they had the fish, they took it back to their frat house where MTV was filming a kegger party. They then allegedly threw Goldie on a barbecue grill and ate her.
That's fucked.
Yeah, they're all full and it's like not post-nut clarity. It's like they were like, I was just hungry. I wasn't using my mind. I was fucking hungry, man. Low blood sugar. You know how it is. After hearing the confession, students and staff were outraged by the grotesque death of their beloved fish. And in the end, the two frat brothers were charged $650 to replace the fish they killed. That's it? To be fair, that's like a big deal.
It's your mascot.
If it's your mascot, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's weird. It's like killing a fucking member of the school. I mean, it's not a human, but still. It's like if it was like a goat. We're the fighting rams or whatever the fuck it is, and you kill that. Isn't that not a...
It'd be one thing if they took it and it died, I guess, but they fucking ate it. I feel like...
I mean, they literally just... I bet you they didn't cut it up. I bet while it was alive, they threw it on the grill. For the fish, it was probably a pretty fucking gruesome death, I'd imagine. The parties that fraternities throw often cause issues for college campuses, but sometimes that doesn't satisfy the chaotic nature of certain members. Some members go a little further and pull insane pranks. Fraternity pranks have long walked the line between tradition and trouble. Often framed as harmless fun or brotherly bonding, these stunts can range from silly to sinister, and sometimes they spiral into serious consequences. Devin Nodis was a new pledge for the Pi Kappa Alpha chapter at the University of Southern Mississippi. For his initiation period, he was tasked with a scavenger hunt that took him all over the city of Hattiesburg, including the zoo. And at the zoo, Devin and other pledges were supposed to break into the zoo after hours, take a picture of the Chilean flamingo, and get the hell out of there. But Devin had other plans and wanted to prank his brothers. At 1 a.m., he broke into the zoo and hopped into the flamingo enclosure, stealing one of the birds. He then took it back to the frat, hoping to get some laughs, but instead was scolded and instructed to return the bird immediately. When the zoo reopened, staff counted the flock and noticed that one of the birds was missing, so they began to investigate. A CCTV footage showed a group of pledges, including Devin, inside the zoo, stealing the bird. Which eventually the bird was found around 8:30 a.m. and returned, only to be put down due to its injuries.
Fuck.
Another flamingo also died from presumably attacking Devin during the heist.
Devin just like kicked this bird.
I think that it was probably attacking him, and then he probably was like, "F off," and punched it. Devin and his fellow pledges were quickly identified from the CCTV footage and charged with trespassing, grand larceny, and 2 counts of animal cruelty. He pleaded guilty to these charges and was sentenced to complete the regimented inmate disciplinary program. In addition to his sentencing, the fraternity chapter he was pledging for was placed on probation due to his actions. Just want to say real quick, fuck you, Devin, you piece of shit. Yeah, but I'm a business major, majoring in business. I'm gonna start like an animal rescue. I've learned. Full circle for me, Devin. That's called character development for me, Devin. Fraternities were originally founded to represent morals and academics among societals on college campuses. But over the years, the culture has nearly devolved into near complete degeneracy. Dangerous hazing rituals, deadly pranks, and destructive parties are all staples of Greek life and are part of the reason why so many young men decide to join. It's fun! What can I say? It's fun. I've never been, but I mean, you know, I get to get drunk? Woo! If you ever find yourself walking on a campus near the fraternities, just know that outside of the house might look nice, but inside could be filled with unimaginable horrors. Stay safe, everyone, and we'll see you next time. Yo, who wants to haze the Papa Meat house, man? Me! Business majors only. My dad owns a Toyota dealership.
Well, take one of his cars.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about the T-App disaster.
What?
There's a lot going on in the world. Recently, the #1 app on the Apple App Store, T, just suffered a massive data leak that exposed thousands of users' personal data. Data breaches occur online way more than you think, and in fact, your data has probably been sold hundreds of times already. But this data leak from this specific T app is uniquely bad, kind of funny, and pathetic. It's all these things wrapped up in one. Enough for us to be like, this is funny, let's talk about it. So, users of the T app had to basically submit pictures themselves or their driver's license, passport, all that kind of shit to access the app itself. In 2025, more companies in the industry are moving towards the same requirements, putting way more people at risk. Data breaches happen all the fucking time, and now companies are just like, we need every bit of your information, but not only that, we need pictures of it. We need to hoard it together, which is, it makes sense, but good God. As additional information comes out about the leak, it seems that it was completely preventable, and the T app was lying to its users about its data collection. No. An app lying about the data collection? No, come on. This whole ordeal appears to be the tip of a larger iceberg that is going to be slowly revealed. It's just the start of something bigger, and I don't know if we are ready for it. So let's dive in and uncover what really happened.
Here? Motherfucking T.
What exactly is the fucking T app? What is it? Because when I first heard about it, I was like, is it just legitimately about tea? Which is dumb, but it's almost like tea. Tea's popular. Popular drink. Long time. Get some leaves, throw it in some soup. You drink it. You know, I don't know. But T app is actually a little gossiping ass app for little catty bitches, all right? Back in 2023, CEO Sean Cook created the app after his mother kept matching with criminals on dating apps. And I want to say right now, I feel Sean's pain. My been through hell and back, right? Well, this is a tragically sad story.
It is sad. And, you know, I just say don't shoot your animals.
Well, I thought it was an accident. Was it not an accident?
No, I don't think so.
Better call that bitch Dante, because she has traversed hell and came back to Earth. Wanting to save his mother from online freaks, he created what is known as a whisper network, where women can share their experiences or stories about men that they've dated or encountered. Which, in theory, is cool, because you could be like, this guy, he shit his pants, and he was like squishing around my car. If I was a woman and wanted to know about, I would want to know that, you know? Because then if he's perfectly normal, I'd be like, why do you do that? Hiding something devious.
To be honest, I thought like Tinder and Hinge and Bumble had that for women. Like secretly women could like rate you, and then that way they could like see your score inside.
Well, first off, I don't know if a rating system is... I'm thinking about it. I didn't get any fucking dates back in the day. I had one date. I got one review and it's a star from a fucking crazy person, and now no one wants to date me. You know what I mean? That could be fucked up. I just thought it was something where it's just like messaging or whatever and be like, oh yeah, hey, it's a weird story. This guy just shit his pants on our date or something.
What if it was a one-off? If I shit my pants, I don't want women telling other women that I shit my pants.
Well, then it becomes every date, which this is kind of how it is anyways, but every date is just is basically a job interview.
Yeah.
So what happened with the shit your pants thing? I'm sick.
Drink too much chocolate milk.
Really, yeah, exactly. Drink a lot of chocolate milk and some cheese. I was just nervous. I'm sorry. But this app is not the first of its kind and is one of numerous groups where women can go online and share information. Apps like Are We Dating the Same Guy? And nationwide Facebook groups of the same name all offer the same service, except the T app has a slight twist. Basically, women can create profiles of men and explain why they're a red flag. Other women can chime in with their own stories and vote using red or green flags, like Reddit's upvotes and downvotes. That seems a bit.
That's fucked up.
Tiny dick. But he paid for the bill. Green flag. He has some money. Whatever. You know what I mean? Can you imagine someone just be like, has a small dick and then like just ruined?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, horrible.
Well, some women like that.
Oh, that's true. You know, it'd be kind of fucked up. People would probably be looking through red flag categories. Be like, I don't like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, I like that.
I like them abusive.
Yeah, exactly. Chokes and binds. Further protections, such as being unable to screenshot within the app and requiring female IDs for sign up, ensured that it was an exclusive only women's club. Boo!
Jeez.
I don't know, we can keep that or don't keep it, I don't know. In theory, this system would allow women to stay away from catfish and predators, and as it grew in popularity, it seemed to do just that. But in late July of 2025, the app exploded in popularity and saw a 525% increase in its downloads. Platforms like TikTok and Instagram were used to promote the app, and tons of young women were instantly hooked, spilling all kinds of fucking gossip and tea like that. Isn't this, well, no, I guess it's not. I was gonna say, isn't this what Zuckerberg did? But didn't that motherfucker just be like, would you this one or this one? Yeah, probably. She's a dog. And like, whatever. So it's not really that, but let me ask you this, Nick, just to have it out there. Listen, I'm a local feminist.
Me too.
We all are. If men had an app like this, would it be seen another way?
They made it at a response.
How's the response been?
Oh, men love it.
No. Is it considered misogynistic?
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Okay. That's just a little double standard, all right? Because maybe I want to fucking be like, yeah, she dips Lay's chips in ketchup. Red flag!
She doesn't know what a chicken is. I had a date like that. A duck flew in front of our car, and she said, ooh, look, a chicken.
Start texting. Does it know what a chicken or duck? That's a chicken or a duck. Does not understand the concept of bird. That's only fair. That's only fair. T should be for both. You know what? Goddamn, I'm tired of it being T's just for the gays and women. Why the fuck can't I say tea? Tea. I want to drink some tea.
Spill the tea, sister.
I'm gonna spill the tea. Let me spill the tea. The bitch dips her Lay's chips in ketchup, and she can't identify a bird. I'm not saying the two can't either. I'm saying can't delineate a chicken or a duck. Red flag. She smelt great, didn't know what a chicken was. That's what I mean. Is that not only fair? There's the tea, and I just spilled the tea. It's all over everywhere. I spilled it. That's all I'm saying. Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSupps, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel. You can go to gamersupps.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart and it's too much for you. But also, GamerSupps right now has carbonated energy drinks. Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. And let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, GamerSupps is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to GamerSupps for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops of different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for GamerSupps for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Now, millions of women were sharing their experiences and gossiping about the men in their lives. While it might seem like a paradise, a lot of men were very upset with the app. And by a lot of men, I think it's just guys who have already a bit of hatred anyways.
Yeah, towards the female race.
Right? Which honestly, you know what? Every single man, I think they kind of do. I think there's something there. If you're a single man out there, I think there's a little hate in your heart. Just a little bit. Especially because they couldn't join and see what was being said about them. And most of the female users of the app thought that the men reacting in this way were just being childish. So why did this anger so many people? Why did the app fucking make people so livid? It's understandable that an app for women God. It's understandable that an app made for women could restrict men, but what's driving so many men to try and join? As it turns out, many users on the T app were allegedly making false claims about specific men. And furthermore, the core component of the app involves users creating profiles of men without their consent.
I'd hate that. Take my Tinder profile, and then when women see my Tinder profile, they're not gonna swipe.
They're fucking me up from getting some pussy.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, if there's not even a snowball's chance in hell I'm getting pussy, I'm gonna kill myself. It's what Matt thinks some of the guys are saying. Some of the men these women were discussing were definitely deserving of the criticism, right? Not everyone's a perfect little flower. However, there's no filter or fact checking for claims, so anything could be said about anyone with no consequences. And as soon as this was discovered, oh shit, men started gaining access to see what the was going on. Some ended up successfully getting on because guess what? There's a thing called Google, and you can be like woman and just download a picture and fake an ID and you're in.
That's actually what people are doing because the Britain law, you have to show like your face. People are using Norman Reedus' face from Death Stranding 2 because it looks so realistic.
And on TikTok, numerous men have made videos explaining their distaste for the app and the slander that has been said about them. One man found out through a friend that he was listed on the app where multiple women had claimed he was a fresh off the boat, didn't speak good English, and would stare at women until they got uncomfortable. They also claimed that he was a door knocker. What the f is a door knocker? But in reality, he owned a door-to-door home consultation service.
Well, that is my business. I door knock on people. I have a home service company, so I have to door knock on people. That's what I do for a living.
Oh, they're saying that he was a...
Yeah, he'd go up and knock on the door. Ew, creepy!
Yeah, he's a door-to-door salesman, which I would say that would make my pussy all dry too. I'll say that right now. I hate door-to-door salesmen, but still, I like how they're just like, oh wait, you do what? Are you a millionaire? No? Ew! Red flag! The lies have gotten so out of hand that the app was used to spread rumors of a serial killer in Detroit. That's so sick. It's so awesome. Shortly after the breach occurred, posts began to surface online claiming a serial killer dubbed the Teabag Killer was on the loose in Detroit and had already murdered 5 women. According to the post, women who had exposed men in their lives on the T app were found murdered with Lipton tea bags stuffed inside their mouths. See, I was like, I believe this, but I'm like, the Lipton tea, you got too far.
It's very Batman villain.
It's very, but that makes it awesome.
The Teabag Killer. This is what you get for saying about me, bitch. Yeah, I'm a door-to-door salesman.
You! Yeah. Do you think he like waits for them to get home? Like the lights are off, pick up their purse to throw their keys in the thing. The light turns on, he's just sitting in the chair with a glass of tea.
Yeah.
Stooping it. Welcome home. What I will think would be cool though is that if the Teabag Killer, he kills him. I'm not advocating for women to die. I'm just saying in the Batman context, right?
Yes.
Batman context. If there was a serial killer, he killed somebody, and then when they're dead, he fills the dead mouth with hot water and then leaves a tea bag in it. So when the cops come, it's a freshly thing. They're like, the mouth's all burned up.
Yeah, I like that.
It's kind of fucking sick, actually. The Teabag Killer. Whoosh, whoosh, you know. The post continued by saying that a victim, whose identity was concealed by local news, had received a picture of a box of tea with her name on it. Supposed images of the murderer were also beginning to surface online. And it wasn't long before the story went viral, and women on the T app in Detroit began to live in fear and contact police with potential suspects, which is also kind of fucked up. I think I know who it is. It's like a completely fake person. I dated a guy, red flag, bird kind of thing. Yeah, he was upset that I didn't know what a chicken was. Next. Detectives quickly got to work and determined that the whole thing was a hoax, and the pictures and media association with the killer were all deep fakes of people.
If you're not looking, these deep fakes can be tricky to spot.
I stuffed their throats with tea bags.
None of it was real. But I just want to say again, it's f***ed up to even assume that you're like, I think I know. How f***ed up is that? Not only are all these men angels being shamed or defamed online without their knowledge, but they're also being doxxed. Multiple screenshots of people's personal phone numbers, emails, and social media accounts, and even home addresses were leaked on the app, putting many in actual danger. That's fucked up. Also, why are you sharing that? This is where he lives. Seriously, don't go there. Within the app itself, users could pay for background checks and criminal records of the people they were talking about. I want to say that's kind of a fun feature.
I was going to say, you know, background checks though.
A background check to be like, is this person a criminal? Because he's like, honestly, I can't wait. Yes, that's awesome. Just for fun, I'm just gonna do it. Hey, the $5. Hey, so this guy actually strangles dogs. Our date's going to the pound. Why does he want to go to the animal shelter if that's her date? She looks at her dog. He's looking back up at him. If if you thought that was bad, it gets even worse. The things that are said on the app are pretty fucking strange, honestly. In a private text conversation, a user was trying to warn another of how she would get her blood tested because a man she slept with had some sort of STD, right? Instead of being concerned, she was more interested in the size of his dick and ignored the blood check altogether. Yeah, but was it huge? Was it huge? She's like, no, but seriously, it's like rashy. I have like bumps. But how big was it?
Do you have a picture?
You have a picture of it and his address. Please tell me. A woman in Baton Rouge posted to the app asking if anyone knew of a man named Jaden, with the woman chiming in to talk about how they got eaten out by him. Hey, do you guys know Jaden? Like him? Yeah, he eats pussy good. Well, if it's Baton Rouge, it's like, I ate my pussy like a crawdad. Shucked and sucked, ladies. Right out of it. Come on. Hey, you know what? I'm texting him again. Jaden, you get your ass over here. Different man named Mookie came under fire after a woman asked for the tea on him, right? The replies were all over the place. One woman said that he had a small dick, his breath stank, and he couldn't hold his liquor. Uh-oh, Mookie. The reviews are in. Not good. Another user said he slept on a mattress on the ground, and others were asking for his social media.
Dick little, can't hold his liquor.
Can't hold his liquor, dick is small. I feel you, brother. Breath stank. I feel you, man, too. Need to brush my teeth more. Slept on an air mattress. I did that in college, too, buddy.
Nothing wrong. I don't mind that.
I never really mind the whole. To me, if you have a bed frame, just storage. I don't have a lot of stuff. I just throw the bed on the ground.
Japanese people sleep on the floor. So.
And what's the most beautiful country in the world?
Japan.
Yeah.
So these women are CUNTs.
But people are not just commenting on men. Sometimes they impersonate other women. A woman posted a picture of the T app to her Instagram, asking others to report an account that was impersonating her and asking about her husband. How fucking creepy is that? Women are not the only ones impersonating each other. Men are now putting on wigs and getting access to the app.
All right, fellas, I'm in. I broke the barrier, bitch. I had to put on a wig and all type of shit. Bitch, I'm in, bitch.
Hell yeah. And it seemed almost inevitable that someone would eventually gain access. And now, all the women who trusted it to keep them safe have been exposed in a massive, massive data breach. On Friday, July 25th of this year, a user from 4chan hacked into the T app, downloading over 72,000 user photos, private DMs, and driver's licenses, only to then leak them all online. And a few days later, that same person would perform another hack and leak over 1.1 million private messages. These DMs included sensitive information like phone numbers and home addresses, along with topics covering things like abuse and abortion, all kinds of just personal shit, right? Once the breach hit the news, people began to dig into how this was possible and revealed that the T app had a lot of flaws. I mean, a lot of flaws. For starters, the hackers didn't even really hack into the app itself. All of the initial images and photo IDs were all publicly accessible through the website's URL. Wait, you could do that? That'd be me, but running an app. Wait, oh my god, they can through the .com? This was news to many users because in the user agreement, it stated that any photos uploaded during the verification process would be only temporarily stored before being deleted off the server. The T app scrambled to fix the issue and remove all DM features on the app to ensure that they wouldn't be leaked in the future. Though they tried their best, it was already too late, and all of the leaked images and information had spread far and wide across the internet. The original hackers who hacked the data posted to a thread on 4chan. Threads would be taken down, but to preserve the images, the hackers would place the data into torrents and share it across the other online forums for the entire internet to access and download. The breach became such a problem that the FBI was eventually called in to conduct intense cybersecurity investigations to find out who was responsible for the breach and why. When all the women on the app realized their private information had been shared, they took immediate action. Griselda Reyes filed a class action lawsuit against the T app, citing their failure to properly secure and safeguard personal identifiable information. Quote, shortly after the data breach was announced, internet users claimed to have mapped the locations of T's users based on metadata contained from the leaked images. Despite their initial goal on empowering women, T has actually put them at risk of serious harm. Once all of this information went viral, people began to make fun of the victims of the leak simply because they trusted the company with their information and IDs. Now, there are tons of posts mocking them as a form of public shaming. Oh, look how the mighty have fallen behind your golden veil of secrets. Now we see you. We see all of you.
Yeah, they posted their pictures.
Well, yeah, now it's just gonna be guys being like, oh, really? You're gonna judge?
That's what they did.
That's what they did. That's what they do. Immediately after the breach came out, someone who was associated with the leak created an online map with 13,000 users' exact locations pinned across the world.
Yeah, I saw the image. It filled up America.
Hackers were able to use this metadata found in the leaked photos and find the exact locations of where the photos were taken and even what devices were used to take the pictures, exposing thousands of women's homes to creeps and predators online.
Fun.
Someone created a game called T-Spill, which showed 2 pictures of women exposed during the breach and had you rank which woman was more attractive. Thanks, Zuckerberg. Literally, they just saw the Social Network movie and they're just like, dude, we should totally do that. Each photo had an ELO-based ranking system, similar to those in many popular competitive games. The rank was determined by how many clicks each photo received. The shaming continued, my friends. Women were referred to as foids, or female humanoids, an incel term that originated on 4chan for the purpose of dehumanizing and objectifying women. This term was tied to another large feature to the game, which was the foid leaderboard that showed what pictures the players thought were the ugliest or the most attractive. Good God, bro.
That's fucked.
You know what's fucked up though? I know the woman that was at the top of the prettiest though. They're just like, well, I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. I guess it's okay, I guess. The last and maybe the most insane feature of this game was the slide in their DMs button, which brought users to an AI chatbot website where they could create new chatbots using the leaked photos. However, the users of the app were not the only ones being mocked. The CEO, Sean Cook, who was responsible for the whole thing, was also under a lot of fire. Many thought it was ironic that a man was coding a dating app only for women and, you know, for women's safety. A few people speculated that because the app required users to submit valuable biometric data, it may have received funding from even Mark Zuckerberg himself.
The Zuck man?
The Zuck, who I bet you anything participated in the T-Spill thing, just like my college days. I bet you maybe he's the one who did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Building his giant fucking bunker. Hey, is the end of the world happening? No.
No, I think that's just like a little shelter under, and it's like a
A little shelter. What are you worried about?
No.
This is just a passion project.
It's a passion project. You sure? Oh, yeah. Yep. These claims sound outlandish at first, but when you realize the direction that social media is headed, this is becoming a regular issue online. In October of 23, the UK passed the Online Safety Act, which looked to keep children safe online. And to do this, Parliament introduced multiple new online crimes such as cyber flashing and epilepsy trolling. The controversial part of the act was its requirement for certain websites to force users to submit photo IDs or facial scans in order to access content. Platforms like Reddit, Discord, Spotify, Blue Sky, and even Xbox all required some form of biometrics, and the public is not happy about it. When I hear people be like, we need a scan of your face, my ass thinks, I'm like, I feel like you're using my likeness for something somewhere else or whatever. It's one of those things where it's the impossible challenge of like trusting this company, even though you know like something is happening. It never win situation, I think, on both sides, both the user and the people trying to run it. And the US is following suit, with multiple states enforcing new laws that require Face ID to access certain adult websites. I mean, just this week, YouTube has begun to test AI age verification using scans of user faces. Even Rockstar Games is considering enforcing Face IDs to play GTA 6. As more and more companies turn to this new method of ID, people are slowly believing that both the US and the UK are going to turn into an Orwellian surveillance state. Since 2022, there have been hundreds of breaches with billions of people's precious data being stolen. And in 2025 alone, there have been 30 breaches with 16 billion credentials stolen. Only God knows what corporations and criminals are doing with this information. With the recent breach of the T app, it is never more apparent that companies don't care about you. They just want your personal data. You think that any of these they don't. No one gives a Well, why aren't they helping? Because they just don't care. And there will be probably a cataclysmic ending to all this, so at least we get K-pop. At least we get the new trailers for stuff. We get Skibbity Biden. We get that at least. If you do plan to hand over your IDs on social media platforms, just know that there will be more than just your friends looking at your pictures. And also, here's another thing too, dude. Keep gossip and shit between your friends. You could probably do like a server or Facebook group of people that you know, where then it's just like, this happened, whatever, blah, blah. Have you any of you heard of him? And even if they haven't, at least you can have a place to conversate. But doing it with so many strangers and stuff, like a T app kind of thing, just feels a bit dastardly.
You never know who's right either, who's telling the truth.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't even trust the person you're talking to, then how can you even accept the information they're giving back? I have no idea. And also, too, human beings are psychopaths. Not just men, but also women, too. Gotta fucking watch out, man. People are fucking crazy. And plus, you told me that Tinder is basically just like, it's just scams now. Yeah. It's just bots, yeah. We gotta go back to the 90s where you could go into a coffee shop.
Yeah.
Put up that clip to end this video. The way you meet your new future wife or husband should be like this.
Pumpkin spice latte, please. I want it freezing, though. Actually,
Actually, I just want a regular coffee. Those white girl pumpkin spice lattes annoy me.
I'm in love. Name?
Senorita Awesome.
Senorita Awesome?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about bikers. Give one random clip of a biker.
I can smell the alcohol in your breath.
I don't give a I live here and I'm not operating. What?
Yeah. It's my dad. The experience of riding a motorcycle on an open road with the wind against your face is seen as one of the ultimate symbols of freedom.
Up on the mountain, man, to wave the flame. Ooh, the red, white, and blue.
Oh, yeah. Across film and TV, motorcycles are seen as cool, rugged, and dangerous. Whether it's the stylish design of a bike, the sleek leather jacket, or simply the element of danger that riding introduces to your life, there's clearly a lot to the allure, right? Sex, drugs, freedom. Nick, is there anything more American than a motorcycle?
Hot dogs.
I don't agree. To those who have never been involved with this community or learned about the culture, it's a very fascinating world to delve into. After all, motorcycle culture ties back to things like rock and roll and even organized crime. So let's look at everything the biking world has to offer. One more clip of a guy on a motorcycle. Before I get into this, you have any experiences with motorcycles, Nick?
I've always wanted to ride one. I saw...
Why don't you? They're fun.
Now I'm scared of them. But when I was younger, I saw House get a motorcycle. I was like, I want to be like Dr. House.
So because Dr. House rode a motorcycle, that's what made you be like, I want a motorcycle. And now you're afraid of them. You're frightened by them. Well, is it just the look of them, or is it just actually riding them you're scared of?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm going to get hit by a
car,
semi-truck, and then I'm going to be alive on the side of the road.
I mean, listen, you're in a little bit of danger anywhere you go, right? But I will say, people who ride around because they think it's lame to wear a helmet while riding a bike, what are we doing here? I can even just sit there and be like, I flip off my motorcycle. At least I have a helmet. Sure, you fracture all your ribs, you puncture a lung, you dislocate all your arms, and you are just laying on the fucking side of the road like Gumby. But at least I can still speak. At least I can still formulate words.
There's actually, I think, some train of thought of people like, well, if I get in a wreck in a motorcycle accident, I just want to die. Like, I don't want to be paralyzed or,
No hope at all? If I get in any kind of wreck, I just want to just kill me?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, maybe that's just the biker way. Let's find out. People who aspire to join this community first have to decide what type of ride they want to purchase. This is not an easy decision. And by doing some research online, you'll soon find out that there's a lot of infighting within the biking community, which I'm glad we're starting on this because it's a big deal. You either ride hogs or you ride the anime bikes. Also, my dad used to call it a rice. Is that racist?
I thought they're called like pocket rockets.
You thought they were called rocket pockets? Is rice? You want to bleep all of this? Is that a racial slur? Because he's saying it because it's
Asians.
Ooh. Don't get the wrong idea. Most normal people could care less about what people ride so long as they're not causing any trouble on the road. And that being said, you'll definitely find some animosity between owners of sports bikes and Harleys. They're like, hogs. Fucking
man's bike.
Because there is a difference. There's definitely, like, if you look at a picture of a man who rides a Harley, and this could be anywhere, I would say anyone who is ages like 40 years old and up, or 45 and up, that's like a Harley rider, right? All the new age people, they saw Akira, Nick. Saw Akira too young. Akira didn't ride a goddamn Harley. He rode a sports bike. It's not about loud noise, it's about going fast. And that's the difference.
I want to be silent and go in the speed of light so no one can hear me, but they see me.
If you're going the speed of light, would they see you?
No.
So you like the idea of weaving in between, or if you were in your wildest fantasy, would you be someone who's on a sports bike and you're going between the cars?
I want to follow all the rules. I'm going to stay in my lane. I would just go on empty roads and go 200 miles an hour.
You would 100% wrap your motorcycle around a tree. I mean, on a highway, listen, I'm not condoning people swerving around, but at least a highway, it's just going to be open road. All of a sudden, you're going to sit there's going to be like a random sharp turn. No!
Have you seen the death wobble?
Yeah.
Which, listen, let's talk about some of the differences. All right, so Harley riders are seen by many as being elitist, obnoxious about their love for their specific type of bike. Harley Davidson as a brand has sort of a cult-like following, and some go so far as to claim people who don't use them are not real bikers. So, first off, here's the thing. Very true. That's my father. My father down to a T. Also, another thing, that's every subculture on earth about anything. What I'm doing is good. Everything else sucks. If you're diehard on something, that's going to be everything you say. If you're a diehard football fan, you're going to say every other sport sucks compared to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Even truck drivers will splatter Harley Davidson decals all over their car so everyone they pass knows they're cool as hell. So they're like, yeah, I'm in a truck, but at home, a fucking hog's waiting for me. Also, editor, every time I do this, put a loud ass fucking. People who ride motorcycles in general or bikes, they are people that have to peacock, they have to be seen. I've ridden a fucking, a Kawasaki, and I've ridden a Harley. Here's the thing, yeah, it's fun. Ain't that fun. Those people are peacocking. They want to be seen.
You don't want like a bad bitch behind you getting wet, getting the fucking cushions all soapy and sticky.
Wow. Got flashbang. My God, I've like. The answer is no. Well, it's also, I would rather be on your own seat. If there's a girl's getting excited at the back of the bike, where's that going? It's going underneath my deal. Now all of a sudden, my asshole, and my taint area is all wet from the slip and slide that's happening. Yeah, keep it in your own seat. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Keep it in your own seat.
I've seen videos of like the girl will ride cow style.
Yeah.
And she's
cow style. She'll ride in front of you where they're facing you. That was like that Kim Kardashian and Kanye video, remember that?
Oh yeah.
Giant Nazi warships fly directly into the sun. Hey, we just want to give a quick shout out to Starforge PCs. They're a great little sponsor on our channel. I just want you to check out the new Chainsaw Man PC and PC bundle from Starforge. It has a Pochita desk mat, a power wall art, and a Chainsaw Man acrylic plate light. It's the perfect collection for fans and everyone looking to play games or watch anime at a top-notch level. While you're there, take a look at other great items Starforge has, like keyboards and accessories. So head on over if you're looking for something new, a new PC. They're a great company. Thanks Starforge for sponsoring the episode. Now back to the episode. Sport bike riders are slender and sleek, like an otter.
Well, they're going fast. They
like going fast, but they like the feminine kind of curves of it. You know, they like anime. They like the slender nature of things, being sleek.
They're like the modern day jockey.
That's why they're almost always, without a doubt, if there's a guy who has money and he's riding bikes, he 100, and this is not even a joke, 120% of the time, I'm putting that much money on it, owns a Ford F-150 King Ranch Edition. All right, it's that common. And that's also the guy who puts the decals on it as well, which is, he almost feels like ashamed. He's like, yeah, I mean, this is a $150,000 truck, but I got my real loves back home. According to the more snobby Harley riders, sports bikes are not to be respected because they're not, quote, American made, and are more focused on technical performance than the biking lifestyle. Yeah, your biking performs better than mine. But you know what? You can't get this fucking...
Do they have electric bikes now?
What the fuck did you just say to me, pussy? What the fuck did you just say to me, pussy?
That's what I would do with my e-bike, though. Have a speaker on it so it sounds like I'm revving.
That would be the funniest thing of all time, is getting an e-bike and being like, hello, fellow bikers. It'd have like a huge JBL speaker attached to it, and just go to YouTube and it's like obnoxious bike sounds as a... Harleys are typically for an older crowd, in their 40s to 50s, as you'd imagine. Most people at this age are just trying to enjoy a peaceful ride and aren't trying to get involved with the drama. Sadly, there are those who openly poke fun at the young people covered in full biker attire riding their crotch rockets. In return, many sports bike riders think Harley riders are grouchy old men that are desperately trying to live up to their grizzled tough guy aesthetic that the brand is known for. Something perpetrated by the things like movies like Easy Rider or shows like Sons of Anarchy or the very well-known biker group, the Hells Angels Outlaw Group. You want to know what fucking freedom sounds like? Sounds like this motherfucker right here. Let me kick this out. Yeah! I'll tell you why I'm harking so much on the Harley Davidson stuff. Listen to my dad talk about bikes, and he barely knows anything about them. It's one of the most infuriating and yet nostalgic things ever. My dad did everything he possibly could to make his bike as obnoxious
That's possible.
Yeah, he had to have been disappointed in me. There's no other reason that a man would need to be viewed or to be seen with that machine other than I am just deeply unhappy with my living environment. My son is not fulfilling me. I'm going to put it in loud pipes and Italian leather seats.
It's awesome.
That's why it's not hot. Fuck you. To achieve this, however, they're willing to spend a ludicrous amount of money for a noticeably slower bike. Sports bike riders feel that they get no respect from them, so they refuse to give it in return. There are many videos of Harley riders getting incredibly aggressive on the road, with most riders prematurely anticipating a tense encounter whenever they cross paths with one. That's what I love with Harley riders is they're sitting there and you'll be on the road. First off, they can never just have both hands. They're going on the road like this.
Are there some people who don't even put their hands on? They're just texting.
In many cases, passing a Harley on the road is a quick way to infuriate them and cause unnecessary confrontation. Many sports bike riders will upload videos of them getting cut off and flipping the bird for literally no reason. They simply don't want anyone to appear superior to them on the road. The peacocking there's a mutual respect, which first off, here's my thing. I don't like riding on the road with fucking motorcycles because I'm almost like I'm gonna be the statistic of the guy who fucking bashes into the back of one. I'm sitting there eating, I'm a big fat disgusting fuck and I'm like, you're gonna eat a McRib. Oh, drop the thing. I look back up. Oh, the bike is like right here. My life's ruined. I've ruined someone else's life, but see, selfishly, I'm already like, well, there goes my life. Have you seen those things where people will be like, they get in a horrible wreck, they get up and they're like, I'm okay, and they just collapse because they got up and moved?
Oh yeah.
It's like organ failure or some shit. You know what you never get that in?
What?
Toyota Corolla.
That's true. That's
Can't
why.
pop a wheel in a Toyota Corolla.
Oh, ask the Saudis. They could do they could side.
And or put Middle Eastern music behind whatever Nick's saying.
They could. Have you seen them? They get their cars up on 2 wheels.
Oh yeah? Ask the Saudis. You would be a great Harley rider, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe we gotta look for a bike for me.
Oh well, let's go. We in this video. We're gonna go look for a bike for you. We're like, what fucking bike would fit this man? We're Harley Davidson. We're here to have Nick pick up a Harley.
I'm getting a Harley.
If you look at this gentleman here, what kind of bike do you think he would be on? I'd be on like a fat boy. I look at him, he's like a slender man. Feels weird seeing him on like a big. I don't see you on a big, like I don't see you on that guy.
You know, I don't really know how to answer that question, man.
In one video, a Harley rider gets so upset after a man on an e-bike makes a mistake on the road that he circles back to pass him by again while swinging around a chain like a madman. Well, that guy is waiting to use that chain.
Oh, yeah.
You don't carry around a chain not to be like, well, there it is. You just let loose the demon. The man filming notices that the back of his shirt says, fuck you. I have enough friends.
He wants trouble.
I want to say, here's another kind of get of a hunter's tip right now. Hunter's tip. If you have any meme shirts like that, throw them away. Don't wear them. Don't gift them. Usually it's younger people be like, this would go great on grandpa. He's like, look at that. He's walking around tucked into his jeans. I don't give a fuck what it says, bitch. That's the kind of person that's wearing this shit. Stories like these certainly make people hesitant to join in on the fun. Many people on the Harley community pages admit that while they've ridden for a long time, they feel discouraged from attending events because it seems that many of the participants treat it like an audition for a Sons of Anarchy background character and focus way too much on looking hard to the point where they side-eye and judge anyone that doesn't fit that vibe. Many are in complete agreement with this assessment. Other Harley owners admit that these people turn out for charity events and can put their energy to good use. Oftentimes, they're still incredibly insufferable as riders, which that was a big thing. Is I've seen that the more that I see bike riders, you know, I see them more for like charity shit. Bikers for
cancer.
Bikers for cancer. We need to get cancer back in those kids. In reality, there are weird loyalists in every subgroup of motorcyclists. Many sports bike riders, for example, can be just as infuriating. This debate has been had for ages, and tons of riders always chime in to explain how the drama is obnoxious and that they're respectful to everyone regardless of what they ride. There are plenty of people who have greatly benefited from taking the plunge and buying a motorcycle. At 52 years old, Michelle Hatcher was feeling extremely depressed and had no purpose in life. Jesus. Goddamn, do we know Michelle personally? That's some serious shit to fucking lay down there. Goddamn. Knowing she needed to make a change, she went out on a limb and bought a motorcycle to pursue a lifelong dream of living on the open road. And immediately, she claimed to have felt like a kid again, and all of her previous troubles had gone away. Not only was it a way for her to get out of the house, but it was also boosted her confidence knowing she was taking control of her life. A year after she started riding, she discovered the Make Your Mark charity, which focuses on bikers' mental health. Relating to their cause, she joined and immediately fell in love with it. She joined groups and met many others like her, and now advocates for bikers' mental health through her own story, which is pretty nice. For a second, it was reading that she's like, I just went on the open road and left my troubles. I was like, did she just leave her family? She's just like, bye-bye, woo! But no, that's a nice little pot. It's just, but you know what it boils down to is people just need someone to talk to.
Yeah, they
Isn't
need a
it?
group.
Any kind of, I feel like any kind of person where they're just like, man, I just fucking feel horrible. You need community. A lot of people are drawn to motorcycles for their look, but others, the base model is just not good enough. These people feel the need to add ridiculous modifications to make their rides more appealing. It's common for people to replace their motorcycle's stock exhaust with a third-party one, some with specific intention of making it as loud as humanly possible. My father. I'd be like, he was changing it one day, getting all fucking pissed off in the garage. It's like, what's going on? He's like, I'm changing this out. I'm like, well, what's the difference with it? And he's like, show me the old exhaust. The old exhaust was like really long and this one's really short. I'm like, that one looks shorter. He's like, it's gonna be fucking loud. People are gonna fucking hear this 2 blocks down. And I was like, cool. All the other like middle-aged biker guys come down, they're like,
You think that's like almost like a mating call? Like if you got a loud bike, other bikers be like, oh, we got friends.
I think it was my dad desperately being like, I should have never gotten married and got kids. Divorce! I want a divorce where she doesn't take half. You keep the kids and all that. I get the house.
You keep that half. You keep.
That's the half of myself I'm willing to let go. That's probably going to be a recurring theme in this. Is me trickling back and being like, huh. I feel like my father was probably very unhappy with where he was at.
That actually makes sense. If you want your bike to be as loud as possible, so when you scream, the bike.
Yeah, it covers the screams. Oh, there's Dad. He's just having fun in the garage again, weeping openly, 25 beer cans. He's trying to kill himself with the exhaust fumes.
What are you doing here, Daddy?
Close the fucking door!
All right, Daddy, I love you.
Yeah. Many bikers strongly discourage this type of stuff to avoid infuriating the general public. One man from a quiet neighborhood describes how his neighbor, who modified his Harley to be much louder, revs it in the garage for up to in his garage for up to an hour, even as late as 1 in the morning, so intensely that the vibrations shake his home. 1 in the morning. Oh yeah, Tyler. I know, baby. I know. Just hold on. Dad, go back to bed. Josh vibrates his whole home. If I was a kid, I'd be horrified.
I was at my friend's house, and that happened to me. His parents' buddies came over to show out their new hogs, and for an hour straight, we were just sitting out there, and they're just like, yeah, hear this, and they were just revving for an hour.
It's all he did was just rev for an hour. I had a buddy. He lived down the street from us, and his dad just got divorced from his wife. And like this was, I mean, like early 2000s. It was so popular. American choppers made it popular. There was a huge revival in the early 2000s. But then it was like, then as soon as every man got a divorce, they got a Harley. And the guy was just like drinking alone in his garage and just like revving it as loud as he could. That's immediately what made me, I'm like, I bet you my parents are gonna get a divorce soon. If I ever show up to work.
Oh, with a Harley?
With a Harley. Just know there are some papers that need to be signed. One of the most common and well-known modifications is the long handlebars, or as they call them in the biking community, ape hangers. I'm not gonna call them that though. I don't know if I like that. These handlebars can range anywhere from a foot to nearly 3 feet long, is usually found on Harleys. Many bikers claim they need the long handlebars to ride their bikes, or else they have severe shoulder pain and numbness in their hands. That's diabetes. Ape hangers are also a popular choice for fatter riders since the handlebars help extend their arms and prevent them from hunching their backs. Others don't see the appeal because they say they look fucking stupid and it fucks with like how you handle your bike, but I don't know, look at this guy. Look at this guy. I love it whenever it's literally like almost like a BDSM swing. Their feet are fully extended like this and their hands are up, so they're just like, yeah, just going on a ride. Hey, let me go down to Costco real quick.
What are you getting at Costco in your motorcycle?
What am I getting on Costco with my motorcycle? I'm gonna get the 5th season of The Office on DVD and some Totino's party pizzas. That legit, like that was already terrible. I guess if you're hanging on it, you're not actually keeping your weight up, but
I don't think. I feel like my arm would be dead.
I feel, what's wrong with this?
I guess you hurt your shoulder. You're a pussy.
Oh, yeah, how is this? That feels wonderful. On your shoulder, you take me to pussy. Yeah. Well, only pussies ride with their hands down like that. Another ridiculous looking mod similar to ape hangers is the Extreme Rake. An Extreme Rake adds super long forks to the front of the bike, giving it more stability while sacrificing short turns. We don't need those. Though many classic choppers have made these modifications, many bikers don't recommend it. They're usually for more experienced bikers and only ever really appear in shows. They're not practical at all for the road, and they're impossible to use off-road. Dude, have you seen American choppers? That's what we do because it looks fucking badass. Remember Will Smith and the iRobot bike? Huh? Remember the Spider bike? Remember the 911 bike?
What?
There was a night they did like a firefighter bike for the 911 guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah. While radios are a standard feature in cars, radios and speakers on motorcycles are a controversial modification. Riding while listening to music can be a great experience. That is why so many bikers choose to buy helmets with built-in Bluetooth speakers. However, some people want to feel the wind through their hair and choose to put a radio and speakers on their bike. And many riders despise this and find it infuriating to be stuck at a light listening to their loud music. That's like one of the only things I love about bikers is pulling up and listening to what a biker's listening to. It's almost never what you expect it to be. What would you expect if you pulled up to you're driving up to a car or whatever, and you see a guy sitting there and you hear music coming in? What music do you think is coming in? And if you're like looking at it, you're like, oh, he's listening to music.
Motley Crue.
Motley Crue, some like hair rock from the 80s, right? Something like that. Anything else?
Radiohead.
You think that a biker would be listening to radio? Okay, sure, we'll say Radiohead. I've heard almost every time that I've done it, it's been disco.
Oh, disco.
I've heard ABBA numerous times. Almost to the point where I'm like, these motherfuckers are like getting together being like, you like ABBA too? Some writers are incredibly unapologetic about it. Like a man that was caught sitting shirtless at a gas station, posting on his hog while blasting obnoxious music. This biker in particular noticed that he was being filmed and started stalking the car until he reached a parking garage where he had to hide before the altercation broke out. That's another reason too. You gotta watch out when filming people. I hate feeling like I'm being a nuisance.
Yeah.
But also, I don't want to film the wrong motherfucker. There's like a 14-year-old out there who could kill us. They have a 3D printed gun. That legitimately could be a thing. There's a 12-year-old out there who has probably 3D printed a gun. You're sitting there filming whatever. You filming me, motherfucker!
That almost happened. Well, I don't think it was a gun, but where I was filming like a Walking Dead kind of just for fun, and I went to a very low-income place.
Question: you were filming a Walking Dead. What does that mean?
Zombie like background. It was just for fun. I was trying to make a zombie. We can show some footage of it.
First off, get out what the fuck you're saying, but then also, I was filming a Walking Dead. It wasn't for anybody, it was for fun. So what you're saying is that you went to a poor neighborhood and filmed people and said they were zombies, is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Just the buildings, like a post-apocalypse. We were doing like tech scout.
So you went to a low-income neighborhood and said this would be the perfect spot for a zombie apocalypse. Now, Nick, do you think that's a bit insensitive?
Now, yes. Yeah,
right.
Saying it. But anyways.
How old were you when you did this?
Oh, I was like in my 20s.
Yeah, try to give you an out there.
I anyways drove by, and then these guys noticed us, and they walked out, and they were anyways, they came up to the car. I was like, "What are you doing out here?" We're just like, "Oh, we're just filming for zombie movie."
I think your neighborhood looks pretty dilapidated, like the apocalypse happened, and I think that'd be cool to film zombie stuff out here. Why are you mad? The music, according to a man who often attends Daytona Bike Week, is very often the same rotation. Tracks like Bad to the Bone, Sweet Home Alabama, and Born in the USA, which are the classics, right? Classic bike rider stuff. But I'm telling you, they're sprinkling in pop. That's a little spice, a little seasoning that goes on top of their classic rock, 60s rock, you know? Not all mods are just for looks or a few minor technical differences. Other more wild mods, like the Vibe Rider, helps passengers have a sexually euphoric experience on the road. Bet you didn't think we were going there, did you? If you've ever wanted to goon while riding your motorcycle, the Vibe Rider is the device for you. Built into the seat, the Vibe Rider is a remote-controlled vibrator that lets either the driver or the passenger control the vibration intensity for the low cost of $140.
See, this is what I need. Look at that girl. That's what I'm talking about.
So it's the thing, too, are they trying to sell to men, though, too?
Yeah, it's just like, get your girl on your hog.
I'm saying for the rider. If the rider's sitting there and he puts up his poop chute, is that something that can stimulate? Can that stimulate your prostate, Nick?
Ooh, probably.
That's the guy going down the road. The little boy in the passenger seat of the fucking Winnebago driving by is just like hearing ABBA coming from the thing over. company markets its product by having a booth at biker shows and rallies and letting riders test drive it. Ew.
Yeah, I don't like that.
What?
That was like when we went to that porn convention.
Yeah.
And they
It's
had
too
the
much.
little vibrator tester you could sit on it. I was like, you think you...
No, you did get whipped though.
That's true. We can't show that because that got us demonetized in another video.
Did it actually?
Yeah.
You know what? There's definitely a thing about people that are that openly sexual. I'm not that kind of person. I was just uncomfortable the entire time.
I didn't do it for sexual reasons. I just did it for...
I just want to say I did not fight you to get on that thing. I looked over, I was like, where is he? And I saw all of a sudden he's getting chained up on this thing. Film me! He's like completely on an X. He's like, I don't know, film me, man. You filming? On their website, they have multiple test demos videos that show women both young and old enjoying the ride and telling their husbands they need one. I think I'm gonna need one of these. My panties are ruined. I'm gonna need one of them. Most of the people we've covered are casual riders. However, the biking community contains much more die-hard members, which you can often find within motorcycle gangs and clubs. Motorcycle clubs are a way for riders to form a community for group riding as well as hosting community events. Often, they've centered around a theme. It could be based on a bike brand or even a group consisting exclusively of veterans. Harley riders, veterans, furries, One Piece fans. I'm sure there's a One Piece fan motorcycle group. Put it up. There are also outlaw motorcycle clubs or gangs that are essentially criminal organizations that engage in trafficking, drugs, money laundering, and even abduction. So make sure to really just when you tell people I'm in a biker gang. Are you in a biker gang or are you just have a club?
Yeah, make sure you're not joining you're joining the right kind.
Yeah, make sure you're joining the right thing. They're sort of like fraternities. You're essentially paying dues to hang out with a group of men. And similar to a fraternity, you can't just join, you have to go through several stages. This means spending time with the members, getting them to vouch for you, and so on, so on. And when you're finally in, you're rewarded with your club's 3-piece patch display on your vest. Not all clubs are joining just to look tough and boost their ego. Many of them are down-to-earth, passionate people who just want to make an impact in their community while sharing a hobby they care about. In fact, many motorcyclists love to give back to their community. The Patriot Guard Riders are a non-profit group that rides alongside veterans' caskets in funeral processions in order to honor them as well as show their respect for their loved ones, which is just a nice thing to do, right? I've heard there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of family members left. Just shows respect and it shows that people, you're honoring a life that happened. On more than one occasion, people have praised the group for breaking up war protests taking place at veterans' burials. BACA, just kidding, please don't just put that out. The BACA, or Bikers Against Child Abuse, supports children who are victims of abuse by welcoming them into their organization and assigning each child 2 members who act as protectors and resources for anything they may need. Kind of like a Big Brother program. While some of these stories are pretty absurd, most bikers seem to be pretty respectful people who are just trying to enjoy a relaxing hobby, as is the most case with everything we talk about, right? We have to keep reiterating this shit or else people fucking get pissed off. In most cases, you just try to mind your own business and not let the aggressive and performative weirdos ruin it for you. And of course, you can never control how some of these people react, so just do your best to be safe and not get engaged with the wrong crowd, guys. But hey, rev it up for all the homies out there. Row, row, row. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Wait, before we get into the video, we're doing a subathon right now on twitch.tv, live right now, all in order to raise money for a new production barn so we can do more sets, more puppets, bigger stuff. We're live. After you watch this, go watch, support the Barnathon. Twitch.com/MeatCanyon. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in and sit on down because today we're talking about freaks. Or as we like to call people nowadays, TikTokers or people on Instagram Reels. But before you had entertainment at the little tips of your fingers, we had a little thing in the world called freak shows. That's right. I mean, people I think take for granted how easy it is to see all of the abhorrent, terrible people, not even disfigured, just terrible people out there in the world, right? TikTok, Jack Doherty, that guy who messes with tourists overseas, Johnny Somali. We take for granted how crazy it is that at any time you can watch, I'll give you a link to this. I watched a guy on Instagram Reels the other day. He pulled out his tooth with a wrench. His 4 teeth left in his mouth. Horrible. You would pay money for that at a freak show. Because back in the day, people actively looked for these things. People wanted to have some kind of weird attraction, some kind of crazy phenomenon they could see, something to break up the mundane nature of their day-to-day life. And that's where the freak shows came in. So today I wanted to go down the dark alleys of the freak show, really see what made people tick back in the day. Because I gotta tell you, if it's anything like, it's gotta be, there's no way it can be as worse as today, but we can at least see. So let's talk about the earliest freak shows, right? It feels weird too. A lot of this is just like obese men. They're like, what a freak! You have to pay a ticket to like watch a guy like eat a cupcake. They're like, oh,
he's 250 pounds.
He's 250 pounds since the Great Depression. How does he do that? You fat f. The concept of freak shows really began as early as the 1500s. These deformities used to be seen as a curse or an indicator of evil spirits, but eventually turned into public curiosity. So I got back in the day, they're just like a woman with like maybe some facial hair, and they're just like, oh my God, this goddamn demon attached to that woman. Which, to be fair, if you're in 1500s, you'd probably think the same thing. You're just like, I don't trust her. Often, these exhibits showcase people with a unique number of limbs or those with dwarfism. For the time, this was surprising to see and would merit paying for the chance to witness it. We're talking about 1500s. The WWE with Andre the Giant, that was the 70s, and people would come out in droves because before the internet, it was all word of mouth, right? So you would have people be like, the guy's 12 feet tall, he weighs 4,000 pounds. And this weird childlike optimism would go in people's heads, and they'd be like, oh my God, he must be the biggest person ever. So the same thing applies with people with dwarves or like people that are like, he's the Spider-Man, he has 8 limbs. I could see people being like, are you fucking kidding me? Here, take a chicken, whatever they're paying. I don't know what they're paying with back then. An early example of a quote freak was Lazarus Colorado and his brother Johannes, who hung upside down from his chest. This is a crazy image, dude. Good fucking lord. His brother was a parasitic twin that did not speak and kept his eyes and mouth shut. Dude, if I sat there and I saw a guy, he's like, hello, I'm Lazarus. This is Johannes. And he's just like, he's alive, right? And he's like, he refuses to look at you. Look at me, Johannes. And he's just like, because of his condition, he was unable to make money unless it was in the form of showcasing his deformity or a freak show. Now, this is kind of a sick way. The first guy was just like, yeah, I don't give a pay to see me. Look at me. It costs $1. Look at me. Spectators would note that Johannes would occasionally open his eyes. Like he's just upside down. He's just like, that'd be creepy. If I was a kid, that would scare the shit. If I was a 15th century like Victorian child, I'd be like, hide behind my mom. The two of them even made an appearance with King Charles I in the early 1640s. At one point in Lazarus' life, he was put on trial for murder after smashing a bottle on the head of a drunken man, acting in self-defense. Dude, you definitely know that guy was just like, let me fuck the bacon and let me see his cock. And I was just like, God damn you, sir. I think Lazarus is like a very well put together guy. You son of a... He was charged with a death sentence. God! Jesus. But it raised the question of whether or not it was moral to take the life of Johannes, who had done nothing wrong. Yeah, Johannes is just like, upside down. Death to Lazarus, but keep Johannes alive somehow. He's innocent. Look at him.
Yeah, that's a death sentence.
The death sentence to you. After showing records of the two of them being baptized, Johannes was deemed to indeed have a soul, leading to both of their freedom. So basically just like, fine, throw the freaks in some water. He has a soul. We'll let him live. It'd be funny if the next day Lazarus just busted another bottle over another guy's head. You son of a bitch. Hit him again. Or we can talk about the history of P.T. Barnum and his infamous freak show. Even if you haven't heard of P.T. Barnum, you've probably seen, I would assume, pictures or this is like the most infamous freak show around. This is the world famous P.T. Barnum freak show.
Also Barnum and Bailey's Circus.
Barnum and Bailey's Circus. You heard of that? I didn't. Nick just said it. I've never heard of that.
Really?
No. While freak show acts technically started in the 16th century, it didn't begin to see widespread appreciation and popularity until the 1800s. 200 goddamn years of Lazarus beating people with bottles and Johannes being like, Oh, do you think he could speak, Johannes?
He said he couldn't speak. His mouth was shut.
He had to feed the little motherfucker on his chest, right? Johannes, eat the gruel. And Lazarus has to lay on his back and like feed him up like that. It'd be a crazy session too. Can you imagine getting back shots from Lazarus and all of a sudden Johannes' hands are just like
he's feeling the titty.
Looking like Hector Salamanca, whatever, for Breaking Bad. Lazarus is like, look at me, actor. Look at me, actor. Okay, we gotta move on. Amongst those in circus industry, P.T. Barnum was known as one of the most influential of his time. You may recognize the name for the movie The Greatest Showman with Hugh Jackman that definitely no one saw. In the movie, P.T. Barnum is portrayed as a fun-loving hero that takes in people with unfortunate abnormalities and celebrates them. but in reality. P.T. Barnum was an incredibly selfish man that took advantage of people around him from the very start of his career. Of course, the 1800s fucking freak show runner is not a good guy. I like how people are like, what? P.T. Barnum wasn't a good guy? He's like, Dolphin Boy, get in the tank! He's like, I actually don't know how to swim. Get in the fucking tank! His name was Phineas Taylor Barnum, and he was born in 1810 and proved himself to be a natural entrepreneur. Before he was 21, he was publishing his own newspaper and running a general store, as well as a lottery business. How the f do you start that? Buy a ticket. I'll call some numbers later. Maybe you'll win. It's like, yeah, I trust you. He entered the world of entertainment at 25 when he bought the rights to the exhibit of an elderly African-American singer named Joyce Heath. She claimed to be the 161-year-old nurse of George Washington. Word? While many believed this claim was laughable, Barnum's impeccable marketing skills made her a cultural phenomenon. It's kind of interesting. The guy's just like, yeah, people will laugh at you, but like, there's gonna be some people who are like, really? Even today, if someone's just like, I knew George, he was my neighbor, there's gonna be some guy be like, are you fucking kidding me? What was he like? Was he cool? You're like, it's been 200 years, sir. It's been almost 300 years.
Also, I think people would be like, oh, that's preposterous. I gotta buy a ticket to prove them wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go and mock them to their face. And it's just going to be like probably like a 65-year-old woman who's just like, she wins you over. Hello. Oh, she's very nice. He had her working 10 to 12 hours a day. He had her working 10 to 12-hour days until she eventually died at the age of 80. Barnum exploited her to the very end, publicly displaying her autopsy for 50 cents to reveal her actual age as a final performance. What a dick, dude. 200-year-old woman, come see how old she really is. It's just like, she was 80. You got duped! The exit's right over there. In 1841, Barnum created the Barnum's American Museum in New York City, which began the golden age of the freak show. This is eerily similar to Zach Baggins. Is it not? He starts off as a ghost hunter and all of a sudden now he has a haunted museum. What's going to be next, dude? What is going to be next, actually?
What if he actually captures a real ghost?
I was going to say he starts a brothel.
Oh.
Zach Baggins Suck and Fuck Festival. You can come suck my dick if you want and get haunted. I don't know. The exhibits consisted of various items like taxidermied animals and fake historical artifacts. They were often referred to as dime museums. One historical artifact was a trunk of a tree that Jesus and his disciples supposedly sat under. He's like, that's it? I think he sat like this. Well, is it? Yeah.
How'd they get that from Jerusalem?
It's a dime. Yeah, how'd you bring that over from Jerusalem? Don't worry about it. The hawk guy helped me. It's like a guy with like covered in feathers. Another was known as Fiji mermaid. Rather than being the mummified remains of an actual mermaid, it was simply the torso and head of a monkey sewn to the back of a fish. I've heard of this one. The monkey thing, it looks rad. Looks very cool. P.T. Barnum's like a master. He's actually a master crafter, and they're just like, you should just become an artist. He's like, no! I'm a showman, you see. I have to make my money my only way I can. It's like impeccable work. P.T. Barnum, while incredibly talented, was very driven by greed and was often quick to exploit and deceive people for financial gain. He was commonly attributed with the phrase, there's a sucker born every minute. That's a fucking good phrase though, isn't it? For like a seedy, like, there's a sucker born every minute just for me to penny pinch him. His unapologetic exploitation can be highlighted with the biggest breakout exhibit, his Human Curiosities, consisting of individuals with rare conditions or physical deformities. This would become what is known as the Freak Show. The performers were marketed as freaks of nature or simply freaks. Which now we can finally get into the freak show acts, dude. Let's actually start looking at what these people are. Starting with General Tom Thumb. Born in 1838, Charles Stratton lived with pituitary dwarfism, meaning his body was unable to properly produce growth hormones. This heavily impaired his development. Hasbulla. Have you seen the video of Mike Tyson kissing Hasbulla? How creepy is that?
Did you see he got interviewed and he's like, I thought he was a kid. That's what I do to kids.
I don't know, man. I just that's how I am with children.
Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew it.
He's like 26 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a 30-year-old man.
He had stopped growing at 6 months old and only grew to a maximum of 3 feet 4 inches in his lifetime. It's kind of tall. Taller than Hasbulla, right? When P.T. Barnum was made aware of this man's condition, he saw an opportunity. He urged his parents to let him take Stratton under his wing in order to turn him into an entertainer. Now they're just like, let me take your baby, man, and I'll be able to produce gold with him. They're like, okay. I imagine the 1800s too, they're just like, you could have just walked in and grabbed him. Take him off my back, literally. He's on my back like a sea tick. Because of his abnormal height, finding a job was no easy task. So he took him up on his offer at only 4 years old. That's actually, I thought he was a full-grown man. He's just a child. How do you even know that there's something wrong with him? It was the size of a goddamn, I mean, like a volleyball. Let me take your ball, child. 1840. How did he hear about him?
He must have been walking by. Ooh.
Oh my good God! Look at you, little man.
I'm 4.
That's the strangest 4-year-old I've ever seen. He learned to sing. He learned to sing and dance while dressed in elaborate outfits. He was also known for his impersonations of famous people and was regarded as a talented comedian. He got talent. He's just like, stop doing the Rockefeller impression and get back in your monkey outfit. God damn it. Under his stage name, General Tom Thumb toured with Barnum for 3 years and made a fortune from his success. He even joined Barnum as a business partner. Damn, this looks like it's getting in there. In 1884, Barnum even went on tour to Europe, bringing Stratton along to perform in front of Queen Victoria. Stratton passed away from a stroke in 1883 at the age of 45. It was reported that 10,000 fans attended his funeral. That's actually kind of sick. I mean, like when I heard the 4-year-old thing, I was like, that's crazy, but don't get me wrong, he exploited the shit out of them. But it seemed like they were actually like in cahoots with each other, or, you know, he seemed like he got a good cut of the pie, hopefully. Which even the smallest cut of the pie would be pretty big for him. Okay. Next up, we have the Bearded Lady. One of the most iconic staples of the old school circus freak show was the Bearded Lady, aka Annie Jones. Born in Virginia in 1865, it was reported that she came out of her mother's womb with a chin covered in hair. Her money-hungry family sought to make money off of their daughter, sending her off to P.T. Barnum's New York exhibit before she was even a year old.
What is up with these parents?
P.T. Barnum was just, he's like goddamn Professor Xavier. He just is like getting like all these like wayward kids. And he's like, well, I have a school for you to be a freak in, my friend. My God, she was showcased in his museum and became a big hit. At a year old? I mean, behind a glass case, we were just like, ew. P.T. Barnum's just like, good girl, here's an apple. Everyone's just Johannes to me. Barnum offered her mother a weekly rate of $150 for a 3-year contract. Damn, that must have been good money, right? Holy shit.
That's a lot of money.
Annie would contrast her masculine features by dressing in extravagant dresses, and even honed her musical skills with the mandolin to elevate her performance. At one point, Annie helped Barnum out as nanny to his children. While she was caring for them, a phrenologist from New York kidnapped her.
I think that's a blood.
A fucking vampire doctor came in and fucking stole her. This man attempted to steal her and add her to his own sideshow exhibit. What? Desperate for the same success, he even claimed Annie was his child. I mean, she can talk. I mean, what? Unless they're all like Giannis. Feverishly braiding hair. Fortunately, things were settled in court and she was returned to her parents. Oh, good. How old was she at this point?
She's watching Barnum's kid at 8 years old.
But she like P.T. Barnum's just like, keep the whole house under, don't worry, we're in a bad part of town, watch my kids please. She's at 8 years old with a full beard. She was one of the first to campaign against the usage of pejorative word freak as a way to refer as sideshow performers. Sadly, she died of tuberculosis in 1902 at the age of 37. Damn, dude. It's kind of sick though, dude. All these people actually have some kind of like, they're well-adjusted, respectable people trying to make positive change. Both Stratton and Annie here had positive actions, even at such a young age. Being taken away from your family like that, are you fucking kidding me? And then P.T. Barnum's just like, what do you mean? Freak isn't derogatory.
That's what you are, you're a freak.
It's just what you are, you're a freak. If I was fat, would it be rude to call me fat? Which now it is, I guess. Okay, never mind. Chang and Eng, the original Siamese twins. Chang and Eng Bunker were born in Thailand in 1811. Conjoined at the sternum with both of their livers fused together. Aside from this, they completely separate organs. Wow, the only thing combining them was just their livers? That's kind of f***ed, right? They had begun touring as a sideshow attraction with a man named Robert Hunter in 1829, going to Boston, London, and New York. They were very successful, and even got to perform for the Prince of Siam. The f*** is Siam at?
Siam.
What's Siam? God, dude, I don't know shit, dude. I'm dumb as fuck. Editor, I don't know. After that, they decided to buy a plantation in North Carolina.
What?
Investing a fortune in the importation of goods. They both got married and had 21 kids between them.
Oh my God.
Damn! I want to become a fucking freak, man. I need to get my life on track. Are you kidding me? Holy hell. Purchasing 18 slaves to take care of their massive family. Well, you know, it was a different time. You know. In 1860, they signed with P.T. Barnum in order to have a wax sculpture of them displayed at his New York museum. They worked together for only a short time. Chang and Eng struggled after the Civil War, no longer being able to rely on slave labor. different time. Their plantation began turning very little profit, prompting them to consign themselves to the life of the circus with Barnum once more.
He's just like, sorry, looks like you had to get rid of your helpers, huh?
You want to go on the road? Chang Bunker died in 1874 due to cerebral blood clot after failing to perform an emergency separation surgery. Eng Bunker died as well 3 hours later. That is brutal, dude. All because they didn't want to do the surgery?
No, what happened was Chang died because of the cerebral blood clot. So then they were like, we need to cut you off because you're going to die
so they
with
failed.
him.
They failed to perform it. So they tried to do it, but he died 3 hours later. I see. Cut me off of this bastard. Get him off. Or we could talk about Isaac Sprague. Sprague. I think it's Sprague, the living skeleton. Isaac W. Sprague was born in 1841 in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. At the age of 12, Isaac suddenly began to lose weight at an incredibly fast rate due to the lack of medical knowledge at the time. Doctors were unable to figure out what was happening. One doctor suggested that it was simply from swimming too much. To have that be a conclusion, he must have been in that fucking pool all day or in the water. Isaac!
I'm staying out.
When he was fully grown, he weighed about 43 pounds and stood at 5'6". Due to this thin frame, he was often low energy.
Maybe that's why he was in the pool.
Yeah, I don't have to walk, I can just float. I like to think that they're just like, you're 43 pounds and you're 5'6". He's like, throws a towel over his shoulder and just walks down to the beach. Like, God damn you, Isaac. He had been working for his father as a shoemaker as well as a grocer. However, at 19, his parents had passed away. He found that he was unfit for most other jobs and struggled making a living. In 1865, P.T. Barnum convinced Isaac to work with him, going so far as to offer $80 a week, which is about $1,300 today. I mean, I was making about $5,000 a month. A little over $5,000 a month.
Pretty good.
Not bad. Fucking living skeleton. I could buy my own pool. Barnum created the stage name The Living Skeleton, and in his act became incredibly successful. That is crazy. He's a very thin man. Nice face though. Damn nice face. It's kind of crazy. I don't see it now. My legs are too fat. Knees are just always so unpleasant to look at, aren't they? Like, especially on skinny people. I don't like it. Strangely enough, imitators were inspired to starve themselves and lose an unhealthy amount of weight just to gain the same level of success that he did as a sideshow act. Isaac eventually married and had 3 children who did not have any of the ailments as their father. I'm telling you, dude, they are putting us all to shame right now, aren't they? Holy hell. He attempted to take a break from the circus work to be with his family, but eventually had to return to make ends meet. It was known that Isaac heavily disliked the job, likely for the constant ridicule he received for his appearance. Yeah. I love to sit there and be berated the entire 12 hours a day. Can I please? He had also become too weak to easily perform his job, to the point where he was forced to wear a flask of milk around his neck to make sure he had enough energy throughout the day. Pours in a little tub in front of him. He's like, Isaac, you're supposed to drink it, not swim. Okay. As the show began touring around the world, Isaac developed a bad gambling habit. The money that was meant to support his family was being used to feed his addiction. Can you imagine saying the little muff got like a blackjack table?
Hit me.
You have 19.
Hit it.
All right, that's a 24. Ah, shit. Gets up out of the table. You can't swim away from this gambling. Okay. In 1882, he was diagnosed with severe muscle atrophy. Harvard Medical School was fascinated by the rare case, offering him $1,000 or $26,000 today to study his body after his death. Not a bad deal. You give me $25,000 up front now? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Yeah. Isaac eventually died at the age of 45 in 1887 from asphyxiation after living his last several years in extreme poverty.
Dang, he just blew that money away.
He did, dude. I'm telling you, you gotta watch out. Now, hey, who doesn't like playing baccarat, right? Getting a little couple drinks, you ain't playing baccarat. Why not? But Isaac, I mean, can you imagine seeing that little shaky motherfucker at the table? A 2. People aren't even gonna know. People don't know how to play baccarat. Never mind, Esme. But tragedy struck this freak show. While the museum was very successful, a pattern of tragic events pushed Barnum to take his show on the road rather than being confined to a single building. He definitely just burned down his own thing for fire insurance. Let's see. In 1865, Barnum's American Museum was engulfed in flames, destroying the entire property. While no humans lost their lives, it was reported that 2 whales had boiled alive in their tanks.
Look at me. So he was SeaWorld.
His museum had 2 whale tanks. You know, it was something too where they probably were just idle. They can breathe.
Just big enough to put them in.
That's what I'm saying. They're just sitting there like, they can't even move. They're just like, their fins touch the glass. He's like, well, at least they're breathing there. They gotta be happy, right? Hitting the glass really hard. I love you! After it was fully rebuilt, another fire had destroyed the property in 1868, only 3 years later. The water used to extinguish the flames had frozen over, covering the building in icicles and inadvertently creating a dazzling spectacle. It does look pretty sick, honestly. Barnum decided it was not worth to keep rebuilding, opting to take the show on the road instead. It seems something like, is there an insurance scam there?
I bet he was a competitor.
That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, if people are starving themselves, some fucking anemic guy walking up, I haven't had a fucking piece of bread in 3 days. You, Barnum. But because of these fires and not wanting to rebuild, it ended up creating the greatest show on Earth. His new show was established in 1870. P.T. Barnum's Grand Traveling Museum, Menagerie, Caravan, and Hippodrome. You gotta shrink that name. Okay. This was thanks to the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, allowing circuses to easily relocate their animals and equipment, like the whales. P.T. Barnum was eventually approached by W.C. Coop and Dan Costello, agreeing to merge into a much larger production known as The Greatest Show on Earth. That's a great fucking name, way better than Hippodrome. What the fuck is that? As circus shows began to become more and more popular, many other big acts were being discovered, not just by P.T. Barnum, but from circuses all around the world, such as Myrtle Corbin or the four-legged girl from Texas. Corbin was born with dipicus, a duplication deformity that led to the growth of 2 extra legs and 1 extra pelvis, a whole other pelvis. Wow. It's crazy. I'll tell you what, dude, can I just say something weird? Pelvises are kind of aesthetically pleasing. Actual drawing them, like drawing them and stuff.
Okay.
You know, I don't have to fucking defend myself, dude. I said what I said and I meant what I said, Nick. You look disgusted there. Oh.
The bone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The bones.
Well, yeah, what do you think I meant?
I don't know.
You know, like when a girl has a nice pelvis, nice abs, you see like little bumps from the pelvis there?
Oh, okay. So, but you're not talking about just...
I'm not even having this conversation anymore. Well, this is going nowhere. Soon after she was born, her father would charge people a dime to come up and look at her. Hey, you, come here. Give me a dime. All right, have a good day. They got the attention of Barnum, who snatched her up and had her performing as young as 13 years old. I'll tell you what, Barnum finds a fucking way to find you, doesn't he? Like, I like to imagine once again it was her like walking by like a fucking crab. Good God! She made enough money to retire at only 18 years old. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. The success of this attraction led many people to create fake prop legs in order to mimic the attraction. As she had a successful career, married, and had 4 children, it was said that different children were born from each orifice. Awesome. Hell yeah. Can you imagine that going out? Which path are you going to take? See A or see B? So she had 2 pussies? Awesome.
Just with the second pelvis.
That's sick, dude. Wonder which one she liked more. I hope this one comes out of pussy A. She passed away in 1928 before her 60th birthday. For a freak show life, that's a fucking good life. She worked for 5 years and she just retired. That's awesome. Good for her. Or Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man. I love the Elephant Man, dude. Have you ever seen the movie with Anthony Hopkins, the Elephant Man? I'm a human being too. You ever see that? All right. Joseph was born in 1862 and looked like any other healthy child. At the age of 3, he began to develop swelling across his whole body that continued to grow to alarming sizes. In his early years, he struggled to find a job after leaving school. Due to his disfigurement, he could not perform certain tasks and had to look extra hard for sustainable work. His dad helped him gain the proper license needed to become a door-to-door salesman, but would shock and scare off those that answer the door. First off, way to not have any intuition. So you look odd. Let's have you do something where you have to approach strangers and talk to them. Doy? After being beaten by his father for his poor sales. God damn! You're not selling enough globes. I'm sorry, Dad. I did not want to buy it for me. He ran away from home. At this time, he was homeless and eventually admitted to the Leicester Union Workhouse, which helped out the poor by giving them work, food, and water. The conditions of this place were more so like a prison. His growing deformity took away his ability to perform any sort of physical task. In desperation, he offered to put himself up in a freak show. And soon, he was being paraded as a man that was half elephant, half man. It's so fucked up. You know, like, it's something too that I like to imagine they came up like, just like that. You're an elephant. All right. You know what I mean? He's like, okay. When human curiosity exhibits were outlawed in the UK, he was again desperate for work. He went to Belgium to find work, only to be mistreated even further before contracting a bronchial infection that soon took away his ability to speak clearly. Sound him a, I mean, what a hand life has dealt you. With the help of Sir Frederick Trevis, a medical student, he was able to reduce his infection. Regardless, he passed away at the age of 27 from asphyxia. He had dislocated his neck due to the weight of his head and the lack of support from his neck. It was said he tried to sleep on his back like a normal person, which ended up taking his life. This is very sad. Once again, just a completely hand that life gives you. Also, to outlaw the freak show thing seems ethical because of human exploitation, but it sucks because you're like, this is probably the only way this man could have ever had any kind of like living, you know, any times a means of living. Very sad. I wanted to put a fucking damper in the room here. Got to get my another Johans kind of moment here. Or we can talk about Fedor Jiftichu. Jeff Deschute? He was JoJo the dog-faced boy. Now we're back in it. Fedor was another one of the most famous sideshow performers. Born in St. Petersburg in 1868, he was brought over to the U.S. when he was 16 to work with P.T. Barnum, because P.T. Barnum always finds a way. He had a condition known as hypertrichosis, which is excessive growth of hair anywhere on the body. The story that Barnum conjured up to sell tickets was that he and his father lived in a cave in the forest before being captured by a hunter. In the story, his father was killed for being far too savage. The reality was his father died by drinking himself to death. Well, maybe the being a freak werewolf man might be a better way to go. Although Jeff Deschute was incredibly intelligent and could speak various languages, he was reduced to a dog that had to bark at a mocking crowd to make a living. A fucking bilingual man. Reduced to just being like, ruff, 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 and people were like, oh, God! He passed away in 1904 from pneumonia when he was 35, being mourned by fans and performers all over. I will say, I wonder if this had any influence on the Werewolf Man. Does this not look like the Werewolf Man?
It looks like the Wolfman, Michael J. Fox.
Well, the Universal movie came out in the 30s, like the 20s or something like that, but Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf, you know, the first Werewolf Man. Or we could talk about Felix Wary, the Elastic Man. Born in 1858, he was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a rare disorder that gave him stretchy joints and skin resulting from very weak connective tissue. Oh, what the f does that even mean? This gave him an innate skill, allowing him to pull at his skin like he was made of rubber. He could even bend his fingers backwards. Ooh, can you imagine seeing that? He's just like... He was popular for his contortion sideshow attraction with Barnum and Bailey.
He's Luffy.
Oh my God!
This is literally just a real life Luffy. Makes me sick, dude. If I had a stretchy, if I was Elastic Man, you better hope I could stretch my cock. Would be the final. You have like a little pig, kind of tiny, and people are just like, haha, they laugh at you, and all of a sudden he's just like, oh really? People are like, oh. Would that not be the best way to end your show? Or Grady Stiles, the Lobster Boy. Grady Stiles was born in 1937 with leading to a deformity in his hands and feet that gave him lobster claw-like hands. He was unable to walk due to the shape of his feet. His father already had the condition and was part of a freak show, which led him bringing his children along to join the act. Stiles was known as a Lobster Boy at age 7, so his dad was the Lobster Man. This is kind of sick, though. His hands do look like lobsters. I gotta say, his get-up's kind of sick, too. They got that old boy splayed open, though. Close those legs now. The past 6 generations of his ancestors had this same condition dating back to 1840. The condition seemed to be genetic, leading to a large family with similar appearances. They ultimately created a family circus group called the Lobster Family. The family gained amazing wealth for their performances. Oh, good. But Stiles struggled to cope with those that resented him and treated him with disgust. His answer was a turn to alcohol. Don't put that in. This would manifest into anger and violence, which came to haunt Mary Teresa, a carnival grifter that he fell in love with and eventually married. At one point, Stiles allegedly ripped his wife's IUD out of her body during a heated exchange before using his claw-shaped hand to choke her.
Oh my God.
An IUD?
That's to prevent
pregnancies.
So you went up there.
This would lead to a horrific event in which Stiles murdered an innocent man out of pure anger. Lobster Boy Angie. His daughter Donna wished to marry a man named Jack Lane. Stiles heavily disapproved, but Donna was eager to escape her dangerous family life and insisted on living with him. Stiles insisted that he would kill him if it were to ever happen. When things calmed down, Stiles and Jack arranged to meet to discuss the marriage. When they met, Stiles pulled out a shotgun and murdered him in cold blood. Reportedly, after Donald learned of his death, Stiles gave an evil smile and said, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used deformity along... Well, how could you do that? Like, are you kidding me? It was self-defense. After you just looked at your daughter, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used his deformity along with fake tears to garner enough sympathy to leave with only 15 years of probation. That son of a bitch. At home, the violence only escalated, but after his divorce, the kids were targeted the most. God damn, it still isn't ending. Teresa had already remarried and had children, but felt so much guilt over the state of her other kids that she returned and remarried Stiles.
Jesus.
Now fed up, Teresa and her son offered $1,500 to a sideshow performer to take Stiles' life. Sick. Ultimately, Stiles died at the age of 55 after being gunned down in his trailer while he was watching TV. He was hated by many, and only 10 people came to his funeral. Wow! The Lobster Boy. The Lobster Family. My God. Lobster Boy's a piece of shit. But then we usher in the era of the end of the greatest show in the world. In the 1890s, people became less interested in freak shows due to the ethical and moral issues with parading people's misfortunes for entertainment. Around this time, P.T. Barnum died of a stroke at 80 years old. In 1898, famous sideshow performers staged a labor strike during a UK tour in order to demand the removal of the word freak on all advertising materials. This event was dubbed the Revolt of the Freaks. Ironic.
Let's remove the word.
Yeah, freaks, and then we'll put the Revolt of the Freaks. There you go. In the coming years, medical advancements brought along a better understanding of what was going on with these people, which took away the mystery and magic of human curiosities. It didn't help that the animals held in captivity were mistreated horribly as well. The freak shows eventually died in the 1940s due to federal laws, prohibiting the discrimination of people with physical disabilities. Way to go. Barnum and Bailey Circus slowly evolved into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, which is still running to this day. Kind of crazy to think about.
I think they just canceled that.
Oh, they just... Okay, never mind. It just got canceled. Never mind, it is just gone. The circuses of today are not much better. I think it's still this weird area of animal abuse, you know, exploiting people. I think circuses, the idea of circuses are still very controversial, yet it still brings in crowds. Whether the ethics of it, it's still something that happens today. Personally, I'm just like, let's not chain up animals and do what, I mean, like, we have enough, the internet gives us all we need, which that leads me back to the internet. I sincerely believe that vertical content, as we know it, reels, shorts, TikToks, are the future and the mainstream way of the P.T. Barnum production now. Only this time there's no ringleader. The only ringleader is people's need for likes, notoriety, the need for attention, the disconnection people feel nowadays that they try to actively get online. That's the freak show. Even the things we do on this channel, you could say is a freak show. The participation in weird events just to garner likes and clicks. It's a horrible thing, but people crawl out of the woodworks to be their own P.T. Barnum for themselves and raise their own kind of attractions. And my God, I don't see that going anywhere anytime soon. It seems like kind of a thing that'll continuously evolve as time goes on. Now it's vertical content. What will be next? I don't know. But all I know is the freak shows of the past, the people who participated in those, seem to be much, much more respectable than the Jack Dohertys, the Jesse Somalis of the world that we have now. Johnny, whatever. Doesn't matter. He's in South Korea. He's gonna die there. The freak shows were a thing of the past, and I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction by just having the freaks come out and parade themselves around for free. That's freak shows for you. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and hanging out with us today. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.